Thank you for watching this video. Your support means a lot and motivates me to keep creating more content. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe so you won't miss upcoming videos. The Myriad Worlds game descends, global transmigration. Handsome guys check in here. Beautiful ladies post photos here. Dear patrons, please add this to your bookshelf. Thank you for your support. And note upfront, dear patrons, please ignore the malicious reviews from those who quantum read. Experience points are part of the setting, regardless of the amount. Please rest assured that the protagonist's level will never be caught up to, and he will always be far ahead. Except for the protagonist. Those ranked to 8 on the leaderboard all have SSS rank talents. I'll post an image first to prevent patrons from being discouraged by malicious negative reviews. Haters only know how to mindlessly criticize the high experience requirements for leveling up. In a realistic world, isn't it normal for leveling to be difficult? It's not like only the protagonist needs a lot of experience. If the protagonist had high experience requirements and still got caught up to while using cheats, that would be a collapse. As long as he stays far ahead, what is the problem? Beep beep. Beep. Inside the villa, Sumyubai lay quietly on the bed, an oxygen mask still covering his face. The life support equipment nearby emitted intermittent sounds, and the line representing Sumyubai's vitality barely showed any fluctuation. Yubai, don't come looking for me after you die. I'm doing this for your own good. You're no different from a dead man anyway. Beside the bed, a stunning, mature woman whispered softly, slowly reaching her hand toward the life support machine. Clearly, she was preparing to pull the plug. Feeling the approach of death, Sumyubai felt incredibly anxious inside. A sudden car accident had left him in this state. He possessed billions in assets, yet he had become a vegetable. Although he could hear the sounds of the outside world, his body could not make any response. Under the reinforcement of an intense desire to survive, Sumyubai's finger actually twitched slightly. However, no one saw this. Liu Ryan's attention was drawn away by the door suddenly opening. The young man pushed the door and entered, frowning as he said, "Ryan, it's already this late. What are you still hesitating for?" That voice, is that Jiaozu? How could he be here? And these words, what do they mean? Hearing Jiaozu's voice, Sumyubai's heart sank. The subsequent conversation between the two made his blood boil with rage. This guy's parents are both dead. As long as he dies, you will be the sole legal heir to his fortune. As he spoke, a flash of greed crossed Jiaozu's eyes. He reached out to wrap his arm around Liu Ryan's waist and laughed. "I've waited a full 5 years for today. 5 years. Do you know how I've spent these past 5 years?" As Jiaozu spoke, he began to grope Liu Ryan. The latter rolled her eyes and retorted, "Didn't you seem quite excited when you watched the videos of me and Sumyubai?" Liu Ryan was Sumyubai's college classmate and the undisputed school belle of their university. On the surface, she had been Sumyubai's girlfriend since their freshman year. Jiaozu was Liu Ryan's original boyfriend. Everything the two of them did was to scheme for Sumyubai's massive fortune. To this end, Jiaozu did not hesitate to create opportunities for them, personally sending Liu Ryan into Sumyubai's bed until they were married, and it was finally time to reap the rewards. That was how the car accident came to be. Just a little hobby. Didn't you enjoy it too? Jiaozu lifted Liu Ryan's delicate chin, his eyes narrowing slightly. "What? You didn't actually fall for this kid and can't bring yourself to do it, did you?" "HMPH, it's your own incompetence." Liu Ryan pushed Jiaozu away with a coquettish pout and frowned. "If you had just killed him in the crash, we wouldn't have needed all this trouble. Who knew this guy was so tough? He survived such a serious car accident." Jiaozu curled his lips, his gaze sweeping over Sumyubai on the bed, a flash of cruelty in his eyes. But today, even if the King of Heaven himself came, he wouldn't be able to save his life. As his voice fell, Jiaozu reached out and pulled the oxygen mask off Sumyubai's face. Liu Ryan had no intention of stopping him. She simply crossed her arms and watched the scene quietly. Mission accomplished. From today on, everything this guy has is ours. Thinking of the wonderful life ahead, Jiaozu excitedly picked up Liu Ryan and kissed her directly. "What's the rush? Let's go to another room." Being in the same room as a dead person, aren't you afraid of bad luck? It's just because you're too tempting. Baby, The sounds of the two drifted further away, and Sumyubai was filled with extreme fury. Only now did he realize that these two had been plotting against him from the very first day they met. But at this moment, Sumyubai was completely helpless. With his oxygen mask removed, his breathing was already weak, and he felt a wave of suffocation wash over him. In just a few seconds, Sumyubai's consciousness began to blur. A towering portal suddenly appeared out of thin air above the blue star. The most astonishing thing was that no matter which hemisphere one was in, its presence could be seen, even as Sumyubai lay on the verge of death. That very portal appeared in his mind, across the globe. Air raid sirens blared instantly, and the world was thrown into a state of high alert as if facing a formidable enemy. Immediately following this, a mysterious voice emanated from the portal, resounding in everyone's mind at the same time. Congratulations to Blue Star for being selected to participate in the Myriad Worlds game. The global transition will officially commence in 30 seconds. Friendly reminder: information regarding the game has been stored in your minds. Please recall it at your convenience. This godlike and fathomable display of power sent the entire Blue Star into a state of absolute frenzy. Information about the Myriad Worlds game really appeared in my head. This is insane. A global transition. Everyone is entering the game world, starting from zero. I'm so nervous. I have no idea what this Myriad Worlds game is actually like. The ones who should be nervous are those wealthy elites and powerful figures. Ha 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 ha. You're right. Once we enter the Myriad Worlds game, it doesn't matter who you are, everyone is the same. After playing games for so many years, it's finally time for us gamers to rise up. I hope I can awaken a powerful talent skill. I'm not asking for SSS rank, but at least S rank would be nice. According to the information released by the Myriad Worlds, the probability of awakening an S rank talent is only 1 in 10 million. You'd better stop dreaming. Inside the villa, the two people who were just preparing for an intense encounter froze. I don't know how to play games. What are we going to do? Liu Ryan's brows were tightly, whereupon her expression extremely unsightly. Jiaozu, on the other hand, cursed out loud. Damn it. I've been planning for 5 whole years. And just as I was about to become a billionaire, you're telling me I have to start from zero again. The global transition into the game world was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for the two of them, who were on the verge of seizing all of Sumyubai's assets. The Myriad Worlds game had no recharge portals. Everyone who entered had to start from scratch. Based on the information that had suddenly appeared in their minds, both of them knew clearly that they had absolutely no advantage whatsoever. As long as you have a breath left, you can enter the Myriad Worlds game. Recalling the information in his mind, Liu Ryan suddenly lifted her head. Sumyubai couldn't possibly be able to enter, could he? As she said this, a flash of panic crossed her face. Seeing this, Jiaozu sneered. With his current physical condition, even if he does get in, he'll be nothing more than a piece of trash. After the transition, the Myriad Worlds game would scan each player's physical data, generating initial attributes with a maximum of 10 points for each category. Given Sumyubai's current state, one could easily imagine his attributes. Therefore, Jiaozu didn't give him a second thought. Right now, his only hope was that he would be able to awaken a powerful talent. In a hazy state, Sumyubai felt some information appearing in his mind. Myriad Worlds game, transition. The suffocating sensation grew increasingly intense, but at this moment, Sumyubai felt as if he had grasped the last straw of hope, as if experiencing a final burst of energy before death. He clung to his last breath, desperate to enter the Myriad Worlds game. The 30 seconds felt like a lifetime to Sumyubai. What sustained him was the endless fury in his heart and his deep-seated hatred for Liu Ryan and Jiaozu. Everything that had happened in the past replayed continuously during these 30 seconds, like a flickering lantern of memories. Just as Sumyubai was hanging by a thread, the magnificent portal in the sky finally reacted. A 10,000-foot golden light erupted, and billions of beams of light descended instantly, precisely enveloping every single person on Blue Star. The next moment, the beams of light dissipated, and all of humanity on Blue Star vanished without a trace. Chapter 2. Since the attributes are no good, I'll just have to exploit a bug. In a dim and empty world, a palace of stars floated in the void. Sumyubai lay inside the palace, his eyes tightly shut. Heavy breathing echoed through the star palace. signaling that he was out of danger and that his awakening was only a matter of time. Welcome, Blue Star player, to the Myriad Worlds game. Commencing physical data scan. As the system prompt sounded, a golden beam of light descended from above, sweeping over every inch of Sumyubai's skin. Scan complete, generating initial panel. In an instant, the golden beam dissipated, and Sumyubai's fingers suddenly twitched. Immediately after, he snapped his eyes open, greedily gasping for air. This is actually real. Staring in shock at his surroundings, Sumyubai's eyes were filled with the ecstasy of having survived a catastrophe. The intense feeling of suffocation from just moments ago still left him with lingering fear. Liu Ryan, Jiaozu. Thinking of that pair of treacherous lovers, Sumyubai couldn't help but grit his teeth. He was supposed to have died at their hands, and his billions in assets would have been seized by them. But now, the arrival of the Myriad Worlds game had given him a chance for revenge. Next is the talent awakening, right? Sumyubai took a deep breath, a sharp glint flashing in the depths of his eyes. I hope my luck isn't too bad. Having not opened his eyes for so long, Sumyubai felt a bit uncomfortable for a moment. Fortunately, the colors and light within the Star Palace were not dazzling. He didn't have to wait long before the system prompt sounded again. Character panel generated. Commencing talent awakening. Every player who entered the Myriad Worlds game would automatically awaken a talent in the Star Palace, from the lowest F rank to the highest SSS rank. There were a total of 9 grades. The Myriad Worlds game did not specify what the talent awakening was based on, but it was clear that to rise to power in this game, a strong talent was essential. Soon, the system prompt gave Sumyubai a massive surprise. Talent awakening complete. Congratulations to the player for successfully awakening the S-rank exclusive talent promotion. S-rank. A look of pleasant surprise appeared in Sumyubai's eyes. According to the information provided by the Myriad Worlds game, the probability of awakening an S-rank talent was only 1 in 10 million. He never expected to awaken such a powerful talent. Anything below S-rank was collectively referred to as a common talent. This meant that many players could awaken the exact same talent. Anything S-rank or above is known as an exclusive talent. This means that promotion is a talent skill unique to Sumyubai, one that no one else will ever be able to awaken. Promotion. S-rank exclusive talent skill consumes a certain amount of lifespan to permanently promote any skill by 1 grade, up to a maximum effect on S-rank skills. The first 3 uses are free of charge. Any skill. Sumyubai was slightly stunned. Before he could even think it through, the system notification sounded again. Upon entering the game, your identity will be that of a descender. Please confirm your name in the game. In the Myriad Worlds game, all NPCs are real living beings. The humans of Blue Star were all transported to that world and digitized by the system. As for how to return to Blue Star, the Myriad Worlds game did not disclose this. Sumyubai thought for a moment and spoke. Baiyi. Naming successful. Welcome, player Baiyi, to the Myriad Worlds game. Please select your class. As the voice faded, dozens of pillars of light descended from the sky. The figures within each pillar of light looked exactly like Sumyubai, and each represented a different class. These were all the basic classes in the Myriad Worlds game, divided into 4 major categories: physical, magical, defensive, and support. Classes such as warrior, archer, thief, pugilist, mage, and priest were all available. There were also hidden classes in the game, but those could not be selected when first creating a character. Normally, players would choose the class most suitable for them based on their awakened talent. But Sumyubai's talent was promotion, which could be applied to any class, warrior, or a mage. Sumyubai rubbed his chin, examining the differences between the various classes one by one. However, he soon realized he had thought too much. The figures in front of him were disappearing one after another. Detected that player Baiyi's initial attributes do not meet the requirements, eliminating unavailable classes. The system notification made Sumyubai's expression change. In just a few breaths, only the very last figure remained in front of him, based on player Baiyi's initial attributes. The only selectable class is Necromancer. Class selection successful. Without giving Sumyubai any chance to choose, the remaining figure suddenly flashed with light and merged directly into his body. At the same time, the hospital gown on Sumyubai slowly transformed into a tattered linen robe. A faint aura of death slowly began to permeate the air. Open status window. Looking at his brand new attire, Sumyubai's face turned ashen. It wasn't that he thought the Necromancer class was bad. He just wanted to see exactly how low his initial attributes were. Status window player. By Yahello 00. Class. Necromancer strength, constitution, agility, spirit. Free attribute points. 0 gain 5 free attribute points per level up. HP 1/1 for unknown reasons. The cap cannot be permanently increased. Mana 200 1 point of spirit equals 20 points of mana. Attack power, spell power, physical defense, magic defense. Different classes have different attribute bonuses. Exclusive talent, promotion class skills. Summon lesser skeleton level 1, scorch level 1 summoning space, equipment, practice bone staff. Patched Robel FSBN less than 1 year. Damn it. Why is it like this? Looking at his miserable status window, Sumyubai found it hard to accept for a moment. Aside from spirit, his 4 main attributes were all at a pathetic value of 1. No wonder he could only change into a necromancer. Other classes, even mages and priests, required constitution and agility to be higher than 2 points. Normally, the base attributes of an average person would fluctuate around 5 points. But Sumyubai had become a complete extreme. Spirit attribute maxed out. Everything else completely wasted. The HP cap could not be permanently increased due to unknown reasons. Permanently having only 1 point of health. If he gets touched, he dies. How is he supposed to play like this? The lifespan of less than a year made Sumyubai feel even more desperate. 364 days is less than a year, and 1 hour is also less than a year. Heaven knows if he might just suddenly drop dead. It seems the Myriad Worlds game only pulled him back from the gates of hell but didn't solve the problem entirely. Sumyubai couldn't help but sigh. Yes, although the Myriad Worlds game had the ability, it had no such obligation. He just felt very unwilling. It was as if hope had been given to him, only to be snatched away again. This kind of disparity was harder to accept than direct despair. Have permanently 1 HP. Lifespan less than a year. Looking at his status window, Sumyubai gritted his teeth. It's already like this anyway. So, I might as well gamble. If the S-rank promotion can only be applied to S-rank skills at most, then, after promoting it, could it be applied to SS-rank skills? Thinking of this, Sumyubai took a deep breath and focused his mind. Promote promotion 3 times in a row for me. Chapter 3, Exploiting Bugs is Addictive. Notification. Promoting the exclusive talent skill promotion 3 times in a row requires a total consumption of years of lifespan. Insufficient remaining lifespan. You have 3 free uses remaining. Do you confirm that you wish to consume all opportunities to promote the exclusive talent skill promotion to a higher grade? Good grief. Even the Myriad Worlds game doesn't know how many years of lifespan it would cost. It actually just put 3 question marks. Hearing the system notification, Sumyubai was startled. And then a look of joy appeared on his face. It was just as he thought. Exclusive talents can also be promoted, and after the promotion, the grade of the target it can affect also increases. An S-rank talent promoted once becomes SS rank, and twice becomes SSS rank. Then, would 3 consecutive promotions surpass SSS rank? In the data provided by the Myriad Worlds game, no such talent skill level existed. It was no wonder the cost was represented by 3 question marks. Perhaps even the Myriad Worlds game never expected a gambler like Sumyubai to go all in like this. With a permanent maximum HP of only 1 point and less than a year left to live, Sumyubai chose to gamble it all. In any case, things couldn't get any worse. If he won the gamble, the payoff would be massive. Thinking of this, Sumyubai made his choice without hesitation. Confirm consumption of all opportunities. The system prompt did not sound immediately. It seemed to have crashed due to this brazen move. Sumyubai couldn't help but feel nervous. If this high-stakes gamble failed, he would have no choice but to take things 1 step at a time. After waiting anxiously for a few minutes, Sumyubai suddenly felt a heart-stopping power erupt from within his body. Boom, boom. Immediately following, 3 pillars of light overlapped and shot into the sky, churning the pitch-black space outside the starry hall. As the light pillars intertwined, several colors shifted and changed. When all the light dissipated, The long-awaited system prompt finally appeared again. Notification. The exclusive talent skill promotion has successfully and continuously promoted to a higher grade. Congratulations to player White Knight for obtaining the unique taboo grade exclusive talent skill Cataclysm. I won the gamble. Sumyubai clenched his fists, his excitement plain to see. Unique taboo grade. The title alone sounded extraordinary. An exclusive talent skill meant that only he possessed it. So did this unique status mean that in the entire Myriad Worlds game, there was only one such taboo grade talent, Cataclysm. Thinking of this, Sumyubai couldn't wait to click on the talent description. Cataclysm. Unique taboo grade exclusive talent skill effects. 1. Promotion. Can permanently promote any object by 1 grade, no cost. 2. Sublimation. Consumes certain resources to permanently promote any object by 2 grades. 3. Cataclysm. Consumes a certain amount of lifespan to permanently promote any object by 3 grades and attach the Cataclysm trait to it. Grade exceeds limits, cannot be inspected, cannot be copied, cannot be plundered, disappears after player White Knight dies permanently. The terrifying effects of Cataclysm left Sumyubai dumbfounded. Promoting by 1 grade now had absolutely no costs. Furthermore, the target for promotion had changed from any skill to any object. This was simply too exaggerated. In-game currency, equipment, skills, these were all objects, even a professions, and himself. After carefully reviewing the skill description several times, Sumyubai gasped. Even he, the perpetrator, felt that such a talent was too broken. Wait, no cost promotion by 1 grade. Sumyubai suddenly thought of something. His pupils dilated. A look of wild joy appeared on his face, and with a thought, he directly used Cataclysm. Promotion target. Cataclysm. Exploiting bugs is addictive. However, this time, his plan fell through. The light pillar for the skill promotion did not appear, and a cold system prompt sounded. I am sorry. This skill's grade has exceeded the limit and cannot be subjected to Cataclysm. It seems I was too greedy. Sumyubai smiled slightly, not surprised by the failed promotion. If he were really allowed to promote infinitely like this, would the Myriad Worlds game collapse? He had a faint suspicion in his heart. The Myriad Worlds game shouldn't have been around for long, otherwise, such an obvious bug would never exist. Just as he was preparing to check his other skills, the system prompt sounded again. Notification. Your unique taboo grade exclusive talent Cataclysm has added usage restrictions. Click to view details. Cataclysm. Unique taboo grade exclusive talent skill usage restrictions. Cannot be used on this talent. Cannot be used on the player's own body. Cannot be used on the Cataclysm trait. Repeated use on the same target will overwrite previous enhancement effects. Damn. Sumyubai was stunned. He had tried to be clever and ended up losing out. Not only did he fail to promote it, but he also gained for usage restrictions. It seemed the Myriad Worlds game had already patched this bug, but it's not like I didn't gain anything at all. Looking at the last sentence in the skill description, Sumyubai's eyes lit up. Can use the Cataclysm effect once without cost. He had been mentally prepared for restrictions to appear on Cataclysm. If he could use it repeatedly without overwriting the enhancement effects, wouldn't he be able to get all low-grade items to the highest grade for free? Thinking about it, that wasn't realistic. Now that he had an extra opportunity to use the Cataclysm effect without cost, Sumyubai was already satisfied. Aside from my talent and my own body, the most worthy thing to upgrade is this. Looking at his miserable status window, Sumyubai focused his mind and used Cataclysm again. Notification. Promoting the profession Necromancer by 3 grades requires consuming 100,000 years of lifespan. Insufficient remaining lifespan. You possess 1 opportunity to use the Cataclysm effect without cost. Do you confirm the consumption of this opportunity to promote the profession Necromancer to a higher grade and attach the Cataclysm effect to it? 100,000 years of lifespan. This exorbitant cost made Sumyubai's eyes widen. However, since it was a no-cost usage, naturally, the more expensive, the better. The grade of a profession was different from a skill. According to the information in his mind, in the Myriad Worlds game, there were 3 levels: common profession, hidden profession, and unique hidden profession. He wondered what would happen after 3 consecutive promotions. Would it become a unique taboo grade profession? Just like the Cataclysm talent, suppressing his inner excitement. Sumyubai took a deep breath and made his choice. Confirmed consumption of this opportunity, the Cataclysm talent activated, and Sumyubai felt himself instantly enveloped by a mysterious power. Immediately after, a series of system notifications rang in his ears. Notification: your class Necromancer has successfully advanced to a higher rank. Congratulations to player Bai for changing classes to the exclusive hidden class Lord of Death. Your attribute growth has changed. You have learned the new skill Lifelink. You have learned the new skill Summoning Amplification. You have obtained the exclusive item Book of Death. Your exclusive hidden class Lord of Death has gained a new Cataclysm effect. Click to view details. Chapter 4, Entering the Game. Skills of the Lord of Death. The Myriad Realms game will officially begin in 10 seconds. Player Bai, please be prepared, because upgrading his talent had wasted too much time. Sumyubai no longer had time to check his newly learned skills. However, it wouldn't be too late to check the skills after entering the game. After just a quick glance at his slightly altered status window, Sumyubai prepared himself to enter the game. His attributes hadn't increased, but his maximum mana had risen from 200 to 600. His spell power had also become 30 points. Furthermore, the free attribute points obtained with each level up had increased directly from 5 points to 15 points. From the looks of it, the attribute bonuses and growth rate of the Lord of Death were 3 times those of a regular Necromancer, without counting equipment attributes. That was 9 times that of an ordinary class. Such strength was truly worthy of the name of an exclusive hidden class. Yu Ryan, Jiaozu, thinking of that despicable couple. A cold glint immediately flashed deep within Sumyubai's eyes. People could actually die in the Myriad Realms game. The novice village still had a protection mechanism where death only resulted in a level drop. Once one left the novice village, every death would not only cause a level drop but also a loss of 10% of one's lifespan, with a minimum of 10 years. In other words, if a player had less than 10 years of lifespan remaining, they would never be able to resurrect after dying. Of course, there were also treasures in the Myriad Realms game that could increase one's lifespan, but players had to explore and discover them for themselves. The 3 of them weren't far apart before transmigrating. According to the information provided by the Myriad Realms game, they might not be in the same novice village, but they would definitely be in the same city after leaving it. Sumyubai could not wait to find the 2 of them and let them experience just how desperate he had felt at that time. As the countdown ended, a burst of white light flashed through the starry hall. Sumyubai felt his vision blur for a moment, and then he appeared within a novice village. Welcome, players of Planet Blue, to the Myriad Realms game. This is Novice Village now. 9527 of the Divine Dragon Empire. We wish you all safety on the journey ahead. The system's voice echoed over the novice village. As streaks of white light flashed, the figures of players constantly appeared around Sumyubai. Woo tilde, how do you play this game? Is there a big brother who can teach me? I have an 8 AM class. Why was I forced in here? Let me go back. Heh, forget about going back to Planet Blue. You'd better think about how to survive here. Haha. Datification. The fantasies from the novels I used to read have finally come true. Everyone is at the same starting line. This time, I will surely rise. Same starting line, buddy. You're dreaming. Looking to high-level talents. I awakened an S-rank talent right at the start. I'm definitely taking off this time. Big shot. Do you still need a lackey to cling to your leg? Big brother, take me with you. I'm a D-cup priest with plenty of heals. B-rank talent mage looking for a party. The surroundings were filled with the sounds of players' discussions. The appearance of the Myriad Realms game was too sudden. Everyone had been forcibly pulled into this deified world. Some were anxious, some were lost, some were excited, and some were desperate. For those who were already penniless and had no attachments, the Myriad Realms game was clearly an opportunity to change their lives. But no matter what, there was no going back to Planet Blue. Players began leaving the rival plaza one after another, based on their past gaming experience. They started looking for NPCs in the novice village to talk to, hoping to pick up quests. However, the situation was not as easy as they imagined. Every NPC in the Myriad Realms was a real entity. They would not mechanically repeat and issue quests like in the games on Planet Blue. Sumyubai did not follow the crowd but instead walked directly toward the outskirts of the village. Time waited for no one. He didn't know exactly how much longer he could live. So, he had to level up quickly and find treasures to increase his lifespan as soon as possible, rather than wasting time in the novice village looking for low-level quests. It was more straightforward to go out and kill monsters. By the time Sumyubai reached the entrance of the novice village, more than 10 minutes had passed. During that time, many players had overtaken him and were already engaging in combat with the wild monsters outside the village. This was because his agility attribute was only 1 point, making his movement speed truly pitiful. In the Myriad Realms game, the same attribute would manifest different effects for different classes. For physical classes, increasing agility would improve movement speed, attack speed, critical hit rate, and other attributes. Among them, classes like archers and thieves could also gain a small amount of attack power. As for magic classes, besides increasing movement speed, it could also slightly improve casting speed, and so on. It was worth mentioning that there were no attributes such as evasion or accuracy here. The Myriad Realms game was a datafied real world. To hit an enemy or dodge an attack, one could only rely on their own reactions. Of course, after agility increased, it would also provide a certain bonus to reactions. Therefore, in Sumyubai's view, agility was essential for any class. Fortunately, the free attribute points from leveling up as the Lord of Death were high enough. Sumyubai would be able to catch up to normal players just by reaching level 1. Along the way, Sumyubai had finished reviewing all of his skills. Summon Lesser Skeleton. F rank level 1, active skill. Summon a weak skeleton to fight for you. Casting time, 3 seconds. Cooldown: 30 seconds. Mana cost, 20 points. The Lesser Skeleton stats are boosted by the player's spirit attribute. Scorch. F level 1, active skill. Releases soul fire to scorch the target, dealing a total of 150% of spell power as magic damage over 5 seconds. Attack range, 30 meters. Casting time, 2 seconds. Cooldown: 5 seconds. Mana cost, 10 points. This is a default skill for Necromancers, all of which are the lowest F-tier skills. Small skeletons summoned by a Necromancer can exist indefinitely as long as they are not destroyed. When not needed, they can be recalled to the summoning space at any time. Before learning expansion skills, the summoning space only has 1 slot, meaning a Necromancer can only summon 1 small skeleton at a time. In other words, during the early stages of the game, the Necromancer class is actually quite weak. Generally, those who choose this class are players whose talents provide bonuses to summoning. However, Sumyubai is not an ordinary Necromancer, but an exclusive hidden class Death Sovereign. Lifelink, a level 1 and 0 halves. Active skill. You can link to a summon undead creature and share your health points with it. Instant cast. Cooldown, 10 seconds. This skill ensures that Sumyubai no longer needs to worry about his maximum health points. As long as the summoned undead creature is still alive, he doesn't have to fear sudden death. Summoning amplification. S passive skill. No level. Skill effects. 1. Casting time for summoning skills reduced to 50%. 2. Cooldown time reduced to 50%. 3. Summoned creature attributes increased by 50%. 4. Summoning space capacity increased to 500%. The second skill is even an S tier, a noble percentage-based enhancement skill. Skills like this become increasingly powerful as the game progresses into the late stages. In addition to this, Sumyubai also obtained an exclusive item, Book of Death class exclusive by E. Offhand item cannot be dropped, cannot be damaged, cannot be traded. Level 0 follows the character attributes, unlocked after level 1 special effect, unlocked after level 10. This is a book of laws that only you can read. Once requirements are met, you can learn the exclusive skills of the Death Sovereign from it. The Book of Death currently has no attributes, but from the description, it is clear that this piece of equipment is definitely not simple. However, Sumyubai is not high enough level yet, so he cannot open it at all. When his gaze fell upon the Cataclysm trait unlocked after his class promotion, Sumyubai's pupils dilated sharply. Chapter 5. Some attacks look painful just to watch. It truly lives up to being the only forbidden tier talent. It is simply terrifying. Class Death Sovereign Exclusive Hidden Class Cataclysm Trait. 1. All self-skill effects are doubled. 2. Level insufficient, not unlocked. 3. Level insufficient, not unlocked. The Cataclysm trait is equivalent to adding 3 extra modifiers to Sumyubai's class. Although only one is unlocked for now, it is already terrifying enough. All skill effects doubled. What kind of concept is that? Sumyubai couldn't wait to test his strength. Although he could still upgrade his existing skills once without cost, Sumyubai decided to leave the village entrance before taking that step. After all, he is far from invincible right now. And there is no need to expose too much in public. It won't take long to leave the village entrance anyway. Thinking of this, Sumyubai waved his practice bone staff and released a skill, Summon Small Skeleton. The next moment, a pale gray vortex suddenly appeared beside Sumyubai. Following that, 2 1.5-meter tall skeletons walked out of the vortex side by side. Click, clack. Faint soul fire flickered in the eye sockets of the 2 skeletons as they stood quietly on Sumyubai's left and right. As an F-tier skill, the summoned skeletons naturally weren't very strong. Their bones were pale and covered in numerous cracks. Even the iron swords in their hands were rusted and full of notches. Sumyubai even suspected that these 2 guys might fall apart at any moment. However, as the saying goes, one should not judge a book by its cover. While appearance might be for show, the most important thing is the attributes. Instant cast. Sumyubai's eyes lit up. The doubling effect of the class Cataclysm trait was even more insane than he had imagined. Not only was the number of summons doubled, but the original 50% cooldown reduction was also directly increased to 100%. Likewise, the skill Summon Small Skeleton now had no cooldown time for Sumyubai. The attributes should have doubled as well, right? Sumyubai focused his mind and opened the Small Skeleton status window. Small Skeleton Strength, Constitution, Agility, Spirit, Health Points, 200 Attack Power, Physical Defense, Skills. The lowest tier Small Skeleton, after being strengthened, it barely qualifies to be a skeleton warrior. The attributes of the 2 small skeletons were identical, characterized by one simple word: strong. Originally, based on Sumyubai's 10 points of spirit, the 4-dimensional attributes of the summoned small skeletons should have only been 5 points each. With such attributes, aside from lacking class bonuses and skills, they were already on par with ordinary players. Now, under the dual bonuses of summoning amplification and the Cataclysm trait, the attributes of the 2 small skeletons had directly quadrupled. What's even more terrifying is that as long as there is space in the summoning slot, Sumyubai can keep summoning these small skeletons. And his current summoning space allows him to summon up to 10 small skeletons at the same time. Forming a Scourge Legion is just around the corner. Buddy, your talent is at least a tier, right? A voice came from nearby. Sumyubai was slightly stunned and turned to look. He saw a warrior player walking over with a longsword in hand, his gaze fixed on the 2 small skeletons with a thoughtful expression. Yeah, a tier summon enhancement. Sumyubai smiled slightly and glanced at the other person's ID: Night Wanderer. The world game had just opened, and almost no one could hide their ID. The small skeletons he summoned were not only 1 more in number, but they were also a full size larger than those of other necromancers. It was only natural that some people noticed. This was also the reason why he did not rush to use his catastrophe talent to upgrade his skills and equipment. Because once skills and items were upgraded, their effects would inevitably change after use. Now that he had just entered the game and the gap in strength had not yet widened, exposing too much of his uniqueness was not a good thing. Want to form a party and level up together? I also have an A-rank talent. If we join forces, we'll definitely level up faster. Yushin raised the longsword in his hand and extended a party invitation to Sumyubai. It wasn't just him. At this moment, quite a few people were gathered at the village entrance, all looking for teams. Although the novice village was meant for players to adapt to the game, the monsters here were not simple at all. Even the lowest level free-range chicken at the village entrance had the strength to kill a single player. Free-range chicken level 1 HP, 100 attack power, physical defense, magic defense. Does anyone really struggle to beat a chicken in just over 10 seconds? Sumyubai saw several white lights flash outside. Clearly, There were indeed people who couldn't even beat a free-range chicken if he hadn't exploited a bug. This thing could kill Sumyubai 10 times over with a single attack. But now, for him, it was completely devoid of any challenge, declining Yushin's party invitation. Sumyubai moved his mind and immediately cast lifelink on one of his full-health small skeletons. After all, with only 1 point of health, he could die if he wasn't careful. As he waved his bone staff, Sumyubai was surprised to find that he had linked to small skeletons simultaneously, beneath his own HP bar. 2 new pale red health bars had appeared, and each health bar was twice that of the small skeleton's HP, 1/1. Lifelink 1 to 400, 400 lifelink 2 to 400, 400. Good heavens. The number of linked targets has doubled too, raising an eyebrow. Sumyubai silently gave a thumbs up to his class's catastrophe trait. Under the protection of the 2 small skeletons, Sumyubai stepped out of the novice village. The surroundings were filled with figures engaged in battle. Players were putting their all into fighting the free-range chickens. Sumyubai also noticed that the small skeletons summoned by normal necromancers were only about 1-2 meters tall, 30 centimeters shorter than the ones he summoned. Truly little runts. Damn it, why did I choose a tank class? This damn chicken packs so hard. Stop complaining and just kill the chicken. Hell, this chicken's attack power is higher than mine. Sigh, a level 0 player is worse than a level 1 chicken. I'm done. I'm going back to the village to see if there are any life skill professions. Whoever wants to fight this thing can have at it. Look at that Bai guy. How are the 2 skeletons he summoned so much taller than mine? He must have awakened a good talent. Another day of envying the lucky ones. Sumyubai turned a deaf ear to the crowd's discussion. The free-range chickens near the village entrance all had targets, and he had no intention of stealing kills. So he directly controlled his small skeletons to head toward the distance. Having gone to such lengths to exploit such a massive bug, who would still bother fighting level 1 monsters? The game came with a built-in mini-map that players could pull up at any time. It hovered in the top right corner of the field of view as a transparent panel, not obstructing the vision. Following the map, Sumyubai soon left the territory of the free-range chickens and arrived at the level 2 monster zone. Red-eyed rabbit level 2 HP, 150 its attack power, physical defense, magic defense. Be careful. It likes to jump up and kick you in the crotch. There were far fewer players here. At this stage, those who dared to come here to grind monsters, aside from players who had awakened a rank or higher talents, were only small, pre-formed parties. Perhaps it was also because the red-eyed rabbits liked to kick people in the crotch. As soon as Sumyubai arrived, he saw 2 tank players curled up on the ground after being kicked. World of Worlds was a realistic world, so it naturally featured 100% pain sensation. Just watching it made him gasp. As long as you were a man, there was no one who didn't fear such an attack. With this kind of attack method, let alone Tyson, even Taro would have to dodge. Good thing I don't have to do it myself. The corner of his mouth twitched. Sumyubai continued moving forward while controlling his 2 small skeletons to start clearing monsters. Without the army of players, he would inevitably aggro some red-eyed rabbits as he tried to enter higher level maps. World of Worlds didn't have the concept of green-named friendly monsters. Once you left the village, everything in the wild was a red-named monster. Especially the way the red-eyed rabbits stared fixedly at the players' crotches, it really made one's scalp tingle. However, the small skeletons had no crotches. Fearlessly, they raised their rusted iron swords and slashed straight at the red-eyed rabbits. The red-eyed rabbit felt the pain and hissed, lunging violently at one of the small skeletons. The small skeleton naturally felt no pain and mechanically swung its sword in retaliation. For these low-level monsters, Sumyubai didn't need to carefully maneuver the small skeletons. No, it should be said that he would never need to. What kind of micromanagement? Isn't it better to just crush them with both quantity and quality? Chapter 6. Promotion Currency. By now, having moved far away from the novice village, Sumyubai waved his bone staff again, summoned small skeleton. A pale gray vortex appeared, and 2 more small skeletons emerged, weapons in hand, directly joining the battle to surround the red-eyed rabbit. How could a mere level 2 monster withstand a beating from 4 small skeletons with stats higher than its own? In just a few seconds, the red-eyed rabbit met its end. leaving behind a corpse and a round copper coin on the spot. A faint, almost imperceptible white light merged into Sumyubai's body, and the system notifications sounded simultaneously. Killed level 2 red-eyed rabbit. Gained an additional 50% level gap bonus, EXP Kun 3. It seems reaching level 1 isn't difficult at all. Sumyubai glanced at his status window. The EXP bar flickered slightly, changing to 3%. In other words, he only needed to kill 33 more red-eyed rabbits to level up. The 4 small skeletons marched forward, continuously cutting down the red-eyed rabbits that blocked their path. Sumyubai did not cast Scorch, choosing instead to save all his mana for the small skeletons. The main reason was that the damage from Scorch was simply too low. Even with the bonus from his Calamity class trait, it could only deal 90 points of magic damage over 5 seconds, and that was without even accounting for the mob's magic resistance. Compared to summon small skeleton, the cost-effectiveness of this skill was far inferior. By now, the 4 small skeletons had already killed several red-eyed rabbits, and Sumyubai's EXP had reached 21%. However, the red-eyed rabbits were far too stingy. Aside from a few copper coins, they hadn't dropped a single item. The currency in the Myriad Worlds game was the same as the online games of the past on Blue Star, divided into gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins. The exchange rate between them was 1. According to the information deposited into his mind by the Myriad Worlds game, there seemed to be higher tier currencies in the game, but it was clear that he wouldn't be able to access them in the early stages. Sumyubai glanced at a few players not far away, resisting the urge to use Calamity to upgrade his copper coins, and followed the 4 small skeletons as they continued forward. He didn't summon any more small skeletons either, so as not to attract too much attention. Summoning 4 small skeletons at once was already enough to intimidate these people. It wasn't until Sumyubai's figure gradually disappeared from view that the player squads in the red-eyed rabbit territory began to discuss him. Look at that guy. He's leveling up just by taking a stroll. Necromancers are just too awesome. Awesome, please. Take a look at the small skeletons I summoned. Are they even comparable to Bai's? Who told you to pick Necromancer without having a summoning type talent? That Bai must have at least a rank talent, right? So strong. I reckon his strength is among the very best in our novice village. With a leveling speed like that, he'll definitely make it onto the leaderboards. We'll know soon enough. By the way, when did the Myriad Worlds game say the level leaderboard would be announced? Tomorrow. Congratulations to player Bai for reaching level 1. All stats come 1, skill point come 1, free attribute points come 15. Not long after entering the level 3 monster area, a golden light flashed, and Sumyubai's level rose to 1. The come 1 to all stats and come 1 skill point were upgrades every player received upon leveling up. But in terms of free attribute points, thanks to the class bonus of the Death Sovereign, the number of free attribute points Sumyubai received each time he leveled up was 3 times that of an ordinary player. If things continued this way, even without using Calamity, he would soon become a boss among players. After a moment of thought, Sumyubai added 4 points to agility, then added all the remaining attribute points to spirit. Strength was useless to him, and as for constitution, not even a dog would add points to that, since he was permanently stuck with only 1 HP. Who would waste points on that? Finally, there's no one around. Looking round, Sumyubai grinned. The direction he was heading had been chosen to intentionally avoid other players. Furthermore, players capable of leveling in the level 3 monster area at this stage were already rare. So, the only things left in the vicinity were the level 3 wild monsters. The mountain cats. By this time, Sumyubai had summoned 10 small skeletons, exhausting his summoning space. After allocating his points, his spirit stat had risen to 22. The stats of all the small skeletons changed in real time as well. Their 4 main stats rose directly to 44 points. It was just that balanced and unadorned. However, Sumyubai's path of cheating had only just begun. Opening the 20-slot backpack that came with being a new player, Sumyubai curled his lip. The drop rate for low-level monsters in the Myriad Worlds game was truly too low. He hadn't found a single piece of equipment the entire way. Even the copper coins didn't drop from every monster. Let's test if copper coins can be directly upgraded into silver coins. Taking out all 12 copper coins from his backpack, Sumyubai focused his mind. Calamity, Target 12 copper coins. Prompt: please select the upgrade tier. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, Tier 2. Sumyubai wanted to see first how many resources it would take to upgrade the copper coins to Tier 2. Prompt: sublimating 12 copper coins requires a total consumption of 1 silver and 20 copper. Insufficient resources, sublimation failed. The cost is that low. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow. If the value of the coins after the upgrade was what he imagined, then this cost was indeed very low. He would know the result after one upgrade. Shaking his head, Sumyubai activated Calamity again, targeting the same 12 copper coins in his hand, only this time he chose to upgrade to Tier 1. Prompt: confirm whether to upgrade 12 copper coins to Tier 1 with 0 consumption. Confirm. With a thought, the copper coins in Sumyubai's hand flickered with a faint light. You have obtained 12 ancient copper coins. How shouldn't an upgrade to Tier 1 be silver coins? What the hell is an ancient copper coin? Looking at the copper coins in his hand, which were slightly darker in color, Sumyubai was stunned. Ancient copper coin. A copper coin no longer in circulation. Its value is unknown. Only players who collect ancient coins would need it. The corner of his mouth twitched, and Sumyubai put the ancient copper coins back into his backpack. Not only did the currency appreciation fail, but this thing had also taken up a slot in his backpack. However, Sumyubai wasn't too disappointed. With the Calamity talent, making money would be the simplest thing in the world for him. Besides, since ancient copper coins existed, perhaps they would come in handy at some point, right? The backpack can be upgraded too. Looking at the novice backpack with only 19 slots left, Sumyubai's eyes lit up, and he activated Calamity once more. Prompt: please select the upgrade tier. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, Tier 1. Prompt: confirm whether to upgrade the novice backpack to Tier 1 with 0 consumption. Confirm. You have obtained a large backpack. Large backpack. Contains 50 slots of space. Continue. Sumyubai fixed his gaze on the bone staff in his hand before the grand undertaking of leveling up officially began. He had to upgrade everything on his person that could be upgraded. Not just his equipment, but all of his skills as well. Chapter 7. Comprehensive Promotion. The Grimoire of Death. As Sumyubai used Cataclysm to upgrade his equipment and skills, the 10 little skeletons did not stop their movements for even a second. 5 of them formed a squad, continuously hunting down the mountain cats that blocked their path. Using Cataclysm did not require him to stop moving, and after his agility increased to 6 points, Sumyubai's movement speed finally returned to normal. The skeleton squad continued to clear monsters while advancing further into the distance. By continuously using Cataclysm, Sumyubai directly masked the skill's visual effects. Otherwise, the pillars of light shooting into the sky would be far too eye-catching when he began strengthening his higher-tier skills later. You have obtained the Common Grade Equipment Bone Staff. You have obtained the Common Grade Equipment Linen Robe. In the world game, equipment is divided into 10 grades from lowest to highest: inferior, common, black iron, bronze, silver. The gear players start with is the trashiest inferior grade equipment, which can only be considered decorative. Its only use is to prevent indecent exposure and to allow for the casting of skills. After all, many skills cannot be used without a weapon. Now that the grade of both pieces of equipment had been raised to common, they finally had stats. However, it wasn't of much use. It only increased Sumyubai's spell power and physical defense by a few points. What would truly increase his strength was the promotion of his skills. Your F-rank skill Summon Lesser Skeleton has successfully been promoted to E-rank skill Summon Skeleton. Summon Skeleton, E level 1, active skill. Summon a skeleton to fight for you. Cast time 3 seconds. Cooldown 30 seconds. Mana cost 40 points. Skeleton stats are boosted by the player's spirit attribute. This time, the 10 little skeletons already in combat did not receive an immediate upgrade. It seems that after a skill is promoted, I need to re-summon them for the effect to take hold. Sumyubai didn't rush to summon. Instead, he continued to use Cataclysm to upgrade his remaining skills. Your F-rank skill Scorch has successfully been promoted to E-rank skill Scorch. Scorch didn't even change its name, only the skill damage increased from 150% to 200%, and the cost became 20 mana points. Next, this is the important part. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes as Sumyubai selected the next skill. Your rank skill lifelink has successfully been promoted to S rank skill life sharing. Life sharing is passive skill, no level, skill effect. You unilaterally share your health points with all undead creatures you summon. Awesome. Looking at the simple description of life sharing, Sumyubai couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Not only did an active skill turn into a passive one, but the targets for sharing had actually become all of his summoned units. Promoting from a rank to S rank was nothing short of a qualitative transformation. A skill like this was equivalent to a player gaining an extra S rank talent, which was basically impossible to obtain in the early stages of the game. But that didn't matter when Sumyubai was cheating. Coupled with his class's Cataclysm trait and the summon amplification skill, the value of life sharing on him was far greater than an S rank talent for an ordinary player. After all, players who awakened such talents wouldn't be able to summon so many units in the early game. Looking at the brand new health bar beneath his own, the contrast between the 8,000 Kung figure and his 1/1 current HP was stark. At this very moment, even Sumyubai felt that he was a bit monstrous. Permanently stuck at 1 HP, so what? My secondary health bar is nearly 9,000. Is this still a spellcasting class with these stats? I'm afraid even a tank class player with an S rank talent would cry and report me for hacking. Sumyubai's lips curled upward as his gaze fell upon the final skill, Cataclysm target. Summon amplification. Your S rank skill summon amplification has successfully been promoted to SS rank skill Death Call. Death Call SS passive skill, no level, skill effect. 1. Cast time for summoning skills reduced by 75%. 2. Cooldown for summoning skills reduced by 75%. 3. Summon creature stats increased by 100%. 4. Summoning space capacity increased by 10 times. The effects of Death Call had doubled across the board. Not to mention anything else. Sumyubai was now one step closer to his goal of summoning a Scourge Legion. Summoning space, 10/20. It was a pity that the summoning space was just a stat, and not a physical object. So he couldn't use Cataclysm to get it for free. Sumyubai's thoughts shifted, and he took the Book of Death out of his inventory. Finally, it's time to upgrade this thing. As his level increased to 1, the stats of the Book of Death were also unlocked. However, it only unlocked a basic stat of Kung 10 spell power. It looked completely unworthy of the prestige of an exclusive item. Sumyubai equipped the Book of Death in his offhand slot. Now, dressed in a gray-black robe, holding a bone staff in one hand and an ancient book exuding an aura of death in the other, he finally looked a bit like a necromancer. However, the prestige of the Death Sovereign was still not apparent. After all, his level was too low, so that was only natural. Cataclysm target, Book of Death. This time, the time it took for Cataclysm to activate was significantly longer than before. Although he had masked the visual effects, Sumyubai still felt a heart-palpitating aura. Just as he thought the promotion had failed, the cold system notification finally rang in his ears. Your exclusive item Book of Death has successfully been promoted to Grimoire of Death. Grimoire of Death class exclusive by you. Special item cannot be dropped, cannot be damaged, cannot be traded, can be summoned or put away with a thought. Level 1 follows the character basic stats. Spell power Kung 15 special effect. Unlocks at level 10. This is a book of rules. Only you can read it. Once requirements are met, you can learn the exclusive skills of the Death Sovereign from within. It only increased the spell power by 5 points. Sumyubai frowned. After carefully examining the panel of the Death Codex several times, he finally discovered a subtle difference in the description. What was originally a book of laws had now clearly become a book of rules. It seemed that just how powerful the Death Codex truly was would only become apparent once his level increased. Looking at the Death Codex, which had changed from an offhand item to a special item, Sumyubai focused his thoughts. The Death Codex immediately flickered with a faint light, transforming into an inscription that branded itself onto the back of his left hand. To his pleasant surprise, he discovered that the offhand slot in his equipment window had miraculously become empty. Yet, the spell power provided by the Death Codex still remained. This meant that Sumyubai would be able to equip one extra offhand item compared to everyone else in the future. Having reaped an unexpected windfall, he was in high spirits. After fully exploiting the catastrophe ability, His strength was now worlds apart from what it had been before. The next thing to do is to find treasures that can increase lifespan as soon as possible. Sumyubai gripped the staff in his hand. Now then, let the leveling officially begin. Chapter 8. Terrifying magnitude of improvement. Adding his only skill point to summon skeleton, Sumyubai waved his bone staff. A pale gray vortex, slightly larger than the previous one, emerged, and two skeleton soldiers stepped out from within. After the skill was upgraded, the summoned skeletons were noticeably stronger. Their bones were no longer so pallid, but instead possessed a slight luster. There were fewer cracks on their bodies, and the weapons in their hands no longer had any notches. They finally looked like they had some presence. Using the skill 10 times in a row only consumed 400 mana points. For Sumyubai, who had a maximum mana pool of 1320 points, this was absolutely no burden at all. Soon, a full 20 skeletons were neatly lined up on both sides of Sumyubai. The only drawback was the variety of weapons they held: swords, sabers, spears, staves. Aside from the lack of ranged weapons, they were a motley crew. Skeleton strength, constitution, agility, spirit, health points, 870 its attack power. Physical defense, skill heavy strike, level 2. Swing weapon to strike the target heavily, dealing 155% physical damage, cooldown 30 seconds. The most common skeleton, a bottom-tier existence among undead creatures. Such attributes were absolutely luxurious at this stage. If any necromancer could summon a skeleton like this, they would surely become a target of pursuit for numerous players. Yet, Sumyubai had a full 20 of them. Since the summoning space limit was only 20, the previous 10 small skeletons had already automatically disintegrated. The summoning space did not just determine the limit of summoned creatures, it also allowed the necromancer to store their summons within the space at any time. Health points, life share, 870 by 20 units x catastrophe class trait doubling. Sumyubai glanced at his health bar, the corners of his mouth curling upward uncontrollably. Now, he wanted to try another idea. If he could succeed, his combat power would take another leap. The more Sumyubai thought about it, the more excited he became. He locked his gaze onto the 20 newly summoned skeletons and focused his mind. Catastrophe. Target: 20 skeletons, Tier 1. Prompt: do you confirm to overwrite the previous effect and re-upgrade the skill summon small skeleton? Cancel. Sumyubai shook his head in disappointment. It seemed that in the judgment of the catastrophe talent, these skeletons and the skill were one and the same. Although he failed to exploit another bug, Sumyubai was still very satisfied with his current strength. Opening the map to confirm his direction, Sumyubai waved his hand and said, "Let's go." Clack, clack, clack. A sound of grinding bones rang out as the skeletons automatically divided into several squads and began the slaughter. Their agility, reaching as high as 87 points, made their speed far exceed that of the level 3 wildcats. 7982. The few wildcats in front didn't even have time to react before they were instantly cut down by various weapons. 3 skeletons attacking simultaneously were enough to kill a wildcat in one hit. After the comprehensive upgrade, Sumyubai's speed of advancement increased significantly. At the same time, the system notification sounds for gaining experience points flooded his screen. Killed level 3 wildcat, gained an additional 50% level gap bonus, XP Kong for 0.5 points. Killed level 3 wildcat, gained an additional 50% level gap bonus, XP Kong for 0.5 points. While the vast majority of players were still struggling to fight the walking chickens, Sumyubai's leveling journey was like a stroll in the park. The only thing limiting his speed was his own agility. 20 skeletons in this area were like entering an uninhabited land. Sumyubai watched his rapidly rising experience bar and silently calculated the XP required for leveling up. Level 0 to level 1 only required 100 points, while level 1 to level 2 increased to 300 points. For now, the XP from low-level monsters was just equal to their level number. Looking at it this way, leveling up in the future would surely become increasingly difficult. Of course, Sumyubai wasn't worried in the slightest, because the cheat he was using was sufficiently monstrous, even without specifically hunting for monsters. A golden light flashed over him as he walked out of the Wildcat territory. Congratulations to player Bai for reaching level 2. All for attributes Kung 1. Skill points Kung 1. Free attribute points Kung 15. Leveling up was just that easy, from start to finish. Other than the initial summoning of the skeletons, he hadn't even lifted a finger. Even the copper coins that dropped were picked up by one of the skeletons, which then handed them over to him. He still added 4 points to agility, and put all the rest into spirit. The newly obtained skill point was naturally used to increase the level of Summon Skeleton. At E grade, Summon Skeleton's attributes were equivalent to 60% of his spirit attribute. For every level the skill increased, the skeleton's attributes would increase by an additional 10%. Combined with the increase in his spirit attribute, the 4 basic attributes of the skeleton Sumyubai summon had now reached a terrifying 147 points. This was because his current level was very low, so every level up brought a massive boost to the skeletons. Sumyubai opened the map, confirmed his direction, and issued commands to the skeletons. This still wasn't his destination. Beyond the level 5 monster area had lay the entrance to the first and only dungeon in the novice village. That was the most suitable place for him to level up, passing through the level 4 and level 5 monster areas almost unscathed. Sumyubai led his group of skeletons and soon arrived at the dungeon entrance. It was a vortex-shaped teleportation portal, 2 meters wide and high, located within a valley. Beside the portal stood a massive stone tablet with 4 large characters carved onto it. Mist Forest. This was the player's first dungeon. It was the same regardless of which novice village one was in. Sumyubai's goal was naturally to get the first clear of this dungeon. Not just for novice village no. 9,527, but for all novice villages. Sumyubai glanced at his 93% EXP and didn't rush in. Instead, he waited quietly on the spot for 2 minutes. Soon, a golden light flashed once more. Congratulations to player Bai for leveling up to level 3. All attributes Kung 1. Skill point Kung 1. Free attribute points Kung 15. Clack, clack, clack. Just as he finished allocating his points, a skeleton stepped forward, holding over a dozen copper coins in its hands. On top of the copper coins was a pair of shoes. It wasn't easy, but equipment finally dropped. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow, put the copper coins into his inventory, and after checking the attributes of this common equipment, he immediately used Cataclysm. You have obtained the Black Iron Grade Equipment Double-Layered Cloth Shoes. Double-Layered Cloth Shoes, Cloth Armor Level 5 Black Iron Grade Ability, Armor Kung 6. Movement Speed Kung 2%. Double-Layered Protection for more peace of mind. Sumyubai couldn't wear Level 5 equipment yet, but once he reached Level 5, he would finally have shoes to wear. Yes, the Myriad Realms game was just that stingy. Aside from a tattered robe and a practice bone staff, there was truly nothing else in the starting equipment. He didn't even have underwear to wear. When Sumyubai moved, he could feel the cool breeze blowing against his little brother. Fortunately, the starting equipment for melee players was a 2-piece set of clothes and pants. Otherwise, a lot would definitely be exposed during combat. There should be a place in the novice village to get undergarments. But Sumyubai was about to lose his life. Where would he find the time to look for them? He'd just treat it as being unconventional and loving freedom. With a wave of his hand, he recalled all the skeletons into the summoning space. Sumyubai slowly reached out and touched the portal in front of him. The existence of the Mist Forest was to allow players to further adapt to the Myriad Realms game. The requirements to enter weren't high. One only needed to reach this place and be at level 3. Dying inside the dungeon would only result in losing 10% of the current level's EXP. The difficulty of leveling up in the first few levels wasn't high, so player teams would likely arrive here soon. After all, there were still some players with high-tier talents. Although their progress couldn't compare to Sumyubai's, they would certainly be much faster than ordinary players. Prompt. Treasures exist within the Mist Forest, but it is also filled with danger. Are you sure you want to challenge it alone? Confirm. This was a small 5-person dungeon. Normally, it would require cooperation between various classes to clear. However, Sumyubai clearly didn't need that data team. Could they be stronger than his 20 skeletons? Prompt. Please select the dungeon difficulty. Small dungeons in the Myriad Realms game had a total of 4 difficulties, from easiest to hardest, They were normal, hard, nightmare, and hell grade. Having such a massive cheat, Sumyubai naturally had to check out the highest difficulty. Anyway, even if he died, he would only lose 10% EXP. Items that could increase lifespan were clearly not ordinary. If the novice village really had one, the reward for the first clear of a hell-grade dungeon was the most likely possibility. Sumyubai glanced at his exaggerated life-sharing health bar and suddenly felt that hell-grade difficulty was actually just so-so. As he made his choice, the vortex-shaped portal immediately rippled. The color also changed continuously, turning from the initial white to pitch black dot at this moment. The portal looked like a man-eating beast out without hesitation. Sumyubai stepped right in. Prompt. You have entered the hell-grade mist forest. His vision went dark. And in the next moment, Sumyubai arrived in a forest filled with mist. The mist surrounding him greatly reduced his field of vision, making it nearly a quarter of what it was outside. The entire forest was terrifyingly quiet. Sumyubai could easily hear the sound of his own breathing. However, he could feel a thick sense of danger lurking everywhere. After a normal player team entered the mist forest, their primary task should be finding the way. Sumyubai was no exception. It was just that he didn't need to look for it personally. With a thought, the summoning space opened. Amidst flashes of white light, 4 squads of skeletons appeared neatly in front of Sumyubai. 40 flickering deep blue soul fires instantly added a touch of horror to the mist forest. Chapter 9. Clearing the mist forest. Find the path. Kill the monsters. With a thought, the 4 squads of skeletons quickly began exploring in 4 different directions. Clack, clack, clack. The light sound of bones clashing was exceptionally prominent in the silent mist forest. After leveling up, the skeletons for basic attributes had grown significantly once again. Their agility attribute, as high as 215 points, allowed them to run as fast as the wind. Watching their bones rattle and shake as they ran, Sumyubai was actually afraid these guys would fall apart on their own. Fortunately, that didn't happen. The 4 squads of skeletons vanished into the horizon in the blink of an eye, and the surrounding mist began to churn in their wake. Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing the presence of the skeletons in his mind. Soon, a piece of information surfaced in his consciousness. Within a range of 100 meters, he could freely control the undead creatures he summoned. Once they exceeded this range, the connection would be severed. As for this limitation, Sumyubai didn't yet know how to improve it. However, he was certain that ordinary necromancers definitely didn't have such a long control range at this stage. Whether it was the exclusive hidden class Death Sovereign or the vast amount of information within the Myriad Worlds game, what he knew currently was minimal. Myriad Worlds was far larger than Blue Star. The novice village was merely a starting point. His future Scourge Legion would begin its growth from the hell-level mist forest. Found it. With the feedback from the skeletons in his mind, Sumyubai's eyes lit up, and he directed all the skeletons to rush toward the north. Just as he approached, the system notification sounded. Killed level 8 elite monster Mistrend. Gained 50% level gap bonus, EXP comes 60. Is the EXP of an elite monster 5 times that of a normal one? Watching his EXP bar rise from 0% to 2%, Sumyubai nodded with satisfaction. He only needed 50 monsters to level up. It shouldn't take too long. However, the EXP required for leveling up was indeed increasing. By the time Sumyubai arrived at the battle site, he only saw the 2 severed halves of the Treen's corpse. The skeletons had already continued their exploration. With this rank passive skill life sharing, he didn't need to keep any skeletons behind to protect himself. Bending down to pick up the 3 copper coins that had dropped, Sumyubai leisurely enjoyed the scenery while continuing deeper into the mist forest. Having found the right direction, he naturally encountered more and more monsters. Killed level 8 elite monster Mistrend. Gained 50% level gap bonus, EXP comes 60. Killed level 8 elite monster Mystery Python. Gained 50% level gap bonus, EXP comes 60. Almost every 10 seconds or so, Sumyubai's EXP would jump. This was still because the mist forest was too vast, and the monster distribution wasn't dense enough. He finally caught up with the main force and saw the attribute panels of the elite monsters. Mistrend level 8 HP 3600 3600's attack, physical defense, magic defense, skill, entangle. Be careful of every tree beside you. They will launch an attack on you at any time. Mist Tree Python level 8 HP 3000 attack, physical defense, magic defense, skill, constrict. I heard that Mist Tree Pythons like to play binding games. I wonder if you can handle it. The Mist Forest was a level 5 dungeon, and the Hell difficulty had increased the monsters' levels by 3, all of which were elite tier entities. The HP of these elite monsters even exceeded that of the skeletons Sumubai summoned. However, their 4-dimensional attributes were far inferior. Although the skeletons' coordination couldn't be called tacit, there was no difficulty at all when they swarmed the enemies. Locking his gaze onto a Mist Tree Python, Sumubai waved his bone staff and silently recited a magic incantation. 2 seconds later, a wisp of ghostly blue flame shot out, instantly merging into the Mist Tree Python's body. Scorch 98, 101. Every second, a damage number of around 100 would pop up above the tree python's head. After reaching level 3, Sumubai's spell power had reached as high as 156 points. Of this, 46 points of mental power accounted for the vast majority due to the triple bonus from the Death Sovereign class. The other 18 points came from the Codex of Death and the Bone Staff. Equipment in Myriad Worlds was categorized into stages every 5 levels. So the attributes of the Codex of Death wouldn't change until level 5. In 5 seconds, Scorch dealt a total of just over 500 magic damage to the Mist Tree Python. Compared to ordinary players, this was quite impressive. But compared to the output of 20 skeletons, it was far behind. However, Sumubai didn't mind. He continued to use Scorch to increase his output. Although he didn't have any potions to restore mana, with his current mental attributes, he could recover 46 mana points every 5 seconds during combat. This value was also 3 times that of an ordinary Necromancer. Killed level 8 elite monster Mist Tree Python. Gained 50% level gap bonus, EX become 60. Another system notification rang out, and Sumubai suddenly smiled slightly. Something dropped. The drop rate in the Hell level dungeon was indeed much better than outside. He had only farmed a dozen monsters and already harvested a piece of equipment. And it was even a black iron grade piece of equipment. Tree Python Belt. Leather armor level 5 black iron grade durability 30/30ths armor Kung 9 constitution Kung 2. Imagine having a giant python wrapped around your waist. To bad it's leather armor. Looking at the equipment description, Sumubai's mouth twitched. He didn't know what kind of twisted sense of humor Myriad Worlds had, as every piece of equipment had such a soul-touching description. Equipment in the game was divided into cloth armor, leather armor, chain mail, and plate armor. Generally speaking, low-level equipment only had level requirements, but each class could only wear the corresponding type of armor. Death Sovereign was derived from Necromancer, so it was also a cloth armor class. Although I can't use it, at least it can be sold for money. With a thought, Sumubai directly activated Catastrophe on the Tree Python Belt. You have obtained the Bronze Grade Equipment Tree Python Belt. The name remained unchanged, but all attributes had been improved. Comparing them, Bronze tier equipment of the same level was about 50% stronger than Black Iron tier equipment. However, the number of added attributes remained at only 1. Tossing them into his inventory, Sumubai continued to help the skeletons clear out monsters. What he wanted most was not equipment, but skill books. As the first dungeon of the Novice Village, the Misty Forest was the place for players to farm equipment and skill books. The drop rate for Hell difficulty was naturally much higher. By the time the golden light flashed, Sumubai had already harvested 3 pieces of equipment and 2 skill books. Congratulations to player Bai for reaching level 4, all for attributes Kung 1. Skill points Kung 1, free attribute points Kung 15. You have obtained Black Iron tier equipment Wooden Magic Wand. You have obtained Black Iron tier equipment Snake Fang Dagger. You have obtained Black Iron tier equipment Tree Bow Leather Armor. You have obtained E tier skill book Entangle. You have obtained E tier skill book Strangulate. Of the 5 items, only the Wooden Magic Wand could be used by Sumubai after reaching level 5. After using Cataclysm to promote all the equipment and skill books by 1 tier, Sumubai tossed them directly into his inventory. Once this dungeon run was finished, other players should start running dungeons as well. It would be the perfect time to sell them. However, Sumyubai was slightly worried that other players wouldn't have enough money. He had a deep understanding of the drop rates in the Myriad Worlds game. Even with his strength, his total assets were currently less than 3 silver coins when clearing a dungeon. Players in a party should be able to pool their money, right? Sumyubai shook his head and continued to command the skeletons to push deeper into the misty forest. After leveling up, the skeletons for attributes reached 292 points, and their monster clearing speed increased by another notch. If it weren't for the low monster density in the misty forest, Sumyubai's leveling speed could have been even faster. When Sumyubai found the first boss, his level finally reached 5. During this period, his harvest was naturally not small. Including the double-layer cloth shoes and the wooden magic wand, he had a total of 5 pieces of equipment he could use. In addition to those, there was also a skill book for a necromancer. Yet, it was this low-tier skill that allowed his already monstrous strength to increase several times over. Chapter 10, Misty Tree Boa Kingputting on the equipment. Sumyubai focused his mind and summoned his brand new status window. Status window player. By Yahello 5-1. Class, Death Sovereign Agility. Spirit, HP, 1/1 mana. 6,486,480ths. Spell power. PS. And important attributes are not listed. Exclusive talent, Cataclysm unique forbidden tier class skills. Summon Skeleton E, Scorch E. Summoning Space Expansion D. Life Sharing S. Death Summoning SS. Summoning Space, 2100s equipment, wooden magic wand, emerald robe, emerald belt, emerald trousers. Double layer cloth shoes class exclusive, Book of Death Lefespen, less than 1 year. The 5 pieces of equipment provided a total increase of 13 points to his spirit attribute, which was better than nothing for Sumyubai. What surprised him most was that the greatest improvement this time did not come from the Book of Death, but from a low-tier necromancer skill. Summoning Space Expansion was originally an E-tier skill book, but after Sumyubai freeloaded it with Cataclysm, it was promoted to D-tier. Summoning Space Expansion, D passive skill, no level. Summoning Space Kung to for an ordinary necromancer. This skill would merely mean summoning to more small skeletons, but for Sumyubai, its effect was comparable to an SS tier skill. With the bonus from his Cataclysm class trait, the effect was doubled, granting comfort to his summoning space. Coupled with the boost from death summoning, it pushed Sumyubai's maximum summoning space to a terrifying 100. I'm going further and further down the path of being a monster. Looking at his terrifying status window, Sumyubai couldn't help but gasp. Who would have thought that a low-tier skill could bring such a massive improvement? Maybe it could be even more monstrous. Looking at the Summoning Space Expansion skill, Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly. He had an idea that he had to try. After a skill book is learned, is it still considered the same object? Thinking of this, Sumyubai focused his mind. Cataclysm. Target. Summoning Space Expansion. Prompt. Please select the promotion tier. First tier, second tier, or third tier. Sumyubai took a deep breath and muttered in his heart, promote to first tier. However, the system prompt that followed immediately poured a bucket of cold water on him. Prompt. Do you confirm that you want to overwrite the previous promotion effect without consumption? A look of disappointment flashed in his eyes. It seemed that the Myriad Worlds game had completely blocked the way to exploit bugs. Not being able to exploit bugs was truly frustrating. Curling his lips, Sumyubai finally checked the changes to the Book of Death. Class exclusive by ye special item cannot be dropped, cannot be damaged, cannot be traded, can be summoned or put away at will. Level 5 follows the character base attributes. Spell power Kung 7-5, all attributes Kung 25. Damage dealt to undead creatures increased by 100%. Your summons also receive this buff. Special effect, unlocks at level 10. This is a book of rules, only you can read it. After meeting the requirements, you can learn the exclusive skills of the Death Sovereign from it. At level 5. The Book of Death was already beginning to show its edge. Though all attributes come 25 inches alone was enough to make all players go crazy at the level 5 stage. As for the double damage against undead creatures, it was of no great use for the time being. Novice Village No. 9527 did not have any maps or dungeons containing undead creatures. The inscription on the back of his left hand flickered, and the death codex manifested instantly. Sumyubai attempted to open it, but it remained sealed. Do I need to reach level 10 to read it? Frowning, Sumyubai retracted the death codex and waved his magic wand to cast Summon Skeleton. A pale gray vortex emerged, from which the skeleton stepped out, quickly joining the skeleton squad. Skeleton strength, constitution, agility, spirit, HP 5,830, 5,830. Its attack power, physical defense, skill heavy strike, level 5. Swings weapon to strike the target heavily, dealing 175% physical damage, cooldown 30 seconds. An exceptionally strong individual, its strength has far exceeded the limits of ordinary skeletons of the same level. Sumyubai looked at the group of skeletons with monstrous attributes beside him. He then looked at the boss and its two subordinates not far ahead. For a moment, his expression was somewhat strange. These were 3 massive tree pythons, especially the one in the middle, whose body was coiled nearby like a small hill. Mystery Python King level 8. Silver grade boss HP 88,000, 88,000. Attack power, physical defense, magic defense, skills, constrict, devour, poison spray, earth-shattering tremor. Are you sure you are prepared to face this big guy? It never spits out the bones when it eats people. Mystery Python Guard. Level 8 Reinforced Elite HP 8,350, 8,350. Its attack power, physical defense, magic defense, skills, constrict. An outstanding member among the mystery pythons, responsible for security work. One could also call it a security guard. In the world game, mobs are divided into 4 grades: normal, reinforced, elite, and reinforced elite. Aside from HP and skills, reinforced elites are not much weaker than low-tier bosses in other aspects. The OSS grades correspond to equipment levels, divided into 8 tiers from black iron to mythical. In addition to having more HP and skills, all boss-level creatures can recover HP during combat, although it isn't much. It is a 1% recovery every 5 seconds, but with this, once a player's damage output cannot keep up, there is absolutely no hope of killing the boss. To kill the Mystery Python King, the squad's DPS damage per second must exceed 176 points. For a 5-person squad, the difficulty is undeniably high. If the team lacks members with powerful talents, there is almost no possibility of defeating the Mystery Python King. And this was merely the first boss of the Forest of Mist. The Hell grade difficulty is evident, however. For Sumyubai, there was no difficulty at all. Aside from HP and skills, the skeleton army he summoned could completely crush this boss before him. Forget it. Let's just go. With a thought, Sumyubai simply controlled the skeleton legion to surround them. At the same time, he waved his wand and summoned 2 more skeletons. Yes. The mystery python guards reacted immediately, flicking their long tongues and charging fiercely at the skeleton legion. What greeted them was the ruthless, heavy-hitting dogpile of the skeleton legion. These 2 guards were large enough that they took every single attack head-on. 892, 901. A series of damage numbers jumped up, interspersed with 1 or 2 critical hits. How could their meager HP withstand such devastation? By the time the Mystery Python King had just raised its head, the 2 guards were already dead. Chapter 11, Crushing, triggering an announcement. Killed level 8 Reinforced Elite Mystery Python Guard. Gained 50% level gap bonus, EXP come 180. Killed level 8 Reinforced Elite Mystery Python Guard. Gained 50% level gap bonus, EXP come 180. 2 system prompts rang out, but Sumyubai ignored them. As he waved his wand, a wisp of ghostly blue flame shot out, instantly striking the head of the Mystery Python King, signaling the start of the ensuing dogpile. Facing 24 skeletons, the Mystery Python King's pupils flickered with a ghostly light, and it let out a warning hiss. However, it was useless. The skeleton legion only executed Sumyubai's commands, raining various weapons down directly onto the boss. Hiss, in pain. The Mystery Python King opened its blood-red maw and swallowed a skeleton in one gulp. At the same time, its massive body coiled around another skeleton. However, such an attack was not enough to be fatal to a skeleton with 5,830 HP. The remaining skeletons did not stop their movements for even a second. each round of attacks shaving off nearly 10,000 HP from the mystery Python King. What made it even more desperate was that the human in the distance waved his wand lightly and summoned 2 more skeletons. As the gatekeeper boss of a Hell Grade 5-person dungeon, the mystery Python King never dreamed that one day it would be beaten by over 20 skeletons. In fact, it should be grateful that its size wasn't large enough and its health bar wasn't thick enough, otherwise, it would have been 100 skeletons swarming it. Rumble. Seeing its HP pouring out like a waterfall, the mystery Python King directly unleashed its ultimate move. Its tail was raised high, slamming into the ground repeatedly at an extremely high frequency. The next moment, a shockwave swept outward. Sumyubai felt the earth shaking, preventing him from casting any skills. At the same time, the mystery Python King suddenly spat out a ball of green energy, aiming directly at Sumyubai. As a silver grade boss, its intelligence was clearly not low. It knew that these skeletons were all controlled by this human. As long as he killed the opponent, the crisis would be resolved instantly. Watching the venom about to land on Sumyubai, a flash of cunning crossed the eyes of the mystery Python King. Foolish human. Once you are poisoned, it will be the end of you. However, the result left the mystery Python King dumbfounded. The venom had indeed struck Sumyubai, but he acted as if nothing had happened. 938, 196. A series of damage numbers popped up above Sumyubai's head, followed by a poisoning effect that lasted for 30 seconds. Such damage would indeed be fatal for a level 5 player. But in Sumyubai's eyes, it was not worth mentioning. He had now summoned a total of 26 skeletons, and his health bar, shared through lifelink, had already exceeded 300. Even if he just stood there and let the mystery python attack him, he wouldn't feel any pressure. A level 5 player with a health bar more than 3 times that of a level 8 silver grade boss. Who could the boss even complain to? Before the earth-shaking tremors had even ceased, the mystery Python King was hacked to death by more than 20 skeletons. Even the devour skill it had initially unleashed hadn't finished yet. The skeleton that had been swallowed crawled out from the snake's mouth, and the health bar above the boss's head had dropped by less than 1/5. Aside from covering it in saliva, the boss couldn't do anything else. Killed level 8 silver grade boss mystery Python King. Gained an additional 50% EXP bonus, EXP Kung 14. The EXP provided by the boss was very generous, instantly pushing Sumyubai's newly leveled EXP bar to 73%. After level 5, the EXP required to level up surged, needing a full 20,000 points. This level was likely a small watershed where players would begin to gradually pull away from one another. However, in Sumyubai's view, leveling up was still very easy, because the number of skeletons he could now summon had increased 5-fold. The system notification sound did not end there. Congratulations on becoming the first player in Novice Village now. 9527 to solo a boss. Reward, primary soul stone ×1, gold coin ×1. Congratulations on becoming the first player in Novice Village now. 9527 to solo a silver grade boss. Notification. A Novice Village announcement is about to be made. Would you like to hide your name? Sumyubai raised an eyebrow and made his choice immediately. The mysterious voice that had announced the selection of Blue Star resonated throughout the entire Novice Village now. Novice Village no. 9527 announcement. Congratulations to Bai for becoming the first player to solo a boss. This is hereby announced. We hope all players will learn from them to obtain generous rewards. Novice Village no. 9527 announcement. Congratulations to Bai for becoming the first player to solo a silver grade boss. This is hereby announced. We hope all players will learn from them to obtain generous rewards. 6 consecutive system announcements completely ignited all the players in Novice Village now. For a moment, the Novice Village chat channel was in an uproar. Solo a boss? And a silver grade 1 at that? Are you kidding me? Faced with this sudden announcement, countless people were stunned, finding it hard to believe that someone could accomplish such a feat. Is the gap between people really that big? Looking at the free-range chickens and red-eyed rabbits in front of them, many players stood frozen in place, only to soon fall to the ground as corpses. Being killed by a free-range chicken was a spiritual humiliation. Being killed by a red-eyed rabbit was a double blow to both body and spirit. Does anyone know this Bai? I really want to know what kind of monstrous talent he awakened. At the very least, it's S grade, possibly even SS grade, otherwise it would be absolutely impossible to solo a silver grade boss so quickly. The Myriad Worlds game is too imbalanced. I'm struggling just to kill a small mob, and someone is already soloing a boss. On what grounds? Fairness. Where is there absolute fairness? Just accept your fate. Heh, I was a cog in the machine before crossing over. I didn't expect to just be cannon fodder after crossing over too. Countless messages flooded the screen, expressing deep shock at this news. Many powerful teams had already begun trying to find Sumyu, wanting to recruit him. Many others took this opportunity to start recruiting people on the chat channel. In the level for Monster Zone, a small team was efficiently clearing out mobs. Their strength was clearly a cut above the average player. So, you have to solo a boss to trigger an announcement. If I had known, I would have let Fengyi solo that iron grade boss earlier. In the center of the team, a portly middle-aged man complained with a hint of dissatisfaction. You could have known that, but there will definitely be more opportunities. Fengyi Xiao thrust his spear, instantly killing the monster in front of him. The damage number exceeding 400 was enough to show that he had awakened an extraordinary talent. Bending down to pick up the dropped copper coins, Fengyi Xiao handed them to the portly middle-aged man, his expression somewhat grave. This Bai Yi is stronger than me. I'm currently no match for a silver grade boss. You mean his talent is SS grade? Fujia Qiangxia took the copper coins, his eyes filled with shock. Fengyi Xiao had awakened an S grade talent, yet Bai Yi was even stronger than him, very likely. Fengyi nodded. And it must be a combat-oriented SS grade talent. Uncle, do you think this Bai Yi will agree to join us? Another teammate stepped forward and asked Fujia Qiangxia. It seemed that the leader of this team was not Fengyi, who possessed an S-grade talent, but the remarkable-looking Fujia Qiangxia. I'll send an invitation and see. Fujia Qiangxia nodded slightly, not making any promises, but from his expression, it was clear that he seemed quite confident about it. Chapter 12, Soul Stone. Getting things for free makes people happy. Beep, beep, beep. As soon as the announcement ended, Sumyu noticed his communicator ringing urgently. The friend request list had instantly surged from 0 to 999 con. Reject all. With a flick of his mind, Sumyu directly rejected all incoming friend requests and, for good measure, configured his settings to prevent others from adding him via search. Compared to these people, he was far more concerned with the rewards the system had just distributed. Waving his hand to summon 2 new skeletons, Sumyu began to explore while controlling his skeleton army, simultaneously opening his inventory. Immediately after, a look of wild ecstasy appeared on his face. The effect of the Soul Life Stone was exactly as he had imagined. Primary Soul Life Stone, a special item, increases lifespan by 30 days upon absorption. Note, whether you keep the Primary Soul Life Stone in your inventory or your warehouse, you will lose 1/10 of it upon death, with a minimum loss of 3 days. So this is an item that can increase lifespan. The Primary Soul Life Stone was perfectly round, only the size of an infant's fist, and emitted a soft, white glow. Lifespan was the issue that worried Sumyu the most. He had assumed such treasures would be extremely difficult to find in the early stages, yet he had obtained them so easily. He had merely solo killed the Mist Python King, and it had rewarded him with 6 Primary Soul Life Stones. That was a full half year of lifespan. If the wealthy and powerful from the original Blue Star knew about this, there was no telling how crazy they would go. However, now that the entire population had transmigrated, the era had changed. Those people were nothing more than ordinary players in the Myriad Worlds game. Those capable of obtaining Soul Life Stones in the early stages of the game were undoubtedly the most powerful existences in their respective novice villages. And for me, this isn't just half a year of lifespan. Looking at the Primary Soul Life Stone in his hand, Sumyu lips curled upward. Catastrophe, target, Primary Soul Life Stone prompt. Please select the rank for promotion. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, Tier 2. Although Sumyu knew he certainly didn't have enough money, he still wanted to try it. Having just obtained a massive sum of 6 gold coins, what if it worked? Prompt. Upgrading 1 Primary Soul Life Stone requires a total consumption of 10,000 soul coins. Insufficient resources. Sublimation failed. Alright. There was no what if, only 10, 0 and it had to be soul coins. At that, gold coins didn't even qualify to sublime at a soul life stone. Soul coins. Looking at the system prompt, Sumyubai muttered, a higher tier currency. Unless he triggered a system-wide announcement reward, he shouldn't even think about such things in the novice village. Sumyubai shook his head, and with a thought, he activated Catastrophe again. This time, he chose to promote the soul life stone in his hand by 1 tier. Having learned his lesson from the upgrade of copper coins to ancient copper coins, he didn't dare to promote all the primary soul life stones at once. This was a treasure concerning his lifespan. If something went wrong, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. Prompt. Confirm upgrading 1 primary soul life stone by 1 tier at no cost. Confirm. You have obtained 1 intermediate soul life stone. Intermediate soul life stone, a special item. Increases lifespan by 120 days upon absorption. Note, whether you keep the intermediate soul life stone in your inventory or your warehouse, you will lose 1/10 of it upon death, with a minimum loss of 12 days. It was clear from the 2 grades of soul life stones that when a player died, they didn't just lose 1/10 of their lifespan, they also lost 1/10 of their soul life stones. The joy of getting something for nothing is simply addictive. Sumyubai followed the same pattern, promoting the remaining 5 primary soul life stones in his inventory to intermediate. However, he only absorbed 1 for now to ensure he wouldn't drop dead at any moment. As for the remaining 5, he decided to keep them for the time being. Even if he absorbed all the rest, his lifespan would only increase to 2 years, still not reaching the 10-year mark. Once he left the novice village, he still wouldn't be able to withstand a single death penalty. It was better to save them. What if he obtained enough soul coins during this time to promote these soul life stones another tier? At the very least, once other players had them, he could trade intermediate ones for low tier ones and continue to freeload the upgrades for even higher returns. The soul life stone in Sumyubai's hand flickered with light, transforming into a vibrant green radiance that merged into his body. On his status window, although the lifespan column still showed less than a year, at least for the next 120 days, he didn't need to worry about dropping dead at any moment. Click, click, click. The sound of clattering bones approached as several skeletons walked forward, holding the items dropped by the Mist Python King. With the Hell level difficulty and the first kill, the Mist Python King had generously dropped a pile of loot. Aside from the system rewards, this was the first time Sumyubai had seen a monster drop silver coins directly, and it was a full 30 silver coins. Beyond that, the Mist Python King had also dropped 5 pieces of equipment and 2 skill books. 4 of the items were silver-grade equipment, and the other was a backpack. The rest were materials that could be used for sub-profession production and processing. After a rough scan, Sumyubai waved his hand and promoted everything for free. Reinforced snakeskin bag. Contains 100 slots of spaced-out poisonous ring accessory level 5 gold grade. Durability 100, 100 spell power Kung 30, agility Kung 10, spirit Kung 10. Spell skills have a certain chance to inflict 150 points of poison damage. Triggerable at most once every 10 seconds. If you can't beat them, poison them. Each player could equip 5 backpacks. After Sumyubai equipped the reinforced snakeskin bag, his storage space expanded to 150 slots. 4 items like soul life stones. Each slot could stack up to 100 units. Given the stingy drop rates of the Myriad Worlds game, the inventory would certainly be enough for the short term. Aside from the poisonous ring, the other 3 pieces of equipment were for physical classes. Sumyubai promoted them for free and tossed them into his inventory. He would sell everything he didn't need once he left the dungeon. As for the 2 skill books, they were only D grade before the promotion. The Mist Python King was a silver grade boss. After all, it was clear from its drops that high-tier skills were not easy to obtain in the Myriad Worlds game. Players who awakened high-tier talents at the start indeed held a massive advantage in the early game. It was a pity that neither of the 2 skill books belonged to the Necromancer class. Sumyubai pursed his lips and tossed the skill books into his inventory. Just as he was about to summon more skeletons, he suddenly paused. Looking at the summon skeleton skill, a thought crossed Sumyubai's mind. Cataclysm target, summon skeleton prompt. Please select the promotion tier. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Tier 2. Prompt. Are you sure you want to consume 5 gold coins to overwrite the previous promotion effect and sublime at the skill summon small skeleton to a higher tier? That's really expensive. Looking at the price of 5 gold coins, Sumyubai frowned. Money can be earned again after it's spent. Gritting his teeth, Sumyubai chose to confirm. With the Cataclysm talent, earning money was easy for him. And the summon skeleton skill represented almost all of his current combat power. Since he had enough gold, he naturally had to sublime it. The next moment, the icon for summon skeleton in his skill bar underwent a sudden change. Chapter 13. Born Leader icon, which originally featured only one skeleton, had quietly changed to show two. The two skeletons stood side by side. The one on the right remained largely unchanged, while the one on the left was now brandishing a bow and arrow. Your F rank skill summon small skeleton has successfully been sublimated into the D rank skill summon skeleton soldier. Summon skeleton soldier, D level 6, active skill. Summons a skeleton warrior or a skeleton archer to fight for you. Cast time, 3 seconds. Cooldown: 30 seconds. Mana cost, 200 points. Skeleton attributes are boosted by the player's spirit stat. Finally, I have ranged skeletons. Looking at the skill description, Sumyubai was overjoyed. Those 5 gold coins were well spent. Don't let the fact that his skeleton army surrounded and killed the mystery Python King so quickly fool you. That was entirely because the boss was quite large. If it were a smaller boss, the skeleton army wouldn't have been able to kill it so quickly. They would have had to take turns just to get a single hit in on the boss. Now that he had skeleton archers, his troop types were finally no longer singular. Summon skeleton soldier. Sumyubai waved his magic wand and released the skill. A pale gray vortex emerged, and a skeleton warrior and a skeleton archer stepped out side by side. The bones of both had a noticeable sheen. The bone sword in the skeleton warrior's hand glinted with a cold light, appearing to be a standard issue weapon. The skeleton archer carried a quiver on its back and held a bone longbow half the height of a person, with ghostly blue flames flickering in its eye sockets. Skeleton warrior strength, constitution, agility, HP 7640 for 7640. Attack power, physical defense, skilled heavy strike, E level 6. Swings weapon to strike the target heavily, dealing 175% physical damage. Cooldown 30 seconds. A skeleton that has changed class to warrior. Strength bonus significantly increased. Skeleton archer strength, constitution, agility, HP 6370 6370. Its attack power, physical defense, skill, double shot, E level 6, instantly fires 2 arrows, dealing double strikes to the target. Each arrow deals 90% physical damage. Cooldown: 30 seconds. A skeleton that has changed class to archer, agility bonus significantly increased. Sumyubai put on the poison ring, increasing his spirit by 10 points, compared to before. The attributes of the two types of skeleton soldiers hadn't changed, and even their innate skills remained at E rank. However, having gained classes, both now received attribute bonuses. The skeleton warrior's attack power had increased by 50%, and its HP had increased by 20%. As for the skeleton archer, there were no specific stats for attack speed or movement speed on the panel, but from the description, it was clear that the latter was definitely faster than the former. Looking at their panels, Sumyubai nodded with satisfaction. His Scourge army was finally starting to look decent. Autonomous combat, with a thought. He issued the command, and the two immediately began to move in formation. At the start, the skeleton archer's speed was clearly much faster, but it quickly slowed down deliberately to let the skeleton warrior charge in front. Ahead of them, the previous 20+ skeletons had already found the correct path and made contact with the monsters in the dungeon. Killed level 8 elite monster goblin, gained an additional 50% level gap bonus, EX becomes 60. Soon, Sumyubai's experience bar began to jump. He headed toward the battlefield at a leisurely pace. He didn't stay idle along the way. Every time he waved his wand, he summoned 2 more skeleton soldiers. Even after exhausting his 7,080 points of mana, he still hadn't completely filled his summoning space. Without potions, Sumyubai could only wait for his mana to recover automatically. Fortunately, his spirit stat was high enough that, before long, The original 20+ skeletons were finally all replaced. Summoning space, 100 100s. 40 skeleton warriors and 60 skeleton archers formed a powerful legion, marching imposingly into the goblin territory. Goblin level 8 elite HP, 2800 2800's attack power, physical defense, magic defense, skill throw. These green-skinned runts are the indigenous inhabitants here. They will attack every creature that enters their territory. The goblins had lower HP than the previous two types of monsters, but their attack power was higher. However, in front of the skeleton army, there wasn't much difference. The skeleton warriors killed one every 3 strikes, and the skeleton archers killed one every 4 arrows. The latter's attack speed was about 30% faster than the former, and since they were ranged, their efficiency was higher. Once the skills were applied, these goblins had absolutely no power to resist. The thick fog permeating the entire forest proved completely useless in the face of the massive skeleton army. Dedicated skeletons were assigned to collect the dropped items. With his summoning space filled to capacity, Sumyubai suddenly realized that he had become a completely hands-off manager, with nothing left for him to do. A dungeon of true hell-level difficulty had been turned into a leisurely spring outing by Sumyubai. He simply opened the chat channel, browsing for any noteworthy information while catching up with the progress of his main force. The chat channel was one of the basic functions of the Myriad Worlds game. Currently, the only channels Sumyubai could access were the nearby channel and the Novice Village No. 9527 channel. If he were in a party, a team channel would also appear. At this moment, the Novice Village No. 9527 chat channel was still filled with discussions about Baiyi. There were still people shocked by the announcement of Sumyubai soloing a silver tier boss. Others were still speculating about what kind of rewards he had obtained. Skimming quickly through these messages, Sumyubai soon discovered some different information. Sword pierces throat, recruiting for a party. Must have a grade talent or higher. We will explore the Mist Forest together after reaching level 5. Grand Ambition. I am preparing to establish the Grand Ambition Guild to explore the Myriad Worlds game together. Those interested, please contact me. Turtle's Blackhead. Wait, who are you, buddy? You want to recruit people to work for you as soon as you enter the game. Grand Ambition. Is an S-grade talent enough? Faced with the skepticism, Grand Ambition directly posted his talent, Born Leader. S-grade exclusive talent skill. You can establish a guild for free. Guild members receive a 20% EXP bonus, a 20% monster drop bonus, and a 20% attack spell power bonus. The stronger the overall strength of the guild, the greater the boost to you. Turtle's Blackhead. Brother, my dear brother, I want to join. I am not directionally challenged for Grand Ambition. I've sent you a friend request. Please accept it quickly. The talent description posted by Grand Ambition did not describe in detail the effect of the guild's overall strength on his own growth. However, this talent held immense appeal for other players, and countless people wanted to join. Sumyubai was also somewhat surprised. There really was every kind of talent in the Myriad Worlds. Just then, a pinned message suddenly popped up in the chat channel, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Chapter 14, Wealthy and Generous. Pinned message. Wealthy over the world. Oh brother Baiyi, could you please accept my friend request? I have an important matter to discuss. Lurengia, whose subordinate is this? They actually have the money to post a pinned message. Lurini, I just checked. It costs 1 gold coin to pin a message for 1 minute. Is Wealthy over the world really that rich? Onlooker, I've been working my ass off grinding monsters for so long, and I don't even have 100 copper coins. This spendthrift is actually using 1 gold coin to pin a message. Grand Ambition. Wealthy over the world, are you interested in joining my Grand Ambition Guild? The position of Vice Guild Master is yours. The pinned message from Wealthy over the world instantly caused a massive stir in the Novice Village No. 9527 channel. For a moment, his popularity even eclipsed that of Baiyi, who had triggered the announcement earlier. Even Grand Ambition had tried to recruit him immediately. Clearly attracted by the extravagant wealth displayed by Wealthy over the world, 1 gold coin might not be much in the late game. But how long had the Myriad Worlds game even been open? If it were Baiyi who possessed so much money, people wouldn't be too surprised. After all, System rewards were very likely to include gold coins. But this wealthy over the world had appeared out of nowhere, which meant his talent was very likely related to money. Such a person was exactly who Grand Ambition wanted to recruit. In his view, with the addition of wealthy over the world, the Grand Ambition Guild would surely rise rapidly in the myriad worlds. However, after posting this pinned message, wealthy over the world said nothing more. Grand Ambition, who was busy grinding monsters, frowned at the sight. A flash of malice crossed his eyes as he sneered. HMPH, you won't give me face. Don't fall into my hands once we leave the novice village, and this by ye. I want to see just how strong you really are. Even if you have an SS grade talent, you are definitely no match for my Grand Ambition Guild. Looking at the 2 friend requests he had sent that had vanished without a trace, Grand Ambition's expression turned ugly. I'm Blue Star. He had originally been an unemployed drifter, belonging to the very bottom of society. Ever since he awakened this grade-born leader talent in the Starry Hall, Grand Ambition had believed himself to be the chosen one of the Myriad Worlds game. He was the protagonist of this world. He hadn't posted the full content of his talent in the chat channel. What no one knew was that the born leader talent could be upgraded, as long as the guild's overall strength was high enough. Theoretically, his talent could eventually be upgraded to an SSS grade talent. Thinking of the scene where he led his guild to dominate the myriad worlds, a smile appeared on Grand Ambition's face involuntarily. In his eyes, whether it was by ye or wealthy over the world, they would eventually either join the Grand Ambition Guild or be hunted down by him until they died. There was no third option. Although he thought this way, Grand Ambition did not post any harsh words in the chat channel. His powerful talent had made him arrogant, but it hadn't caused him to completely lose his reason. Grand Ambition knew very well that his talent needed time to grow. Before that, he would let those 2 jump around for a while longer. Thinking of this, Grand Ambition opened his friend request list and accepted everyone's requests in batches. The Grand Ambition Guild had no requirements for recruitment. They accepted everyone. The more people there were, the stronger the guild's overall strength, and the greater the feedback he would receive. It wouldn't be too late to start screening once the guild was full. The first major player faction in Novice Village now, 9,527, began to rise rapidly. Inside the Mist Forest dungeon, Sumyubai looked at the pinned message from wealthy over the world, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. Good grief. Spending 1 gold coin to pin a message that really is wealthy and generous. After upgrading the skill, even he could only pin it once. Is there really a talent that comes with starting capital? Sumyubai felt a surge of curiosity and opened his friend request list, searching for the application message from Fujiya Changxia. Although he had previously chosen to reject all, he could still see the information attached to the request when the other party had tried to add him. Fujiya Changxia, Brother Bai, are you interested in joining my team? As long as you join, I will cover all your equipment and skills from now on. And I will also give you a 100 gold coin signing bonus. 100 gold coins. Looking at this message, Sumyubai's pupils shrank sharply. This amount of money was definitely a massive fortune in the novice village. He became even more curious about Fujiya Changxia's talent. Isn't this the perfect partner for cooperation? Sumyubai's lips curled slightly as he sent a friend request directly to Fujiya Changxia. Although he had no intention of joining the other party's team, he was very interested in doing business. Since there was such a wealthy player in the novice village, he wouldn't have to worry about his high-quality items not fetching a good price. Fujiya Changxia seemed to be keeping a close eye on his friend request list. Almost the moment Sumyubai sent the request, the other party accepted it. Immediately after, a message was sent over. Fujiya Changxia, Brother Bai, what do you think? Our squad already has a member with an S-rank combat talent. We definitely won't hold you back. Following that, the other party sent another message impatiently. Fujiya Changxia, if you feel the signing bonus isn't enough, how about 200 gold coins? But I need to confirm that you possess an SS rank talent. Just how rich is this guy? Sumyubai's mouth twitched. He felt that Fujiya Changxia didn't really treat money as money. He spoke of 200 gold coins as casually as if they were 200 copper coins. After thinking for a moment, Sumyubai replied with a message. Bai, is your talent related to money? Fujiya Changxia, To be honest with you, money is just a number to me. As long as you sign the contract to join my team, just name whatever you want in the future. While replying, Fujiya Qiangxia directly pasted a portion of his talent, God of Wealth, SSS rank exclusive talent skill effects. 1. Money Tree. You can shake the money tree once a day to randomly obtain 1 to 999 gold coins. Additionally, there is a certain chance to obtain special treasures. 2. Wealth flows in. The currency you carry on your person increases by 1% every day. 3. Only in, no out. You will not drop any gold coins or items upon death. 4. -5. Even though he couldn't see the last two effects, Fujiya Qiangxia's talent still left Sumubai dumbfounded. He never expected that a tiny place like Novice Village 9527 would be such a hidden dragon, crouching tiger. Aside from himself, a player who exploited bugs, there was first the owner of a guild-type talent like Hontabaxi, and now a player who had awakened an SSS rank talent had popped up. According to the information provided by the World Game, the probability of awakening an SSS rank talent was roughly 1 in a billion, even including those talents that could grow. All the players from Blue Star combined didn't exceed 20 people. One could imagine how low the probability of meeting one in Novice Village 9527 was. This was also the first time Sumubai had seen the effects of an SSS rank talent, not to mention the guaranteed minimum from the money tree and the special treasures. Wealth flows in was absolutely heaven-defying. 1% didn't seem like much, but with compound interest, it became terrifying. No wonder Fujiya Qiangxia said that money was just a number to him. Possessing a talent like God of Wealth, he was fully qualified to say that. However, like Hontabaxi before him, this guy surely didn't know that there were talents in the World Game that could copy or even plunder others' talents. Otherwise, neither of them would be so careless as to expose their own talents. Even exposing a part of it was a mistake. It was understandable to want to recruit a master like Sumubai, but this behavior was somewhat foolish. However, that didn't have much to do with Sumubai. He wouldn't do such a stupid thing anyway. What he cared about was that he had finally found a good buyer for the equipment and skills in his inventory. Chapter 15. Uncle, why did you stop smiling? Level 5 Monster Zone. Fujiya Qiangxia's squad had already pioneered their way to this location, and like Hontabaxi, who wanted to build a massive guild, what Fujiya Qiangxia wanted was a small but powerful elite team. Although the squad currently only had 4 members, they were all top-tier experts. Besides Feng Xiaoxiao, who possessed an S-rank talent, the other 2 members were also standouts among the ranked talents. In Fujiya Qiangxia's plan, once they left the Novice Village, the threshold for recruiting new members would be raised to S-rank. By then, combined with his terrifying financial power, he would inevitably be able to build one of the top teams in the world. All members who joined the team had to sign a contract. This was a contract generated by the World Game, which was binding for all players. Therefore, Fujiya Qiangxia spared no effort in investing in all his team members. Although his talent was SSS rank, it currently provided no boost to combat power. To gain a foothold in the world during the early stages, he had to build his own team, and Bai, who had triggered the system announcement, was the target he most wanted to recruit in Novice Village 9527. After sending part of his talent effects to Bai, Fujiya Qiangxia narrowed his eyes slightly, a smile curling on his lips. He was confident that after showing his talent, he would definitely be able to attract the other party. After all, no matter how strong a talent was, it still required money. With the same level of talent, having his own financial support would surely make the growth speed much faster. The price to pay was merely joining his team. Would anyone refuse such a cost-effective deal? However, the next moment, Fujiya Qiangxia's smile froze on his face. Bai, sorry. I'm the type of person who likes to act alone. The youngest and only female member of the team tilted her head and asked in confusion. Uncle, why did you stop smiling? Cotton Candy, heal me. The shield warrior away's mouth twitched, and he directly changed the subject. Maple Leaf Xiao withdrew his weapon, walked over to Rich and Powerful, and frowned. He refused. Yeah. Rich and Powerful nodded with a wry smile. He truly couldn't understand it. He had already revealed his SSS rank talent, So what possible reason could the other party have to refuse? Feeling somewhat unwilling to give up, Rich and Powerful was just about to press for an answer when he saw Bai Yi send another message. Bai Yi, any interest in making a trade? Rich and Powerful, what kind of trade? Seeing this, Rich and Powerful immediately became interested. He was currently so poor that he only had money left. The first time he shook the money tree, he had obtained over 500 gold coins. Such a massive amount of wealth was truly hard to spend at this stage, even if he wanted to. Although there were some shops run by NPCs in Novice Village No. 9,527, the items sold in those shops were, at best, common-grade equipment and ordinary consumables. Since Bai Yi had soloed a silver-grade boss, he must have dropped some good items. Bai, I have a batch of equipment and skill books that I don't need. Your team should have a use for them. A batch? Rich and Powerful's pupils constricted sharply, and he hurriedly replied, Rich and Powerful. How many? I want them all. Bai Yi, more than you imagine. I'll notify you to trade once I'm done with what I'm doing. Rich and Powerful. Good. Then I shall wait for Brother Bai's notification. A smile appeared on Rich and Powerful's face once again. In his view, the first time is awkward, but the second time is familiar. As long as he established a connection, there would be plenty of opportunities to win the other party over later. He simply didn't believe that there was anyone in this world who could refuse money. Even if this was a data-driven world of the 10,000 Realms game, money was still the most important thing. People, you'll have top-tier equipment very soon. Rich and Powerful suddenly patted Maple Leaf Xiao on the shoulder. The latter was slightly stunned, and before he could speak, an exclamation came from Cotton Candy nearby. Brother Maple, quick! A boss has spawned here. It's a bronze grade 1. Away also spoke up excitedly. In the distance, a sturdy wild boar had appeared, its size a full circle larger than the surrounding wild monsters. Wild boar leader. Level 5 bronze grade boss. 23,800 attack power, physical defense, magic defense, skills. Rend, savage charge, wild stomp. This guy is no vegetarian. Rich and Powerful's eyes lit up immediately, and he turned to look at Maple Leaf Xiao. Are you confident? Should be no problem. A flash of excitement crossed Maple Leaf Xiao's eyes. He stared fixedly at the wild boar leader, eager to try. After seeing Bai Yi on the system announcement, he also wanted that feeling of being the center of attention. No matter what, he had to take down this boss. Trade all the health recovery potions to Maple, for the sake of safety. Rich and Powerful signaled the others to give their potions to Maple Leaf Xiao, then nodded at him and said, You leave the party. As he spoke, he turned to look at Away, his expression solemn. Away, keep a lookout. Don't let anyone disturb Maple. We must get this system announcement. Don't worry, I understand. Away nodded heavily, holding his shield as he scanned the surroundings. Cotton Candy, standing to the side, also tightened her grip on her staff, looking somewhat nervous. Maple Leaf Xiao turned into a streak of light, his spear thrusting like a dragon as he engaged the wild boar leader directly. A massive critical hit damage number popped up. The wild boar leader felt the pain and roared, its pair of cold glinting tusks charging straight at Maple Leaf Xiao. Facing the boss's counterattack, Maple Leaf Xiao didn't panic at all. He sidestepped to avoid the attack and backhanded another spear thrust. The reason he was so highly valued by Rich and Powerful, besides his awakened S-rank talent, was his rich combat experience. The man and the boar immediately engaged in a fierce battle, while the other three stood guard on the sidelines. At the same time, a boss also spawned in the level 4 monster zone. In just a few minutes, the Hegemony Guild had recruited hundreds of members, the vast majority of whom were still in the level 1 to level 3 zones. However, Grand Hegemony didn't care about that at all. His recruitment style was do as one pleases as long as it wasn't full. He would recruit until it was, Guildmaster, there's a boss here. Someone in the guild exclaimed, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Don't anyone make a move. Wait for me to get there. A sharp glint flashed in Grand Hegemony's eyes as he rushed to the coordinates immediately. Link's leader level for Black Iron Grade BOSS HP, 10,500 attack power, physical defense, magic defense, skills pounce, sharp claws. Watch out for its sharp claws. The guildmaster is here. Seeing Grand Hegemony arrive, the guild members immediately looked over. Grand Hegemony enjoyed this feeling of being surrounded by stars, smiling and greeting everyone. Brothers, guard the perimeter. I'm going to solo this guy. If that Bai can trigger a system announcement, our Hegemony guild can too. Looking at his significantly increased attributes, Grand Hegemony pulled out his sword with full confidence and charged toward the Lynx leader. With this battle, he would establish his prestige. Chapter 16. No, he died without even meeting him. Killed level 8 silver grade boss goblin leader. Gained an additional 50% EXP bonus. EXP come 14,400. Congratulations to player Bai for leveling up to level 6. 4-dimensional stats come 1. Skill points come 1. Free attribute points come 15. A sudden system notification chimed, accompanied by a flash of golden light that vanished in an instant. Bai looked at his suddenly increased level, feeling somewhat dazed. Wait, I didn't even see what the boss looked like, and it's already dead? Quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes, and that was to say nothing of the fact that the skeletons he summoned were no weaklings. Beyond their HP and skills, every single skeleton exceeded a silver tier boss in terms of attributes. Based on the distribution of the skeletons in his mind, Bai was certain that less than half of them had participated in killing the Goblin King. Sigh. Invincibility is truly lonely. He let out a sigh, suddenly feeling the solitude of being unable to find a worthy opponent. He estimated that any single skeleton of his could rival a player with an S-tier talent. With such terrifying combat power, where could he possibly find a match in the novice village? After all, this was the combined effect of an exclusive hidden class stacked with S-tier and SS-tier skills. It was simply not something an S-tier talent player could compare to. Killed level 8 enhanced elite monster goblin brave. Gained 50% level gap bonus. EXP come 180. Killed level 8 enhanced elite monster goblin brave. Gained 50% level gap bonus. EXP come 180. The notifications for EXP gain kept popping up, and the skeleton army that had slaughtered the goblin chief did not stop for even a moment. The skeleton warriors held bone swords, advancing in layers, while the 60 skeleton archers in the rear never missed a shot. A single volley was enough to claim the lives of all the goblin braves. Bai followed leisurely behind the main force, continuously receiving various items brought to him by the skeletons tasked with cleaning up. Since entering the dungeon, aside from summoning skeletons, the hardest thing he had to do was to freeload by upgrading all the dropped items. By now, he no longer cared for the items dropped by the small mobs, even after being upgraded. They were at most bronze tier. Such trash was better left to be sold to rich across the world. After upgrading everything, Bai finally inspected the drops from the goblin chief. The guy had dropped a total of 6 pieces of equipment, all of which were still silver tier. In addition to those, there were 3 skill books, some materials, and silver coins. The drop rate for skill books in the Misty Forest was very high, clearly intended to allow players to equip more skills through this dungeon. Bai had chosen the Hell tier difficulty, so such a haul was to be expected. However, all 3 were D tier skill books, and the only Necromancer skill book among them was meaningless to Bai. Enhanced Bone Shield. See level 1, active skill. Summons a shield of bone to block damage for you. Shield value 300 come 100% spell power. Instant cast. Duration 60 seconds. Cooldown 60 seconds. Consumes 100 mana. Bai couldn't even be bothered to learn this skill. In the early stages of the game, each person could learn a maximum of 20 skills. This included those passive skills, with an S-tier skill like life sharing in his arsenal. Why would he ever look twice at a C-tier enhanced bone shield? Even with his nearly 500 points of spell power, this thing would only provide less than 800 points of shield value. It was completely pointless to him. There were 2 pieces of equipment he could actually use, so Bai decisively equipped them. Misty Cloak, accessory level 5 gold tier. Durability 100 100s, physical defense come 28, magic defense come 20, constitution come 10, spirit come 10. Reduces presence and lowers aggro effect when equipped. Put this on, and you'll be the flashiest guy around. This was a green cloak with some black stripes on it. If it weren't for the Kung Ten Spirit attribute, Sumyubai really wouldn't have wanted to wear it. Green was the primary color theme for the equipment dropped in this dungeon. Fortunately, in world games, one could choose to hide the appearance of headgear, otherwise, the hats dropped here definitely wouldn't sell for a good price. Chief's Emblem. Emblem accessory level 5 gold tier durability 100 100 HP Kung 200 mana Kung 400. Spell critical hit rate Kung 5%. After your spells land a critical hit, you gain a buff, Spirit Kung 20. Duration 10 seconds, non-stackable, a symbol of status. In world games, players can equip a total of 10 main pieces of equipment. These are divided into 10 slots: main hand weapon, offhand weapon, head, chest, shoulders, bracers, gloves, belt, pants, and shoes. In addition, one can equip 6 accessories, including 1 cloak, 1 necklace, 2 rings, and 2 other accessories. Equipment like masks, emblems, and amulets fall into the other accessories category. Anyone who has played games knows that common armor has the highest drop rate, followed by weapons. The hardest items to drop are various accessories. As expected of hell tier difficulty, to bosses drop to accessories. Happily putting on the Chief's Emblem, Sumyubai now had 3 pieces of gold tier equipment on him. If other players saw this, their jaws would surely drop. He continued to allocate his attribute points for into agility and 11 into spirit, and added his skill points to summon skeleton soldier. The 3-dimensional attributes of the skeleton warriors and skeleton archers increased by another notch. After gaining their class, these 2 types of skeletons no longer had a spirit attribute. However, under the class bonus, the skeleton warriors' attack power had already broken through the 1,000 point mark. The EXP required for leveling up is getting higher and higher. Looking at his EXP bar, the figure of 50, 0 made Sumyubai frown. Although the skeleton army was strong, the monsters here weren't dense enough. After all, it was only a small 5-man dungeon. The number of monsters wouldn't be too high. Fortunately, the remaining monsters were all enhanced elite tier. So Sumyubai's leveling speed hadn't decreased. In fact, it had even improved. This was also thanks to soloing. The EXP gained after forming a party would be significantly lower. Plus, with the EXP lost upon death in the dungeon, ordinary players would not only fail to level up while clearing the dungeon but would actually lose experience instead. However, for the sake of equipment and skill books, the Misty Forest was destined to be a hurdle that all players had to overcome. Half an hour later, Sumyubai noticed that his EXP bar had stopped increasing, and all the skeletons were beginning to gather toward a single coordinate. At the same time, a roar erupted from the depths of the Misty Forest. A bunch of bones. How did you appear in this king's territory? Could it be that those damn necromancers have made a comeback? The voice was filled not only with anger but also with a trace of inexplicable fear. Immediately following this, a loud boom echoed, and Sumyubai's pupils shrank sharply. He was shocked to discover that the HP of all his skeleton warriors had instantly dropped by half. Sumyubai quickly realized what was happening. This must be a boss skill mechanic. Only a dungeon boss would possess such an exaggerated percentage-based damage at a low level. Otherwise, given the HP and stats of the skeleton warriors, even if the final boss were of dark gold rank, it wouldn't be able to achieve this level of damage. Sumyubai immediately rushed toward the coordinates, fearing he might miss the final moments of the boss fight. However, a sudden system notification caused his footsteps to falter. Chapter 17, The Final Boss, Notification. The large number of skeleton soldiers has caused the Goblin King to recall long-buried memories. Notification. This painful memory has sent the Goblin King into a state of frenzy, increasing all attributes by 50%. Notification. The exit of the Misty Forest has been sealed. You must kill the Goblin King to leave the dungeon. Notification. Kill the Goblin King within 2 minutes to trigger the hidden plot of the Misty Forest dungeon. The moment the 4 consecutive system notifications ended, the mist permeating the Misty Forest began to vibrate violently. A flash of light streaked across the air, and faint magical inscriptions could be seen. The dungeon exit had been sealed. Sumyubai was slightly stunned. He never expected that his skeleton army would be able to trigger a hidden plot. From the Goblin King's previous roar, it was clear that this place seemed related to certain necromancers. Thinking of this, A look of excitement appeared on his face. Since the hidden plot was related to necromancers, there must be some good items that he could use. Soon, Sumyubai arrived at the location of the Goblin King. It was an exceptionally strong goblin, several times larger than an ordinary one. Standing nearly 3 meters tall, with a protruding belly, it brandished a battle axe, engaging in a fierce battle with the skeleton army. Bang, bang, swish, swish, swish. 862, 903,666, 649. The skeleton army coordinated perfectly. The front row skeleton warriors took turns attacking, while the back row skeleton archers poured down a rain of arrows. Even with the buff from the frenzy state, the Goblin King was being pushed back step by step by the powerful skeleton army. What surprised Sumyubai was that this guy was actually a named boss. Goblin King Reggie Frenzy State. All attributes increased by 50%. Level 8 gold rank boss HP, 266,218, 327. Attack, physical defense, magic defense, skills, thunder strike, trample, heroic leap, summon goblin warriors, berserk. Reggie's long-buried painful memories have driven him into a frenzy. Only by completely killing all intruders in the misty forest can he be appeased. Please note, even if you revive, you will still be hunted by him. Reggie in his frenzy state was absolutely an invincible existence for players at this stage. His massive 327.0 HP bar meant he would recover 270 HP every 5 seconds. If one's damage per second was lower than 654, it would be impossible to deal any net damage to him. A 5-man team, facing a 3-level suppression and around 300 in dual defenses, would likely never be able to take this guy down even if they fought until the end of time. You filthy, rotting vermin. Just smelling your stench makes this king want to vomit. All of you, die for this king. Reggie roared at the sky, his battle axe slamming violently into the ground. Lightning flashed, instantly sweeping across a massive area with a 30-meter radius. 1580, 1580. A sea of blood-red numbers popped up, and the HP bars of all the skeleton warriors dropped by a chunk instantly. Such damage could easily one-shot players at this stage. Even a level 5 tank class wearing a full set of silver rank gear would struggle to withstand the boss's follow-up attacks. And this was a terrifying, large-scale AoE attack, enough to wipe out an entire squad. But for the skeleton warriors, whose maximum HP exceeded 8,000, it was far from enough to finish them off. Sumyubai's gaze sharpened. As he waved his magic wand, he summoned 2 more full-health skeleton warriors. Then, he pointed his wand forward, and a wisp of ghostly blue flame shot out. Scorch. The damage from Scorch wasn't high, but it signaled the start of the all-out attack. The 7 or 8 skeleton warriors in the front row instantly raised their bone swords and slashed down heavily toward Reggie. Heavy strike, clang. The bone sword struck the armor, creating a series of metallic clashing sounds, and the immense strength of the skeleton warriors knocked Reggie back. 1422, 1398. In an instant, Reggie's HP dropped by over 10,000. However, this was only the beginning. The front row skeleton warriors quickly withdrew their swords, stepped aside, and another 7 or 8 skeleton warriors stepped forward. Heavy strike, clang. At the same time, the skeleton archers in the back moved in perfect unison, pulling their bone bows to full draw. Double shot times 60. Almost all the skeleton archers released their top bowstrings simultaneously, and the cold, shimmering arrows shot into the sky in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dense sound of arrows piercing the air erupted, scattering the mist that shrouded the battlefield. The overwhelming rain of arrows traced graceful arcs through the air, instantly turning Reggie into a hedgehog. 444, 451,502, 968. 120 damage numbers flooded the screen instantly. This wave of double shot directly shaved off over 50,000 HP from Reggie, before the alternating heavy strike of the 40 skeleton warriors had even concluded. The skeleton archers had already launched their second wave of attacks. Although the double shot was no longer active, and they could only fire 1 arrow at a time, the damage per individual attack had increased slightly. Facing the relentless heavy strike attacks, Reggie was forced into a steady retreat, his head buzzing for a moment. This series of attacks was, naturally, entirely controlled by Sumyubai. If he had left the skeleton army to fight autonomously, they would never have achieved such seamless coordination. This was also his first time commanding a large army in battle. Although he felt mentally exhausted, he felt a faint sense of excitement in his heart. In just 10 seconds, Reggie's health had dropped to half. He suddenly swung his battle axe, forcing back several skeleton warriors, and then roared toward the sky. "Warriors of my tribe, smash these filthy bones into pieces for your king." As his voice fell, a vortex portal opened, and 10 goblins the size of normal humans rushed out, brandishing their weapons. These goblin warriors were slightly different from the previous ones. Their pupils were bloodshot, their arm muscles were bulging, and their state looked very similar to Reggie's. "The mobs have gone berserk too." Sumyubai looked closely, and sure enough, goblin warrior, berserk state. All attributes increased by 50%. Level 8 enhanced elite health, 13,500, 13,500's attack power, physical defense, magic defense, skill powerful strike. Rare warriors of the goblin race, they only obey the orders of the Goblin King. Reggie certainly lived up to the reputation of a final boss in a hell-grade dungeon. Suddenly summoning 10 enhanced elite monsters during a fight would be enough to exhaust any player squad, even without the berserk state. And his combat intelligence was not low either, taking advantage of the gap created by the goblin warriors blocking the skeleton warriors. Reggie suddenly turned his head to look at Sumyubai, his pupils filled with resentment and madness. "Damn Necromancer. I even took my people and hid in the misty forest. Why won't you let me go?" As he spoke, Reggie suddenly leaped high into the air, crossing a distance of dozens of meters in an instant. He raised his battle axe with both hands and slashed down fiercely toward Sumyubai. "Heroic leap. Since you've come, don't even think about leaving. Warriors, crush them." Chapter 18. Dude, are you seriously soloing this? It wasn't clear why Reggie held such deep resentment toward necromancers, to the point where the skeleton warriors couldn't hold his aggro at all. It was also possible that the combat intelligence of bosses in the World of Worlds game was very high, and he understood the principle of capturing the leader to capture the bandits. Regardless, Reggie had locked onto Sumyubai, crossing dozens of meters with a single heroic leap, and brought his battle axe down hard. And fortunately, the result was completely different from what he had imagined. The battle axe had clearly struck the target, sending him stumbling back repeatedly. A critical hit of over 2,000 points appeared above the opponent's head. Yet, the health bar of the human in front of him hadn't dropped by even a sliver. Immediately following this, the nearest skeleton archer stepped forward, blocking firmly between Sumyubai and the boss. The 10 skeleton warriors arrived instantly, surrounding Reggie once more and denying him any chance to continue attacking Sumyubai. "Hiss, that really hurts." Sumyubai rubbed his shoulder, grimacing in pain. A hit of just over 2,000 damage was negligible to a shared health pool, but the impact had landed on him nonetheless. The pain sensation in the World of Worlds game was, after all, finished this quickly. Rubbing his right shoulder where he had been struck, Sumyubai's gaze turned cold. Although there were no wounds after the data conversion, he still felt a lingering, dull ache. Clang clang. Reggie fell into a bitter struggle once again, facing the siege of the skeleton warriors. Even he found it difficult to fight off so many opponents at once. The remaining skeleton warriors, assisted by the skeleton archers, quickly slaughtered the 10 goblin warriors and turned to surround Reggie. With such a massive skeleton army, in a 5-player mini-dungeon, it was practically like using a cheat code. So what if it was hell-grade difficulty? A gold-grade boss was nothing more than cutting vegetables. 30 seconds passed in a flash, and Reggie's health bar had reached 20%. "No, this king will not be defeated." A look of terror appeared on Reggie's face, and then a red glow surged across his body. The next moment, his physique expanded by a size, and his pupils turned completely blood red. Notification: Goblin King Reggie has entered a berserk state. Attack power increased by 50%. Attack speed increased by 50%. Dual defense decreased by 50%. Necromancer: this king will never become your slave again after going berserk. Reggie's height surged to 5 meters, and his attack power surpassed that of the skeleton warriors, reaching an exaggerated 1,265 points. coupled with the 50% increase in attack speed. His total damage output had more than doubled. Facing the now formidable Reggie, Sumyubai only glanced at him indifferently. The battle was already over, because the skeleton army's skills had finished cooling down. Just as Sumyubai was preparing to finish Reggie off, the sound of a system announcement suddenly reached his ears. Announcement for Novice Village No. 9527. Congratulations to Hontabei for becoming the first player to solo a Black Iron grade boss. This is hereby announced. We hope the vast majority of players will learn from them to obtain generous rewards. As soon as the announcement finished, it immediately sounded again. Novice Village No. 9527 announcement. Congratulations to Feng Xiaoxiao for becoming the first player to solo a bronze tier boss. This is hereby announced. We hope the vast majority of players will learn from them to obtain generous rewards. As expected, someone else got it. Sumyubai did not feel surprised. When the system announcement was triggered earlier, he had already anticipated that he would likely miss out on the solo kill rewards for the Black Iron and Bronze tier bosses. For players possessing S-tier talents, soloing bosses of these two tiers was not particularly difficult, since he was currently inside the Hell tier Mist Forest dungeon, where even the lowest level enemies were Silver tier bosses. He naturally couldn't compete with others for those kills. However, exiting the dungeon early just for those two rewards would be counterproductive. After all, players could only run the Hell tier difficulty of each dungeon once per week. The first time solo kill rewards for Black Iron and Bronze tier bosses were insignificant compared to the first clear of a Hell tier dungeon. Besides, before entering the dungeon, Sumyubai hadn't expected his own growth to be so significant. At the time, his only thought was to secure the first clear of the Hell tier dungeon as quickly as possible to see if it would reward him with treasures that could extend his lifespan. Compared to his life, what did the first kills of two low tier bosses matter? Thinking of this, Sumyubai looked at Reggie, who was struggling like a trapped beast, his lips curling upward as a thought crossed his mind. The skeleton warriors in the front row immediately raised their bone swords and brought them down heavily. Heavy strike, 1611, 1609. At the same time, the skeleton archers released their bowstrings. Double shot, swish, swish, swish. The overwhelming rain of arrows reappeared, instantly landing on Reggie. 597, 601,599, 1208. This round of attacks completely depleted Reggie's remaining HP. His pupils stared fixedly at Sumyubai, gradually losing their color. His bloated form slowly returned to its original state before he collapsed to the ground with a loud thud. Killed level 8 gold tier boss Goblin King Reggie. Obtained an additional 50% EXP bonus. EXP Kung 43. Congratulations to player Baiyi for leveling up to level 7. All for attributes Kung 1. Skill points Kung 1. Free attribute points Kung 15. Congratulations on becoming the first player in Novice Village No. 9527 to solo a gold tier boss. Reward, primary soul stone times 12, gold coins times 12. Notification. A Novice Village announcement is about to be made. Would you like to hide your name? Do not hide. No need to ask in the future. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow. The reward of primary soul stones for soloing a gold tier boss was to more than he had expected. After allocating his attribute and skill points, Sumyubai's gaze fell upon Reggie's corpse, and he paused slightly. No loot. Could it be related to a hidden plot? The subsequent system notification resolved the doubt in his heart. In the level for Monster Zone, while Hontabei was soloing the Lynx leader, more and more players had arrived at the scene. However, they were all blocked outside by members of the Bay Guild to prevent them from dealing damage to the boss. These players hadn't been paying much attention to the chat channel, and at first, they had some complaints. But upon learning that joining Bay would grant them various buffs, the vast majority chose to become members of the guild. When the announcement of Hontabei soloing the Black Iron tier boss rang out, the guild members showered him with flattery. The guild master is amazing. The guild master must be the top expert in Novice Village No. That Baiyi just got lucky, that's all. Finding a silver tier boss first. Exactly. If the guild master had found it first, it wouldn't have been Baiyi's turn to trigger the announcement. Facing the flattery of the crowd, Hontabei turned a deaf ear. He looked excitedly at the single primary soul stone in his inventory. almost unable to stop himself from laughing out loud. This was a treasure that could extend one's lifespan. If not for the Myriad Worlds game, how could he have ever obtained such a thing? At this moment, Hantabei's ambition to dominate the Myriad Worlds became even more resolute. He firmly believed that the Myriad Worlds game was the turning point of his life. But this excitement didn't last long before the next announcement made his smile stiffen. Novice Village No. 9527 announcement. Congratulations to Feng Xiaoxiao for becoming the first player to solo a bronze tier boss. ×3. This Feng Xiaoxiao is also just lucky. Guildmaster. We'll have people start searching for a gold tier boss right away. Someone noticed Hantabei's expression and hurriedly tried to comfort him. But his words only made the corner of Hantabei's mouth twitch. He knew his own strength very well. He might have a chance against a bronze tier boss, but he definitely couldn't beat a silver tier one. As for a gold tier boss, was this person trying to get him killed? Glaring at the person who spoke, Hantabei had just opened his mouth to say something when the system announcement rang out again. Novice Village No. 9527 announcement. Congratulations to Bai for becoming the first player to solo a gold tier boss. This is hereby announced. We hope the vast majority of players will learn from them to obtain generous rewards. This time, everyone looked at each other in dismay, and the entire scene fell into a dead silence. Hey buddy, we were just bragging and buttering him up. You actually soloed it. Chapter 19. The boss that shouldn't have appeared. Bai. The repeated system announcement made Hantabei narrow his eyes slightly. He was shocked to realize that he had previously underestimated this person's combat power. To be able to solo a gold tier boss so quickly. What kind of talent had he awakened? S tier, or perhaps SSS tier? Thinking of this, Hantabei's pupils shrank violently. His previously inflated ego gradually returned to normal. Although he was very unwilling to admit it, he knew clearly that he was definitely no match for Bai right now. But I am not alone. Looking at his own talent, then at the guild members around him, Hantabei's fighting spirit was reignited. Hurry up and level up. Our next goal for the Hegemony Guild is to be the first to clear the dungeon. As he spoke, he opened the guild member list and began carefully selecting his team. He was determined to assemble a powerful squad to secure the first clear of the dungeon. Only then could the Hegemony Guild leverage the system announcement to truly make a name for itself in Novice Village No. 9527 and recruit more players. Once the guild's overall strength increased, his own power would rise as well. So what if Bai is strong? Could one person really stand against an entire guild? Fujiaxiangxia and his group also heard the system announcement triggered by Sumubai. Cotton Candy and Away looked shocked, momentarily at a loss for words. Feng Xiaoxiao looked up at the sky, tightened his grip on his long spear, and spoke slowly. His strength is truly terrifying. He had used his full power just now to solo the Wild Boar Chieftain, and he had even burned through more than 10 recovery potions. He never expected that the other party was already capable of soloing a gold tier boss. It's fine. The Myriad Worlds game has only just begun. There will be plenty of time to catch up to Bai later. Fujiaxiangxia patted Feng Xiaoxiao on the shoulder and laughed. Besides, with me around, your growth speed will definitely be faster than his. That's true. Thinking of Fujiaxiangxia's heaven-defying talent, he hoisted his long spear onto his shoulder and looked at the others. It's time to take a look at the first dungeon. Right away. I just found a new teammate. As soon as he arrives, we'll set off. What class? FireEliamENTLIST. Notification. You killed the Goblin King Reggie within 2 minutes, successfully triggering the hidden plot Reggie's Nightmare. Notification. The difficulty of the Misty Forest dungeon has been increased to Disaster tier. Is Disaster tier above Hell tier? Sumubai muttered to himself, waving his hand to summon to full health skeletons to replace the skeleton warriors that had lost a significant amount of HP. Reggie's corpse underwent a change at this moment. Wisps of gray energy emerged from his 7 orifices, rapidly forming a small vortex. The mist throughout the entire Misty Forest quickly gathered toward the vortex, pouring into it. At the same time, scenes flashed through the mist. The images told the story of Reggie and the goblin race's past. They were once slaves to a group of necromancers, including Reggie. All the goblins were locked in cages. Every day, many goblins were used for various experiments. The experiments conducted by necromancers were, naturally, related to death. Reggie watched helplessly as his kin died one after another in misery, until one day, these necromancers successfully summoned a skeleton from the small, thin corpse of a goblin, a very small skeleton. Isn't this the small skeleton that necromancers summon at the very beginning? Sumyubai was slightly stunned. So, the small skeleton was a goblin in its previous life. The scenes flashed by quickly, and it seemed that a lot of content was missing in the middle. For some reason, the necromancers suddenly disappeared and did not reappear for a long time. Reggie seized the opportunity to lead his kin out of the cages and hide in the misty forest. The images stopped abruptly there, and all the mist was sucked into the vortex. Reggie's corpse suddenly exploded, leaving behind only a skeleton. The next moment, he stood up again, and ghostly blue soul fire ignited in his hollow eye sockets. After hiding for so long, this Goblin King still could not escape the fate of becoming an undead. Skeleton King Reggie Berserk State. All attributes increased by 50%. Level 10 Dark Gold Tier Boss. HP 1.8 million, 1.8 million attack power, physical defense, magic defense, skills. Summon Skeleton Warrior, Summon Skeleton Archer, Summon Skeleton Mage, Aura of the Dead, Thunderous Strike, Dead Man Stomp, Leap of the Dead, Berserk, surrounded by death energy. One of the most successful creations of the ancient necromancers, he should not have appeared here. Roar! The soul fire in Reggie's eye sockets flickered violently, his gaze passing over the skeleton army to stare fixedly at Sumyubai. He clenched his hands, and the 10 goblin warrior corpses lying on the ground shattered instantly. The 10 remaining skeletons flew in front of him, rapidly reassembling and condensing into a massive bone sword. The bone sword shimmered with a cold light, wisps of pale gray death energy swirling around the blade, giving off a mysterious and powerful aura. Hiss! Looking at Reggie's brand new attribute panel, Sumyubai couldn't help but gasp. Are you kidding me? Is this thing really a boss that should appear in a novice village? A massive one. 8 million HP means an average HP regeneration of 3,600 points per second, coupled with that terrifying attack and dual defense. What are the players in the novice village supposed to use to fight it, even if level 10 is indeed a watershed? Isn't this increase a bit too exaggerated? Does the Myriad Worlds game really not consider whether anyone can actually beat this guy? Immediately after, the Skeleton King's actions made Sumyubai's pupils shrink. Roar! He raised his bone sword and roared at the sky. The next moment, 3 pale gray vortexes appeared simultaneously. Following that, 3 squads of skeletons marched out in formation. Although there were only 15 in total, their presence was more imposing than all 100 of Sumyubai's skeletons combined. Skeleton Warrior. Level 10 Summon CRE to your HP, 60,000 attack power, physical defense, magic defense, skills. Heavy Strike LV10 Heroic Warrior. Bolstered by the Aura of the Dead. All attributes increased by 20%. Skeleton Archer Level 10 Summon Creature HP 36,036. Attack power, physical defense, magic defense, skill, double shot LV10 A Precise Archer. Buffed by the Aura of the Dead. All attributes increased by 20%. Skeleton Mage Level 10 Summon Creature HP 24,024. Spell power, physical defense, magic defense, skill, Fireball LV10 A Powerful Mage. Buffed by the Aura of the Dead. All attributes increased by 20%. Rigi pointed his bone sword directly at Sumyubai, emitting a hoarse voice. Let all enemies become undead just like us. Chapter 20. The Terrifying Rigi. The Only Hope. 3 types of skeletons formed a legion, colliding with the army of skeletons summoned by Sumyubai. However, their only advantage was their HP, even with the buff from the Aura of the Dead. Their attributes could not compare to Sumyubai's skeleton legion. What gave Sumyubai the biggest headache was Rigi himself. This boss's stat panel was too terrifying. For the first time, Sumyubai felt he had no chance of winning. As soon as the 2 sides made contact, Rigi shattered a skeleton warrior with less than half its HP with a single swing of his sword. Sumyubai's expression was grave. As he waved his magic wand, he summoned 2 more skeleton warriors to fill the gap. What it would come down to now was whether he could summon them faster than Rigi could kill them. This guy's attack power is too high. Looking at his mana bar, Sumyubai frowned. Although he had just leveled up and restored his mana to full, at this rate, even if he drained his entire mana pool, he had no hope of killing Rigi. Just as Sumyubai was deep in thought, a suddenly sounding system announcement caused his expression to change drastically. Notification. The hidden plot Rigi's nightmare has officially begun. The novice village protection is now disabled. If you die, you will lose 10% of your lifespan, with a minimum loss of 10 years. The hidden plot would actually disable the novice village protection. Sumyubai's heart sank upon hearing this, his face turning extremely grim. Even if he absorbed all the soul stones, he didn't have enough lifespan to lose even once. Furthermore, the exit to the dungeon had been sealed. This meant that unless he killed Rigi, Sumyubai's journey through the myriad worlds would end right here. Crush them, Rigi roared, raising his sword high, then lifted his right leg and stomped down heavily. And that stomp, the earth trembled. Skeleton warriors within a 30-meter radius of him instantly lost 50% of their HP. It's that percentage-based HP reduction skill. Sumyubai breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this skill hadn't been enhanced. The next moment, the bone sword in Rigi's hand crackled with lightning as he slashed down. Thunderous strike. 9,527, 1,008,610,001. This single strike had actually insta-killed 6 skeleton warriors. Damn it. Sumyubai furrowed his brows, controlling the skeleton legion to launch a counterattack. The skeleton warriors used heavy strikes simultaneously, colliding with Rigi. The skeleton archers in the rear released their bowstrings, but their target was not Rigi. It was the 15 skeletons he had summoned. He had to deal with these troublesome guys first before he could focus on fighting the boss. At the same time, Sumyubai retreated continuously, staying out of the range of Rigi's undead leap. He then waved his magic wand, continuing to replenish the skeleton warriors. From here on, he had to focus on controlling the skeletons on the front line to buy himself more time. After reaching level 7, his spirit attribute had increased to 152 points. Combined with the attributes from the leader's emblem, his maximum mana had reached 9,560 points. Using Summon Skeleton Soldier once required 200 mana points. Even with the 152 mana points recovered every 5 seconds during combat, he could only summon them 50 or 60 times at most. 60 times, which means 120 skeleton warriors. Calculating the answer in his mind, Sumyubai couldn't help but frown. Not enough, nowhere near enough. After becoming the Skeleton King, Rigi's defense was too high. Neither the skeleton warriors nor the skeleton archers could deal significant damage to him, while controlling the front-line skeleton warriors to dodge and parry Rigi's attacks. Sumyubai thought rapidly, but no matter how he calculated it, his win rate in this battle was near 0. Unless the Summon Skeleton Soldier skill leveled up once more. His only hope now was that the catastrophe trait attached to this skill would be powerful enough. The effects of his class catastrophe trait were still fresh in his mind. And thinking of this, Sumyubai immediately opened his inventory. Intermediate Soul Stone times 17. One stone added 120 days of lifespan. And combined with the one he had absorbed earlier, it was roughly 6 years of lifespan. However, before upgrading the Summon Skeleton Soldier skill, Sumyubai tried something else first. Catastrophe. Target Intermediate Soul Stone Tier 3. Notification. Do you confirm consuming 100 years of lifespan to overwrite the previous promotion effect and mutate the Intermediate Soul Stone to a higher grade? Cancel. A full 100 years of lifespan, where would Sumyubai get that? Even 10 years of lifespan was an extravagant hope for him now. From this terrifying cost, it was clear that once a Soul Stone exceeded the high grade, the increase in power would be massive. I should check how much lifespan the catastrophe skill requires first. I hope it doesn't exceed 6 years. Sighing, Sumyubai focused his mind and activated catastrophe again. Target, Summon Skeleton Soldier Notification. Please select the promotion tier. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Tier 3. Notification. Do you confirm consuming 5 years of lifespan to overwrite the previous sublimation effect and mutate the skill Summon Skeleton Soldier to a higher grade? Cancel. Phew, thank goodness it's enough. Sumyubai let out a long sigh of relief. He hadn't absorbed the soul stones yet, so naturally, he had to cancel the process first. Because promoting a skill 3 times would add a cataclysm trait, he had been worried that his lifespan wouldn't be enough. Now it seemed that even for low-level skills, the lifespan required to add a cataclysm trait wasn't actually that high. Without hesitation, he directly absorbed 15 intermediate soul stones. The soul stones shimmered, transforming into a vibrant green radiance that flowed into Sumyubai's body. On his status window, the lifespan column changed instantly. Lifespan less than 6 years. Following this, he selected Summon Skeleton Soldier again and activated the Cataclysm talent. Hint: after this skill is Cataclysm to C rank. It will branch into 3 types: Summon Skeleton Warrior, Summon Skeleton Archer, and Summon Skeleton Mage. Please choose the direction you wish to Cataclysm. There are branches. Sumyubai was slightly stunned. At D rank, he could choose to summon 2 types of skeletons, but he hadn't expected that after promoting to C rank, he would only be able to summon 1 of them. However, he made his choice quickly, facing the terrifyingly offensive Reggie, choosing the low health, low defense archers and mages would easily lead to disaster. Only choosing the warriors was the safest bet. Summon Skeleton Warrior. The next moment, Sumyubai felt as if something was draining from his body. Hint: you have lost 5 years of lifespan. The skill icon also changed. The original 2 skeletons gradually merged, condensing into a single skeleton that was noticeably sturdier. The bone sword in the skeleton's hand also changed from a one-handed sword to a 2-handed greatsword. Your F-rank skill Summon Lesser Skeleton has successfully cataclysmed into the C-rank skill Summon Skeleton Warrior. Summon Skeleton Warrior. C level 8. Active skill. Summons a skeleton warrior to fight for you. Cast time 3 seconds. Cooldown 30 seconds. Mana cost. Skeleton warrior stats are boosted by the player's spirit attribute. The skill inherited its previous level, and the mana cost increased by 50%. But what Sumyubai cared about most was the Cataclysm trait added to this skill. Chapter 21. The Perverted Cataclysm Trait. Cataclysm trait. Skeleton warrior's maximum health increased by 500%. Attack power increased by 100%. A short description. Yet it shocked Sumyubai beyond measure. Such a terrifying bonus, appearing on a mere C-rank skill. Is this reasonable? Is the 5-year lifespan cost for Cataclysm a lot? No, it's practically a steal. This C-rank skill is probably stronger than most S-rank talents now. Sumyubai couldn't help but exclaim, his gaze returning to Reggie, who was wreaking havoc, the corners of his mouth curling upward. In just a few seconds, Reggie had slaughtered another 7 skeleton warriors. Yet his health had only dropped by an imperceptible sliver. The next second, health regeneration kicked in, and Reggie's health returned to full. Even among the 15 skeletons he had summoned, only 2 skeleton warriors had died. And this was after the bonus from Sumyubai's Codex of Death, which increased damage against undead creatures by 100%. The terrifying nature of a dark gold rank boss in a frenzied state was clear to see. But now, there wasn't a hint of nervousness on Sumyubai's face, and flustered, he waved his magic wand, and a pale gray vortex, a size larger than the previous ones, quickly took shape. The next moment, 2 sturdy skeleton warriors stepped out, wielding greatswords. Clack, clack, clack. The greatswords shimmered with a cold light. The skeleton warriors wore standard-issue armor, stood nearly 2 meters tall, and had ghostly blue soul fire flickering in their eye sockets, their presence far exceeding that of the previous skeleton warriors. Skeleton warrior strength, constitution, agility, health, 69,750, 69,750. Its attack power, physical defense, skill heavy strike LV8 heavy strike, E level 8. Swing your weapon to strike the target heavily, dealing 185% physical damage, cooldown 30 seconds. Cataclysm trait. Maximum health increased by 500%. Attack power increased by 100%. A heroic warrior. All attribute bonuses significantly increased. Even though Sumyubai had been mentally prepared, he was stunned for a moment by the skeleton warrior's luxurious stats. The previous silver rank boss, Mystery Python King, only had 88,000 health. Yet the skeleton warrior he summoned had nearly 70. Even more perverted was the attack power, even for a dark gold rank boss like Reggie. Without the bonus from his frenzied state, his attack power wouldn't reach such heights. Various powerful skills. combined with the stacking of the Cataclysm trait, were what created such a terrifying skeleton warrior. And he could now summon a full 100 of these skeletons. Sumyubai suddenly realized that what he had previously thought was perverted was only just the beginning. From the moment he glitched the system to obtain the unique forbidden level talent Cataclysm, he had embarked on an invincible path. Take that guy down, with a thought. The two skeleton warriors immediately dragged their great swords and charged toward Reggie. The two great swords carved deep furrows into the soil of the mist forest, with an agility stat as high as 930. Even though the skeleton warrior class didn't have bonuses in this area, it still allowed them to move with great speed. The skeleton warriors in the front row immediately cleared a path, and the two skeleton warriors raised their heavy swords high, slashing fiercely at Reggie. The latter clearly felt the threat. The soul fire in his eye sockets flickered as he swung his massive bone sword to block. Heavy strike X2, clang clang. Two heavy sounds of metal clashing echoed through the mist forest, and the terrifying force sent Reggie staggering back several steps. A hint of shock emanated from within the soul fire. His eyes locked firmly onto the two powerful skeletons that had suddenly appeared. He had actually failed to block the opponent's attack entirely. 12,500 for 11988. Two damage numbers exceeding 10,000 popped up, and they were not even critical hits. The skeleton warrior's terrifying attack power, combined with the amplification from the death scripture, was the only reason for such an exaggerated amount of damage. I am the true skeleton king. Reggie steadied his stance and roared in counterattack. Wisps of pale gray death energy emerged on his skin, swirling around his body. System prompt. Skeleton King Reggie has used Death Aura. Strength increased by 20%. Damage taken reduced by 20%. Duration: 10 minutes. As the system prompt sounded, Sumyubai curled his lips. A boss is indeed different. Even a random buff can last for 10 minutes. If it were a player, such an effect would be considered top tier if it lasted for 1 minute. But it's useless. With a cold smile, Sumyubai let two skeleton warriors charge forward while leaving a few skeleton soldiers to assist. The remaining skeleton army went all out, instantly obliterating the skeletons Reggie had summoned. Following that, Sumyubai waved his magic wand again, and two more skeleton warriors joined the battlefield. Reggie, who had just managed to suppress his opponents, was met with two more heavy blows. 9764, 19,526. Soon, Sumyubai had summoned 10 skeleton warriors. Working together, they completely suppressed Reggie. No matter how he struggled, he could not break through the encirclement of the skeleton warriors. All the skeletons he summoned were wiped out, and the 60 skeleton archers switched targets, raining down arrows like a torrential downpour. 672, 663,681, 657. Densely packed damage numbers popped up, instantly shaving off over 40,000 HP from Reggie. Sumyubai continuously summoned new skeleton warriors to replace those with low health. Every time he summoned two, he would deliver two heavy blows to Reggie. Ever since Sumyubai used Catastrophe to upgrade his skills, Reggie's fate had already been sealed. Even if he exhausted every trick in his arsenal, it was meaningless. With only 300 mana points required to summon two skeleton warriors with nearly 70,000 HP each, what could he possibly use to contend with that? Even if Reggie summoned another 15 skeletons, they would be nothing more than toys for the skeleton warriors. Soon, Reggie's health dropped to only 360. System prompt. Skeleton King Reggie has entered a berserk state. Attack power increased by 50%. Attack speed increased by 50%. And both defenses reduced by 50%. After entering the berserk state, Reggie fell into a complete frenzy. He stopped caring about defense altogether, rapidly swinging his giant bone sword and attacking the skeleton warriors surrounding him. However, doing so only accelerated his death and served no real purpose. The skeleton warriors summoned by Sumyubai were not even all participating in the fight at once. Whenever one died, a fresh one at full health would immediately take its place. Reggie's final madness was utterly meaningless, and his health bar plummeted even faster. Heavy strike, double shot, 10,387, 100,111,241, 1197. With the final wave of skills released, the overwhelming rain of arrows completely ended Reggie's second life. and willing to accept his fate, he plunged his giant bone sword into the ground. The soul fire in his eye sockets gradually dissipating. This king is not reconciled. The next moment, Reggie's massive body collapsed to the ground, dropping a pile of items. A golden light rose. The massive amount of EXP from Reggie allowed Samubai, who had just leveled up, to level up once again. At the same time, a series of system prompts rang in his ears. Chapter 22. What kind of monster is Bai? Killed level 10 Dark Gold tier boss Skeleton King Reggie. Gained an additional 50% EXP bonus. EXP Kung 270. Congratulations to player Bai for reaching level 8. All for attributes Kung 1. Skill points Kung 1. Free attribute points Kung 15. A full 270. 0 EXP push Sumubai's experience bar straight to 90% of level 8. As he got closer to level 10, the EXP required for leveling up in the world game became increasingly higher. Going from level 8 to level 9 required a full 200,000 EXP. However, Sumubai did not care. For him, leveling up didn't require any effort on his part. What he cared about more were the rewards that followed. Congratulations on becoming the first player in Novice Village 9527 to solo a Dark Gold tier boss. Reward: Primary Soul Stone times 40, Gold Coins times 60. Prompt: Novice Village announcement is about to commence. This time, the system did not ask him if he wanted to hide his name. 40 of them. A flash of joy crossed Sumubai's eyes, after freeloading them with catastrophe. This was over 13 years of lifespan. The higher the rank of the boss, the higher the rewards for the first solo kill. Compared to the 40 primary soul stones, the 60 gold coins reward was practically negligible. What kind of rewards would an epic tier boss give? Sumubai felt a faint sense of anticipation. It was just that he felt there shouldn't be any low-level epic tier bosses. To obtain the subsequent first solo kill announcements, besides strength, one also needed immense luck. The system prompts did not end there. Congratulations on achieving the first clear of the Mist Forest dungeon in Novice Village 9527. Reward: Random level 1 attribute gem times 5, gold coins times 5. Congratulations on achieving the first clear of the Mist Forest dungeon on Hell difficulty in Novice Village 9527. Reward: Primary Soul Stone times 20, gold coins times 20. Prompt: Novice Village announcement is about to commence. In the world game, 10 main equipment slots could be inlaid with gems. However, the minimum requirement for inlaying was gold tier equipment. The higher the rank of the equipment, the more gems it could hold. A level 1 attribute gem could increase the corresponding attribute by 10 points. For ordinary players, inlaying a full set of gems could significantly boost their attributes. But Sumubai frowned slightly. Why is it hell difficulty? He had clearly cleared it on catastrophe difficulty, hadn't he? The system prompt stopped abruptly here, as if it had gotten stuck. In the valley outside the misty forest, the players who leveled up quickly had already gathered here. The number of players in Novice Village now, 9,527, reached tens of thousands. And those who could arrive here at this time were the cream of the crop among the players. Need a healing class? For waiting for one, ready to depart. B-rank talent shield warrior looking for a group. I'm absolutely tanky enough to make you scream. Buying a few mana potions. Private message me with your price. E-rank magic skill book. Trading for a rogue skill of the same rank. Some were looking for teammates, while others were preparing for the upcoming dungeon run. The arrival of one particular team instantly drew everyone's attention. Is that the people from the Hegemony Guild? Honta Bay is here too. It seems they are determined to get the first clear of the Misty Forest. What do you say? Should we join the Hegemony Guild? His talent's buff effect is just too tempting. Let's go. Let's go. Honta Bay walked at the very front with bold strides, enjoying the envious gazes of the crowd. As people came up to inquire about joining the guild, he smiled slightly and signaled the newly promoted elder to handle the recruitment. As for him, he took the 4 experts he had carefully selected, preparing to test the waters of the Misty Forest. Just as they approached the dungeon portal, the footsteps of Honta Bay and his team faltered. This was because a wave of exclamations erupted around them once again. Look, these guys are actually wearing a full set of equipment, even if bought from the system shop. A full set of level 5 gear must cost a fortune, right? Don't you see who that person in the middle of the team is? Fujiya Changxia. It's actually him. Then it's no surprise. I really want to know just how rich this guy is. Fujiya Changxia. Hearing this name, Hantabe stopped in his tracks and turned his head to look. Their gazes collided in midair, but there was none of the tension everyone had imagined. Hantabe simply smiled slightly, seemingly having forgotten the embarrassment of being ignored by the other party in the chat channel earlier. I've long heard of your reputation. How about we make a bet? Oh, I wonder what Guildmaster Hongta wants to bet with me. Fujiya Changxia walked slowly to the front of the dungeon portal, looking at Hantabe with interest. He was very interested in this person's talent. Although it was only S rank, it could increase the overall combat power of an entire guild. Such a talent was definitely extremely rare. A glint flashed in Hantabe's eyes. Let's bet on who can take the first clear of the misty forest. How about it? What is the stake? Fujiya Changxia narrowed his eyes slightly. My talent and your financial resources are a match made in heaven. It would be a pity if we didn't cooperate. If I take the first clear, you will join my hegemony guild. And if we clear it first, from then on, the hegemony guild will do one thing for you with all our might. 3 things. Deal. Hantabe looked as if victory was already in his grasp. In his view, everyone on his side had their attack power increased by an additional 20%. There was no reason they would lose. Fujiya Changxia didn't think he would lose either. An SSS rank talent wasn't just about having money. The two placed their hands on the portal almost simultaneously. But before they could even select the dungeon difficulty, a sudden system announcement caused both of them to freeze. Novice Village No. 9527 announcement. Congratulations to Bai for taking the first clear of the Misty Forest dungeon. This is hereby announced. We hope the vast number of players will learn from him to obtain generous rewards. Hantabe's expression turned extremely ugly instantly. He had only just arrived at the dungeon entrance, and the first clear was already gone. Wasn't the bet he just made a complete joke now? Thinking of this, he turned to look at Fujiya Changxia and said in a deep voice, since the first clear for the normal difficulty is gone, let's bet on the hard. Before he could finish his sentence, 6 more system announcements resounded throughout the entire Novice Village. Novice Village No. 9527 announcement. Congratulations to Bai for taking the first clear of the Misty Forest dungeon on Hell difficulty. This is hereby announced. We hope the vast number of players will learn from him to obtain generous rewards. Novice Village No. 9527 announcement. Congratulations to Bai for becoming the first player to solo a Dark Gold tier boss. This is hereby announced. We hope the vast number of players will learn from him to obtain generous rewards. At this moment, the valley fell into complete silence. With a flash of light, Hantabe and his team disappeared into the vortex. He didn't leave a single word. As if he were fleeing in a panic. He was very confident in the hard difficulty dungeon. And there was a slight possibility for the nightmare difficulty. But hell difficulty? Are you kidding me? Is that a difficulty that can be cleared on the first day of the game? He couldn't even beat a gold tier boss himself, let alone a dark gold tier 1. What kind of monster is this Bai? Uncle, are we not going in? Listening to the heated discussions of the people around them, Mayan Huading tilted her head and looked at Fujiya Changxia. No rush. Since the first clear is already gone, let's wait a bit. Fujiya Changxia shook his head slowly, preparing to wait for Sumubai to come out of the dungeon so they could trade before going in. Since the other party had cleared the hell difficulty, he must have many good items in his possession. As long as they were well equipped, it wasn't impossible for them to clear the nightmare difficulty. As for hell difficulty, better forget it. A dark gold tier boss is not to be trifled with. Chapter 23 New Skill. Death Siphon Feedback. A full half-minute passed before the system notification sound that Sumubai had been waiting for finally rang out again. Congratulations on becoming the first player in the Blue Star region to solo a disaster tier dungeon. Reward. S-rank skill book for your class ×1. Epic tier equipment for your class ×1. Notification. A Blue Star region announcement will be made shortly. Sumubai was shocked. The richness of the rewards exceeded his imagination, but on second thought, it was only right to have such rewards. If it weren't for taking several first kills and gathering enough lifespan for the catastrophe skill, even he wouldn't have been able to defeat Reggie, who had transformed into the Skeleton King. As the first player in the entire Blue Star region to solo clear such a disaster-grade dungeon, he was absolutely worthy of such a reward. Filled with excitement, Sumyubai opened his inventory to inspect the rewards he had obtained. Death Siphon Feedback S Level 1/05, Active Skill. Skill Effects 1. Siphon. Siphon death energy from a corpse and store it. A single siphon target cannot exceed 5. Cooldown 30 seconds. No cost. Maximum casting distance 50 meters. Death energy 0/80th level times 10 Feedback. Instantly restore one's own HP or mana. Can also be used to strengthen a summoned creature. Cooldown 30 seconds. Consumes 180 points of death energy. 1 point of death energy restores 100 HP or 100 mana. 1 point of death energy strengthens the target's main attribute by 0.5% for 60 seconds. Learning requirement, Death Sovereign. Sumyubai had seen the potion data posted in the chat channel. Currently, the most one could buy in the novice village could only restore 500 mana, and it had a 60-second cooldown. For him, that was merely a drop in the bucket. Now that he had this skill, Sumyubai no longer had to worry about mana consumption. What's more, this thing could also be used to boost the main attributes of his summoned creatures. This was truly a god-tier skill. Without a second thought, Sumyubai selected the skill book and activated his Cataclysm talent. Promote by 1 tier. For an S-rank skill, given Sumyubai's current wealth and lifespan, he could only choose to freeload. Notification. Do you confirm that you wish to promote the skill book Death Siphon Feedback by 1 tier at no cost? Confirm. You have obtained the SS rank skill book Death Siphon Feedback. After the promotion, the skill name remained unchanged, but its potency had doubled. No, it should be said that it had quadrupled, because the upper limit of death energy had increased to level times 20, and both feedback effects were also doubled. With a thought, the skill book in Sumyubai's hand turned into a golden light and flew into the center of his brow. You have learned the new skill Death Siphon Feedback. After learning the skill, Sumyubai immediately looked at Reggie's corpse and focused his mind. Notification. You have successfully siphoned 320 points of death energy from the corpse of the Dark Gold Grade Boss Skeleton King Reggie. Notification. Your stored death energy has reached its limit. You may continue siphoning after consuming some. After the death energy was siphoned, Reggie's remains visibly lost their luster and turned ghastly pale. Cracks even appeared on the bones, as if they would shatter at the slightest touch. So much. Sumyubai was somewhat surprised. He had originally thought that a level 10 Dark Gold Grade boss providing 100 points of death energy would be decent enough. He hadn't expected it to fill his capacity directly. Perhaps it's because this guy was an undead creature to begin with, so the death energy was more concentrated. Sumyubai rubbed his chin, secretly guessing to himself, after mastering the skill, his profession's Cataclysm trait took effect instantly, doubling the death energy limit once more to reach 320 points. Although the description of the feedback didn't change, the effects would also double upon use. In other words, he could now restore 400 mana by consuming 1 point of death energy. He could also use it to strengthen a summoned creature's main attribute by 2%. If he consumed all 320 points of death energy at once, he could boost the skeleton warrior's strength by 640% for 60 seconds. An SS rank skill stacked with the Cataclysm profession trait was simply terrifying. Sumyubai had gradually grown accustomed to his own increasing abnormality. He just smiled slightly and turned his gaze to the other reward. This should be the first epic grade equipment in the Blue Star region, right? Looking at the robe lying quietly in his inventory, Sumyubai's eyes lit up. The main color of the robe was black, as deep as an endless dark night. It was dotted with pale gray inscriptions. These inscriptions emitted a faint glow and connected to one another, as if forming some kind of mysterious magic circle. It gave off a mysterious and powerful feeling. Whisper of the Dead Rob upper body, cloth armor. Level 1060 scales with player level, upgrades every 5 levels, up to a maximum of level 60. Epic grade item unidentified. It's a pity it still needs to be identified. Sumyubai sighed and withdrew his gaze. For epic grade equipment, The identification fee would certainly not be low, however. Thinking of that wealthy tycoon, rich across the world, waiting to buy his items, he no longer felt the sting of the cost. I'll wait until after identification to use Cataclysm to freeload the upgrade, so I don't inflate the identification fee and suffer a huge loss. After promoting the 5 level 1 gems and 60 primary soul stones he had received as rewards, Sumyubai closed his inventory and walked toward Reggie's corpse. He didn't let his skeletons do the work, he wanted to see it for himself. The first dark gold grade boss in the Blue Star region, plus the first clear of a disaster grade dungeon. Who knew what kind of good loot it would drop? Just as Sumyubai was reaping his harvest, the players of the Blue Star region welcomed their first region-wide announcement. Blue Star region announcement. Congratulations to the Shenlong Empire player White Knight for becoming the first player in the Blue Star region to solo clear a disaster grade dungeon. This is hereby announced. We hope all players will learn from them to obtain generous rewards. The announcement played 10 times in total. After a moment of silence, the entire Blue Star region exploded. FCK, our novice village hasn't even cleared the normal grade dungeon yet. How could he have cleared a disaster grade 1? Disaster grade isn't the highest difficulty hell grade. Did he find a low-level hidden dungeon? It must be that. Otherwise, how could a Chinese person surpass us bald eagles? Cheating. This White Knight is definitely cheating. The above was the discussion among the bald eagle players. After entering the myriad worlds, their empire was known as the Sanctuary Empire. This world was called the Forbidden Land of Gods, meaning a place where gods were forbidden to enter. The Myriad Worlds game does not only consist of players from Blue Star. According to the information that appeared in the minds of all players, the myriad races of the universe have all been pulled into this game. Compared to some powerful races, the human race is clearly at a disadvantage, which is why they were placed in the Forbidden Land of Gods. Only when one's strength reaches a certain level can they walk out of the Forbidden Land of Gods and participate in the true Myriad Worlds game. The Forbidden Land of Gods is surrounded by seas on all 4 sides, with a massive continent in the center. Players from various countries are all located within it, though they belong to different nations. On this continent, the 2 most powerful factions are the Divine Dragon Empire and the Holy Temple Empire. Chapter 24. The shock of top experts from various countries. Holy Temple Empire, Novice Village. No. Hell difficulty Mist Forest. Felix swung his staff, and a basketball-sized, scorching fireball instantly struck the goblin leader in front of him. A critical hit damage of nearly 2,000 points popped up. The goblin leader let out a shrill scream and crashed to the ground. A golden light flashed, and Felix's level rose to level 6. A silver tier boss, nothing more than this. Felix curled his lips into a confident smile. Next is the final boss. Surely no one can be faster than my progress, right? Just as he was about to collect the items dropped by the boss, Felix's pupils suddenly dilated in shock. Blue Star Region announcement. Congratulations to the Divine Dragon Empire player Bai. Disaster tier? What kind of difficulty is that? No, this is absolutely impossible. A Chinese person. How could he possibly be stronger than me? Felix shook his head frantically, unable to believe the region-wide announcement that continued to scroll across his ears. He possessed the strongest SSS tier talent. How could someone else be leading by such a massive gap? But this was an announcement issued by the Myriad Worlds game, so it was naturally a fact. Felix had to believe that someone had indeed far surpassed him. Bai, you won't stay in the lead forever. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as Felix collected the drops from the Goblin King and ventured deeper into the Mist Forest. Felix believed that he would definitely be able to surpass Bai in the future, because his SSS tier talent only grew stronger the further he progressed. Nani, are the Chinese really this strong? They actually cleared a disaster tier dungeon, which is even harder than a hell tier 1. It's too terrifying. We haven't even heard of such a difficulty level. Do you think the Chinese will attack the Sakura Kingdom in the future? What should we do? What are you afraid of? When the time comes, we will join forces with players from the Bald Eagle and other countries to wipe out the Divine Dragon Empire first. Players from the Sakura Kingdom felt a wave of anxiety after hearing the announcement. Although they had always refused to admit it, they understood in their hearts that the hatred between the 2 countries could never be resolved. Even on Blue Star, once China grew strong, they would definitely seek revenge. Not to mention that this was the Myriad Worlds game. If the Chinese players became powerful, their first target would inevitably be the Sakura Kingdom. There were no laws or international treaties here. In the game world, strength is supreme. China had a large population, which was an advantage, but it also made them prone to being targeted by a coalition of other players. Their only path to survival was to join forces with players from other countries once the national borders opened, and target the Divine Dragon Empire before they could fully grow. Sakura Kingdom. Novice Village now. Still in the hell difficulty Mist Forest. Above the corpse of the Mist Python King hung a bright moon. This was clearly not a product of the Mist Land, but came from the talent of Tsukuyomi. The reason he dared to use this name as his ID was because he had awakened an SSS tier talent related to it. Upon hearing the mention of the Divine Dragon Empire in the announcement, Tsukuyomi's pupils visibly constricted. Bai-Kan, don't even think about growing up. There's an old Chinese saying, the tree that stands above the forest will be destroyed by the wind. It seems you don't understand this principle at all, daring to be so high profile. Just wait to be targeted by all the players. With a cold sneer on his lips, Tsukuyomi seemed completely unconcerned that Baiyu would pose a threat to the Sakura Kingdom. In his view, he wouldn't even need to take action himself. Within the Divine Dragon Empire, there would inevitably be others who would challenge Baiyu. Sometimes one has to admit that although the Sakura people are scum, their understanding of China far exceeds that of the surrounding countries. For example, the Koreans. No, wait, in the Forbidden Land of Gods. The country where the Korean players descended is called the Korea Kingdom. Cybele, by what right did Baiyu trigger the first region-wide announcement? When it comes to gaming, our Korea is number one. This Baiyu must be a Korean. He just happened to be in China when the Myriad Worlds game descended. That's right. Being able to trigger the first region-wide announcement must mean he is one of our people. Even with the entire world transported, the Koreans could not change their habit of liking to steal things. They even wanted to steal Bai's nationality. Korea Kingdom, Novice Village now. The descendant of the sun pulled his bowstring, instantly firing 3 arrows. 672, 701. 3 damage numbers popped up almost simultaneously. The Mist Python King's final health was depleted, and it collapsed to the ground. However, the descendant of the sun did not rush to collect the dropped items. Instead, he slowly raised his head and looked at the mist in the sky. With the region-wide announcement echoing in his ears, he had no expression on his face, only murmuring, Bai. To be able to clear a disaster tier dungeon, you are finally qualified to be my opponent, compared to foreign countries. The chat channels in the various novice villages of the Divine Dragon Empire were much livelier. Although the Empire channel had not yet opened, it did not stop the players from having heated discussions in their respective novice village channels. Big Brother Bai is awesome. He cleared a disaster tier dungeon so quickly, I don't even know how to enter one. I bet 50 cents that Bai's talent is definitely SSS tier. Sigh, Bai is being too high profile. He didn't even think to hide his name. Now our Shenlong Empire is going to be in trouble. Just wait. We're definitely going to be targeted by the other countries working together. Stop acting like some neutral hypocrite. So what if he hid his name? Do you think the system wouldn't have mentioned the Shenlong Empire anyway? You don't understand. There will definitely be people within our own country who target him too. With Big Brother Bai's strength, would he be afraid of being targeted? Exactly. If you've got the guts, go clear a disaster-grade dungeon yourself instead of being so salty here. Bai is the one who secured the first server-wide announcement for the Shenlong Empire. I'll put it out there today. If anyone dares to target Big Brother Bai, I'll be the first one to object. Not to be that guy, but who are you? What's the point of you objecting? The discussions in every novice village were intense. Some supported Sumu Bai, while others felt he was being Toshoyu by not hiding his name. People are just like that. No matter what you do, it's impossible to satisfy everyone. Of course, the opinions of these people didn't matter. Shenlong Empire, Novice Village now. The gold grade boss, Goblin King Reggie, swung his battle axe, bringing down a violent force of thunder. However, his attack didn't cause any damage at all. Sancha King Feng held his sword in one hand, having perfectly parried the boss's skill. If any other players were present, they would surely exclaim that it was impossible. Yet, for Sancha Kingfeng, this was already a matter of habit. In his eyes, Reggie's attacks were full of openings. If it weren't for the fact that the boss had such a thick health bar, it wouldn't have taken this long. With a backhanded sword strike, he shaved off over 1,000 points of Reggie's health. Sancha Kingfeng narrowed his eyes slightly. Bai Yi, what kind of talent did you awaken? How could you be this strong? He had been fighting Reggie for several minutes, so he was naturally clear about the upper limits of his own current strength. If he were facing a dark gold grade boss right now, there would be absolutely no possibility of him winning. Although combat techniques were useful in the world-crossing game, this was, after all, a data-driven world. Attributes were what mattered most. With Sancha Kingfeng's current damage output, he couldn't kill a dark gold grade boss even if it just stood there and didn't fight back. Even with an SSS grade talent, it wouldn't be enough. If your damage isn't even faster than the enemy's health regeneration, how are you supposed to play? Precisely because of this, Sancha Kingfeng was incredibly shocked in his heart. What kind of talent could allow Bai Yi to reach such terrifying combat power in such a short amount of time? Chapter 25. A match made in Halshinlong Empire, Novice Village. No. When the world-crossing game descended, Liu Ryan and Jiaozu were very close to each other, so they were luckily assigned to the same novice village. Even more luckily, both of them had awakened powerful S-grade talents. Spoiler alert, these two will die as soon as they leave the novice village. No dragging it out. At this moment, the two had just killed a normal difficulty goblin chieftain, a black iron grade boss. They were just preparing to go all out to secure the first clear of novice village. No. 9,526 when they were stunned in their tracks by the sudden server-wide announcement. This Bai Yi is too exaggerated. Jiaozu was shocked by the clear speed. His words filled with envy. Bai Yi, why does that name feel so familiar? Beside him, Liu Ryan frowned slightly, lost in thought. Familiar. Jiaozu's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Ryan, think carefully. Was it someone who used to chase after you? If that's the case, what? You want to send me off again? Liu Ryan rolled her eyes at Jiaozu, clearly understanding what this man in front of her was thinking. The two of them loved playing twisted games. One liked to cheat, and the other had a cuckold fetish. They were simply a pair of scumbags made for each other. Back then, Sumu Bai was merely a pawn in their little games. What's wrong with that? Jiaozu didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed. Instead, he laughed shamelessly. You weren't exactly aggrieved, were you? When you were with Sumu Bai, didn't you enjoy years of wealth and luxury? Speaking of this, a flash of anger crossed his face. It's all because of this damn world-crossing game. Just when we were about to reach the peak of our lives, we have to start all over again. Damn it. Sumu Bai. Liu Ryan murmured the name. As if remembering something, she suddenly reached out to cover her small mouth, exclaiming with a trembling voice. He always used that name when he played games in the past. What? Jiaozu's expression changed, but he quickly returned to normal, shaking his head. Impossible. Sumu Bai should be dead already. I was the one who pulled the plug myself. It's not just Sumu Bai who would choose the name Bai Yi. It must be a coincidence. Liu Ryan nodded upon hearing this, but still asked with some worry. What if it really is him? If it really is that guy Sumu Bai? Jiaozu frowned, his eyes darting around, and he suddenly started to laugh. Isn't that a good thing? A good thing. We conspired to harm him. If he finds out, we're finished. Liu Ryan was confused. Are you stupid? He was a vegetable back then. How would he find out? Only we know about this. As long as you don't say anything and I don't say anything, that kid will be kept in the dark for the rest of his life. At this, the smile in Jiaozu's eyes deepened, and he reached out to pull Liu Ryan into his arms. If this Bai Yi isn't Sumu Bai, you'll still have to find a way to seduce him. If it really is Sumu Bai, then it's even easier, given how much that kid liked you. As long as you crook your finger, wouldn't he just hand over all the good stuff? You pervert. Liu Ryan gave a coquettish rebuke, but a sharp glint flashed in her eyes. She had clearly accepted Jiaozu's plan in her heart. How? With our Ryan's charm, no matter who he is, he'll be ours for the taking. The two looked at each other and smiled, having made their decision. As soon as they left the novice village, they would immediately set out to find Bai. The two of them were still unaware that Sumyu-bai already knew everything. They wanted to find Bai, and Sumyu-bai was also looking for them. The intentions of both sides coincided perfectly. It was truly a hearty and thorough mutual pursuit. Shenlong Empire, Novice Village. No. The mist that had blanketed the forest was completely absorbed by Rigi, and the misty forest welcomed a long-lost brilliance. Dappled sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, spilling onto the ground and bringing a touch of vitality to this forest that had fallen into deathly silence. Sumyu-bai turned a deaf ear to the system announcements and began to collect the items dropped by Rigi on his own. With his increasingly monstrous strength, triggering announcements was destined to become the norm in the future. It was just a region-wide announcement. It wasn't worth making a fuss over. I killed you twice in a row. It would be unreasonable if you didn't drop something good. Rubbing his hands together, Sumyu-bai slowly reached toward Rigi's corpse. Crack, crack, crack. Having had a massive amount of death energy absorbed from it, the guy's skeleton had indeed become fragile. The moment he touched it, it scattered into a pile of fragments, revealing a large number of dropped items, a massive haul. Looking at the items covering the ground, Sumyu-bai's eyes lit up, and he began to collect them. You have obtained 10 gold coins and 38 silver coins. You have obtained level 1 attribute gem times 10. You have obtained level 1 critical hit gem 3. You have obtained gold tier equipment 5. Why are they all level 5 equipment? Looking at the levels of the 5 pieces of equipment, Sumyu-bai frowned slightly. Logically speaking, a level 10 boss should drop level 10 equipment. After glancing at the attributes of the 5 pieces of equipment, Sumyu-bai tossed them directly into his inventory. The items that followed immediately smoothed out his furrowed brows. You have obtained dark gold tier equipment necklace of the dead. You have obtained dark gold tier equipment boots of shadows. You have obtained dark gold tier equipment greatsword of bones. You have obtained dark gold tier equipment heavy armor of bones. There were 4 full pieces of dark gold tier equipment, and all of them were level 10. It seemed the previous level 5 equipment must have been dropped by Rigi before he turned into an undead. However, these pieces of equipment all required identification before their attributes could be seen. Therefore, Sumyu-bai was in no rush to use Cataclysm for a free upgrade. He simply shoved them all into his inventory. He was not very satisfied with the current harvest. Although those 4 pieces of equipment were unidentified, he could see their types. Except for the necklace of the dead, which was an accessory, the other 3 were plate armor, which he couldn't use at all. It's time for something good. Staring at the remaining 5 ancient-looking books and a smooth crystal ball on the ground, Sumyu-bai took a deep breath and began to check the final spoils. You have obtained C-tier skill book Summon Skeleton Warrior. You have obtained C-tier skill book Summon Skeleton Archer. You have obtained C-tier skill book Summon Skeleton Mage. You have obtained B-tier skill book Aura of the Dead. You have obtained B-tier skill book Thunderous Strike. Good grief. He basically dropped almost all of Rigi's skills. Out of the 5 skill books, Sumyu-bai could learn 4 of them. However, he was a bit conflicted. 3 skeleton summoning spells would take up 3 skill slots, which felt like a waste. But these 3 skills were essential for a necromancer. Just as Sumyu-bai was struggling with the decision, a system prompt sounded. Prompt: you possess the 3 skill books Summon Skeleton Warrior, Summon Skeleton Archer, and Summon Skeleton Mage simultaneously. Would you like to fuse them into Summon Advanced Skeleton Fuse? Sumyu-bai's eyes brightened, and he decisively chose to fuse them. The 3 skill books turned into light and merged into one. Soon, a brand new skill book appeared in Sumyu-bai's hand. Chapter 26. Halen's Crystal Ball. You have obtained C-tier skill book Summon Advanced Skeleton. After the 3 skill books were fused, it was still only a C-tier skill, but it allowed him to choose the type of skeleton to summon each time. The casting time, mana consumption, and cooldown time were all the same as his original Summon Skeleton Warrior. There were no changes. Relatively speaking, after the skill fusion, it hadn't been strengthened. Instead, it had become slightly weaker. This was because he could originally summon 3 advanced skeletons within 30 seconds using the 3 separate skills. But now he could only summon 1. The only advantage was that it occupied only 1 skill slot. Sumyu-bai didn't care about this. With this S-tier death summoning, His summoning skills had no cooldown time at all. With a thought, he chose to learn it directly. Prompt: you have learned the new skill Summon Advanced Skeleton. The Summon Skeleton Warrior in your original skill slot will be overwritten. Oh no. Hearing the system prompt ringing in his ears, Sumyubai's expression changed. Summon Skeleton Warrior was overwritten. Was the Cataclysm trait still there? Before he could open the skill view, the system prompt followed immediately. Detected that this skill contains an unknown entry that exceeds limitations. Full overwrite failed, and known entry retained. Summon Advanced Skeleton. See Level 1, Active Skill. Summons a Skeleton Warrior, a Skeleton Archer, a Skeleton Mage to fight for you. Casting time, 3 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Mana cost, Cataclysm trait. 1. Skeleton Warrior's maximum HP increased to 500%. Attack power increased by 100%. Point 2. Not unlocked. 3. Not unlocked. Advanced Skeleton stats are boosted by the player's spirit attribute. Futile. Thank goodness it was retained. Looking at the skill description, Sumyubai let out a long sigh of relief, as expected of a talent that transcends limitations. Even the system couldn't fully overwrite it. The other two locked Cataclysm traits should correspond to the Skeleton Archer and Skeleton Mage respectively. To unlock them, he would have to use Cataclysm on the Summon Advanced Skeleton skill. Overwriting the original skill meant that Sumyubai could get another free upgrade. Selecting the brand new skill, Sumyubai focused his mind. Catastrophe. Target. Summon high-level skeleton. Prompt: please select the promotion tier. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Click to view details. The Myriad Worlds game seemed to be constantly improving. Now, after using Catastrophe, the prompt included a detail view. Option 1. Promote to B rank skill. Summon high-level skeleton. No cost. Option 2. Ascend to a rank skill. Summon elite skeleton. Cost 10,000 gold coins. Option 3. Catastrophize to S rank skill. Summon Skeleton Legion. Cost 1,000 years of lifespan. Tier 1. There was simply no choice to be made. Whether it was 10,000 gold coins or 1,000 years of life, Sumyubai had neither. How to relieve worry? Only by getting it for free. Your C rank skill Summon high level skeleton has successfully promoted to B rank. The name remained unchanged, and the summoned skeletons were still the same 3 types. Only the quantity increased from 1 per summon to 3 per summon. The cost also increased to 1,000 mana points. Even if a low-level necromancer learned this skill, they wouldn't be able to use it many times. After all, not everyone possessed mana as abundant as Sumyubai's. After the original skill was overwritten, all skill points were refunded, and Sumyubai immediately added all 8 skill points into Summon high-level skeleton. This skill was instantly raised to level 9, and a max icon appeared on the skill, indicating that the skill could only be raised to a maximum of level 9. In the Myriad Worlds game, players gained 1 skill point every time they leveled up. However, different ranks of skills required different amounts of skill points to upgrade, and their maximum levels also differed. According to Sumyubai's observations, skills below a rank only required 1 skill point per upgrade. A rank required 2 points, and S rank required 5 points. After the skill Death Siphon feedback promoted to SS rank, the skill points required for upgrading also changed from 5 points to 10 points. As for even higher SSS rank skills, Sumyubai was not yet aware. He estimated that upgrading 1 level would require at least 20 skill points. With such high costs for skill upgrades, besides leveling up, there must surely be other ways to obtain skill points. Sumyubai's Catastrophe talent could retain the original level of a skill, which could also save him a massive amount of skill points. However, in the early stages, it would be counterproductive to avoid promoting skills just to save points. The effects of an SS rank skill were simply incomparable to those of an S rank skill. There were 2 more skill books dropped by Reggie. Thunderstrike was a skill for warrior-type classes, which Sumyubai could not learn, but the other one, Aura of the Dead, provided a significant boost for him. You have learned the new skill Aura of the Dead. The skill book turned into a stream of light and flew into the center of Sumyubai's brow. A pale gray halo immediately appeared beneath his feet. With a thought, the halo instantly vanished, but its effect remained. This was a passive Aura-type skill, identical in effect to the one Reggie used, capable of increasing all attributes of friendly undead creatures by 20%. After checking the skill description, Sumyubai focused his mind. Catastrophe, target, aura of the dead prompt. Please select the promotion tier. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Click to view details. Tier 1. No need to check. Sumyubai knew very well he couldn't afford the others. So, he decisively chose to promote. Your B rank skill Aura of the Dead has successfully promoted to a rank skill High Level Aura of the Dead. High Level Aura of the Dead, passive skill. All friendly undead creatures have all attributes increased by 30%. Effect range, 500 meters. The attribute boost only increased by 10%, but the effective range jumped directly from 100 meters to 500 meters. This already exceeded the maximum distance at which Sumyubai could currently control his summons. Coupled with the bonus from his class's catastrophe trait, this range expanded to an exaggerated 1,000 meters. Sumyubai waved his magic wand, and a 3-meter-tall pale gray vortex appeared beside him. His mana dropped by 1,000 instantly, and 6 skeletons walked out one after another. The appearance of the 6 was exactly the same as those summoned by Reggie, and their presence was even a notch higher. However, Sumyubai was in no rush to check the skeleton's attributes. Once he changed his equipment, the panel attributes of all 3 types of skeletons would increase significantly. Looking at them now would be meaningless. What he needed to do now was to fill up his summoning space first. Because the catastrophe trait was not entirely perfect, the skeleton warriors were clearly much stronger. But Sumyubai couldn't just summon skeleton warriors either. After all, due to unit volume collision, facing a boss with too many skeleton warriors would prevent them from exerting their full combat power. In the end, Sumyubai prepared to range them in a 4-to-3-to-3 ratio. Next, the only items left from Reggie's drop were some materials and the crystal ball that interested Sumyubai the most. You have obtained dark gold grade material, Death Chi Bones times 10. You have obtained dark gold grade material, Soul Remnants times 10. Sumyubai did not rush to promote these 2 materials, instead tossing them directly into his inventory. His attention was entirely on the final crystal ball. Vaguely, Sumyubai seemed to see a phantom shadow inside the crystal ball. You have obtained the quest item Haren's crystal ball. The moment he held the crystal ball, the system prompt sounded in Sumyubai's ears. Prompt to Chapter 27. Can quest items also be promoted? Prompt. Do you accept the quest Haren's Legacy? Please note, this is an epic grade quest with extreme difficulty. Please consider carefully. Accept Haren's crystal ball will have part of its seal removed and will temporarily become your equipment. Refuse Haren's crystal ball will vanish into the void to seek the next fated person. Is this the harvest from the hidden plot? Sumyubai looked at the crystal ball in his hand. The phantom he had just seen felt like an illusion. He couldn't see anything strange about it at all. But this concerned an epic quest. It certainly wouldn't be a simple piece of equipment. Sumyubai naturally didn't plan to pass up the chance to get a piece of equipment for free. If even he couldn't complete a mere epic quest, who else could? But just as Sumyubai was about to accept the quest, a thought suddenly popped into his mind. Can Cataclysm work on quest items? If it does, what changes will happen to the quest? Once this thought appeared, it immediately took root in his mind and grew wildly, becoming completely uncontrollable. Let's give it a try. He could always find another chance for an epic quest. But if he didn't try this, he would feel somewhat unwilling. Taking a deep breath, Sumyubai's mind stirred. Cataclysm, target, Harlan's crystal ball. Prompt. Please select the advancement tier. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Click to view details. It actually works. Sumyubai's eyes lit up. The talent Cataclysm was simply terrifying. It could actually forcibly upgrade even quest items. He couldn't wait to check the details. Option 1. Advance to quest item Dylan's crystal ball. No cost. Option 2. Sublime it to quest item Kron's crystal ball. Consumes 100 million soul coins. Option 3. Cataclysm to quest item Ellie's crystal ball. Consumes 100,000 years of lifespan. This directly changes the quest itself. Looking at the 3 completely different quest items, Sumyubai was momentarily stunned. He had thought Cataclysm could forcibly upgrade the rank of Harlan's crystal ball, but he never expected this situation. And was that last option serious? After Epic was legendary, and after Sublimation, it was mythical. If Cataclysm raised it by 3 tiers, wouldn't that surpass the mythical grade? What level would that be? A full 100. 0 years of lifespan, exactly the same cost as when he used Cataclysm on his profession. In other words, the Death Sovereign profession is also an existence that surpasses the mythical grade. A flash of excitement crossed Sumyubai's eyes. He looked forward even more to the special effects of the Sacred Tome of Death after level 10 and the new skills he could learn from it. However, before that, he should accept the quest first. Tier 1. As Sumyubai made his choice, the crystal ball in his hand suddenly began to twist. In the next moment, the entire crystal ball blurred for an instant. When it became clear again, it had already undergone some slight changes. This time, he could clearly see a phantom inside the crystal ball. That was a ferocious frost dragon. You have obtained the quest item Dylan's crystal ball. As the quest item changed, the system prompt sounded again. Prompt: do you accept the quest Dylan's sorrow? Please note that this is a legendary quest, and its difficulty is beyond imagination. Please consider carefully. Accept Dylan's crystal ball will have part of its seal removed and temporarily become your equipment. Decline Dylan's crystal ball will tear through space and leave to find the next fated person. Accept. Sumyubai was aiming for a legendary quest, so he decisively chose to accept. Prompt: you have accepted the legendary quest Dylan's sorrow. Due to your low level, please reach level 30 within 1 month to unlock the first stage of the quest. Please note, if you fail to unlock the quest in time, you will lose Dylan's crystal ball. The moment the system prompt ended, the crystal ball in Sumyubai's hand suddenly burst with intense light. After several minutes passed, the light gradually receded, and strands of pale gray death chi swirled around the crystal ball. Dylan's crystal ball. The true name of the item will be revealed after the seal is removed. Orb offhand level 0 to 100 legendary item ability, 1000 equipment requirement. Dylan's sorrow exists in the quest log. Base attributes: level 5 magic power cum 50. All attributes cum 20 health cum 1000 mana cum 2000 affixes. 1. Spell critical rate cum 30%. Critical damage cum 502. Sealed state. Effect unknown. 3. Sealed state. Effect unknown skills. Sealed state special. Unlocks after entering the first stage of the quest item. Will automatically disappear if the quest fails. Aside from the base attributes and the first affix, everything else was in a sealed state. But even these attributes far surpassed dark gold grade equipment of the same level. Moreover, it was obtained for free, so Sumyubai wasn't about to complain. After its advancement, the Sacred Tome of Death had become a special piece of equipment that didn't occupy an equipment slot. Sumyubai decisively equipped the crystal ball into his offhand slot. In the next moment, Dylan's crystal ball shrank slightly and began to slowly rotate around Sumyubai's left hand. Looking at the large pile of unappraised equipment in his inventory, Sumyubai nodded with satisfaction. The harvest from this dungeon run was beyond imagination. After summoning 100 high-level skeletons, Sumyubai gave a large wave of his hand, storing them all into his summoning space. Only then did he turn around and walk into the teleportation portal to leave the dungeon. It's Bai. I finally see him in person. He doesn't look like much. I thought he'd have 3 heads and 6 arms. The XP needed after level 5 is so high. How on earth did he level up? He's already level 8. If you could clear a calamity grade dungeon solo, you could level up that fast too. He's even more handsome than I imagined. I really want to be his girlfriend. Keep dreaming. Bai is mine. I wonder if Big Boss Bai will start a guild. With his strength, if he just gives the word, plenty of people would definitely join. Probably not. He doesn't have a talent like Hontabei's. What's the point of building a guild other than having people hold him back? A white light flashed, and Sumyubai's figure appeared in front of the dungeon teleportation portal. Exclamations immediately came from the surrounding players. Some were shocked, some were envious, and some were bitter. However, no one dared to get too close. The successive system announcements were more than enough to demonstrate Sumyubai's terrifying strength. Although dying in the novice village didn't result in a loss of lifespan, the level drop and the pain were very real. No one knew Sumyubai's temperament. If they were to annoy him and get killed for no reason, the loss would far outweigh any gain. Brother Bai, you've finally come out. The voice of Fujiya Changxia rang out. Sumyubai turned his head to look, the corners of his mouth curling upward. The one who had come to deliver money voluntarily had arrived. Chapter 28. It seems your money really isn't enough. No wonder Fujiya Changxia's team hasn't entered the dungeon. They were waiting for the big shot Bai Yi. With these two big shots joining forces, it looks like the hard difficulty first clear for the Bei Guild is about to be gone. That's not necessarily true. Hanta Bei and his group have been inside for so long. Can Fujiya Changxia's team catch up to their progress? Is there a possibility that Fujiya Changxia's target is the nightmare difficulty? Watching the two most powerful and wealthiest individuals in Novice Village No. 9527 interact, the surrounding players immediately began to discuss. You've been waiting for me. Sumyu Bai raised an eyebrow. Fujiya Changxia waved his hand and smiled, not for long. As he spoke, he glanced at the increasing number of players around the dungeon and frowned slightly. How about we find somewhere else to trade? No need. Sumyu Bai waved his hand, summoning 10 skeleton warriors to cordon off an empty space next to the dungeon portal. Let's do it right here. I'm in a hurry. Gulp. The moment the skeleton warriors appeared, the sound of people swallowing hard echoed all around. Everyone present was stunned. Many people rubbed their eyes in disbelief, staring repeatedly at the 10 tall skeletons that had suddenly appeared. Immediately afterward, everyone, including Feng Xiaoxiao, looked at Sumyu Bai as if he were a monster. Although they couldn't see the specific attributes of the skeleton warriors, they could see the health bars. 6-digit HP. Did this guy seriously summon 10 bosses? The impact brought by the 10 skeleton warriors was no less than the previous server-wide announcements. This also made the players present realize once again that the 10,000 Worlds game was a real world. The gap between players here was just like in reality, entering the game at the same time, yet the strength could be worlds apart. Some lost their fighting spirit, but more were eager to become even stronger. The latter didn't linger and quickly formed teams to enter the dungeon. Having poor talent didn't mean it was absolutely impossible to become a top-tier expert. There were various opportunities in the game. Even without high-level talent, there were still chances to defy fate. Brother Bai Yi, your strength is truly terrifying. Looking at the majestic skeleton warriors surrounding them, Fujiya Changxia gave Sumyu Bai a meaningful look. He was certain that the other party's talent was definitely SSS rank. Otherwise, it would be impossible to be this strong. At the same time, a trace of doubt arose in Fujiya Changxia's heart. In a tiny place like Novice Village now, 9,527, 2 SSS ranked talent players had appeared. Could there be something special about this place? It was no wonder he was overthinking it. Who could have guessed that Sumyu Bai's talent was obtained by exploiting a bug? He was originally only S rank, the only true SSS ranked talent player in Novice Village No. 9,527 was actually Fujiya Changxia himself. If there was anything special, it was that Novice Village No. 9,527 had quite a few S-ranked talent players counting Sumyu Bai. There were 4 in total. Hey, your talent is the one that makes people envious. Sumyu Bai smiled. He still had a fresh memory of the SSS ranked talent god of wealth. If this thing were combined with his own sublimation, it would be simply invincible. However, Sumyu Bai had no intention of forming a team. In his view, as long as the free riding promotion mechanism existed, no matter how much money Fujiya Changxia had, it would eventually end up in his own pocket. The two, each with their own thoughts, smiled at each other. Sumyu Bai got straight to the point. I have quite a lot of items. Are you sure you can take them all? Rest assured, that's absolutely no problem. When it came to money, Fujiya Changxia immediately patted his chest, full of confidence. He was so poor that he only had money left. Then let's start right away. Sumyu Bai didn't commit to a response and took a pile of equipment and skills directly from his inventory. These were just things he had looted from common monsters. After using Catastrophe to free ride, they were nothing more than black iron and bronze tier equipment and D tier skill books. Even so, for Fujiya Changxia, these were rare treasures at the current stage. After checking the specific information of the equipment and skill books, Fujiya Changxia understood that the other party definitely still had better items that hadn't been brought out yet. However, he didn't say much, only speaking calmly. Brother Bai Yi, name your price. I'll take them all. His current 5-man team was just the beginning. What he wanted to build was an elite team of about 100 people. These pieces of equipment and skill books were exactly what he urgently needed. 5 silver coins for black iron equipment, 20 silver for bronze equipment, and 20 gold for D-tier skill books. Sumyubai flipped through some information in the chat channel and offered a price he considered reasonable. The price of black iron and bronze equipment would definitely rise later, but players at the current stage didn't have much money, so they wouldn't sell for much. Moreover, these were low-level items that didn't hold their value, so he couldn't be bothered to haggle. But skill books were different. D-tier skill books were not something players at the current stage could loot. Without a first clear, even the boss of a hell difficulty dungeon would only drop skill books of this level. And unlike equipment, skills were useful no matter how high the level was. Therefore, although the price he offered was far beyond what current players could afford, it wasn't actually high. Fujiya Qiangxia nodded without hesitation and initiated a trade with Sumyubai directly. 10 pieces of black iron equipment, 6 pieces of bronze equipment, plus for D-tier skill books. That's a total of 81 gold and 70 silver. Haggling, that was out of the question, in his view. Establishing a connection with Baiyi through this transaction was the most important thing. Compared to that, a few gold coins more or less were not even worth mentioning. Sumyubai hadn't expected Fujiya Qianjia to be so straightforward, and he cast a surprised glance at him. After completing the transaction, the latter smiled and said, "Brother Baiyi, now it's time to bring out the real good stuff, right?" Baiyi was the one who had achieved the first clear of a disaster-grade dungeon. How could his gains be limited to just this? Good stuff, naturally. I have, however. You might not be able to afford it right now. Hearing this, a meaningful smile tugged at the corners of Sumyubai's mouth as he once again retrieved a batch of equipment from his inventory. In terms of strength, I certainly can't compare to you. But when it comes to money, Fujiya Qianjia stopped mid-sentence, suddenly frozen. Beside him, Owa's pupils dilated sharply, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "C-grade skill books, and so many gold-grade pieces of equipment. Manhwa Tang and the newly joined fire element Mudge, Chi Chang Kun Nanhu, were so shocked they were left speechless. At this stage, let alone gold-grade equipment, they hadn't even seen silver-grade gear yet. As for C-grade skill books, they were the rarest items available at this point in time. Yet, Baiyi had brought out a whole pile of such treasures. This was a total of 7 pieces of gold-grade equipment and 5 C-grade skill books. If they had these items, their chances of clearing the nightmare-grade dungeon would increase significantly. Even Feng Yi Xiao was stunned. Among these, there were 2 pieces of equipment and 1 skill book that he could use. After the shock, his expression suddenly turned somewhat strange. He gently tugged at Fujiya Qianjia and whispered, "It looks like you really don't have enough money." Fujiya Qianjia's mouth twitched. Although he didn't want to admit it, it was true he didn't have enough. For a moment, a look of embarrassment flashed across his face. He looked at Sumyubai and opened his mouth, but didn't know how to proceed. Seeing this, Sumyubai smiled slightly and waved his hand, saying, "It's fine. You can take these items first. You can pay the remaining balance tomorrow." Players could sign contracts through the system, so Sumyubai wasn't afraid of the other party reneging on the debt. Upon hearing this, Fujiya Qianjia and the others immediately looked delighted, and their favorability toward Sumyubai soared. However, Sumyubai's goal was not limited to just this. This was only the beginning. Chapter 29. Are you sure you can clear it faster than me? The equipment and skill books he had just brought out were merely drops from 2 silver-grade bosses. The real treasures were still lying quietly in his inventory. The level 10 dark gold equipment dropped by Reggie and that particular skill book were things Sumyubai definitely wouldn't sell right now. Those items would only fetch a high price after leaving the novice village. But those few level 5 gold-grade pieces of equipment could still be sold to Fujiya Qianjia after being upgraded. However, Sumyubai's goal was not just gold coins. Since Brother Baiyi is so forthright, I won't be either. How much is the total? Name your price. Learning that the remaining balance could be paid tomorrow, Fujiya Qianjia instantly regained his confidence. The weapons are 30 gold coins each. The plate armor is 40 gold coins. Other equipment is 20 gold coins per piece. And these for skill books are 100 gold coins each. As for this one, Sumyubai took out a single skill book and continued. I'll give you a discount of 500 gold coins. So expensive. Even though Fujiya-chanjio was not short on money. He was stunned by Sumubai's quote. Level 5 gold grade equipment and C grade skill books were, logically speaking, only able to fetch such prices from him. If it were any other player, they wouldn't be able to come up with that much money at all. But this was a matter of supply and demand. They happened to need this batch of gear and skills right now. So it wasn't a matter of who was taking advantage of whom. Anyone who had played games understood that the earlier you obtain top-tier equipment and skills, the greater your advantage. In a while, level 5 gold grade equipment wouldn't even be wanted if given away for free. Everyone had entered the game at the same time. There would be no such thing as new players later on. He could accept other prices. But the last one was truly a bit too expensive. 500 gold coins. And that was a discounted price. Was he really being treated like a sucker? Fujiya-chanjio's thought process changed instantly after seeing the skill description. Resurrection. See no level. Active skill. Can resurrect a target player outside of combat, reducing their death penalty by 50%, excluding lifespan. Casting range, 50 meters. Casting time, 5 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Mana cost, 300 points. Learning requirement, priest class profession. This was resurrection. Even if it couldn't be used in combat, it was still resurrection. Was 500 gold coins expensive? It was an absolute bargain. After level 5, leveling up became increasingly difficult. And dying once meant losing a level. With resurrection, the losses would be much smaller. Manhwa Tang's eyes lit up as she looked at the skill. She was a priest. Once she learned this skill, her status within the team would naturally rise significantly. Fujiya-chanjio waved his hand. So it's 1080 gold coins in total, right? I'll take them all. As he spoke, he initiated a trade with Sumubai and placed 580 gold coins into the window. Brother Bai, I'll pay 580 gold coins first. And the remaining 500 will be paid tomorrow. No problem, right? A contract appeared between the two. Sumubai looked at it and nodded slightly. System prompt. You have successfully signed a contract with player Fujiya-chanjio. The other party promises to complete the remaining transaction within 24 hours. If the other party defaults, they must pay a penalty interest of 10% of the contract amount per day until the contract is fulfilled. Penalty interest will be deducted directly from the player's inventory, with the system taking a 50% service fee. Once the trade was completed, Fujiya-chanjio began distributing the equipment and skill books on the spot. His intention in doing this was specifically to let Sumubai see that joining his team would definitely not be a loss. Sumubai looked at Fujiya-chanjio with interest. If I remember correctly, the first effect of the God of Wealth talent is the ability to shake the money tree once a day, randomly obtaining between 1 and 999 gold coins. Is this guy so certain that he can shake out over 500 gold coins tomorrow? It must be the remaining two effects of the God of Wealth talent that give him such confidence. Soon, the group obtained the equipment and skills suitable for them, and the excitement on their faces was impossible to hide. Fujiya-chanjio wore his signature smile as he turned to look at Sumubai. Many thanks, Brother Bai. With these items, our chances of clearing the nightmare-grade misty forest have increased significantly. Oh, is that so? Sumubai revealed a meaningful smile. Are you sure you can clear it faster than I can? This sentence caused the smiles on the faces of Fujiya-chanjio and the others to freeze instantly. 1 second ago, the next second, not her. How could they have forgotten this? Although Bai had already taken the first clears for the Hell and Disaster grades, he could still take the first clear for the Nightmare grade as well. What could they possibly use to compete with him for the first clear? Thinking of this, the expressions of Fujiya-chanjio and his group turned somewhat ugly, as if they had been played for fools. The hot-tempered Chi-chan Nanhu even glared directly at Sumubai. And just as he was about to speak, Feng Yixiao pulled him back and shook his head. Fujiya-chanjio also realized the situation, looked straight at Sumubai, and chuckled dryly. Brother Bai, that joke isn't funny at all. Tell us your conditions. Hooked. Sumubai had no intention of entering the Misty Forest again. He had already reached level 8, while the mobs and bosses in the Nightmare grade difficulty were only level 7. Not only would there be no level gap bonus, but he would actually suffer a 50% reduction in EXP. Rather than wasting time in this dungeon, it was better to go level up. However, he didn't want to give up the primary soul stone rewarded for the first clear. The condition is simple. All the primary soul stones from the first clear reward belong to me. Feng Yishaoxiao was a player who had triggered a system announcement, so Sumubai was certain they knew what a soul stone was. Hearing this, everyone suddenly realized. So, the soul stone was Bai's true goal. For a moment, Fujiya Tianjia and the others felt conflicted. For anyone other than Sumubai, a primary soul stone could only increase one's lifespan by 30 days. And the oldest among them, Fujiya Tianjia, looked to be only about 40 years old. In the short term, their need for soul stones was not as urgent as Sumubai's. But this was, after all, an item that could increase one's lifespan. Although they wouldn't get the first clear reward if they didn't agree. If all the rewarded soul stones went to Sumubai, how much meaning would this first clear hold for them? Sumubai naturally anticipated this situation. His gaze fell on Feng Yishaoxiao, and he suddenly asked, I wonder how many soul stones were rewarded for the first kill of the bronze grade boss. Feng Yishaoxiao was slightly stunned, clearly not expecting Sumubai to ask this suddenly, but he still replied to, Have you absorbed them yet? Not yet. I see. Sumubai's eyes lit up. He rubbed his chin and continued, Let's make another deal. I guarantee you will be able to take the first clear of the nightmare grade misty forest. And you'll even have the strength to farm the hell grade difficulty. The condition is to add those to soul stones as well. How about it? Facing Sumubai's escalating demands, Fujiya Tianjia and Feng Yishaoxiao were not angry. Instead, they spoke impatiently. Deal. This was only because Sumubai had once again brought out 5 pieces of equipment. 5 pieces of level 5 dark gold grade equipment. Chapter 30. Using Catastrophe again. Novice Village No. 9527. Green Grasslands. Sumubai lay with his hands behind his head, a blade of dogtail grass in his mouth, resting leisurely on the grass with his eyes closed. A gentle breeze blew by, moving the white clouds in the sky, and the warm sunlight spilled over him, creating a sense of profound tranquility. It looked like Sumubai was doing nothing, but in reality, he was truly leveling up, and his efficiency was far beyond that of any other player, dozens of meters away. 100-strong skeleton army moved like a bulldozer, rampaging across the grasslands and constantly sweeping through various wild monsters. Although their actions slightly disrupted the beautiful scenery, they kept Sumubai's EXP bar jumping non-stop. Killed level 10 wild ox. Gained 50% level gap bonus, EXP come 30. Killed level 10 elite monster grassland wolf. Gained 50% level gap bonus, EXP come 150. Killed level 10 reinforced elite monster grassland vicious wolf. Gained 50% level gap bonus, EXP come 450. This was a level 10 monster area. One of the few high-level wild maps in the novice village. Every moment, monsters were being killed by the skeleton army, turning into EXP for Sumubai. Although the vast majority were ordinary monsters, the sheer quantity made up for it. At this stage, CAPBLE players were all busy raiding the Misty Forest dungeon. This entire high-level map had been completely monopolized by Sumubai. If other players saw this scene, they would surely be so angry they'd cough up 3 liters of blood. Why is it that everyone else has to struggle so hard to level up and worry about being killed by monsters, while you can just lie there and farm so fast? Is this fair? Sumubai didn't know if it was fair or not. He only knew that he was about to reach level 9. 40 skeleton warriors kept pulling monsters, while the remaining skeleton archers and skeleton mages unleashed their damage, killing monsters as easily as chopping melons and vegetables. Before long, a golden light rose from Sumubai's body. Congratulations to player Bai for reaching level 9. All 4 attributes come 1. Skill points come 1. Free attribute points come 15. 1 more level, and I can leave the novice village. Sumubai opened his eyes, slowly sat up, and allocated his free attribute points as usual. As for the skill point, he decided to save it for now, mainly because he had no skills to upgrade at the moment. His few passive skills had no levels and did not require points. Death Siphon Feedback requires 10 skill points to level up. Adding them now would be meaningless. The Scorching skill. which only requires 1 point to level up, deals too little damage. And this low-tier skill will likely be replaced in the future. Therefore, Sumyubai simply decided to save his skill points. I wonder where that appraiser went. Looking at the 758 gold coins in his inventory, Sumyubai couldn't help but frown. After finishing his trade with Fujiu-chanji earlier, he didn't come straight to the green grasslands. Instead, he had returned to the novice village first. The main purpose of returning to the city was, naturally, to appraise his equipment. But he never expected that the appraisal shop in Novice Village No. 9527 would be closed. After inquiring at nearby shops, he learned that the appraiser believed no one in the Novice Village could obtain items worth appraising. So, he had gone out to sketch from nature. Besides being an appraiser, this guy was also a painter, and his destination for sketching was none other than the green grasslands. Consequently, Sumyubai's first trip back to the city resulted in him only buying a few sets of well-fitting underwear and a return scroll. As for the other items sold in the village, they were of no use to him at all. The green grasslands are so vast. Who knows where that guy went to sketch? Sumyubai curled his lip, but he still patted his backside and stood up. The main reason was that the nearby wild monsters had all been wiped out by his skeleton army and hadn't respawned yet. He certainly wouldn't move his butt just to specifically hunt down an appraiser. At worst, he could just wait until he left the novice village to appraise them. It wouldn't be too late. They were all level 10 equipment anyway, and he couldn't wear them yet. 500,000 EXP. This is going to take a while to grind. From level 9 to level 10, there were no dungeons for players to farm. If one wanted to level up, they had to grind a massive number of monsters in the wild. Sumyubai did a rough calculation, excluding a small number of elite and reinforced elite monsters. If he wanted to level up, he would have to clear the wild oxen in the green grasslands several times over. Moving to a spot with more monsters, Sumyubai found a flat boulder, lay down on it, crossed his legs, and continued his leveling journey in a leisurely manner. The Skeleton Legion immediately threw themselves into battle. 40 skeleton warriors began pulling monsters continuously. Not a single wild monster could break through their defense. This leveling speed still feels a bit slow. Watching the frequency at which his experience bar jumped, Sumyubai pondered for a moment, his gaze landing on the summoning space expansion skill. Now that he had money and quite a few soul stones, he wondered if it was enough to promote or cataclysm it. Thinking of this, Sumyubai focused his mind. Cataclysm. Target. Summoning space expansion prompt. Please select the promotion tier. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Click to view details. Option 1. Overwrite the original promotion effect and re-promote to a D-rank skill summoning space expansion. No cost. Option 2. Overwrite the original promotion effect and sublime it to a C-rank skill summoning space expansion. Cost to 100 gold coins. Option 3. Overwrite the original promotion effect and cataclysm to a B-rank skill summoning space expansion. Cost, 20 years of lifespan. 20 years? Looking at the cost required for the cataclysm, the corners of Sumyubai's mouth twitched. A B-rank skill definitely wasn't worth that many years of life, but the cataclysm trait was. If he had enough lifespan, he would definitely choose the cataclysm. Silently calculating his soul stones, Sumyubai's eyes lit up. It seemed he really had enough, including the 2 he exchanged from Fengyi Xiao. He now had a total of 60 for soul stones after the free promotion. One intermediate soul stone added 120 days of lifespan. 60 for stones meant 7,680 days, which was just over 21 years. Although the level of the summoning space expansion skill wasn't high, the boost it provided to Sumyubai was immense. Without hesitation, he absorbed all the soul stones, bringing his lifespan to just under 22 years. As the life energy from the 60 for intermediate soul stones entered his body, Sumyubai clearly felt a sense of refreshment and couldn't help but let out a comfortable hum. This feeling was thousands of times more satisfying than any other moment. The feeling of increasing one's lifespan is truly intoxicating. After sighing, Sumyubai made his choice decisively. Cataclysm Tier 3. Prompt. Confirm consuming 20 years of lifespan to overwrite the previous promotion effect and cataclysm the skill summoning space expansion to a higher tier. Confirm. The life force he had just gained which he hadn't even properly savored yet, vanished rapidly. Prompt. You have lost 20 years of lifespan. Lifespan less than 2 years. Your E-rank skill summoning space expansion has successfully cataclysmed into a B-rank skill summoning space expansion. Chapter 31, Primary Skill Book, An Unexpected Incident. Summoning Space Expansion, B passive skill. No level, Summoning Space Cognate. After being upgraded to a B-rank skill, the description of Summoning Space Expansion remained concise and clear. Even after jumping to tiers, it only added 8 slots to his summoning space. But for Sumyubai, the improvement was absolutely staggering. First, the class Cataclysm trait doubled the skill effect, turning Cognate into Kung 16. Then, with the added bonus from Death Summoning, Sumyubai's maximum summoning space suddenly reached a shocking number. Summoning space, 100/340ths. That wasn't all. What interested Sumyubai even more were the added Cataclysm traits. Cataclysm traits. 1. The controllable range of summoned creatures is increased to 500%. 2. After your summoned creature dies, it can be resurrected at full status within the summoning space. A single summoned creature can only trigger this once per hour. This was the 3rd time Sumyubai had seen a Cataclysm trait, and the 3rd time he had been shocked. Both traits were heaven-defying, regardless of which one you looked at. The first one increased his range for controlling skeletons to a radius of 500 meters. In terms of coverage area, this wasn't just a 5-fold increase, it was 25 times. The second trait was equivalent to a disguised increase in the size of Sumyubai's skeleton army. With this Cataclysm trait, he no longer had to fear specific area of effect instant kill skills from certain bosses. Even if they were all wiped out in one go, he could directly open the summoning space and instantly replenish his forces. Unless a large number of skeletons died twice within an hour, his combat effectiveness would not be affected in the slightest. Now the leveling speed will be much faster. A flash of joy crossed Sumyubai's eyes as he waved his magic wand to begin summoning skeletons. A pale gray vortex opened, and 6 skeleton warriors stepped out, their movements uniform and synchronized. Go lure monsters and grind on your own. Notify me once you find any humans. Upon receiving Sumyubai's command, the soul fire in the skeleton warriors' eye sockets flickered, and they hoisted their greatswords to join the army of monsters grinding on the outskirts. With the increase in his control range, the activity area of the skeleton army expanded significantly, meaning Sumyubai would not need to change his position for a while. Sumyubai continuously waved his magic wand, summoning 6 high-tier skeletons each time. He used death extraction feedback 3 times in succession, consuming 75 points of death chi to restore his mana, before finally filling the summoning space. This time, he did not follow the 4-2-3-3 ratio, as too many skeleton warriors made it difficult to maneuver when facing a boss. In the end, Sumyubai summoned 100 skeleton warriors, and the remaining 240 slots were evenly distributed between skeleton archers and skeleton mages. After the skill death extraction feedback was promoted to SS rank, its maximum casting distance had also increased to 100 meters, and when used by Sumyubai, it reached to 100 meters. He could lie there without moving and still extract death chi from the corpses of wild monsters in the distance. The target count per use was as high as 20. However, these ordinary monsters did not provide much death chi. Notification: you have successfully extracted 2 points of death chi from the corpses of 20 ordinary wild ox monsters. Notification: you have successfully extracted 2 points of death chi from the corpses of 18 ordinary wild ox monsters and 2 elite prairie wolf monsters. Except for bosses, whether it was an elite monster or a reinforced elite monster, the amount of death chi provided was the same as that of ordinary monsters. However, the one thing there was no shortage of here was corpses. Sumyubai extracted every 30 seconds and soon replenished his death chi. Next came the simple and monotonous process of leveling up while lying down. Every 10 minutes or so, 2 skeletons would come over to hand in the items dropped by the wild monsters. Sumyubai couldn't even be bothered to look at this junk. He simply upgraded everything once and then tossed it into his inventory to gather dust. According to the information in his mind, there were auction houses in the imperial cities where the novice villages were located. When the time came, Hanging everything on the auction house would also result in a not insignificant harvest. A legion composed of 340 skeletons, relying on their heaven-defying attributes, carried out a dimensional strike against the monsters on the green grasslands. Even the bosses, when faced with Sumyubai's skeleton legion, couldn't stir up the slightest ripple. Killed level 10 Black Iron tier boss Wild Ox Chieftain. Gained 50% additionally XP bonus, EXP Kung 1950. Killed level 10 Bronze tier boss Prairie Wolf Leader. Gained 50% additionally XP bonus, EXP Kung 6000. The equipment and skill books dropped by these two bosses were quite average, and there was nothing a Necromancer needed. However, one book made Sumyubai's eyes light up. Primary skill book. Increases skill points by 1 upon use. Does this thing only drop from wild bosses? Taking the primary skill book handed over by a skeleton archer, Sumyubai pondered for a moment and understood. If dungeon bosses dropped them too, they wouldn't be worth much. After all, normal difficulty dungeons could be farmed many times every day. In that case, it wouldn't be long before these things became worthless and common. But wild bosses were entities that could be encountered but not sought. This primary skill book was dropped by the Bronze tier Prairie Wolf Leader. This rank should be the minimum requirement. Sumyubai picked up the skill book, his mind stirring. Catastrophe target, primary skill book. Notification. Please select the promotion rank, 1st tier, 2nd tier, or 3rd tier. Click to view details. Option 1. Promote to intermediate skill book, no cost. Option 2. Sublime it to advanced skill book, consumes 2,000 gold coins. Option 3. Catastrophe to perfect skill book, consumes 1,000 years of lifespan. Wait, the cost for this thing is this high? The cost to upgrade the primary skill book truly surprised Sumyubai, especially the perfect skill book, which actually required consuming 1,000 years of lifespan. How many skill points would one have to gain to make up for that cost? Although he was curious, Sumyubai couldn't afford it. He shook his head and decisively chose to promote it. After confirming, the book in his hand became slightly more exquisite. You have obtained intermediate skill book ×1. Intermediate skill book. Increases skill points by 5 upon use. After the freebie, the effect was instantly multiplied by 5. The next moment, the skill book turned into a golden light and merged into the center of Sumyubai's brow. You have used intermediate skill book ×1. Skill points Kung 5. Current available skill points. It was still not enough to level up death extraction feedback. Sumyubai closed the panel and continued to enjoy the pleasure of rapidly increasing the XP. But the feedback coming from his mind forced him to stand up. A skeleton warrior had sent a notification that it had seen the human Sumyubai mentioned. At this stage, there shouldn't be any players coming here. So, this human was very likely the appraiser from Novice Village now, running so far away. What exactly is there to sketch in this godforsaken place? Sensing the location of that skeleton warrior, Sumyubai curled his lip and turned to walk in that direction. That spot was almost at the very edge of his control range. He hadn't taken 2 steps when Sumyubai's pace suddenly halted. A look of gravity appearing on his face. Notification. Your skeleton warrior has been killed. System prompt, catastrophe trait triggered. Your skeleton warrior has been revived at full health within the summoning space. This skeleton warrior cannot trigger the revival effect again for 60 minutes. Chapter 32. The Eccentric Appraiser. It was actually killed in 1 hit. Sumyubai's pupils shrank violently. 1 second. The skeleton warrior's health bar was nearly full. The next, it had been completely wiped out. How could such an exaggerated level of damage exist in a place like a novice village? After equipping Dylan's crystal ball, his spirit attribute was now as high as 196 points. Coupled with the boost from the aura of the dead, the skeleton warrior's health had reached a terrifying total of over 150. With that much health, it was just effortlessly killed in 1 hit. Although he hadn't witnessed the moment of the skeleton warrior's death, the feedback from his mind made it clear to Sumyubai that the skeleton warrior hadn't even had a chance to fight back. Can an appraiser really be this strong? A flash of shock crossed the depths of his eyes. Sumyubai began to doubt whether this person was truly the appraiser he was looking for. He stopped in his tracks, choosing not to advance any further. Who knew if the person ahead was a friend or a foe? Previously, in the dungeon, there had been instances where the novice village protection had failed. What if it failed again? If the opponent had the strength to kill a skeleton warrior in one hit, it wouldn't matter how many troops he had in his legion. At this moment, Sumyubai suddenly felt a pang of regret for the catastrophe skill summoning space expansion. If his remaining lifespan exceeded 10 years, he wouldn't have to be so timid right now. The sudden death of the skeleton warrior served as a wake-up call for Sumyubai. This unexpected situation hit his heart like a heavy hammer, suppressing his increasingly inflated ego. Sumyubai suddenly realized that he was only invincible at the player level. It did not mean he was invincible in the Myriad Worlds game. In the Forbidden Land of Gods alone, there were plenty of NPCs who could crush him like an ant. Thinking of this, Sumyubai decisively turned around and headed in the opposite direction. At the same time, under his control, the Skeleton Legion began to quickly move away from those coordinates. No matter what, I must keep at least 10 years of lifespan in reserve from now on. Lingering in fear, Sumyubai made a secret resolution. The catastrophe talent was indeed heaven-defyingly strong, but he had to ensure his own survival first. Any life soul stones he obtained in the future must be used to replenish his lifespan. As for upgrading equipment and skills, that could wait. After all, one's life was the most important thing. However, Murphy's Law taught Sumyubai a lesson. The more he wanted to avoid someone, the less he could escape them. He hadn't gone far after turning around when a lazy voice drifted from behind him. "Kid, not bad. You can actually summon so many piles of broken bones." Sumyubai's footsteps faltered upon hearing this. It wasn't that he wanted to stop, but the person had already blocked his path. This was a middle-aged man with a full head of silver hair, sword-like eyebrows, and star-bright eyes. He was dressed in a tattered silver robe, with an eye pattern made of inscriptions on his chest. Was he really the appraiser? Sumyubai had seen this pattern at the appraisal shop, so he recognized it instantly. He just hadn't expected the man's entrance to be so flashy. What kind of novice village appraiser can fly? Just now, this guy had walked through the air, and before his voice had even faded, he was already standing in front of Sumyubai. "I was finally in a good mood, out for a stroll, and now you've ruined it all." The middle-aged man glared at Sumyubai and continued, "Tell me, how do you plan to compensate me?" Wait, was he being robbed? Sumyubai was stunned for a moment, then tentatively asked, "Would money work?" As he spoke, he took 100 gold coins directly from his inventory. "Do I look like someone who is short of your pocket change?" The middle-aged man curled his lip out without any visible movement. The 100 gold coins vanished without a trace. Sumyubai felt his hand lighten. Looking at the tattered robe on the man, his mouth twitched uncontrollably. "That doesn't look like it. You might as well have "I'm broke" carved onto your forehead." However, after the man took the money, Sumyubai felt a sense of relief. Losing money was better than losing his life, right? He felt an even stronger desire to increase his lifespan. "What kind of look is that?" The middle-aged man followed Sumyubai's gaze to his own robe, his old face flushing red as he argued. "This was damaged while I was out for a stroll. I am really not short of money." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the robe on his body instantly looked brand new. He had clearly changed into a fresh one. Seeing that the man didn't seem to have any hostility, Sumyubai took a closer look. Huijian, appraiser and painter of Novice Village. No. Level, health. An appraiser who doesn't want to be a painter is not a good swordsman. The information obtained was minimal, but the final description led Sumyubai to guess that Huijian also held the identity of a swordsman. "I'm not an unreasonable person. Since I took your 100 gold coins, I'll give you this painting." A drawing board appeared in Huijian's hand. He pulled out the top painting and handed it to Sumyubai. "My work isn't something just anyone can get. You should be secretly pleased. There was a reward." Sumyubai quickly reached out and took the scroll. "You have obtained Huijian's painting X1." But after just one glance, he didn't dare to look again and decisively stored it in his inventory. Sumyubai was afraid that if he kept looking, he wouldn't be able to stop himself from laughing out loud. Good grief. Even a 3-year-old could draw better than this, right? Vicious wolf pouncing on a cow. Soul artist, Huijian. Why aren't you appreciating it properly? Huijian frowned at the sight. "Don't tell me you can't appreciate my vicious wolf pouncing on a cow, senior. You've misunderstood. I intend to savor it slowly." Only by calming my heart can I truly appreciate the state of mind you were in when you created this. Sumyubai suppressed his laughter, the insincere words rolling off his tongue. Appreciate it. He never wanted to lay eyes on that thing again for as long as he lived. It was an absolute eyesore. Ha 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 ha. You're a good kid. You've got an eye for quality. Hui Jian felt his mood brighten upon hearing this, and he laughed as he reached out. I'm in a good mood today. Do you have anything that needs identifying? Bring it out, and I'll identify it for you for free. In reality, he was just saying that off the cuff. Only equipment of dark gold grade or higher required identification. Even if this kid in front of him had the strength, there was no way to obtain such high-tier items in the novice village. Really? Sumyubai's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected such a stroke of luck. So without a second word, he took out the 4 level 10 dark gold pieces dropped by Reggie. At this moment, Hui Jian had already retracted his hand and continued. If you don't have any, then never me. He stopped mid-sentence, his eyes suddenly widening as he snatched the equipment from Sumyubai's hands. Wait, you actually have some? Let me see. So, it was that little skeleton in green skin from the misty forest, wasn't it? Looking at the 4 pieces of equipment, Hui Jian had a sudden realization and finally took a careful look at Sumyubai. Not bad strength, and pretty good luck. Withdrawing his gaze, Hui Jian's hands shimmered with a silver light. He slowly brushed them over the 4 pieces of equipment, muttering to himself. Sumyubai had originally thought it was some kind of incantation for identification, but after listening closely, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. 100 gold coins to identify 4 pieces of equipment. I'm taking a huge loss this time. Chapter 33 Bone Set, Necklace of the Dead. Following Hui Jian's grumbling, the shadow boots were the first to erupt with a dark golden glow. Gradually, the entire pair of boots seemed to be veiled in a layer of shadow, appearing somewhat hazy. Under normal circumstances, I'd charge you 100 gold coins just for this one piece. Hui Jian waved his hand, and the shadow boots floated over into Sumyubai's hands. Shadow boots footwear, plate armor, level 10 dark gold grade item durability, 200 equipment requirements, strength 80, constitution 50, physical defense Kung 75, magic defense Kung 5, OHP Kung 800, strength Kung 20, constitution Kung 20, agility Kung 10, movement speed Kung 10%, attached skill shadow step, enter the shadows, increasing movement speed by 60% and reducing damage taken by 10%. Lasts 30 seconds, cooldown 10 minutes. Put them on, and you'll automatically learn the moonwalk. As expected of level 10 dark gold equipment, the stats were truly beyond reproach. It was just a pity that this was plate armor, and Sumyubai couldn't wear it. These 2 pieces have decent stats, and they're even a small set. Hui Jian's voice rang out, just as Sumyubai was checking the stats of the shadow boots. He had already identified the next 2 pieces: bone heavy armor chest, plate armor, level 10, constitution 80, physical defense Kung 180, magic defense Kung 12, HP Kung 1200, strength Kung 25, constitution Kung 25, physical damage reduction Kung 100, melee damage reflection Kung 100, attached skill bone armor, summon bones to arm yourself. The damage reduction and reflection effects of the bone-heavy armor are increased by 300%. Lasts 30 seconds. Cooldown: 10 minutes. Bone set effect. Attack power Kung 10%. Physical defense Kung 10% not activated. Exposed bone spurs leave enemies with nowhere to strike. The bone-heavy armor had an extra upgradable tag. Once a player collected enough materials, they could find a blacksmith to upgrade it. Each upgrade would increase the equipment's level by 5. In other words, this top-tier dark gold equipment could be upgraded to level 25. At the same time, equipping both the bone-heavy armor and the bone-heavy sword would activate the set effect. Bone-heavy sword to handed sword level 10 upgradable 3/3 dark gold grade item durability. 200 equipment requirements, strength 120, attack power Kung 288, strength Kung 50. Attacks deal 30% splash damage. Attached skill, powerful strike. Attacks have a chance to trigger triple damage. Bone set. Violence is the ultimate aesthetic. The stats of this heavy sword were quite singular, but also very strong. With a massive 288 attack power, plus 50 points of strength, it was a significant boost for any level 10 player. Furthermore, it had a 30% splash effect and the powerful strike passive, making it an undeniably rare, top-tier piece of equipment. Sumyubai could already imagine the sensation these 3 pieces would cause at the auction house once he left the novice village. And this was without even considering the stats after promotion. Once he used Cataclysm to get them for free, these would be 3 epic grade items. However, Sumyubai wasn't in a rush to promote them. He planned to wait and see the situation after leaving the novice village. Whether or not to promote them depended on the financial power of other players. On this point, Sumyubai pinned his hopes on Fujichonjia and Hontabai. The former went without saying, and the latter's talent for quickly building a massive guild meant they should also be able to scrape together quite a bit of money. Take it. This piece actually suits you quite well. Huijian stretched and tossed the final piece of equipment to Sumyubai. It was a necklace made of small, with a pendant shaped like a miniature skull. Necklace of the Dead Necklace. Accessory. Level 10. HP cum 500, mana cum 1000, spirit cum 30, constitution cum 10, agility cum 10. Attacks carry a curse effect, reducing the target's physical and magical defense by 100 points. Can also be triggered by summons. Attached skill undead. The impact of fear-type negative status effects on you is reduced by 50%. The dead have nothing to fear. Finally, a top-tier piece of equipment that is actually usable. Although it is not an upgradable piece of equipment, the stats of the necklace of the undead are certainly not bad. Sumyubai's eyes lit up, and he calmly tucked the necklace of the undead into his inventory. He was definitely going to freeload on the upgrade, but he had to wait until Huijian left. The NPCs in the world-bound game were real people, and Sumyubai did not want to expose his ability to promote equipment in front of one. Alright. Getting for pieces of dark gold tier equipment here, consider yourself lucky, Huijian said as he prepared to turn and leave. Tell that pile of broken bones to be careful, don't disturb my sketching again. Seeing this, Sumyubai quickly spoke up the senior. Wait a moment. What? Don't tell me you have more dark gold tier equipment that needs identifying. Huijian glanced at Sumyubai, a flash of heartache crossing his face. Damn it. He shouldn't have agreed to identify items for this kid for free. He was losing a fortune. Bring it here. I, your father, keep my word. I'll identify everything for you for free today. There is no more dark gold tier equipment. I knew it. How could there be so much dark gold tier equipment in this dump? Huijian laughed upon hearing this. Since there's no equipment, what else do you want? Speak quickly. Don't delay my sketching, Although there is no more dark gold tier equipment, there is still one piece of equipment that needs identifying. Sumyubai honestly scratched the back of his head and took a robe out of his inventory. Not dark gold tier. Then what's there to identify? Even though I'm only a part-time appraiser, I know that anything below dark gold tier. As he said this, Huijian suddenly fell silent. He snatched the robe, examined it carefully, and then looked up at Sumyubai as if looking at a monster. His tone filled with astonishment. How is there an epic tier piece of equipment in this dump? What Sumyubai had just taken out was the reward for the solo first clear of the disaster tier dungeon, the Whispering Robe of the Undead. If it weren't for the Blue Star District announcement being triggered, such equipment would absolutely never appear in a novice village. Just lucky. Just lucky. Sumyubai smiled and looked at Huijian with anticipation. Senior, this one is also free to identify, right? From Huijian's previous grumbling, it was clear that the cost of identifying equipment was not low. Dark gold tier equipment cost 100 gold coins. So would an epic tier cost thousands. Being able to save a large sum of money, Sumyubai naturally had to seize the opportunity. I said it was free, so I absolutely won't take your money. Hearing this, Sumyubai's face lit up with joy, but the next moment, his smile froze. He saw Huijian toss the robe back and laugh. Too bad my appraisal skill level is too low. I can't identify this thing. Sumyubai was completely dumbfounded. So you can only identify dark gold tier equipment? I'm only here in the novice village as a part-timer. Isn't it reasonable that I can't identify epic tier equipment? Huijian looked at Sumyubai's expression and shrugged. Sumyubai suddenly felt like, your logic is so sound that I am left speechless. Seeing Sumyubai's disappointed expression, Huijian thought for a moment and said, Kid, Do you want to learn appraisal? Chapter 34 Senior, please stay. There's such a good thing. Sumyubai's eyes lit up at these words, and he immediately nodded. I do. As long as he learned appraisal, he could definitely identify epic tier equipment directly after freeloading an upgrade. He would never have to beg anyone again. You can learn it, but you have to pay tuition. Huijian raised an eyebrow, looking at Sumyubai with a half smile. How much? Sumyubai looked at the 658 gold coins in his inventory, feeling a bit insecure. Identifying one dark gold tier item cost 100 gold coins. So how much would it cost to learn the skill? Huijian slowly held up his palm and opened it. 500. Sumyubai asked tentatively, though he didn't hold much hope in his heart. In addition to their main class, players could have one subclass, such as blacksmith, alchemist, tailor. Appraiser was also a subclass, but it was a hidden one among them, although he didn't think it would be that cheap. He only had that much money in his inventory anymore, and he wouldn't be able to afford it. To his surprise, Huijian nodded directly. Yes, 500. Then, he flipped his palm, and a gold coin engraved with ancient inscriptions appeared in it. He continued, but not ordinary gold coins. These ancient gold coins. Ancient gold coin. The first batch of gold coins ever minted. They have ceased circulation and have no monetary value. But in the eyes of those who collect ancient coins, their value far exceeds that of ordinary gold coins. Contact me once you have collected 500 ancient gold coins, and I will teach you appraisal, Huijian said as he prepared to turn and leave. Don't disturb my sketching until you've found them. System prompt. Huijian has added you as a friend. You have accepted the hidden quest. Collect ancient gold coins. Quest content. Collect 500 ancient gold coins for Huijian. Quest reward. Obtain the subclass skill primary appraisal. A series of system prompts rang out, and Sumyubai finally snapped back to reality. Ancient gold coins. Why did that sound so familiar? He suddenly remembered something and immediately opened his inventory, spotting the rusted copper coin in the first slot at a glance. Ancient copper coin. A copper coin that has ceased circulation. Its value is unknown, but in the eyes of those who collect ancient coins, it should be worth 10 copper coins. What do you call this? Searching high and low, only to find it without any effort. If a copper coin becomes an ancient copper coin after promotion, then a gold coin naturally becomes an ancient gold coin after promotion. Watching Huijian's retreating figure, a flash of joy crossed Sumyubai's eyes, and he quickly called out, Senior, please stay a moment. At the same time, a thought flickered through his mind. Catastrophe target. 500 gold coins in the inventory. Promote by 1 tier. You have obtained 500 ancient gold coins. The next moment, an ancient gold coin, identical to the one Huijian had just produced, appeared in Sumyubai's inventory, marked with an by 50 tag in the bottom right corner. What are you trying to do now? Kid, do you really think? Huijian turned around, looking somewhat impatient, but his words came to an abrupt halt. The next instant, he appeared right in front of Sumyubai, snatched the gold coins held in his hands, and began to examine them closely. This eye. After confirming that these were indeed all ancient gold coins, Huijian began to stammer incoherently. Painting and collecting ancient coins were his two greatest hobbies. Although these items weren't exactly priceless treasures, they were quite rare. To think this kid could pull out 500 of them all at once, and in a dump like this novice village, no less. Sumyubai handed all 500 ancient gold coins to Huijian and smiled slightly. Senior, can you teach me appraisal now? Huijian flipped his hand to store the ancient gold coins. Looking at the young man before him carefully for the first time, he could understand how the boy might have obtained epic-grade equipment. But items like ancient gold coins were definitely not something that could be found in a novice village. However, Huijian didn't ask where Sumyubai had obtained them. He simply gave him a meaningful look. You really have given me a surprise. Take this. You have completed the hidden quest. Collect ancient gold coins and obtain the skill book basic appraisal. This time, Huijian did not linger. He took a step forward and soared into the air, leaving behind only one sentence. Kid, contact me when you have 10,000 ancient gold coins. I'll give you a surprise then. You have accepted the hidden quest. Collect ancient gold coins too. Quest content, collect 10 0 ancient gold coins for Huijian. Quest reward unknown. In the blink of an eye, Huijian's figure vanished from Sumyubai's field of vision. He wondered if the man had remembered some urgent matter, as he hadn't even bothered to enjoy the breeze. Looking at Huijian's avatar in his friends list, Sumyubai smiled faintly. I suppose this counts as establishing a connection with a local, right? He had a vague feeling that Huijian was definitely not a simple person, whether it was his ability to fly through there or his instant kill of the skeleton warrior. Everything proved that Huijian possessed immense strength. How could someone like that be merely a part-time appraiser in Novice Village? No. I wonder when I'll have that kind of strength. Shaking his head with a smile, Sumyubai picked up the basic appraisal book and focused his mind. Catastrophe target. Basic appraisal prompt. Please select the promotion tier. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Click to view details. Option 1, promote to intermediate appraisal. No cost. Option 2, sublime it to advanced appraisal. Cost 50,000 gold coins. Option 3, catastrophize to master appraisal. Cost 500 years of lifespan. Promote by 1 tier. You have obtained intermediate appraisal. Intermediate appraisal. After learning, you gain the sub-profession intermediate appraiser. After the promotion, the silver eye on the book cover was noticeably more intricate. Sumyubai did not hesitate and learned it immediately. The next moment, the book in his hand transformed into a streak of silver light that merged into the center of his forehead. Congratulations on changing your sub-profession to the hidden sub-profession intermediate appraiser. You have learned the new skill intermediate appraisal. With the sub-profession acquired, Sumyubai's second panel opened. Sub-profession panel player. Bai sub-profession intermediate appraiser. Skill intermediate appraisal. Intermediate appraisal 0 10,000ths. As skill proficiency increases, the success rate of appraisal will slightly improve. Dark gold item appraisal success rate. Epic item appraisal success rate. Casting time to 5 seconds. Cooldown 60 seconds. Mana cost 1,000 points. Sub-profession skills do not occupy the player's skill slots. Sumyubai took out the Whispering Robe of the Dead and began the appraisal immediately. A silver light lit up his palm, slowly covering the Whispering Robe of the Dead. 5 seconds later, the system notification sounded. Prompt to appraisal failed. Failure was within his expectations, and Sumyubai wasn't in a hurry. He didn't need to do the leveling himself anyway. Without Huijian, the green grasslands had completely become Sumyubai's backyard. The skeleton army worked within a radius of 500 meters, and Sumyubai sat back down on the boulder from before. After waiting for a minute, he used the appraisal skill on the Whispering Robe of the Dead once more. Chapter 35. Necklace of Undead Will and Whispering Robe of the Dead. Killed level 10 Wild Ox. Gained 50% level gap bonus, EXP Kung 30. Killed level 10 Elite Monster Grassland Wolf. Gained 50% level gap bonus, EXP Kung 150. Killed level 10 Reinforced Elite Monster Grassland Vicious Wolf. Gained 50% level gap bonus, EXP Kung 450. The Skeleton Legion worked tirelessly, and Sumyubai's EXP bar rose steadily, drawing ever closer to level 10. He had appraised it 4 times in a row, consuming a total of 4,000 mana points. Yet he still hadn't succeeded. This lousy appraisal skill. Sumyubai grumbled. However, he knew clearly that with only a 10% success rate, it certainly wouldn't be easy to appraise it successfully. Besides, this thing didn't have a pity system. While waiting for the skill cooldown, Sumyubai took out the Necklace of the Dead and focused his mind. Catastrophe target. Necklace of the Dead prompt. Please select the promotion tier. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Click to view details. Promote by 1 tier. He couldn't be bothered to check the details anyway. He couldn't afford anything other than the freebies. You have obtained the epic grade item Necklace of Undead Will. Necklace of Undead Will. Necklace, accessory. Level 1060 scales with player level. Upgrades every 5 levels. Up to a maximum of level 60. Epic grade item durability, 500/500 equip requirement. Spirit 150 base stats, level 10 spell power Kung 1 2 HP Kung 800 mana Kung 1500 Spirit Kung 50. Constitution Kung 15 Agility Kung 15 affixes. 1. Spell power increased by 10%. 2. Attacks apply a multi-curse effect, reducing the target's physical and magical defense by 10%. attack speed by 10%, casting speed by 10%, and movement speed by 10%. Can also be triggered by summoned units. Skills: Undead Will Passive Effect. The influence of charm, fear, and hypnosis type negative status effects on you is reduced by 80%. Active effect: removes one charm, fear, or hypnosis type negative status effect currently affecting you, and grants immunity to these 3 types of negative status effects for the next 5 seconds. Instant cast, cooldown 120 seconds, Undead Will, and breakable. If epic grade is this strong, what about legendary and mythical? Seeing the full stats of an epic grade item for the first time, even Sumubai couldn't help but marvel. From dark gold to epic. Although it was only a 1-tier promotion, the overall strength had more than doubled, while the base stats only increased by half. The boost to the affixes and skills was immense. Still need 50% more EXP. Checking his experience bar, Sumubai placed the Necklace of Undead Will back into his inventory. The minimum level for this equipment was 10, so he couldn't wear it yet. However, with the Skeleton Legion's grinding speed, it wouldn't take too long. Once the cooldown for appraisal ended, Sumubai continued to attempt to identify the Robe of Whispering Dead. After seeing the stats of the Necklace of Undead Will, he became even more expectant for his first complete legendary grade piece of equipment. Although Dylan's crystal ball was also a legendary grade item, it was in a sealed state. Appraisal failed again. Appraisal failed. With a 10% success rate, Sumubai had exhausted his entire mana pool without a single success. Did I bug out and drain all my luck? Frowning, Sumubai consumed death energy to restore his mana to full, and 1 minute later, he used appraisal on the robe again. This time, he clearly felt a difference, as his palm, glowing with silver light, slowly brushed over it. The robe gradually began to shine. The next moment, the robe erupted with a tricolored light, causing the surrounding magical elements to vibrate slightly. Successfully identified an epic grade item. Appraisal proficiency con 10. Only 10 points. Leveling up this appraisal skill is truly difficult. 10,000 proficiency points meant he would need to successfully identify 1-0 epic grade items to reach high-level appraisal. Sumubai estimated that identifying dark gold grade equipment would only grant 1 proficiency point. However, he didn't intend to rely on proficiency to level up this skill. Why not just get it for free in the future? As long as he obtained an intermediate appraisal skill book, he could directly freeload his way to high level. As for spending 50 gold coins to sublime it, does he have money to burn? Pulling back his thoughts, Sumubai didn't check the robe's stats immediately, but instead focused his mind. Cataclysm, target, Robe of Whispering Dead prompt. Please select the promotion tier. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Click to view details. Promote to Tier 1. You have obtained the legendary grade item Robe of the Undead Speaker. A 5-colored light flashed and vanished. His first complete legendary grade piece of equipment was in his hands. Robe of the Undead Speaker. Upper body cloth armor level 10,120 legendary grade item durability 1,000 equip requirement. Necromancer type class Spirit 300 base stats level 10 physical defense cum 150 magical defense cum 300 HP cum 1,500 2 all elemental resistance cum 10% 3 mana regeneration speed increased by 100%. Skills 1. Undead Protection. Passive skill. Grants a shield equivalent to 300% of your HP. The shield resets every 30 minutes. 2. Undead Whisper. Active skill. Upon activation, casting speed increases by 30% and allows you to perform double casting. Duration 30 seconds. Cooldown 10 minutes. You aren't hallucinating. This is indeed the Whisper of the Undead. Double casting. Sumubai looked at the Undead Whisper skill. A flash of confusion in his eyes. Does this mean he can use 2 skills at once? As for Undead Protection, he ignored it entirely. For other necromancers, it was indeed a great passive skill, but for him, it was just a shield that reset every 30 minutes. What's the point? It couldn't even compare to a single strand of his life sharing. However, the Robe of the Undead Speaker was still very strong overall. The complete stats of a legendary grade item did not disappoint Sumubai. The only issue was that the equipment requirements were a bit high. Although it could be worn at level 10, it required the player's spirit stat to reach 300 points. This was a number that the vast majority of players wouldn't necessarily reach even at level 20. Even for Sumyubai, his current spirit stat was only 196 points. However, he wasn't too worried about this. Once he put on a full set of level 10 gear, it would be easy to meet this requirement. The only problem now was that there were too few top-tier level 10 items he could use. There should be shops selling equipment in the city, right? Sumyubai sighed, forced to set his sights on the NPC shops. His game progression was too fast. Trying to buy equipment from other players was simply harder than ascending to heaven. If all else fails, he could still socket gems. With the dungeon first clear and Reggie's contribution, Sumyubai already had 15 level 1 attribute gems and 3 level 1 crit gems. Although there were only 3 spirit gems, he could get them for free. Prompt: please select the promotion rank. Rank 1, Rank 2, Rank 3. Click to view details. Option 1. Ascend to level 2 spirit gem. No cost. Option 2. Sublime it to level 3 spirit gem. Cost 100 gold coins each. Option 3. Cataclysm to level 4 spirit gem. Cost 120 days of lifespan each. Chapter 36. The possibility of getting to freebies. This was the first time Sumyubai had seen lifespan consumption measured in days. Even so, he still thought 120 days of lifespan was too expensive. Gems could be synthesized by finding a jewelry crafter. One could use 3 gems to synthesize a gem 1 level higher. It just required some processing fees. Of course, the higher the grade of the gem, the lower the success rate of synthesis, which was also related to the jewelry crafter's skill level. The reason why Cataclysm to level 4 costs so much could only be because of the Cataclysm trait. Sumyubai thought for a moment and ultimately chose to get it for free. With the precedent of Huijian insta-killing the skeleton warrior, he decided to save up his lifespan to over 10 years first. As for gold coins, after giving Huijian 600, he only had 158 left, which he had to keep for emergencies. You have obtained 3 level 2 spirit gems. Level 2 spirit gem, Spirit Come 20, can only be socketed into armor. Incidentally, Sumyubai also ascended all the remaining gems for free. Although they were useless to him, they could be sold for money. Crit gems were clearly rarer than attribute gems. The cost for sublimation and cataclysm directly quintupled. Level 2 crit gem, critical hit. A spell critical hit come to %, can only be socketed into main weapons, and only 1 can be socketed per piece of equipment. 3 level 2 spirit gems mean 60 spirit, plus the level up and the undead will necklace. It's enough. Having met the equipment requirements for the Death Speaker robe, Sumyubai was suddenly in a great mood. He looked at the monster corpses dozens of meters away and shifted his thoughts. Prompt: you have successfully extracted 2 points of death chi from the corpses of 20 common monsters. Wild oxen. Leisurely replenishing his death chi, Sumyubai was about to continue lying down to level up when a piece of information suddenly flashed in his mind. About 500 meters to his right, a skeleton had discovered a wilderness chest. That's more like it. Sumyubai stood up with a smile and headed toward those coordinates. How could a wilderness map that no one had ever explored before not have any chests? Now, he had finally found one. Wilderness chests cannot be moved or taken away. They can only be opened on the spot. These types of chests are either hidden in obscure places or guarded by powerful monsters. The higher the level of the chest, the more powerful the guarding monsters. In any case, they were definitely not something players could easily obtain. The chest found by the skeleton warrior belonged to the latter category. Around the chest were over a dozen prairie dire wolves and a wolf king that was a size larger than a wild ox. This was a silver grade boss. If other players encountered it, they would undoubtedly have to go through a bitter struggle. But facing Sumyubai's skeleton army, a mere silver grade boss with over a dozen reinforced elite monsters was simply not enough. Just as Sumyubai approached, before he even had time to check the Wolf King's attribute panel, -1 or 8 skeleton warriors swarmed forward. Heavy strike, 15,195, 1,523,630,410. A series of terrifying damage numbers popped up. The Wolf King's health bar vanished instantly. and it fell to the ground dead. At the same time, dozens of fireballs and hundreds of arrows arrived in an instant, providing far coverage over the remaining prairie dire wolves. To 937-29,086,096, 598,112,108. In an instant, the wolf pack guarding the chest fell under the terrifying output of the Skeleton Legion. The reason they could deal such high damage was closely related to the advanced aura of the dead contributed by Reggie, under the enhancement of his class traits. This skill increased all attributes of the skeleton army by 60%. Killed level 10 reinforced elite monster prairie dire wolf. Received an additional 50% level gap bonus, EXP Kong 450 points. Killed level 10 silver grade boss prairie wolf king. Received an additional 50% level gap bonus, EXP Kong 36,000 points. Looking at the system prompts flooding the screen, and the experience bar that suddenly jumped by nearly 10%. Sumyu-bai was somewhat shocked by his own absurdity. A dignified silver grade boss was insta-killed just like that. If he found a few more chests like this, wouldn't he be able to reach level 10 immediately? And fortunately, silver grade bosses were clearly rare in the novice village. Sumyu-bai shook off this unrealistic thought and slowly stepped forward. You obtained 1 gold coin and 38 silver coins. You obtained level 1 agility gem ×1. You obtained basic skill book ×1. You obtained silver grade material Wolf King's Fang ×5. You obtained silver grade equipment Wolf King leather trousers. You obtained silver grade equipment Wolf King leather armor. You obtained silver grade equipment Wolf Fang dagger. You obtained silver grade equipment Cruel Spalders. Aside from the materials and the negligible money, the Prairie Wolf King didn't drop many things. Only one piece of equipment and that basic skill book were usable for Sumyu-bai. Ascend to rank 1. With a thought, Sumyu-bai directly ascended all these pieces of equipment to gold grade and also got the skill book to intermediate grade for free. Cruel Spalders shoulder armor, cloth armor level 10 gold grade durability 100/100 physical defense Kung 28. Magic defense Kung 35 spirit Kung 15 constitution Kung 15 spell power Kung 20. After seeing the legendary equipment, Sumyu-bai no longer felt anything for the gold tier gear. He tossed everything into his inventory, waiting until he reached level 10 to either equip or sell them. With a thought, the intermediate skill book instantly transformed into a golden light and merged into the center of his brows. You have used intermediate skill book ×1, skill points Kung 5, current available skill points. After a moment of hesitation, Sumyu-bai chose not to immediately upgrade the skill Death Siphon feedback. The main reason was that he was about to reach level 10. And he wanted to see if he could learn new skills from the Death Codex first. It won't be too late to upgrade after I hit level 10. Having made his decision, Sumyu-bai's gaze fell upon the treasure chest in front of him. The chest was not large, it was silver in color and engraved with various inscriptions. An unlocked silver tier treasure chest has been discovered. Do you wish to open it? The system prompt appeared. But Sumyu-bai decisively chose no. He wanted to test a hypothesis he had in mind. Could his talent, catastrophe, be used on items that didn't belong to him? Thinking of this, Sumyu-bai took a deep breath, locked his gaze onto the silver tier treasure chest, and focused his intent. Catastrophe target. Silver tier treasure chest prompt. Please select the promotion tier. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Click to view details. It really works. A look of wild joy appeared on Sumyu-bai's face. If a treasure chest could be promoted, it meant he could freeload by promoting the contents inside twice. After all, a treasure chest and the items inside were not the same thing. Suppressing his excitement, Sumyu-bai clicked to view the details. Option 1. Promote to gold tier treasure chest. No cost. Option 2. Sublime it to dark gold tier treasure chest. Cost 2,000 gold coins. Option 3. Catastrophize to epic tier treasure chest. Cost 200 years of lifespan. Although he was very curious about what kind of catastrophic traits catastrophe would add to the chest, Sumyu-bai couldn't afford the higher tiers. With no other choice, he settled for the free upgrade. Promote to Tier 1. The next moment, the chest before him lit up with a blinding golden light. Its surface rippled like flowing water, the silver color gradually fading away to reveal brilliant gold. A few seconds later, the silver tier treasure chest had completely transformed. An unlocked gold tier treasure chest has been discovered. Do you wish to open it? Open. This time, Sumyu-bai firmly placed his hand on the chest. The chest slowly opened amidst the golden glow, with 2 items lying quietly inside. Beneath a staff crafted from an unknown material lay a yellowed piece of parchment. What is this? Sumyu-bai picked up the 2 items with curiosity. Chapter 37, The Ultimate Matryoshka. You have obtained the gold tier equipment withered wood staff. You have obtained gold tier treasure map ×1. A treasure map. Sumyu-bai's eyes lit up, and he checked it immediately. Gold tier treasure map. Following the guidance of this map, you will find a gold tier treasure chest. Prompt. Do you wish to use the treasure map? After use, the treasure hunting route will be marked on the system map. Please note, the destination coordinates of this treasure map are located outside the novice village. Good grief. Are we playing Russian nesting dolls here? Sumyu-bai rolled his eyes. Who would have thought that a gold tier treasure chest could drop the coordinates to another gold tier treasure chest? If a player had gone through all the trouble of killing a guardian boss only to open something like this, wouldn't they be so angry they'd cough up blood? However, for Sumyu-bai, the value of this treasure map was entirely different. If his theory held true, the final rewards brought by this treasure map would be legendary. Thinking of this, Sumyu-bai's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and his hand gripping the map tightened involuntarily. Catastrophe. Target. Gold tier treasure map. Promote to tier 1. You have obtained dark gold tier treasure map ×1. It worked. Sumyu-bai couldn't help but clench his fist. He could freeload the gold tier treasure map into a dark gold one, then promote the dark gold treasure chest he found into an epic one. After opening that chest, he could then freeload the items inside into legendary tier. 3 wins in a row. This was what you called the ultimate Matryoshka. Before opening the chest, Sumyu-bai never expected that a mere silver tier treasure chest would eventually lead to legendary tier gains. Compared to this treasure map, the gold tier withered wood staff was hardly worth mentioning. However, Sumyu-bai still decided to promote the staff to dark gold first. The main reason was that he was currently holding a level 5 bronze tier wooden magic wand. By comparison, the dark gold withered wood staff was much more appealing. Withered wood staff level 10. Dark gold tier item. Agility ×10, Constitution ×10. After triggering a spell critical hit, the casting time of the next skill is reduced by 1 second. Attached skill. Withered wood springs to life. Restores HP to the target equal to 100% of your spell power. Instant cast. Cooldown 120 seconds. Even withered wood can have a spring. Although this piece of equipment wasn't perfectly suited for Sumyu-bai, having it was better than nothing. At the very least, it provided a 30-point boost to spirit. What more could he ask for? Casually tossing the withered wood staff into his inventory, Sumyu-bai picked up the dark gold tier treasure map and chose to use it. The next moment, the yellowed parchment slowly dissipated, merging into the system map. Immediately afterward, the smile on Sumyu-bai's face vanished. Prompt. The route has been marked. The destination coordinates are located in the wilderness of Jingli City in the Sakura Kingdom. Please travel to Jingli City in the Sakura Kingdom to begin your treasure hunting journey. What the hell? Sumyu-bai went from happy to unhappy in an instant. After this damn treasure map was upgraded, it actually sent him abroad. According to the information provided by the World Game, national borders would not be open for the time being. The specific opening time would depend on the progress of the players from Blue Star in the game. In other words, the legendary tier harvest was temporarily out of reach. The ultimate Matryoshka scenario he had envisioned had only reached the first step before it could go no further. What a letdown. Watching the empty treasure chest slowly fade away, Sumyu-bai pursed his lips, sat down right where he was, and continued to level up. Over an hour later, a golden light surged upward. Congratulations to player Bai for reaching level 10. All stats ×1, skill points ×1, free attribute points ×15. Notification. You have reached the level cap for the novice village. Please find the village chief to teleport to the city associated with novice village 9527. Otherwise, you will no longer be able to gain EXP. Congratulations on becoming the first player in the Blue Star region of the Myriad Worlds game to reach level 10. You have earned the title far in the lead. Notification. A Blue Star region announcement is about to be made. Due to you reaching level 10, The level leaderboard for Novice Village 9527 has been opened ahead of schedule. Notification. A Novice Village announcement is about to be made. A series of notification chimes rang out, and Sumubai was slightly stunned. Could being the first to reach level 10 trigger a region-wide announcement as well? That was truly an unexpected surprise. Far in the lead, while wearing this title, -1 EXP gained from all sources is increased by 20%. Each player can obtain multiple titles, but only one can be active at a time. Every time you switch titles, there is a 30-minute cooldown before it officially takes effect. Sumubai's first reaction was to use Catastrophe to leech it. However, to his disappointment, this item was like the summoning space. It was just an attribute, not a tangible object, and could not be upgraded. Forget it. A 20% EXP boost isn't bad either. Equipping the far in the lead title, Sumubai waved his hand to recall his skeleton army into the summoning space and took out a Novice Village return scroll. He had bought this when he returned to the village earlier. It only cost 10 silver coins each, which was very cheap for him. A white light flashed, and Sumubai's figure vanished from the green grasslands, leaving behind only a field of monster corpses that had yet to refresh. At the same time, the system announcement also rang out. However, the content was not triggered by Sumubai. Novice Village 9527 announcement. Congratulations to the Baiyi Guild for achieving the first clear of the Mistlands dungeon on hard difficulty. This is hereby announced. We hope all players will learn from them to obtain generous rewards. At the entrance to the Mist Forest, Hontabe led his team members out of the dungeon. The sound of the system announcement ringing in his ears put him in a pleasant mood. He had finally managed to win some face. While he was grinding the dungeon, the Baiyi Guild had not stopped recruiting. Several newly promoted elders had worked tirelessly, successfully bringing the guild member count to the cap for a level 1 guild during this time. 3,000 people. This number accounted for nearly 1/10 of the entire population of Novice Village 9527. One could imagine how massive the influence of the Baiyi Guild was now. Although these players were not particularly strong, they still brought a significant boost to Hontabe. Now, successfully securing the first clear of the hard difficulty Mist Forest made him feel even better. Get ready. We're going to conquer the nightmare difficulty immediately. Seeing the worshipful gazes of the surrounding players, Hontabe deliberately shouted out loud. Just then, 5 flashes of white light appeared, and Fujiya Changxia, Feng Yi Xiao, and the others stepped out of the dungeon portal. The system announcement that followed immediately made Hontabe's expression turn ugly. Novice Village 9527 announcement. Congratulations to player Fujiya Changxia for leading a team to achieve the first clear of the Mistlands dungeon on nightmare difficulty. This is hereby announced. We hope all players will learn from them to obtain generous rewards. In that instant, Hontabe felt like a clown. He looked at Fujiya Changxia and the others in disbelief and asked in a deep voice, "How could you possibly clear the nightmare difficulty so quickly? Just lucky." Fujiya Changxia smiled slightly. Seeing this, Hontabe snorted coldly, his gaze turning icy. He had already learned from his guild chat channel why the other party was able to clear the nightmare difficulty Mist Forest so quickly. It was all because of Baiyi. Thinking about how he had lost the chance to secure the nightmare first clear because of this, Hontabe was furious. Fine, Baiyi. Why would you only sell equipment and skills to Fujiya Changxia? Does the leader of the dignified Baiyi Guild not have money? Hontabe recalled the friend request that had been rejected by Baiyi. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and he added another grudge against Baiyi in his heart. Seeing Hontabe's gaze, Fujiya Changxia and the others frowned and turned to continue grinding the dungeon. The first clears were all gone. What they were going to challenge next was the hell difficulty. Hontabe also prepared to enter the dungeon again, likewise to challenge the hell difficulty. But the announcement that followed next made both of them stop in their tracks. Chapter 38 Level Leaderboard. Far in the lead Blue Star Region announcement. Congratulations to the Shenlong Empire player Baiyi for becoming the first player in the Blue Star region to reach level 10. This is hereby announced. We hope all players will learn from them to obtain generous rewards. The system announcement rang 10 times in a row, echoing through every novice village in the forbidden land of the gods. The sensation this caused was no less than the previous one. Players from all countries began to discuss it heatedly. How on earth is he leveling up? How can he be so fast? How long has the game been open? He's already level 10. And I'm only level 4, is this right? The XP required after level 5 is so high. Is Baiyi cheating? Buddy, listen to yourself. Where would you find cheats in the Myriad Worlds game? Can we report Baiyi? I feel like he's ruining the game balance. Where is the balance in this game? For the same monster, I have to hack away for half a day, while some lucky guy who awakened an S-rank talent kills it in one hit. Even if Baiyi has an SSS rank talent, what about the other players who awaken SSS rank talents? Why is it that every announcement is triggered by Baiyi? The subject of the discussion among players from all countries in the chat channels was, at this moment, also dumbfounded. Felix of the Bald Eagle Empire, Tsukuyomi of the Sakura Kingdom, the descendant of the sun from the Korea Kingdom, including Sancha King Feng of the Divine Dragon Empire. Every player who had awakened an SSS rank talent across all the novice villages in the Forbidden Land of the Gods was shocked by this announcement. These top-tier experts checked their own levels. A single thought emerged in all of their minds simultaneously. How exactly is Baiyi leveling up? Why is he so much faster than us? Their levels were all, without exception, level 7. According to the experience scaling after level 5, it would take at least another half a day to reach level 10. Previously, when Baiyi achieved the first clear of the disaster grade dungeon, they could still console themselves by saying it was just bad luck that they hadn't triggered a disaster grade dungeon themselves. But now, seeing Baiyi leveling up so quickly truly shocked them. They all possessed SSS rank talents. So why was Baiyi so far ahead? Was this even reasonable? Divine Dragon Empire, Novice Village. No. Jiaozu and Liu Ryan had successfully secured the first clear of the normal grade dungeon and were currently tackling the hard grade Misty Forest. It was clear that their novice village lacked anyone who had awakened a more powerful talent. Otherwise, the first clear would never have fallen to the two of them. It's him again. Hearing the system announcement ringing in his ears, Jiaozu narrowed his eyes slightly. Ryan, what are the odds that he is Sumyubai? How would I know? Liu Ryan rolled her eyes, then reached up to tuck a lock of her hair behind her ear. It was a simple gesture, yet it was incredibly charming, causing Jiaozu to lean in slightly. Regardless of whether he is Sumyubai or not, as long as I want it, I can definitely take it. Liu Ryan smiled seductively, her voice filled with confidence. I certainly believe in your charm, my dear. Jiaozu nodded in agreement with a laugh. But I still hope he is Sumyubai. That would make things much easier. If it were that guy, he would definitely be obedient to your every word. Why think so much about it? Let's just hurry up and level up. We can talk about that once we leave the novice village. With beautiful visions of the future in mind, the two continued their journey of grinding dungeons to level up. Compared to other novice villages, Novice Village No. 9527 had one additional announcement. Novice Village No. 9527 announcement. As player Baiyi has reached level 10, the Novice Village level leaderboard has been opened ahead of schedule. Novice Village No. 9527 level leaderboard first place, Baiyi. Level 10, no affiliation second place, Feng Xiaoxiao. Level 5, no affiliation third place away. Level 5, no affiliation fourth place, Chichuan Kananho. Level 5, no affiliation fifth place, Fujia Changxia. Level 5, no affiliation sixth place, Manhwa. Level 5, no affiliation seventh place, Hongta Bay. Level 5, Bay Guild 8th place, Yijian Fengho. Level 5, Bay Guild 9th place, Hojue Guoba. Level 5, Bay Guild 10th place, Neibai Zuzi. Level 5, Bay Guild. The Novice Village level leaderboard only displayed the top 10. Except for Baiyi. Everyone else was stuck at level 5. 20,000 experience points were not so easy for them to grind. Firstly, the experience points from low difficulty dungeons were not that high. And secondly, teaming up meant splitting the experience. Of course, if they didn't team up, they wouldn't be able to clear the dungeons at all. The appearance of the level leaderboard immediately sparked heated discussions among the players. The chat channel for Novice Village No. 9527 was flooded with messages once again. Bai Yi is simply not human. He's actually twice the level of everyone else on the leaderboard. It's not just a simple twice the experience required just to go from level 5 to level 6 is more than the total needed to go from level 0 to level 5. This is too exaggerated. By the time I leave the novice village, Bai Yi will probably be level 20. You're thinking too small. It's not impossible for him to be level 30. Fujiya Changxia's team is also very strong. Their leveling speed has surpassed the people from the Bay Guild. Even though the Bay members have a 20% experience buff, nonsense. They just cleared the nightmare grade Misty Land, so it's normal for them to be in the lead. But they should be overtaken by Bay very soon. I heard Yijian Fengho's talent is also S rank. I didn't expect even him to join the Bay Guild. What's the point? He's still only half of Bai's level. Outside the Misty Land dungeon portal, Hantabei closed the level leaderboard with a gloomy expression. It was one thing for Bai Yi to reach level 10 so quickly, but he and his team had a 20% experience buff and were still being outpaced by Fujiya Changxia's team. It was simply outrageous. Glancing at Fujiya Changxia and the others, Hantabei entered the dungeon without a word. Brother Bai Yi is leveling up way too fast, Manhwa Waiting exclaimed. Yeah, it's like he's riding a rocket. Oe agreed, nodding. When they traded earlier, the other party was level 8, and they were level 5. Now, after just the time it took to run one dungeon, they were still level 5. While Bai Yi had already reached level 10, was leveling up really that simple for him? You guys go ahead and do your own thing, I'm going back for a moment. Looking at the 10 primary soul stones in his inventory, Fujiya Changxia took out a return scroll. He had originally intended to wait a while before giving these soul stones to Bai Yi, but the successive system announcements had changed his mind. He had to find a way to build a good relationship with an expert like Bai Yi. Even if the other party didn't join his team, having a good relationship would allow him to buy some good items from him. Without realizing it, Fujiya Changxia's mindset had quietly shifted, something he hadn't even noticed himself. With a flash of white light, Sumyu-bai appeared at the teleportation plaza of Novice Village now. Hearing the announcements about Fujiya Changxia and the Bay Guild clearing the dungeon, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. More soul stones. The next moment, a white light shone beside Sumyu-bai, and the pot-bellied Fujiya Changxia appeared before him. Brother Bai Yi, these are the 10 primary soul stones from the first clear reward. Don't forget your old brother when you get your hands on good stuff in the future. Fujiya Changxia traded the soul fate stone to Sumyu-bai and said with a beaming smile, rest assured, the price will definitely satisfy you. System prompt to your no. To contract with Fujiya Changxia has been concluded. Sumyu-bai nodded slightly. As long as you have the money, there will naturally be no shortage of good things. Contact me once you leave the novice village. With that, he waved his hand and turned to walk toward the village chief's house. Whether it was the skeleton set or that B-rank skill book Thunderstrike, neither was something Fujiya Changxia could afford right now. In a few days, that would be the best time to sell these items. For now, the top priority was to become the first player to walk out of the novice village. Chapter 39, East Sea City, Opening the Death Codex. The layout of Novice Village No. 9527 was very simple. Following the map, Sumyu-bai easily found the village chief's house. This house was not much different from the other buildings, and the village chief was a seemingly ordinary old man. Even his name was so plain that one would easily forget it the moment they turned away. Li Shan, village chief of Novice Village No. Level 10 HP 2000 cough. I didn't expect a descender to reach level 10 so quickly. Upon seeing Sumyu-bai, a look of obvious shock flashed across Li Shan's face. Village chief, I want to leave the novice village. Sumyu-bai got straight to the point and stated his intention. Go ahead. In the future, this god-forbidden land will eventually become the domain of you descenders. Li Shan's expression was somewhat complex, and he turned to walk into the courtyard. Follow me. Soon, he led Sumyu-bai to a teleportation array. Our village belongs to East Sea City, one of the 10 major Tier 1 main cities of the Divine Dragon Empire, and also the most prosperous coastal city in the empire. Li Shan pointed at the teleportation array, introducing Sumyu-bai's next destination. Step in. Once you reach East Sea City, that is where the true beginning lies. Sorry for the trouble, village chief. Sumyubai nodded and stepped into the teleportation array. There was no gatekeeper quest as he had imagined. Nor was there any teleportation fee required. Li Shen simply activated the array directly. A white light flared, and Sumyubai's figure vanished into the teleportation array. The chaotic era of the God-forbidden land is coming. I wonder how many people will die this time. Li Shen let out a long sigh, turned around, and returned to his original spot, continuing to wait for the next descender to appear. As a village chief, he did not issue quests. The only thing he needed to do was send the descenders out of the novice village. At the same time, the level leaderboard of Novice Village No. 9527 had also changed. The name Baiyi disappeared, and Feng Xiaoxiao directly ascended to the first place. This change immediately sparked discussions among the players. Whoever had opened the level leaderboard had clearly already left the Novice Village. The first player to truly step into the God-forbidden land had appeared. You have entered the Tier 1 main city, East Sea City. Your respawn point has been switched to the East Sea City respawn hall. This was a magnificent city. Many tall buildings towered around the teleportation plaza, and one could not see the end of them at a single glance. On the streets in the distance, pedestrians and carriages moved in an endless stream, and there were even many powerful individuals riding mounts passing by. Although no other players had entered the city besides Sumyubai, it still appeared lively and prosperous. This scene served as a reminder to Sumyubai once again that the God-forbidden land was a real world. The locals here were no fewer in number than the humans who had transmigrated from Blue Star. If the humans from Blue Star, as descenders, had transmigrated into a real game world, then to the locals of the God-forbidden land, it was simply that their world had been digitized. Judging by the name 10,000 Worlds game, the two sides were not opponents, but would become allies. Stepping into the God-forbidden land was only the beginning, not the end. The myriad races of the universe were the true enemies. In the vast teleportation plaza, only Sumyubai stood in the center. After waiting for a moment, the system prompt he had imagined did not continue to sound. Sumyubai couldn't help but mutter, "That's it." He had originally thought there would be a reward for being the first to leave the novice village, but it seemed there was none. Shaking his head in disappointment, Sumyubai put on all the equipment he could. He was surprised to find that even without embedding gems, his spirit attribute had already exceeded the equipment requirements for the Death Speaker's robe. After leveling up to level 10, the attributes of 2 pieces of his equipment had changed. First was Dylan's crystal ball. After the equipment level increased to 10, the affixes remained unchanged, but the base attributes had seen a significant boost. Base attributes, level 10. Spell power come 150. In terms of HP and mana, it even surpassed the Death Speaker's robe. The other piece was, naturally, the Death Codex. With a thought, the inscription on the back of Sumyubai's left hand shimmered with a faint light, and the Death Codex materialized. The Dylan's crystal ball rotating on his wrist immediately dimmed its light, as if it had been suppressed. Death Codex. Class exclusive by you. Special item cannot be dropped, cannot be damaged, cannot be traded, can be summoned or dismissed with a thought. Level 10 follows the character base attributes. Spell power come 300. All attributes come 100. Damage dealt to undead creatures increased by 100%. Your summons also receive this buff effect. Special effect 1. Soul absorption. Targets killed by you, your summons, and your contracted creatures will have a portion of their soul power absorbed by you. After wild monsters are killed by you, their respawn time will be doubled. After players are killed by you, they will suffer double penalties, including lifespan, current soul points. 0. Consume 1000 soul points to gain a second chance to open the Death Codex. The second special effect unlocks after reaching level 30. This is a book of rules that only you can read. Once you meet the requirements, you can learn the exclusive skills of the Death Sovereign from it. The level 10 Death Codex is worlds apart from the level 5 version. The magnitude of the increase in base attributes exceeds Sumyubai's expectations. What shocks him even more is the newly unlocked special effect. Death penalty doubled. Players killed by him from now on are in for a world of hurt. Losing to levels is a minor issue. The real kicker is the direct loss of 20% of their lifespan, with a minimum of 20 years. That's letting that pair of scumbags off too easily. A cold glint flashes in Sumyubai's eyes. This special effect cannot be turned off. meaning the number of times he can kill Liu Ryan and Jiaozu has suddenly been cut in half. At this stage, no one can increase their lifespan by much. If nothing goes wrong, Sumyu-bai will only be able to kill them 4 times before he loses the chance to do so again. With 80 years of lifespan, the two of them might even end up owing some. Based on the description following the soul points, Sumyu-bai understands that he now has one opportunity to open the Death Codex. He is currently the only player to have entered the city, and the spacious teleportation plaza is completely deserted. Without the slightest hesitation, Sumyu-bai reaches out and opens the Death Codex. The open pages are also grayish-white, filled with ancient and mysterious inscriptions. Sumyu-bai cannot understand a single word, but the next moment, these inscriptions begin to move slowly. They float up from the book, transforming into a stream of information that flows into Sumyu-bai's pupils. In that instant, Sumyu-bai feels a heart-palpitating power. Although he doesn't understand it, he has a vague feeling that this power is called death. After a long while, the Death Codex closes automatically, turning back into a streak of light that attaches to the back of Sumyu-bai's left hand. At the same time, a system notification rings in his ears. You have learned the new skill Death Gaze. Chapter 40. If I keep being this overpowered, won't I get banned? Death Gaze. SSS level 1050th. Active skill. Gaze at a target to incinerate their soul. Skill effects. 1. Deals 500% spell power as true damage per second for 10 seconds. 2. The gazed upon creature will be continuously affected by a fear effect. 3. For all creatures with a lower life level than you, all attributes are forcibly reduced by 20% the moment they are gazed upon. This effect is determined solely by life level and cannot be reduced by any resistances. 4. Creatures killed by Death Gaze will suffer extreme agony and enter a weakened state upon resurrection. With all attributes reduced by 40% for 12 hours. Instant cast. 60-second cooldown. Consumes 5% of maximum mana. No continuous channeling required after casting. Maximum attack range of 100 meters. Wherever your gaze falls, death follows like a shadow. Sumyu-bai is left dumbfounded by the skill description of Death Gaze. Is this what an SSS rank skill is like? 500% true damage per second, continuous fear, 20% forced reduction to all attributes, and a 12-hour weakness after resurrection. Any one of these effects alone would constitute a powerful skill. And this skill is an instant cast that doesn't even require continuous channeling. It's simply heaven-defying. It takes effect just by looking at the target. Sumyu-bai can't help but mutter to himself, isn't this a god-tier skill where whoever I stare at dies? He finds it hard to imagine any player who could withstand 500% of his spell power and true damage. Even more terrifying is the small mark in the bottom right corner of the Death Gaze skill icon. This mark is a humanoid silhouette, representing the influence of Sumyu-bai's Cataclysm profession trait. Effect doubled. 10 times true damage per second. Attack range of 200 meters. At this moment, Sumyu-bai just wants to ask, who else is there? With Death Gaze, he finally doesn't have to rely solely on his skeleton army to deal damage. His only doubt lies in the description of the third skill effect. I wonder how life level is determined. Sumyu-bai rubs his chin, a hint of confusion in his eyes. But he soon shakes his head. He certainly won't figure it out just by looking at it. He'll naturally understand after using it a few more times. Moreover, this isn't the final form of Death Gaze. Sumyu-bai takes a deep breath, feeling slightly nervous. Getting a free upgrade to an SSS rank skill for the first time, the anticipation is second only to when he exploited the bug during character creation and obtained the Cataclysm profession. Cataclysm, target, Death Gaze. However, this time, the system notification that rings in Sumyu-bai's ears is completely different from before. I am sorry. This skill has reached the limit of the God-forbidden land and cannot be subjected to Cataclysm. It actually failed. Ever since he exploited the bug-tier talent Cataclysm, this is the second time Sumyu-bai has encountered such a situation. The first time was when he tried to upgrade Cataclysm again, only for the world game to directly patch the bug. He still remembers the system notification from back then. I am sorry. The grade of this skill has exceeded the limit and cannot be subjected to Cataclysm. Although both were failures, the descriptions were worlds apart. The limit of the God-forbidden land. He carefully examines every word in the system notification, forming a few guesses in his mind. It seems that if he wants to raise a skill beyond SSS rank, he must leave the God-forbidden land. At the same time, a question occurs to him. Previously, when he used Cataclysm on Hallen's crystal ball in the Misty Land, there were indeed 3 options. He had chosen the free upgrade at that time, promoting the quest item from epic to legendary. If that was the case, the second option must have been the so-called highest level mythical. If so, what about the third option, an item beyond mythical rank? What rank would that be? Why can equipment exceed mythical rank, yet skills cannot exceed SSS rank? Is the SSS grade skill tier actually 1 rank higher than the mythical grade? Many thoughts flashed through his mind, but Sumubai could only make rough guesses for now. However, these thoughts were of no use in any case. The final result was that the SSS grade skill was the limit for the time being, and able to get it for free. Sumubai had no choice but to give up, but because of the existence of the catastrophe trait of his profession, even for the same SSS grade skill, the effect he produced was twice that of other players. Leveling up from level 9 to 10 was only a 1 level increase, yet Sumubai's strength had undergone a heaven-shaking transformation. With his spirit attribute meeting the requirements, Sumubai directly equipped the Death Speaker's robe. A deep black robe instantly covered his body, and the pale gray inscriptions embroidered on it added a touch of mystery to Sumubai. A faint aura of death lingered around him, giving off a keep-away vibe to anyone nearby. Sumubai summoned his status window to examine his now monstrous attributes. Status window player. Bayou level, 10 0% profession. Death Sovereign exclusive hidden profession sub-profession, intermediate appraiser spirit, agility, constitution, strength, HP, 1/1 for unknown reasons. The cap cannot be permanently increased. Life sharing, 100 million specific value, 100,584. 0. The sum of all skeletons' HP doubled. Mana 38,938. 901 point of spirit equals 60 mana spell power. 2,497 1 point of spirit equals 3 spell power. Spell critical hit, critical damage. Physical defense, magic defense, 1,825 elemental resistance, 10% for all elements exclusive talent. Catastrophe unique forbidden grade profession skills, Scorchy. Summon high level skeleton B, summoning space expansion B. High level death oil, life sharing S, death summoning SS, death extraction feedback SS. Death gaze SSS summoning space, 340 of 340 equipment. Omitted profession exclusive death codex LV10 lifespan, less than 3 years. Sumubai closed the status window with trembling hands. He was so shocked by his own exaggerated attributes that he didn't know what to say. What kind of world is 10,000 worlds exactly? Is this panel really what a level 10 player should have? And he hadn't even filled all his equipment slots yet. The Death Codex and his 2 legendary grade items alone provided him with a con 200 boost to all attributes, starting with only 1 point, and having never increased his strength outside of the 4 attribute points gained per level up. He now had 211 points. His spell power was nearly 500, and his mana had broken through the absurd threshold of 30. But compared to the terrifying number on his life-sharing health bar, these were hardly worth mentioning. That value of over 100 million lingered in Sumubai's mind, unable to be shaken off. Qualitative and quantitative changes overlapped, ultimately creating a bug-level existence. All of this was thanks to his 2 catastrophe traits. Compared to the skills in the 10,000 Worlds game, the catastrophe traits were absolute bugs. He even began to wonder, if there were a level 10 mythical grade boss, would its health bar be as long as his? If I keep developing like this, will I get banned by the 10,000 Worlds game? As soon as this thought arose in his heart, Sumubai's pupils shrank sharply. A white light flashed before his eyes, and a figure stepped out from within it. I didn't expect that among the Descenders there would be someone who awakened such power. Little one, you are very lucky, and also very unfortunate. Chapter 41, Shichiji. The old man who had suddenly appeared wore a robe and had the appearance of a crane-haired youth. He held an unremarkable staff in his hand, which looked like nothing more than a tree branch, devoid of any ornamentation. The man simply stood there, yet he brought immense pressure upon Sumyubai. The feeling was like that of an ordinary person facing a vast ocean. Boundless and bottomless. Shichuji, Lord of East Sea City, Elder of the Divine Dragon High Level, HP, the person with the highest status in East Sea City. Greetings, City Lord. After seeing Shichuji's information, Sumyubai hurriedly cupped his hands in respect. This was the second NPC he had encountered whose status information he could not fully see. The last one was Huijian. However, why would a dignified city lord suddenly appear before him? The Divine Dragon Empire consisted of 1 imperial capital, 10 level 1 major cities, 81 level 2 major cities, and 1080 level 3 cities. Except for the imperial capital, all Chinese players were distributed among these cities, and East Sea City was precisely one of the 10 level 1 major cities. As the Lord of East Sea City, Shichuji's status was self-evidently high. As for his second title, Sumyubai knew absolutely nothing. What kind of existence the Divine Dragon Hall was. The data provided by the 10,000 Worlds game contained no records. But he was certain of one thing. Shichuji was terrifyingly strong. From the words just spoken, it was clear that the man had come specifically for him. Was he attracted by the heart-palpitating power released when he opened the Death Codex? A series of thoughts flashed through Sumyubai's mind as he secretly guessed why the man had come. Shichuji did not speak again, merely looking Sumyubai up and down with an expressionless face, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. After a long while, his gaze fell upon the back of Sumyubai's left hand, looking at the inscription that the Death Codex had transformed into, and he nodded slightly. It is indeed the power of death. At the same time, Sumyubai felt the pressure on his body vanish, and he suddenly felt at ease. The Shichuji before him now seemed like an ordinary old man, no longer possessing that unfathomable aura. City Lord, what is the power of death? Sumyubai immediately followed up on the other party's words. It is a type of law power. You are still too weak right now. Even if I told you, you wouldn't be able to comprehend it. Shichuji smiled and shook his head, the staff in his hand dissolving into specks of golden light. Upon hearing this, Sumyubai felt a jolt in his heart. He remembered very clearly that before the Death Codex was upgraded, the Book of Death was described exactly like that, but the current Death Codex was clearly described as a book of rules. It seemed that Shichuji had not fully discerned all of his information. Thinking of this, Sumyubai suddenly felt less nervous. Clearly, some of the things brought about by Cataclysm were beyond the scope of understanding of the God-forbidden land. Little one, your appearance really exceeded the expectations of us old fellows. I don't know whether to call you lucky or unfortunate. Shichuji gave Sumyubai a meaningful look and sighed slightly. Why do you say that? Sumyubai frowned slightly. The other party had said this when he first appeared, and now he had said it again. The lucky part is that you changed your class into a sovereign-level profession. Such a profession should not have appeared in the God-forbidden land. At this point, Shichuji paused, shook his head, and continued. The pity is that it is a death sovereign. When you take that step, it will be far more difficult than for other sovereign professions. That step, it is still very far away for you. Shichuji waved his hand, his voice gradually lowering as if he were talking to himself. Perhaps there will be a turning point by then. Who knows, afterward. He looked up at the sky, his gaze profound, his eyes seemingly reflecting the stars of the universe. Sumyubai looked up in confusion, but only saw the sun gradually setting behind the mountains. Little one, grow as quickly as you can. There isn't much time left for you descenders. As his voice fell, a white light of teleportation flared, and Shichuji's figure vanished from the spot. His visit seemed as if he had come specifically to see Sumyubai, other than saying a few inexplicable words. He had done nothing. No, that wasn't right. After Shichuji left, a rusted metal slowly floated in the place where he had been standing. This is... Sumyubai's eyes held confusion as he reached out to grasp the metal. The next moment, Shichuji's voice rang directly in his ears. Little one, consider this my test. If you pass it, I will give you some information regarding the Death Sovereign. You have obtained the quest item Medal of the Forgotten. You have accepted the epic level quest Shichuji's test. Quest content: traverse the land of oblivion and reach 100% exploration. I just picked up an epic level quest for free. Looking at the rusted metal in his hand, Sumyu was somewhat surprised. He still couldn't figure out what exactly Shichuji was trying to do. Should not have appeared in the God-forbidden land. Did that mean there were other sovereign professions in the myriad worlds? Would a death sovereign find it harder to take that step than other sovereigns? Hey, do other sovereigns have cataclysm? Sumyu raised an eyebrow, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Although he was a death sovereign, he possessed the cataclysm trait. Moreover, the Death Codex was one tier higher than the Death Sovereign's original exclusive equipment, the Book of Death. Sumyu had full confidence in his future. He was only level 10, yet his attributes were already this monstrous. He would only grow stronger from here on out. And knowingly, Sumyu had already left other Blue Star players far behind and had begun to make contact with the top-tier experts of the God-forbidden land. The appearance of a bud like him was destined to stir up massive waves in the God-forbidden land. But Sumyu had not yet realized all of this. His current goal was to increase his strength first, then find that pair of scumbags as soon as possible and get his revenge. As long as he thought about Liu Ryan and Zhouzi still being alive, Sumyu couldn't feel at ease. It was just that he was leveling up too quickly in the short term. No one else would be able to leave the novice village. If those two scumbags didn't have high-tier talents, who knew how long it would take? After thinking for a moment, Sumyu looked at the medal in his hand. This timing is perfect for completing this quest. Medal of the Forgotten quest item. Used to teleport to the Land of Oblivion. Can only be used once, will be destroyed automatically in 4 minutes and 52 seconds. The description was simple, and the countdown was constantly ticking down, not even giving me a moment to prepare. Sumyu was slightly stunned. He had originally planned to go and socket some gems. Now it seemed there was no time. Donghai City was too large, even by carriage. 4 minutes wouldn't be enough. Having learned from the previous experience with the treasure map, Sumyu chose not to freeload by upgrading the Medal of the Forgotten. Shichuji's test was to traverse the Land of Oblivion. Who knew where the destination would be if he upgraded this item? If the quest failed because of an upgrade, the loss would outweigh the gain. Sumyu was still very interested in the information Shichuji had mentioned regarding the Death Sovereign. Taking one last look at his status window, Sumyu focused his mind and activated the medal in his hand. The white light of teleportation flared, and his figure vanished from the Donghai City teleportation plaza. The first player to arrive in Donghai City had left in a hurry before he could even properly explore this bustling Tier 1 main city. Chapter 42. The Sea of Skeletons in the Land of Oblivion. Notification. You have entered the Land of Oblivion. Notification. The epic level quest Shichuji's test has officially begun. Please traverse the Land of Oblivion and reach 100% exploration within 1 week. 1 week. Hearing the system prompt, Sumyu frowned. Shichuji must have understood how powerful a sovereign level profession was. Even so, he still only gave 1 week. Does that mean that even with the cataclysm trait, it would take 2 or 3 days to get through here? Although this time frame exceeded his plans, it was not entirely unacceptable. He did not summon his skeleton army immediately, choosing instead to carefully observe the surrounding environment. This place appeared to have once been a small town, but now, all that met the eye was a scene of ruin. The entire town was permeated with the stench of decay. The surrounding landscape was incredibly desolate, as if it had been abandoned by the world. Large clusters of graves stood everywhere, exuding an eerie, sinister aura. Numerous withered bones were scattered across the ground, enough to send a chill down anyone's spine. Within his line of sight, there was no sign of any living creature. The entire environment felt exceptionally deathly and barren. In the past, if Sumyu had found himself alone in such an environment, he would have inevitably felt a sense of dread. But after changing his class to Death Sovereign, he felt absolutely no repulsion toward this place. Coupled with the fact that he had been keeping company with skeletons ever since entering the game, Sumyu felt no pressure at all in this environment. The only issue was the lack of sunlight. The surroundings were dim, which reduced Sumyu field of vision by about 50%. Current exploration progress. Glancing at the exploration progress, Sumyu held his withered wooden staff and gave a light tap. A pale gray portal, -1 meters in width and height, opened from the summoning space. The strong and mighty skeleton warriors took the lead, wielding standard-issue greatswords, followed by a neatly lined-up formation of skeleton archers and skeleton mages. Click, click, click. A uniform sound of clashing bones rang out as all 340 skeletons arrived in the land of oblivion. Their appearance did not bring any vitality to this place. Instead, it intensified the already thick aura of death. The next moment, Sumyubai witnessed a scene that left him stunned. The arrival of the skeleton army seemed to have disturbed the restless souls here, causing the vast expanse of graves ahead to vibrate in unison. Pairs of pale, skeletal hands burst forth from the soil, followed by skulls, torsos, and lower limbs. In just a few dozen seconds, Sumyubai and his legion were surrounded right where they stood. As far as the eye could see, it was a literal sea of skeletons, densely packed with flickering soul fire. Even if everyone in the whole town turned into skeletons, there wouldn't be this many, right? Sumyubai couldn't help but gasp. It wasn't that he was making a fuss, it was just that the sheer number was overwhelming. He couldn't even see the end of it at a glance. Skeleton level 20 common. HP 5000 attack power, physical defense, magic defense. A weak existence commonly found in the land of oblivion. Although these skeletons were all common monsters with trashy stats, seeing thousands of them surging forward, their small frames paired with the ghostly blue soul fire in their eye sockets, was enough to make anyone's scalp tingle. It had always been Sumyubai ganging up on others. This was his first time experiencing what it felt like to be ganged up on. However, it was merely a strong visual impact. As soon as the two sides made contact, the skeleton sea of the land of oblivion began to crumble. The tall, sturdy skeleton warriors were a full head taller than them, and every swing of their greatswords turned a skeleton into fragments. 40,580. 4,032,681,220. One-hit kills. Nothing but one-hit kills. Not a single skeleton could withstand a single strike, even with the death cannon in effect, which allowed Sumyubai and his summons to deal double damage to undead creatures. The damage numbers displayed by the skeleton warriors still made his eyes widen. How much? 40,000 damage on a basic attack. One swing killed a skeleton 7 times over. Although Sumyubai knew he was overpowered, he hadn't expected to be this overpowered. I leveled up once. So why does it feel like I've ascended to a higher plane? He muttered to himself, checking the skeleton warrior's stats for the first time since leveling up. Skeleton warrior. Double bonus from the high-level undead aura. All attributes increased by 60%. The following are the boosted stats. Strength, Constitution, Agility, HP 381,000, Attack Power, Physical Defense. Skill, Heavy Strike, LV9, Heavy Strike, level 9. Swing the weapon to strike the target heavily, dealing 190% physical damage, cooldown 30 seconds. No wonder my shared HP pool could break through 100 million. Sumyubai suddenly realized. These 100 skeleton warriors alone provided 38 million. And when doubled by his class's catastrophe trait, that resulted in a 76 million shared HP pool. Even he, a monster, felt these stats were too excessive. The 100 skeleton warriors acted like an indestructible city wall, quickly forming a large circle to keep the sea of skeletons at bay. Not a single one managed to slip past them to break through. Whoosh, 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 boom, boom. Following that, the skeleton archers and skeleton mages in the center of the perimeter also launched their attacks. 15,008, 15,214, 15,196, 30,888, 20,102, 2,009,640,324. They still weren't using skills, just pure basic attacks. Without the catastrophe trait bonus, their output was nearly half that of the skeleton warriors. However, they were still absurdly strong. The skeleton archers dealt less damage but made up for it with high attack speed. When the skeleton mages weren't using fireball, they would wave their bone staves to release orbs of death energy. Their attack frequency was around 1 to 2 seconds slower than the skeleton archers, but faster than the skeleton warriors. Skeleton archer strength, Constitution, Agility, HP 60,960, Attack Power, Physical Defense, Skill, Double Shot, level 9. Instantly fire 2 arrows to deal double strikes to the target. each arrow dealing 99% physical damage, cooldown 30 seconds, skeleton Magispirit, agility physique, HP, 406 for a spell power, physical defense, skill Fireball, he level 9. Releases a fireball to attack the target, dealing 220% of spell power as fire-type magic damage, casting time, 1.5 seconds, cooldown, 30 seconds. Sumyubai's legion faced the sea of skeletons in the Forgotten Land with an overwhelming, one-sided crush. These level 20 common monsters couldn't even break the defense of the skeleton warriors. The bone swords in their hands landed on the skeleton warriors without even showing damage numbers. All attacks were completely resisted. There was no need to move at all. Every time a skeleton died, more skeletons would scramble to rush forward. Like moths to a flame, circles of bone fragments soon piled up on the ground outside the perimeter. Sumyubai's system notification bar also began to scroll rapidly, yet he frowned. Killed level 20 skeleton. Gained 50% level gap bonus, EXP con 30. Far ahead effect triggered, additionally XP con 6. Killed level 20 skeleton. Gained 50% level gap bonus, EXP con 30. Far ahead effect triggered, additionally XP con 6. Even though they were level 20 monsters, the EXP was only equivalent to that of a level 10 wild ox. This might be related to these skeletons being too weak. Looking at them individually, they didn't seem like level 20 monsters at all. Their only advantage was their massive numbers, and the fact that they came in endless waves, making it very fast to grind EXP. From level 10 to 11, the required EXP increase was actually lower than before, needing only 1 million EXP. Sumyubai estimated that the sea of skeletons here was more than enough for him to level up once. One could imagine just how vast the number of skeletons was. In the darkness in the distance, specks of soul fire drifted, waiting to fill the gaps as soon as the skeletons in front died. Sumyubai's skeleton legion worked like workers on an automated assembly line, continuously killing enemies and bringing him a steady stream of EXP. The biggest reason he was frowning was that the newly activated soul extraction effect of the Death Codex hadn't triggered at all. He had killed at least several hundred skeletons by now, yet he hadn't managed to extract a single soul point. Could it be because these skeletons have no souls? A flash of doubt crossed Sumyubai's eyes. Then his gaze sharpened as he looked at a skeleton outside the perimeter. Death Gaze. Chapter 43. The Forsaken Road's Death Gaze. As Sumyubai's gaze focused, the skill activated instantly. His aura changed drastically in an instant, and a terrifying, majestic presence rose up. Although he looked no different, he gave off the feeling that some unknown entity had descended. The soul fire in the skeleton's eye sockets twisted instantly, and immediately after, a terrifying gray-white number popped up above its head. Killed level 20 skeleton. Gained 50% level gap bonus, EXP con 30. Far ahead effect triggered, additionally XP con 6. The skeleton couldn't even withstand the first tick of damage and fell to the ground. Its body remained intact, without any wounds, but it had become an empty shell. This pale skeleton was soon trampled into fragments by other skeletons. It wasn't over yet. Death Gaze dealt damage once per second and could last for a total of 10 seconds. Although the first target was dead, the skill did not end. As Sumyubai's gaze shifted, the soul fire in the eye sockets of one skeleton after another twisted instantly, and they collapsed to the ground with a thud. 124,850, 49,940,124,850. It wasn't until the 10th skeleton fell that the effect of Death Gaze ended. This skill is absolutely incredible. Having personally experienced the feeling of casting Death Gaze, Sumyubai felt the thrill hit his soul directly. The moment he activated the skill, he had a faint feeling that he could control everything. The life and death of the skeletons before him were completely under his control with a single thought. Before using it, although he had anticipated the damage, he was still stunned when he saw those terrifying numbers. It was actually higher than the damage of the skeleton warriors buffed by the catastrophe trait. His data flashed through his mind rapidly. With 2,497 spell power, Death Gaze, under the buff of his class trait, dealt 10 times the damage per second. Coupled with the Death Codex effect that increased damage dealt to undead creatures by 100%, it came out to exactly for 9940. True damage. No need to calculate any resistance or defense, it was just that simple and unadorned. And his current spell critical hit rate was as high as 35%, with critical damage increased to 250% under the buff of Dylan's crystal ball. Out of 10 targets, 4 had received critical damage of over 120. And this was just the most basic damage effect of Death Gaze. The strongest part of this skill lay in its remaining effects. An SSS rank skill buffed by the class Catastrophe trait was truly terrifying. It was just a pity that these skeletons were too weak. They died the moment Sumubai gazed at them, making it impossible to test the remaining skill effects. His model was consumed by 5% instantly. Sumubai's mind stirred, and he consumed 4 points of death chi to restore it to full. Immediately after, his gaze fell on the scattered bone fragments. Extract death chi. Notification. You successfully extracted 4 points of death chi from the corpses of 20 common skeleton monsters. Notification. Your stored death chi has reached its limit. You may continue extracting after consuming it. Undead creatures really do contain more death chi. Sumubai's eyes lit up. He had only consumed 4 points of death chi, so this was not necessarily the maximum amount that could be extracted. Even so, that was still double the amount compared to when he had absorbed the bison corpses earlier. At this moment, Sumubai suddenly remembered that he still had 11 unused skill points. He had originally intended to save them to see what new skills he would learn upon reaching level 10. However, upgrading Death Gaze required a full 50 skill points, so that was out of the question for the near future. Should I upgrade Death Absorption Feedback first? Sumubai thought about it and decided to wait a little longer. The Land of Oblivion was filled with undead, so it was bound to drop skill books for necromancers. Who knew? Perhaps he could find a top-tier low-level skill here, something like summoning space expansion. With this in mind, Sumubai decided to hold onto his skill points for now. Besides, upgrading a skill didn't increase its grade. A single level up usually only provided a 10% improvement. There was absolutely no need to rush. The skeleton army continued its tireless slaughter. In just a few minutes, Sumubai's EXP had risen from 0% to 27%. The leveling speed was like riding a rocket, several times faster than it had been in the green grasslands. This was simply because he didn't need to hunt for monsters or lure them. The skeleton army just had to stand in place and perform a continuous assembly line operation. After entering the Land of Oblivion, Sumubai suddenly felt like he was playing a mowing game. Despite killing so many, the number of skeletons in the Sea of Bones didn't seem to decrease at all. It remained a dense, overwhelming mass. However, the doubt in Sumubai's heart remained unresolved. Death Gaze incinerated souls. Being damaged by this skill meant that these skeletons possessed souls. Furthermore, those ghostly blue soul fires were certainly not fake. But why couldn't the Death Codex absorb any soul points? Where exactly was the problem? This is the Land of Oblivion. We were all cursed while we were alive, and our souls have long been locked here. Just as Sumubai was pondering, an ethereal voice suddenly rang in his ears. Who's there? Sumubai felt his hair stand on end. He hadn't even noticed how the other party had appeared. Ni, just one of the forgotten. Let me think. Right, Rhodes. That was my name once. You may call me that. The ethereal voice echoed faintly. It sounded distant and intangible, as if it were right beside his ear yet miles away. Sumubai turned his head abruptly, only to be shocked to discover that the source of the voice was a soul entity. It looked like a human, but it was translucent, lacking any physical substance, and the entire figure was floating in midair. The Forgotten Road Special Elite. Soul Entity 2 HP, 100,100. Soul entities are immune to physical damage. Current exploration progress. The moment Rhodes' soul appeared, Sumubai was surprised to find that his exploration progress had jumped directly to 10%. The other party was just a special elite, which was truly incredible. He had killed so many skeletons earlier and the progress hadn't budged. So it seemed Rhodes was a key figure in the Land of Oblivion. Thinking of this, Sumubai asked, "What curse are you talking about? And how can the soul lock be broken?" Curse, yes, the curse. It is a terrifying curse, a terrifying curse. This question seemed to have triggered a switch. Rhodes' expression suddenly twisted, and he clutched his head with both hands as if enduring immense pain. repeating the phrase over and over. Sumyubai was dumbfounded for a moment. Hey buddy, you were fine talking about it yourself. Why did you turn into this the moment I asked? He felt at a loss for what to do and could only stand there, quietly watching Rhodes's performance art. A moment later, Rhodes returned to normal. His eyes were filled with despair as he shook his head at Sumyubai and said, I forgot. Let me think carefully. Let me think. As he spoke, the guy turned into a broken record again. Sumyubai rubbed his forehead in frustration and waited for the rest. Fortunately, he didn't need to do the grinding himself. If it were any other player, they would have had a massive headache trying to fend off the sea of skeletons while protecting this guy. Based on his years of gaming experience, an NPC like Rhodes would surely be targeted by the skeleton sea. Although this guy was physically immune, who knew if a skeleton mage might appear this time? Rhodes took significantly longer to think. It wasn't until Sumyubai's EXP bar reached 43% that he suddenly reached out and pointed to the north. I remembered a little bit. Over there? What's over there? Sumyubai looked in the direction he was pointing. I forgot. Stop. I'm not asking anymore. Sumyubai rolled his eyes and raised a hand to cut Rhodes off, fearing he would turn into a broken record again. Regardless, this was the only lead he had, so he would go over and take a look first. Move the whole formation north. With a thought, he issued the command to the skeleton army. In an instant, the meat grinder formed by the skeleton army began to move. The 100 skeleton warriors on the outermost perimeter maintained their formation and began moving north. Although the number of skeletons in the sea was terrifying, their strength couldn't compare to even a single skeleton warrior, and they were unable to block the army's advance. The skeleton archers and skeleton mages within the perimeter also moved. Sumyubai stayed in the very center, walking at a steady and hurried pace. After being interrupted, Rhodes simply floated quietly beside Sumyubai, clearly intending to accompany him to the destination. Chapter 44, Soul-Suppressing Coffin. Half-lich. Click, click, click. As the army continued to push forward, bone fragments from the fallen skeletons gradually carpeted the ground. Killed level 20 skeleton. Gained 50% level gap bonus. EXP con 30. Far ahead effect triggered. Additionally XP con 6. Killed level 20 skeleton. Gained 50% level gap bonus. EXP con 30. Far ahead effect triggered. Additionally XP con 6. The rate of EXP gain remained completely undiminished, with the circle of skeleton warriors forming a protective perimeter. The two main damage dealers inside were not affected in the slightest. Every 2 steps they took, the skeletons would stop in unison to unleash a wave of attacks before continuing their advance. The only thing that annoyed Sumyubai was that these skeletons didn't drop a single item. They were simply the stingiest monsters he had ever encountered. Low EXP was one thing, but not even a single copper coin. Soon, Sumyubai realized that his previous estimation had been wrong. He glanced at his EXP bar, which was nearing 80%, and then at the endless sea of skeletons that still stretched beyond the horizon. He couldn't help but sigh. It would be great if I had an AoE skill right now, and fortunately, there were no ifs, and he didn't have any AoE skills. Since entering the game, all his EXP had been earned 1/ at a time by the Skeleton Legion. Are we there yet? Unable to hold back any longer, Sumyubai turned his head and asked. Rod's eyes were vacant, but he replied, almost there, almost there. Forget I ask. Sumyubai's brow twitched slightly as he continued to command the Skeleton Legion forward. Congratulations to player Bai for reaching level 11. All stats come 1, skill points come 1. Free attribute points come 15. Even after a golden light flashed and Sumyubai leveled up, they still hadn't reached the destination Rod had mentioned. Sumyubai couldn't help but frown, looking Rod up and down. Could this guy just be pointing randomly? But since he could provide 10% exploration progress, he had to be an important character. Just then, Rod's eyes suddenly brightened slightly, and he abruptly raised his hand to point ahead. Right there. Sumyubai immediately looked over and saw a massive coffin standing upright. The coffin seemed to have been placed there for a very long time. Its exterior was already decaying and dilapidated, and the lid was half rotted, faintly revealing a corpse inside. The most peculiar thing was that no skeletons dared to approach the area around the coffin. The endless sea of skeletons seemed to deliberately avoid that spot. Sumyubai's eyes lit up, and he decisively commanded his legion to charge in. Where there is an anomaly, there is surely a mystery. There was definitely something going on there. Whether it was a clue or a boss, it didn't matter. He welcomed it all. Clack, clack, clack. As the skeleton legion entered the area near the coffin, the surrounding sea of skeletons instantly receded like a tide, quickly vanishing into the dim night, even the glow of their soul fires disappearing. So afraid of this place? Sumyubai raised an eyebrow and deliberately controlled one skeleton warrior to take a step back, leaving the vicinity of the coffin. Clack, clack, clack. The next moment, skeletons appeared from the distance once again, rushing toward this direction. I'll play with you all later. Having figured out the pattern, Sumyubai grinned and commanded the skeleton warrior to return. Sure enough, the sea of skeletons retreated once more. Let me see what kind of thing you are. Sumyubai turned his gaze toward the massive coffin in front and controlled the skeleton warrior to walk up to it. Before it could get close, more than a dozen chains suddenly appeared from behind the coffin. The skeleton warrior immediately raised its greatsword, preparing to deal with the sudden situation. But the next moment, those chains bound themselves tightly around the coffin. Notification: you have discovered a soul-locking coffin. Exploration progress come to %. Destroying the soul-locking coffin will increase it by another 3%. Notification: destroying the soul-locking coffin will release a terrifying entity. Please act according to your capabilities. That's it. Destroy it. Destroy it. As the system notification sounded, Rod also became excited, pointing at the soul-locking coffin and constantly urging Sumyubai to destroy it. Do you want me to turn around and leave? Try me. Sumyubai glared at Rod, and the latter actually quieted down. Only then did he carefully examine the bright coffin before him. Even without Rod's urging, he would have definitely destroyed this thing. After all, his goal was 100% exploration progress. Soul-locking coffin shield value, 1 million won. 0 physical defense, magic defense. This value might take other players a long time to whittle down. But in front of Sumyubai, it was not worth mentioning. However, due to the collision volume, even though the coffin was large to Sumyubai, only 8 skeleton warriors could attack it at once. This was where the importance of range firepower became apparent. Heavy strike, double shot, fireball, 36,708, 3,599,936,123.6558, 13,240, 6,613.21352, 2,098,742,638. The moment the greatsword struck the chains, a rain of arrows and fireballs fell upon the massive coffin one after another. The number of arrows was clearly more than double the number of fireballs. In an instant, the soul-locking coffin's 1 million point health bar hit rock bottom. The entire coffin exploded, revealing the corpse inside. Clatter, clatter. To Sumyubai's surprise, those chains remained completely unscathed and wrapped directly around the corpse's body. This corpse had no idea how long it had been here, having long since become skin and bone. The entire face was completely sunken, making the structure of the skull clearly visible. It's here. It's coming out. Rod suddenly screamed like a madman, then floated away into the distance without looking back. Run, run. His voice echoed until he disappeared. Sumyubai released his hands from his ears, having no intention of leaving at all. Are you kidding? Aren't bosses just here to deliver rewards? Clatter, clatter. As the chains tightened, the corpse finally reacted. It opened its eyes abruptly, but the pupils were completely hollow. Immediately after, 2 wisps of soul fire ignited, and the corpse began to move. The chains that had originally bound it seemed to have become its weapons. Floating quietly around its body, a chill swept through the air, and a layer of frost gradually covered the ground. Outsider, you have ruined my transformation. The corpse parted its lips, emitting a hoarse voice. Its deep blue pupils fixed intently on Sumyubai. The next moment, the fury on its face vanished without a trace, replaced by a smile. Oh, what a rich aura of death. Once I absorb the energy within your body, I shall surely complete my transformation. Who gave you that confidence? Sumyubai rolled his eyes and gave a casual wave of his hand. Immediately, several skeleton warriors stepped forward, while the ranged units in the back unleashed their full firepower. The Forsaken kneel. Demi-Frost Lich. Spell power 12,800 physical defense, magic defense, elemental resistance, ice 20% skills, frost series spells, undead summoning series spells, shadow curse series spells. He seems to have attempted to transform himself into a lich, but clearly, he only half succeeded, even as a dark gold boss. The sense of oppression from Neil, this demi-lich, was significantly greater than that of Reggie. He even possessed mastery over 3 different series of skills. However, it was all for nothing. Facing the current Sumubai, his performance was even worse than Reggie's had been, even though his frame was smaller than the coffin, preventing the entire skeleton army from attacking him at once. The first wave of attacks still shaved off nearly 1 million of his HP. He had barely appeared, hadn't even finished posturing, and his health bar had already been depleted by a third dot in that moment. Neil was stunned. He realized with horror that he had been surrounded. All around him were the opponent's people. For a moment, he couldn't even tell who was closer to being a true lich. Chapter 45. The terrifying effect of Death Gaze. Who exactly are you? How can you summon so many powerful undead creatures? Neil's voice was filled with shock and fear, and the chains around his body began to vibrate. He knew the power of these chains better than anyone, yet they were completely unable to affect the skeleton warriors before him. This meant that the strength attribute of these skeleton warriors was even higher than his own spirit. How could this be possible? He was a demi-lich. Even if he had only half transformed, he was still far beyond what ordinary undead could compare to. And these were just the lowest tier skeletons. Seeing the next wave of attacks imminent, Neil began to panic. He raised his hands to release an ice shield, enveloping his entire body. Then the soul fire in his pupils flickered violently as he chanted an obscure incantation. "Come forth, my servants." The next moment, a pale gray vortex appeared, and a large number of undead creatures poured out. Of course, this large number was relative to Neil. In reality, it was only 20 ghouls and 5 bloated abominations. Level 20 summon creature up, 150. 150ths, attack power, physical defense, magic defense, skill devour. These undead creatures always carry a stench of rot in their mouths. Abomination level 20. Summon creature up, 800,800ths, attack power, physical defense, magic defense, skills. Hook strike, disease cloud. This ugly creature is stitched together from various corpses. The appearance of the 25 summoned creatures immediately gave the remaining skeletons, who couldn't reach Neil, a new target. The next moment, a rain of arrows and fireballs poured down. The moment Neil's servants appeared, they were focused down and turned into sieves. With Sumubai's current strength, a mere level 20 dark gold boss was not even worth mentioning. "You are nothing but a human, how dare you?" Before Neil could finish, Sumubai's gaze sharpened, instantly cutting him off. Death Gaze. In an instant, the soul fire in Neil's pupils twisted violently. System prompt: you have used Death Gaze on the Forsaken Neil. Your life level is determined to be higher than the target's. The system notification chimed, and Neil's total attributes were instantly reduced by 40%. It should have been 20%. But Sumubai was a cheater. With the bonus from his profession catastrophe trait, it was directly doubled. Neil's original 3 million HP cap instantly dropped to 1.8 million. That wasn't all. An expression of extreme terror appeared on his face. The azure light in his hands dissipated instantly, and his spellcasting was interrupted. Neil looked as if he had seen some terrifying existence, letting out fearful roars as he scrambled around like a headless fly, clutching his head in the middle of the skeleton army. 5,074,12,685,050,740. Gray-white numbers kept popping up. After reaching level 11, Sumubai's spell power had increased by 40 points, and the damage from Death Gaze had broken through 50. Ceasefire. Watching the frantic Neil, Sumubai raised his hand to stop the skeleton army's attack. He wanted to see if the fear effect of Death Gaze would be mitigated when facing a boss. The system prompt from just a moment ago made him realize that his life level was higher than that of the Demi-Lich. However, the information provided by the Myriad Worlds game clearly stated that humans were a very weak race in the Myriad Worlds. Otherwise, people like Neil wouldn't have wanted to transform into licks. In that case, Sumubai could only think of one possibility. That was that the Death Sovereign profession had elevated his life level. Sumubai was not disappointed. Neil was held in fear for a full 10 seconds. And even after Death Gaze ended, he still couldn't regain his senses. Death, how is it possible? No. It's so terrifying. Judging by Neil's incoherent rambling, his body was still trembling even now. The effects of burning his soul were clearly far more severe than what the skill description suggested. At the very least, a dark gold tier boss could not withstand it in such a short time. A full 3 seconds passed before Neil managed to regain control of his emotions. Casting a fearful glance at Sumubai as a boss, he had actually been so intimidated by a player that he didn't dare to fight back. Finish him. Sumubai had no intention of letting him go. He waved his hand casually, and the Skeleton Legion immediately unleashed their full firepower. Neil, who already had less than 1 million HP remaining, was instantly killed. You have killed the level 20 Dark Gold tier boss, the Forsaken Neil. You gain an additional 50% EXP bonus. EXP Kong 750. 0. Far ahead is in effect. You gain an additional 150,000 EXP. As Neil collapsed, Sumubai's EXP bar, which had only recently leveled up, instantly surged to 47%. From level 11 to level 12, the required EXP had increased to 2 million. The soul fire in Neil's eyes extinguished completely, and the chains on his body gradually shattered, drifting away with the wind. Looking at the items he dropped, Sumubai couldn't help but complain. It's one thing for mobs not to drop anything, but is the boss this stingy too? Despite his dissatisfaction, Sumubai still picked up the only item Neil had dropped. It was an irregular piece of metal engraved with complex inscriptions, giving off an inexplicably ominous feeling. You have obtained a Dark Gold tier item, Cursed Crown Fragment ×1. A fragment. Sumubai was slightly stunned, then proceeded to check the fragment's attributes. Cursed Crown Fragment Dark Gold tier item. Once all fragments are collected, the Cursed Crown will be automatically restored. The bearer will suffer a curse, constantly enduring the erosion of death energy. The moment he picked up the fragment, Sumubai felt a faint, imperceptible energy flow into his body. However, this bit of death energy was no different from nothing in front of him. It didn't even compare to the death energy absorbed by death extraction feedback. The latter was, after all, an SS tier skill. Sumubai's guess was correct. It should correspond to mythical tier equipment. How could a mere Dark Gold tier fragment compare to that? Furthermore, his class was the Sovereign of Death. Death energy was nothing but a plaything to him. However, Sumubai was quite interested in this Cursed Crown. If 7 pieces were all Dark Gold tier items, surely it would at least be epic tier equipment once restored. When the time came, he could freeload it again, and another legendary tier piece of equipment would be his. Thinking of this, Sumubai's mood improved significantly, and he stopped complaining about the Land of Oblivion not dropping loot. I wonder where that guy Rhodes went. Controlling the Skeleton Legion to move out of the area, the sea of skeletons surrounded them once again. Just as Sumubai was preparing to look for Rhodes, the guy appeared on his own. That's great. You have granted Neil release. Let's go kill Doe. No. Let's go save the next person. Chapter 46. I know the kind of skill you're talking about. Looking at the inexplicably excited Rhodes, Sumubai didn't say much, only giving him a meaningful look. Where is the next soul-locking coffin? The next moment, Rhodes turned back into a broken record. Let me think. Sumubai helplessly patted his forehead, ignoring Rhodes. He directly commanded the Skeleton Legion to march out of the area. This guy took forever to think every single time, rather than waiting here for him. It was better to grind mobs and level up first. He would have to face the sea of skeletons regardless. Although these ordinary mobs didn't drop any items, their numbers were massive, and the overall EXP gain was still quite generous. Moreover, Sumubai was also curious about just how many skeletons existed here. Clack, clack, clack. Sure enough, as soon as the skeleton warriors stepped out of the area, the sound of bones colliding echoed from not far away. Immediately after, swaths of ghostly blue soul fire appeared, and the vanished sea of skeletons surged over once more. Following the previous strategy, Sumubai's Skeleton Legion formed a circle again, and the tireless killing machine reappeared. You have killed a level 20 skeleton. You gain an additional 50% level gap bonus. EXP Kung 30. Far ahead is in effect. You gain an additional 6 EXP. You have killed a level 20 skeleton. You gain an additional 50% level gap bonus. EXP Kung 30. Far ahead is in effect. You gain an additional 6 EXP. A moment later, Rhodes floated silently to Sumyubai's side, pointed in a direction, and suddenly spoke. I remember now. It's over there. Sumyubai nodded. With a thought. The skeleton legion immediately began to advance. Watching the sea of skeletons, which showed no signs of thinning, Sumyubai sighed while walking. Sigh, if only I had an AoE skill. What is an AoE skill? Rhodes suddenly poked his head out from beside him, his eyes filled with curiosity. Sumyubai was slightly taken aback. This guy actually knew how to ask questions. He had always assumed Rhodes was a fool. Oh, he should say he had a fragmented soul. With nothing better to do, Sumyubai simply started explaining to Rhodes. An AoE skill is a skill that can affect multiple targets simultaneously. After saying this, he couldn't help but shake his head. Why was he telling him this, however? Rhodes's next words gave him a surprise. I think I know where there is a skill book like that. Where? Sumyubai stopped abruptly. Turned to look at Rhodes, his face filled with joy. What he lacked most right now was an AoE skill. Rhodes's eyes became vacant again, and he muttered to himself, where is it, this time? Sumyubai was very patient, quietly waiting for the other party to think. Until several minutes later, Rhodes's words still almost made him lose his composure. Right, I know that skill you were talking about. Are you kidding me? Buddy, you need this long to think about something you already know how to do. Sumyubai's eyebrow twitched slightly. He suspected this guy was intentionally messing with him, but he couldn't find any proof. Suppressing the urge to glare Rhodes to death, Sumyubai squeezed out a smile. Can you teach me? Of course I can. Rhodes agreed immediately. Sumyubai felt a surge of joy. It seemed he had misjudged this guy. Perhaps he was just genuinely a bit dim. Then teach me quickly. That way, we can go kill Tono. Go save the others faster. Facing the expectant Sumyubai, Rhodes nodded solemnly and then slowly raised his hand. I'm finally going to have an AoE skill. Sumyubai's eyes lit up, and he felt secretly delighted. But a moment later, he didn't hear the system notification he had imagined. He saw Rhodes' hand stop in midair, tilting his head and looking at Sumyubai with a puzzled expression, asking earnestly, how do I teach it? Death gaze. Sumyubai was angered to the point of near death. He turned his head toward the sea of skeletons outside the perimeter and vented his frustration on these mobs. 50,740, 12,685,000,000, 50,740. I can't kill this guy. I still need him for the exploration progress. Repeating this phrase in his mind, Sumyubai finally managed to hold back his intention to attack Rhodes. Figure it out yourself, however. He no longer held any hope for an AoE skill. After leaving that remark, he controlled the skeleton army to continue moving toward the next coordinate. Yet, many things in life arrive naturally just when you stop obsessively pursuing them. More than 10 minutes later, Rhodes suddenly floated in front of Sumyubai, blocking his path, and said excitedly, I know how to teach you now. The next moment, his right hand glowed with a grayish-white fluorescent light, and he extended a finger to tap Sumyubai on the forehead. Sumyubai wasn't afraid of any ill intentions from the other party. So, he stood there without dodging, letting Rhodes continue. A shared health pool of over 100 million. Was that a joke? It turned out that Rhodes had no other intentions. His finger didn't even break the imperceptible shield on Sumyubai's skin. This was the passive skill Undead Protection that came with the Necromancer's robe. Applied to Sumyubai, the shield value was a pathetic 3 points. The next moment, the long-awaited system notification finally rang in Sumyubai's ears. You have learned the new skill Corpse Explosion. Corpse Explosion, see level 1, active skill. Detonates a target corpse or remains, dealing magic damage to all enemies within a 5-meter radius. Cannot be used on boss corpses. Damage: 10% of the target's life before death. 100% spell power. Casting range 30 meters. Instant cast. Cooldown 30 seconds. Mana cost 300 points. This skill's damage wasn't particularly strong. Its only advantage was being an instant cast. However, for Sumyubai, This was the only Yo skill he could learn at the moment. Besides, wasn't he still able to get it for free? Sumyubai's lips curled upward, and he focused his mind. Catastrophe target, corpse explosion notification. Please select the promotion tier. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Click to view details. Option 1. Promote to B rank skill advanced corpse explosion, no cost. Option 2. Sublime it to a rank skill chain corpse explosion, costs 10,000 gold coins. Option 3. Catastrophize to S rank skill destroy corpse and erase evidence, costs 1. 0 years of lifespan, promote to Tier 1. Spending money was out of the question. Sumyubai didn't have that much, so he had to take the free route. Your C rank skill corpse explosion has successfully been promoted to B rank skill advanced corpse explosion. Advanced corpse explosion, B level 1, active skill, detonates a target corpse or remains, dealing magic damage to all enemies within a 10-meter radius. Cannot be used on boss corpses. Damage: 15% of the target's life before death. 150% spell power. Casting range 50 meters. Instant cast. Cooldown 30 seconds. Mana cost 600 points. Although the damage increase of advanced corpse explosion wasn't huge, the explosion radius had seen a massive improvement. From a 5-meter radius to a 10-meter radius, the explosion area had increased by a full 4 times. Sumyubai immediately added the skill points he had specifically saved to advanced corpse explosion, maxing it out instantly. Following that, the withered wood staff in his hand flickered with light. At the same time, a dull explosion suddenly echoed from within the Sea of Skeletons. Chapter 47, Level Skyrocketing. The Cursed Crown reunited. The skeleton warriors stood in the outermost circle, continuously cutting down the endless waves of skeletons. The next moment, a skeleton that had just fallen not far ahead suddenly glowed with a pale gray light, then exploded with a bang. Rat-tat-tat. The shattered bone shards acted like bullets, instantly sweeping through a massive area with a 30-meter radius. 18,062, 1,799,836,984. Dense damage numbers flooded the screen. A large section at the front of the skeleton sea was instantly cleared, and shattered bones were scattered everywhere. Killed level 20 skeleton. Gained 50% level gap bonus. Killed level 20 skeleton. Gained 50% level gap bonus. EXP count 30. Far ahead effect active. Additionally XP count 6. With just one skill, Sumyubai was shocked to find his EXP bar had surged by nearly 4%. In other words, that single advanced corpse explosion had instantly killed over 2,000 skeletons. Even though Sumyubai knew he was overpowered, he was still startled by the effect. He had just used 10 skill points to max out advanced corpse explosion. After this skill was upgraded, neither the damage bonus nor the cooldown time changed at all. The only thing that improved was the skill's range. Each level up increased the explosion radius by 0.5 meters and the casting range by 2.5 meters. At max level, high-tier corpse explosion reached an explosion radius of 15 meters and a casting range of 75 meters. Combined with the bonus from the catastrophe class trait, this resulted in a massive area of effect spanning 30 meters. Even without calculating the damage boost from the Death Codex, it was enough to instantly kill these skeletons. Bai Yi, you're so strong. Luodi's praise brought Sumyubai back to his senses. He smiled, said nothing, and continued to command the skeleton army to advance. Every half-minute, a muffled thud would echo from ahead, and Sumyubai's EXP gain rate was several times faster than before. He even felt like staying here to grind monsters indefinitely. After all, it would be hard to find a place where small monsters were this dense once he left. However, after some thought, Sumyubai decided to finish exploring the Forgotten Land first. Leveling up had never been a problem for him. With high-tier corpse explosion, the skeleton army's speed of advance increased significantly. Before Sumyubai even leveled up, he had already arrived at the location of the second soul-locking coffin. Except for its name, the boss inside this soul-locking coffin was practically carved from the same mold as Neil. It was also a demi-lich. Sumyubai couldn't be bothered to waste time. Without waiting for the opponent to spout any grand declarations, he stared directly at it. System prompt: you have used Death Gaze on the Forgotten Carlos. Your life level is determined to be higher than the target's 1,200,000. A terrifying gray-white number popped up. Carlos immediately clutched his head and fled in panic, his entire body trembling as he let out a painful roar. All of his attributes were forcibly reduced by 40%, and his maximum HP instantly dropped to just 1.8 million. The skeleton army unleashed its full firepower, and before Death Gaze had even ended, this demi-lich had completely become a corpse. You have killed the level 20 Dark Gold boss, the Forgotten Carlos. You gain an additional 50% EXP bonus. EXP Kung 750. 0. Far ahead is in effect. Additionally, XP Kung 150. Congratulations to player Bai for reaching level 12. All attributes Kung 1. Skill points Kung 1. Free attribute points Kung 15. A golden light flashed, and Sumyu-bai leveled up once again, reaching out to take the cursed crown fragment retrieved by a skeleton warrior. Sumyu-bai glanced at his EXP bar. Level 1221.67%. To his surprise, the EXP required to reach level 13 did not double. It was the same as before, only increasing by 1 million. It should be an increase of 1 million until level 19. The reason Sumyu-bai guessed this was because levels ending in 0 were generally a hurdle, controlling the skeleton army to lure out another sea of skeletons. Sumyu-bai turned to look at Lodi, who had returned. Yes, this guy had run off screaming again when the soul-locking coffin exploded. Where is the next one? Let me think. The Forgotten Land was always shrouded in dim light, but fortunately, the system time could serve as a reference. The sea of skeletons here was not as endless as he had imagined. Not long after killing the fourth boss, the sea of skeletons was completely wiped out by Sumyu-bai. At this moment, the Forgotten Land was covered in shattered bones. Every step Sumyu-bai took produced a crunching sound. However, Sumyu-bai did not notice that these bone fragments were slowly sinking into the earth at an extremely sluggish pace. The Forgotten Land remained in a state of perpetual dimness, with no sun to be seen. It was easy to lose track of time. You have killed the level 20 Dark Gold boss, the Forgotten Walter. You gain an additional 50% EXP bonus. EXP Kung 750. 0. Far ahead is in effect. Additionally, XP Kung 150. When Sumyu-bai took the 7th cursed crown fragment from the skeleton warrior's hand, he glanced at the system time and was shocked to realize he had been here for over 10 hours, and his level had risen from the 10 he started with to 15. From the moment he entered the game until now, he hadn't rested for a single moment. Yet, Sumyu-bai didn't feel tired at all, mainly because he hadn't exerted much effort. Especially after the sea of skeletons was wiped out, he didn't even need to use high-tier corpse explosion anymore. He just needed to stroll along behind the skeleton army. PHEW told this map, the Forgotten Land, is truly huge. Picking up the final fragment, Sumyu-bai couldn't help but sigh. It was no wonder Shichuji had given him a week to explore this place. If it weren't for the catastrophe class trait, he wouldn't even have been able to fully deal with the sea of skeletons by now. For a map this difficult to clear, the attributes of this item shouldn't be too bad. Looking at the fragment in his hand, a sharp glint flashed in Sumyu-bai's eyes as he took the other 6 pieces out of his inventory. At this moment, Lodi drifted back over from not far away. When he saw Sumyu-bai's actions, his pupils constricted violently, as if remembering something terrifying. He suddenly clutched his head with both hands, his entire soul body beginning to distort. A moment later, Lodi returned to normal and shouted at Sumyu-bai in terror. No, you will be corrupted by him. However, his words were a step too late. The 7 fragments had already finished reassembling in Sumyu-bai's hands. A 3-colored light flashed, and the cursed crown, exuding an aura of death, appeared in Sumyu-bai's hands. It's over. The look of terror on Lodi's face grew even more intense. The system notification sound also rang out at this moment. Chapter 48, The Forgotten Franklin. You have obtained the legendary item Cursed Crown. Yes, it was legendary, not epic, because Sumyu-bai had freeloaded and upgraded all the fragments once. Although the possibility of nesting upgrades was slim, one had to try, didn't they? Of course. He only performed the freeloading upgrade after confirming that the name did not change upon promotion. System prompt. Successfully repaired the Cursed Crown. Current exploration progress. Sumyubai did not immediately check the attributes of the cursed crown. Instead, he looked at Road, lost in thought. Of this 50% exploration progress, 35% came from the 7 soul-locking coffins, and 5% from the cursed crown. Neither the overwhelming sea of skeletons nor the 7 bosses had provided even a sliver of exploration progress. Yet, when Road appeared at that time, it had increased by a full 10%. Judging by his previous performance, this guy was at best a guide. It was impossible for him to provide so much exploration progress, unless his importance went beyond that. Thinking of this, Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze fixed intently on Road. The latter's expression was twisted at this moment, his eyes staring fixedly at the cursed crown in Sumyubai's hand, filled with terror. No, this is impossible. How could its power have increased so much? I can feel that dense aura of death. Bai, throw it away quickly, otherwise you will be eroded by the death aura and eventually become just like them, a complete walking corpse. Upon hearing this, Sumyubai had no intention of discarding the cursed crown, nor did he answer. He simply watched the other party's performance quietly. He wanted to see what exactly was special about Road. If his guess was correct, this guy was very likely the final boss. Isn't that how the plot usually develops? As for the erosion of death aura, Sumyubai had never cared about it. The moment the cursed crown was repaired, 2 system prompts rang out in his ears in succession. System prompt: you have been subjected to death or erosion from the cursed crown. System prompt: your stored death aura value has reached its limit. You may continue to absorb it after consumption. The excess death aura will not have any effect on you. Death or erosion. It was nothing more than a supplement for his own skills. With this thing, perhaps he wouldn't even need to draw death aura from the corpses of small monsters in the future. Bai, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and throw it away. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Why aren't you playing dumb anymore? Playing dumb? Road was clearly stunned, then hurriedly said, I have never played dumb. Some things are truly humble. Before Road could finish his sentence, the entire land of oblivion suddenly shook violently. Sumyubai's expression tightened, and his skeleton army gathered instantly. Road seemed to be stimulated by this scene, his pupils becoming somewhat murky. The next moment, a large section of the ground not far ahead suddenly collapsed, and a dense aura of death poured out from the opening. System prompt: the aura of the cursed crown has awakened the Lich Franklin, who was sleeping beneath the land of oblivion. As the system prompt sounded, an exquisite coffin flew out from the hole and stood steadily in midair. This coffin was forged from some unknown metal, its entire body covered in obscure and difficult to understand magical inscriptions, giving one a chilling sensation. It's him. Road, who had already been somewhat incoherent, saw the coffin and his pupils suddenly dilated to the size of saucers. He pointed at the coffin with a trembling hand, his body unable to stop shaking. And before he knew it, he had retreated to Sumyubai's side. He is the one who cursed us. He is the one who turned this place into the land of oblivion. I remember now. I remember everything. Road gradually overcame his fear, his facial expression turning ferocious as he roared at the top of his lungs. My family, my friends, my clansmen, they all died at his hands. As he spoke, a faint light gradually began to glow from Road's soul form, and his status panel changed at this moment. Sunset Town Mayor Road's Remnant Soul Special Elite Soul Form Level 2 HP 100,100ths. Skill: Soul Possession increases the target's main attributes by 20%. Soul Form is immune to physical damage. Road has remembered everything. He was once the mayor of Sunset Town, but now he has become the only surviving remnant soul. Bai, I beg you to help me kill this beast, Franklin. For this, I am willing to pay any price. Road's hysterical voice and the suddenly appearing quest prompt left Sumyubai slightly stunned. This plot isn't following the usual rules. Is this guy actually an ally? Do you accept the unique hidden quest? Road's request. Quest objective: kill Lich Franklin. Quest reward: unknown. Failure penalty: none. Regardless of whether he accepted this quest or not, Sumyubai could not let the boss before him go. He took a deep look at Road and nodded slightly. Fine, thank you. Road's eyes were filled with gratitude, and his body began to grow increasingly transparent. Franklin is terrifyingly strong. I will do my best to help you. As he spoke, Road's soul form turned into a ray of light and merged into Sumyubai's body. You have accepted the unique hidden quest Road's request. You have received the buff of soul possession. Spirit attribute increased by 20%. The coffin in midair opened at this moment, and two flames of soul fire ignited fiercely in Franklin's eye sockets. The intensity of that soul fire was something Sumyubai had never seen before. The Forgotten Franklin Frost Lich. Level 20 severely injured state. Level reduced. Epic boss HP 35 million spell power. 48,000 physical defense. 5,000 magic defense. 8,000 elemental resistance. Frost 35%. Shadow 30%. Death 25%. Skills: Frost series spells, Shadow series spells, Death series spells. Standing before you is a true lich. Although his soul has been severely damaged, he is not to be underestimated. Franklin's aura appeared more than several times more powerful than the previous 7.5 liches. Beneath his form-fitting robes, there was no longer any flesh. He was entirely in a skeletal state. His body remained entwined with chains, and he gripped a pitch-black staff in his hand. His entire being was permeated by 3 types of power: death energy, frost, and shadow. That fellow from back then actually managed to survive. The soul fire in Franklin's eye sockets flickered, and a hoarse voice rang out. He was clearly referring to Road. I felt the power of the cursed crown after it was restored, but this power... At this point, Franklin's voice paused. He looked abruptly at Sumyubai, the flames in his pupils flaring violently. Legendary grade. Ha 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 ha. Finally, there is hope for my injuries to heal. Franklin did not put Sumyubai in his eyes at all, reaching out and beckoning lightly. Come back, my cursed crown. Quickly return to your master. Immediately following this, his expression changed drastically, and he said in shock, Impossible. How did you do it? Chapter 49. An epic grade boss is indeed strong, but it's useless. Franklin reached out to summon it, but the cursed crown in Sumyubai's hand showed no reaction at all. Just as he was puzzled and shocked, he saw this human before him actually place the cursed crown directly onto his own head. This is impossible. It is mine. How could it be under your control? Franklin was extremely shocked, clearly unable to fathom why the cursed crown did not respond to his summons. Anything that falls into my hands is mine. A sharp glint flashed in Sumyubai's eyes. With a thought, his skeleton army charged directly toward Franklin. Cursed crown level 10-1 to a legendary grade item. Durability 1000 equipment requirement. The Forsaken Franklin. The Lord of Death may ignore this requirement and force the equipment on. After killing the opponent, the equipment requirement will return to normal. Base stats: level 15 physical defense come 100. Magic defense come 20 HP come to 1000 mana come 4000 all stats come 75 affixes: 1. Spirit come 10%. 2. Curse resistance come 30%. 3. The wearer of this item will be continuously eroded by death energy. Skills: Power of Curses, passive skill. All your spells will carry a curse effect, randomly applying to curses to the target, lasting 5 seconds. With a 5-second cooldown, Cursed Aura type skill. After activation, the speed of all enemies within a 100-meter radius is reduced by 30%, including but not limited to attack speed, movement speed, and casting speed. Consumes 200 mana per second. No cooldown. Cursing is an art. At this stage, no player other than Sumyubai could equip this piece of gear. This was also the reason why Franklin was so shocked. You detestable robber. Facing Sumyubai's skeleton army, Franklin's eyes were filled with rage, and his staff suddenly lit up with light. 3 pale gray portals opened, and Franklin's undead army was summoned forth. It had to be said that the presence of an epic grade boss was indeed much higher than that of a dark gold grade boss. The size of the army he summoned was not much inferior to Sumyubai's. In addition to 3 types of skeletons with 100 each, there was also a squad of knights clad in black armor. Shadow Knight level 20. Summoned creature HP 1 million attack power, physical defense, magic defense, skills, Shadow Charge. Shadow Power, Shadow Shield. A powerful undead creature, skilled in charging and defense. Aside from their HP, the panel stats of these knights were already close to those of a dark gold boss of the same level. and Franklin had summoned 10 Shadow Knights all at once. The strength of an epic grade boss far exceeded that of a dark gold grade. They were simply not on the same level. I will refine you into an existence just like them. The soul fire in Franklin's pupils swayed, and the Shadow Knights immediately led 100 skeleton warriors in a charge toward Sumiyubai. The next moment, the two skeleton armies collided violently. However, the result was completely different from what Franklin had imagined. A pale blue aura appeared beneath Sumiyubai's feet, instantly sweeping across a 100-meter radius. Cursed aura. The charging Shadow Knights saw their speed drop by 30% instantly. Sumiyubai's 100 skeleton warriors stood at the very front, their giant swords slashing down with force. Taking the Shadow Knight's charge without retreating a single step, immediately afterward, an overwhelming rain of arrows and fireballs swept in, with their casting and attack speeds reduced. The movements of the army summoned by Franklin were clearly a beat slower. Heavy strike, double shot, fireball, 83,594, 83,071, 168,126, 13,509, 27,274, 13,622, 27,658, 43,985, 4,323,387,834. As the terrifying damage numbers jumped, nearly a quarter of the skeleton army summoned by Franklin was wiped out in an instant. Even a few of the Shadow Knights had died. The reason the damage was so much higher than before was not only because of the addition of a legendary grade item, but also related to Sumiyubai's current level. After reaching level 15, the stats of the two legendary grade items on his body as well as the Book of the Dead had all increased. For the all stats bonus alone, the two legendary grade items each added an extra 25 points, and the Book of the Dead added an extra 50 points, coupled with the Cursed Crown and Rhodes Soul Possession. Sumiyubai's spirit stat at this moment reached as high as 980 points, exactly double what it was when he first entered the Forsaken Land. In this way, the Skeleton Legion, bolstered by his spirit attribute, naturally saw their own attribute panels double as well. It was a pity that he couldn't nest the effect again. The restored Crown of Curses and its previous fragments were considered the same item by the Catastrophe talent. However, Sumiyubai had been mentally prepared for this and didn't dwell on it too much. The priority now was to take down Franklin, this epic tier boss, crushing, utterly devastating. The moment the two sides clashed, Franklin realized something was wrong. He raised his hand, intending to cast a support spell, but Sumiyubai clearly wouldn't give him the chance. Before the first syllable of his incantation could even be uttered, Franklin suddenly felt a heart-stopping power descend upon him. In that instant, as a lich, he even felt the urge to kneel and submit. No, that's absolutely impossible. Before he could finish, Sumiyubai's gaze had already locked onto him. Death gaze. The soul fire in Franklin's pupils twisted violently in an instant. He dropped his staff, clutched his head with both hands, and fell from midair. You have used Death Gaze on the Forsaken One, Franklin. Your life level has been determined to be higher than the target's. 14,000. The system prompt chimed, and a gray-white 8-digit damage number erupted above Franklin's head, leaving his maximum HP at only 21 million. Every second, a true damage value of over 100. Zero would tick above his head, with occasional critical hits nearing 300. That wasn't all. Two curses were applied to Franklin along with Sumiyubai's Death Gaze. System notification. You have applied Curse of Agony to Forsaken One, Franklin, dealing 100% of your spell power as shadow damage every second for 5 seconds. System notification. You have applied Curse of Calamity to Forsaken One, Franklin, increasing the target's chance to be critically hit by 30% for 5 seconds. Damage numbers popped up one after another above Franklin, yet he had no way to resist. The fear effect of Death Gaze was something even this epic tier boss couldn't withstand, leaving him to scramble around like a headless fly. This skill didn't require Sumiyubai to maintain concentration. As long as he willed it, the effect of Death Gaze would remain fixed on Franklin regardless of where Sumiyubai turned his eyes. Sumiyubai merely glanced at Franklin before turning his gaze toward the corpse of the first Shadow Knight that had fallen. The next moment, the Shadow Knight's corpse exploded instantly, Sweeping across a 30-meter radius, Advanced Corpse Explosion, Chapter 50. Skeletons crushing a bone dragon. Is this reasonable? Advanced Corpse Explosion, 6,100,001,525,000. 525,000. Thanks to the Shadow Knight's million-point HP pool. Sumyubai's Advanced Corpse Explosion, bolstered by his Catastrophe class trait, dealt terrifying damage to all skeletons within a 30-meter radius. If it weren't for the fact that the two types of ranged skeletons summoned by Franklin were spread out, this single wave could have wiped them all out. Even so, the vast majority of the Legion Franklin had summoned perished in the blast, leaving fewer than 50 ranged skeletons remaining. The effect of Death Gaze ended, and Franklin instantly regained his senses, the suffocating feeling of fear vanishing completely. However, by this time, he had been reduced to a lone wolf. Even his own HP had been whittled down by nearly 10 million by the Skeleton Legion. Franklin HP 11. 98 million, 21 million. You, what exactly are you? Franklin stared fixedly at Sumyubai, the soul fire in his pupils flickering violently. That feeling that had made his soul tremble just now was definitely the power of death. But the person before him was clearly a human. How could he possibly command a power of death even purer than his own as a lich? I'm your father. Sumyubai snorted, then shook his head. Forget it. I don't have a son as ugly as you. As he spoke, the Skeleton Legion showed no signs of stopping their assault. Over a dozen skeleton warriors pinned Franklin down, while the skeleton archers and skeleton mages in the rear unleashed full firepower. Although they couldn't all attack Franklin at once due to space constraints, each wave of their attacks still managed to shave off nearly 1 million HP from the target. Human, you dare to insult a great lich? Hearing this, Franklin flew into a rage. He reached out, gripped his staff as it returned to his hand, and an icy blue shield instantly manifested around his body. Ice barrier shield value 5 million. Compared to his total HP, a 5 million point shield wasn't high, but it was enough to block a few waves of attacks from the Skeleton Legion. More importantly, with this shield, he would have enough time to cast a more powerful spell. HMPH, I don't care who you are. Today, you will be buried in the land of oblivion. The soul fire in Franklin's pupils burned intensely, and the aura he exuded surged significantly. Following that, he slowly floated into the air, and a terrifying energy fluctuation erupted from his body, sweeping across the entire land of oblivion. Rumble. Just like when he first appeared, the land of oblivion shook once more. Those fragments of the skeleton sea that Sumyubai had crushed earlier seemed to be summoned, all flying up into the air. In this moment, the entire land of oblivion transformed into an ocean of bone, the sky filled with bone fragments converging together, and a dense aura of death poured out from Franklin's body, injecting itself into these fragments. Immediately after, these fragments coalesced at Franklin's feet. A skeletal undead dragon, dozens of meters long, was born from the aura of death, roaring toward the heavens. Roar carcass. Kill this human. The power within his body will be the key to our restoration. Undead bone dragon carcass, mid-tier undead creature. Level 20 severely injured state. Level reduced. Epic boss, 80 million attack power. 42,000 physical defense, 10,000 magic defense, elemental resistance, death type 30%. Skills, bone cage, bone spike, hell, death storm. Don't be nervous, this guy isn't a true dragon. But don't let your guard down either. The power of an undead bone dragon is not much inferior to a dragon of the same rank. Undead bone dragon carcass has appeared. Current exploration progress. The system notification sounded at this moment, and Sumyubai's gaze sharpened. When Franklin appeared earlier, he had wondered why it only increased the exploration progress by 20%. He had thought that killing the boss would allow him to continue increasing it. He hadn't expected there to be a second epic boss, as expected of a trial given by the Lord of Donghai City. The difficulty is truly high. Looking at the massive bone dragon diving toward him, Sumyubai sighed inwardly. However, his expression remained completely unchanged. Clack, clack, clack. Carcass's dragon claws slammed down with unparalleled force. Yet, the next moment, both he and Franklin were stunned, with a loud crash. The skeleton warrior beside Sumyubai took a step forward, its size instantly doubling, as the great sword in its hand swung. It forcibly blocked Carcass's strike. Not only that, the skeleton warrior exerted sudden force, actually sending the massive Carcass flying away with a single blow. Heavy strike, 1,102,800. A critical hit damage figure reaching over 1,000,000 popped up above Carcass's head, and his body flew uncontrollably into midair. What? This is absolutely impossible. A mere skeleton warrior. How could its strength crush my Carcass? Franklin was completely rattled, the soul fire within his skull expanding and contracting rapidly. He had never encountered such a thing before. Is there anything else good? Bring it all out and let me see. Sumyubai crossed his arms and looked at Franklin with a smile. During this time, the Skeleton Legion's attacks had continued, and the opponent's shield value was already less than half. The reason this skeleton warrior could block Carcass was, naturally, due to Sumyubai's enhancement, Death Siphon Feedback, Notification. You have consumed all Death Chi points to enhance the target skeleton warrior's main attributes by 640%. And the reason Sumyubai was in such a good mood was because of the following system notification. Notification. You have been eroded by Death Chi from the Cursed Crown. Death Chi Kung 10. Death Chi Kung 10. Faint Death Chi overflowed from the Cursed Crown and merged into Sumyubai's body. Every second that passed, the Death Chi stored by Death Siphon Feedback increased by 10 points. A curse. Death Chi erosion. Isn't this just a mobile power bank? The enhancement effect of feedback could last for 60 seconds, but the cooldown was only 30 seconds. Normally, Sumyubai could only siphon Death Chi from corpses twice in 60 seconds. Without a boss corpse, he couldn't store much Death Chi at all. But with the Cursed Crown, everything was different. Now, he could automatically recover 600 Death Chi points every 60 seconds. In other words, Sumyubai could perfectly maintain a permanent 600% main attribute enhancement for two skeleton warriors. At this moment, this skeleton warrior was enjoying the full extent of the enhancement. After its strength increased by 640%, it had reached a terrifying 75,184 points. Its attack power had even broken through 150, adding the heavy strike, critical damage, and the double damage to undead creatures from the Death Scripture. That was why a single blow dealt 1,000,000 damage. Chapter 51. The Flaw in Life Sharing. The enhanced skeleton warrior leaped high into the air and suddenly grabbed the bone dragon that was flying backward. The next moment, the massive bone dragon was slammed into the ground by the skeleton warrior, which wasn't even as large as its dragon claw. The ground was instantly smashed into a large crater, and the skeleton warrior descended from the sky, using its terrifying strength to pin Carcass down. Every time it flapped its wings to try and fly back into the sky, it would be pressed down by the skeleton warrior's sword. The battlefield had now been split into two. Crack. On the other side, seeing the ice shield showing cracks and about to shatter, Franklin had no choice but to descend from mid-air to avoid becoming a living target for the undead legion. Seeing this, Sumyubai pointed his withered wood staff. Scorch. The damage from the level 1 Scorch was negligible, but Sumyubai wasn't looking for damage. He wanted the effect of the Cursed Crown. Notification. You have applied a curse of misfortune to the Forsaken Franklin. After 5 seconds, it will deal 800% spell power as magic damage and has a certain chance to summon a Doom Guard for 5 seconds. Notification. You have applied a curse of poison blood to the Forsaken Franklin. The target's life recovery effect is disabled for 5 seconds. Damn it. This is my Cursed Crown. Franklin must be the first person to be cursed by his own equipment. After all, although Sumyubai had put on the Cursed Crown now, before killing Franklin, this piece of equipment had been forcibly requisitioned. The moment the ice shield shattered, the staff in Franklin's hand slammed into the ground. The next moment, a ring of ice blue energy surged outward, sweeping through a 100-meter radius around him. Ice Hell. Notification. You are affected by Ice Hell. Movement speed reduced by 30%. Immediately after, the soul fire in Franklin's pupils boiled and burned once more. A pitch-black beam shot out from the tip of his staff, instantly striking Sumyubai's body. Death Ray. 960,000. Haha. You were careless. Having been hit by this death ray, with your fragile human bodies, you are sure to die. Seeing that his attack had succeeded, Franklin let out a hoarse laugh, but immediately after, he was dumbfounded. What? Just how much health do you have? The human's health bar not far away hadn't dropped even a single bit. How is this possible? Sumyubai glanced at the shared life health bar. A mere 960. Zero damage was barely visible as a reduction. Is this all an epic tier boss amounts to? Life sharing. You actually learned such a rare skill? Franklin recalled something, and Sumyubai clearly saw the shock flickering within his soul fire. Is an S-tier skill really worth being this surprised about? It seems even an epic tier boss hasn't seen much of the world. It looks like you've got nothing left. Shaking his head, Sumyubai waved his hand lightly. Finish him. The skeleton army immediately launched a fierce assault. Franklin felt his life force slipping away and hurriedly waved his staff, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Although life sharing is powerful, it is not without its flaws. Death Wither. And during the attacks of the skeleton army, Franklin finally unleashed his ultimate move after losing several million health. As the massive energy surged, a blood-red rose pattern flickered in and out of existence, shrouding the entire battlefield. At the same time, Cacus roared to the heavens and flapped his bone wings. Bone cage, click, click, click. A bone prison rose from the ground, sealing the skeleton warriors inside. Immediately following, a sky full of bone spikes swept toward all targets on the battlefield. Bone spike hell, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, bone spike hell and death wither erupted simultaneously. 48,000, 48,000, 39,500.3186 to 370338987. Massive amounts of damage popped up over the heads of the entire skeleton army. Sumyubai's pupils shrank violently. He was shocked to discover that his shared health bar had dropped by a quarter in an instant. One must know that his current shared life value was as high as 200 million points. At this moment, Sumyubai was also jolted awake. Although life sharing is powerful, it is only an S-tier skill. It is far from being invincible. If someone were capable of using a powerful EO skill to wipe out all the skeletons at once, he would die too. Although the health bar for life sharing had doubled under the blessing of the catastrophe profession trait, that applied to the damage he himself sustained. In other words, when he himself took damage and the shared life health bar decreased, the linked skeleton army would only split half of that damage. But when the skeletons took damage, the shared life value would decrease by double. Looking at the skeleton mages who were down to their last sliver of health, Sumyubai broke out in a cold sweat. If it weren't for his increased strength, which had doubled the skeleton army's health compared to before, this joint attack from the two bosses would have instantly killed every skeleton except for the skeleton warriors. Although the presence of the skeleton warriors meant the two epic tier bosses before him were still far from threatening his life, it served as a wake-up call. The summoning space expansion catastrophe trait allowed all undead summons to revive once every hour. But if all the undead were wiped out instantly, he would be dead before he could even wait for the revival. I can't be this careless in the future. With a thought, Sumyubai immediately recalled the 20 skeleton warriors back into the summoning space. This was the temporary solution to dealing with large-scale AoE. The skeletons in the summoning space could still provide him with shared life value, but they would not be hit by the enemy's AoE attacks. To kill the skeletons inside the summoning space, one would have to attack Sumyubai directly and exhaust his shared life health bar, and 20 skeleton warriors could provide him with 48 million in shared life value, plus one revival. That made 96 million more than enough to handle these two bosses. For now, Sumyubai could only use this method to compensate for the flaw in life sharing. He had already made up his mind. After exploring the Forgotten Land, the first thing he would do upon leaving was to earn enough money to upgrade life sharing. If his lifespan was sufficient, then he would use catastrophe. Regarding this, Sumyubai already had a vague plan in mind. He couldn't afford the third stage of catastrophe, but when it came to money, there were ways. More shocked than Sumyubai was Franklin, not far away. He stared at this scene, dumbfounded, not knowing what to say for a moment. He and Cacus had joined forces, yet they couldn't even instantly kill the skeleton mages summoned by the opponent. What kind of monster is this human? On the other side, the skeleton warriors relied on their terrifying strength to break through the bone cage, suppressing Cacus once again. At the same time, Sumyubai's cold gaze shifted over. That heart-stopping energy descended once more. Death gaze, were killed in an instant. Cacus let out a terrified roar, his wings flapping incessantly as if he had seen something truly horrific. Notification: you have used Death Gaze on the undead bone dragon Cacus. Your life level is determined to be higher than the target's. 32,000. An 8-digit gray-white number appeared, and Cacus's maximum health instantly dropped by 40%. Two curse effects were also applied to him as a result. On Franklin's side, he was also plunged into a desperate situation. He watched in horror as the skeleton warrior directly in front of him suddenly doubled in size. Death Siphon feedback. Notification: you have consumed 300 points of death chi to strengthen the target skeleton warrior's main attributes by 600%. This time, the two had no power left to fight back. In less than a minute, Franklin, having exhausted all his tricks, fell to the ground and died before Cacus. However, when the system notification sounded, Sumyubai frowned. Chapter 52. Rewards for soloing an epic tier boss. Bonus chapter. You have destroyed the body of the forgotten Franklin, gaining an additional 70% EXP bonus. EXP cum 12.75 million. Over-leveling cum title stacking effects. These will not be listed separately in the future. Congratulations to player Bai for reaching level 16. All stats cum 1. Skill points cum 1. Free attribute points cum 15. Congratulations to player Bai for reaching level 17. All stats cum 1. Skill points cum 1. Free attribute points cum 15. 2 consecutive flashes of golden light swept over, and Sumyubai's level rose directly to 17. However, he frowned and murmured in confusion, a physical body. The notification he had just received did not mention killing Franklin, but rather that he had destroyed his physical body. In Sumyubai's view, the XP gain did not match the difficulty of an epic tier boss. One had to keep in mind that the skeletons and shadow knights summoned by the opponent earlier had provided no EXP at all. Furthermore, the announcement for the first solo kill of an epic tier boss had not been triggered. This meant that Franklin had not been completely killed. With his extensive gaming experience, Sumyubai quickly figured it out. Franklin was a lich, and his soul must be hidden within a phylactery. Only by finding and destroying the phylactery could one truly kill a lich. Where could this guy have hidden his phylactery? Sumyubai looked at the corpse, which had dropped absolutely nothing, and rubbed his chin. The final 10% of exploration progress was very likely tied to finding Franklin's phylactery. Roar! Not far away, the undead bone dragon Cacus suddenly let out a roar, interrupting Sumyubai's train of thought. His gaze turned cold as he turned to look. It turned out that the first skeleton warrior that had been buffed had returned to its original state. Immediately following this, the system notification sounded. Notification: your stored death chi has reached its limit. You may continue to absorb more after consuming some. It seems that you will have to be the first epic tier boss I solo kill. Watching Cacus regain its vigor, Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly and focused his mind. The second buffed skeleton warrior immediately charged at Cacus, suppressing it once again. At the same time, Sumyubai activated his skill again. Death absorption feedback. Notification: you have consumed all your death chi to buff the target skeleton warrior's main attributes by 640%. This time, it was the skeleton warrior that regained its vigor. Its size surged to double its previous stature, and the greatsword in its hand slashed fiercely toward Cacus. Heavy strike. At the same time, the second skeleton warrior arrived as well. Heavy strike. 2 million point damage numbers popped up. Although Cacus felt no pain, it still roared repeatedly under the terrifying power of the two skeleton warriors. It was already no match for them in a one-on-one fight, and now, facing 2-on-1, it had completely lost the ability to resist. Moreover, because its size was sufficiently massive, it had to endure not only the attacks of the two buffed skeleton warriors but also the attacks of the entire skeleton army. Of course, it only had to endure the attacks of 320 skeletons, as there were still 20 skeleton warriors in Sumyubai's summoning space. Even so, Cacus had no way to fight back. Looking at its stats, it was not much worse than Franklin, and it even had nearly half again as much HP, but in reality, the latter was far more troublesome than it was, because, aside from bone spikes, it could only rely on physical output, and its final skill, Death Storm, was merely a different form of bone spike attack. Relatively speaking, as a lich, Franklin had far more tricks up his sleeve than Kakus. 1 minute later, Sumyubai stared at Kakus once more, letting this epic tier boss die in fear. Killed level 20 epic boss undead bone dragon Kakus. Gained an additional 70% EXP bonus, EXP come 25 million. Congratulations to player Bai for reaching level 18, all stats come 1, skill points come 1, free attribute points come 15. Congratulations to player Bai for reaching level 19, all stats come 1, skill points come 1, free attribute points come 15. 2 more flashes of golden light swept over, and the massive amount of EXP instantly boosted Sumyubai to level 1930 to 0.28%. 19 to 20 is indeed a small hurdle. Looking at the EXP required to reach level 20, Sumyubai wore an expression that confirmed his expectations, starting from level 10. The EXP required after each level up only increased by 1 million, going from 18 to 19 only required 9 million EXP. But to reach level 20, the EXP requirement had suddenly jumped to 20 million. It seems that in this Myriad Worlds game, the vast number of players who awaken low-tier talents don't even have the qualifications to be cannon fodder. Looking at his EXP bar, Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly. The level gap in the Myriad Worlds game would certainly be even greater than he had imagined. Those players who awaken low-tier talents, unless they encountered special opportunities, would ultimately only be able to become full-time life skill players. To keep up with the leveling speed of the mainstream elite, one needed at least a C-tier or even B-tier talent. The Myriad Worlds game was even more cruel than the real world. Kakus's EXP was exactly double that of Franklin's, which perfectly verified Sumyubai's hypothesis. The other half of the XP and the loot could only be obtained by destroying the phylactery. After allocating his free attribute points, the system notification Sumyubai had been longing for finally sounded. Congratulations on becoming the first player in the Blue Star region to solo an epic tier boss. Reward: main attributes come 100, skill points come 50, intermediate soul stone times 50. Notification: a Blue Star region announcement will be made shortly. The difficulty of an epic tier boss was a leap forward, and the rewards for achieving the first solo kill were far beyond those of a dark gold tier boss. Whether it was the 100 main attribute points or the 50 skill points, they were rare and valuable items for any player. But what Sumyubai cared about most was the full 50 intermediate soul stones. While he had managed to accumulate that many by freeloading, starting with intermediate tier 1s from the get-go was a completely different story. Looking at the intermediate soul stones in his inventory, Sumyubai focused his mind. Catastrophe, target, 50 intermediate soul stones, prompt. Please select the promotion tier. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Click to view details. Option 1. Promote to high tier soul stone, no cost. Option 2. Sublime it to soul crystal. Cost 1. 0 soul coins per unit. Option 3. Catastrophe to soul essence. Cost 1. 0 years of lifespan per unit. Looking at the soul crystal and soul essence in the options, Sumyubai felt his gaze grow heated, but he couldn't afford them. Not to mention the 1,000 years of lifespan. He didn't even know what soul coins were. Shaking his head helplessly, Sumyubai could only choose the free option. Promote to Tier 1. You have obtained 50 high-tier soul stones. Chapter 53. High-tier soul stone. Sumyubai had already stayed in the land of oblivion for over 10 hours, which was much longer than the time he had spent in the novice village. Today was already the second day since humanity from Blue Star entered the Myriad Worlds game. The digitization of their bodies, combined with the excitement of exploring a new world, had kept most players awake all night, all of them wanting to level up as quickly as possible to leave the novice village. However, they had greatly underestimated the difficulty of leveling up in the Myriad Worlds game, especially after level 5. The EXP required to level up left everyone dumbfounded. Even players like Fujichonjia and Hongtabai had only managed to reach level 8 one after another, and they were still some distance away from level 9. They were already the strongest players in Novice Village. No, 95-27 besides Sumyubai, but it would likely take them another half a day of grinding to leave the village. Of course, there were naturally people whose leveling speed was faster than theirs, and they had already arrived at their respective cities by now. But such people were destined to be a tiny minority. This included the likes of Sancha Kingfeng from the Shenlong Empire, Felix from the Bald Eagle Empire, and a few other SSS ranked talent holders. Among all the players on Blue Star, only a few dozen had managed to enter the cities at this point in time. On average, there wasn't even one person per city. These individuals possessed at least an SS ranked talent. Now, these top-tier players who were the first to leave the novice village were exploring their respective cities. They intended to leverage their first-mover advantage to grasp more information than ordinary players and, incidentally, search for hidden quests within the cities. After leaving the novice village, dungeon markers would no longer appear on the minimap. In other words, there were no public dungeons in the Myriad Worlds game. If the first echelon of players wanted to run dungeons, they had to find the dungeon entrances themselves. Of course, if one wasn't in the first echelon, they could wait for the dungeon coordinates to be leaked before attempting them. However, being one step slow meant being slow in every step. If one only wanted to wait for ready-made opportunities, they would only fall further and further behind. Just as these top players were exploring their cities, a series of system announcements rang out. Blue Star Region announcement. Congratulations to the Shenlong Empire player Baiyi for becoming the first player in the Blue Star region to solo an epic tier boss. This is hereby announced. We hope the vast number of players will learn from them to obtain generous rewards. The 10 consecutive Blue Star region announcements shocked all the players on Blue Star, especially those top experts who had just entered the cities. They were already beginning to doubt their own lives. Whether it was Sancha Kingfeng or Felix, all the SSS ranked talent holders stood frozen in place. An epic tier boss. How on earth did Baiyi manage to do that? Not to mention how strong a boss of that tier was. The biggest question was, where did he even find the boss? They had tried every method in the novice village, yet they couldn't even find a single clue about a dark gold tier boss. Wait, buddy, we don't even know how to trigger a catastrophe tier dungeon or where the dark gold tier boss is. And you've already soloed an epic tier boss? This announcement gave these SSS ranked talent players the urge to call the police. They even began to suspect whether there were actually cheats in the Myriad Worlds game. Wasn't it said that SSS ranked talent was the most powerful talent? How could Baiyi be so far ahead? Compared to these top players, those who hadn't left the novice village yet were much calmer. As expected of Big Brother Baiyi, he's triggered an announcement again. I hadn't heard Baiyi trigger an announcement all night, so I was actually feeling a bit unaccustomed to it. This feels much better. Will all future announcements be monopolized by Baiyi? Don't say that. Actually, you might be right. I think there's a high probability that will happen. Hey, I don't care who triggers them. It has nothing to do with me. Anyway, forging equipment gives EXP too. I'm planning to become a full-time blacksmith. If you need anything, please send me a private message. What? Forging equipment also gives EXP? How come I didn't know that? It's not just forging. As long as you choose to be a full-time life skill professional, successfully creating items grants EXP. It's much faster than me grinding monsters to level up. There's such a thing. Whoever wants to grind levels can do it. I'm done with this. Shenlong Empire. Novice Village. No. Level 8 Zhu and Liu Ryan were frantically grinding monsters. Both of them possessed S-rank talents, which made them quite famous players in this novice village. However, their primary goal now was to leave the novice village as quickly as possible, and then confirm whether or not Baiyi was Sumubai. After the system announcement ended, Zhu seemed even more energized, and his monster grinding efficiency increased significantly. In his mind, he was already envisioning the scene of standing at the peak of the Myriad Worlds in the future, just like back on Blue Star, when he had seized Sumubai's family assets for himself. In their view, regardless of whether this Baiyi was Sumubai or not, as long as he was a man, he would eventually fall at Liu Ryan's feet and become a part of their new play. Unless that guy was immune to the charms of women. In the land of oblivion, Sumubai looked at the 50 high-tier soul stones in his inventory, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl upward slightly. High-tier soul stone special item. Absorbing it will increase your lifespan by 1 year. Note, whether you keep the high-tier soul stone in your inventory or your storage, you will lose 1/10 of them upon death, with a minimum loss of 36.5 days. With these 50 high-grade life soul stones, Sumyubai's lifespan crisis was finally resolved. As for soul coins, he had no leads. And considering that upgrading a single item required a full million, it was out of the question for the time being. Therefore, without a second thought, Sumyubai absorbed all the high-grade life soul stones in an instant. These life soul stones began to shimmer, then transformed into a dense green radiance that merged into Sumyubai's body. You have absorbed 50 high-grade life soul stones. Lifespan increased by 50 years. Lifespan over 51 years. The significant increase in his lifespan suddenly made Sumyubai feel a sense of relief. At the very least, he no longer had to worry about dying unexpectedly. He didn't care much about other players. What he feared most were the locals of the God-forbidden land. The experience of being instantly killed by a skeleton warrior in the blink of an eye was still fresh in his memory. After all, this was a real world. Who could say for sure that he wouldn't have a stroke of bad luck? At this moment, a circle of ghostly blue fluorescence lit up on Sumyubai's body. Rhodes's soul flew out from within him, ending the possession state. Lord Bai, thank you for avenging Sunset Town. Rhodes bowed respectfully toward Sumyubai, his form of address even changing. Just now, while in the possession state, he had witnessed firsthand just how terrifying this human before him was. The Lich Franklin, who had wiped out the entire Sunset Town, hadn't even had the strength to fight back in this man's hands. Sumyubai waved his hand and asked directly, "Do you know where Franklin's phylactery is?" Upon hearing this, Rhodes's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, "I can try to sense his soul fluctuations, but it will take some time. Notify me once you sense it." Sumyubai nodded slightly and turned to walk toward the corpse of Cacus. The first epic grade boss. This was destined to be a massive harvest. Chapter 54. Sorry, I take back what I just said. After the intense battle, the land had become somewhat shattered. The power of the skeleton warrior after being strengthened had even surprised Sumyubai. The massive corpse of the undead bone dragon, Cacus, lay on the ground. The soul fire in its eye sockets completely extinguished. Beside its enormous skull, a small pile of dropped items was stacked, with the cursed crown. Sumyubai was no longer lacking in death chi. Therefore, he did not use death extraction feedback to drain death chi from Cacus's corpse. He walked straight to the side of Cacus's skull and reached out to inspect his spoils. You have obtained 800 gold coins. You have obtained level 5 attribute gem X20. You have obtained epic grade material bone dragon remains X10. You have obtained primary life soul stone X24. For system prompts rang out, and Sumyubai was slightly stunned. So, only epic grade bosses drop primary life soul stones. Killing a level 20 epic boss only increased his lifespan by 2 years. Is this right? The difficulty of the world game was simply outrageous. Don't let Sumyubai's easy combat fool you. That was only because he was a cheater. Even if players with SSS grade talents led a team, they would still lose quite a few people if they faced Cacus alone at the same level. Once you leave the novice village, dying even once costs a minimum of 10 years of lifespan. Sumyubai estimated that in the world game, it would be very rare to see scenes of large numbers of players swarming a high-level boss. If in past games one could use their lives to pile up and kill a boss, then in the world game, players had to make extensive preparations and find ways to research the BOSS's information before choosing to raid a high-level boss with a high degree of certainty. However, for Sumyubai, this was actually a good thing. Bosses that other players dared not kill, he dared. After putting the items into his inventory, Sumyubai continued to check his harvest. Immediately after, he was dumbfounded. No way. Are the bosses in the land of oblivion all this poor? After collecting the previous 4 types of items, only a fist-sized piece of dragon skull remained on the ground. Regardless of what kind of equipment this thing was, it fell far short of Sumyubai's expectations. The previous 7 dark gold grade demi-liches were one thing, but they had at least contributed an epic grade piece of equipment in total. The value of one epic grade piece of equipment was far higher than a dozen dark gold grade items. But Cacus was an epic grade boss killed for the first time, and this was it. Sumyubai somewhat disappointedly picked up the mini dragon skull, but the disappointment on his face vanished without a trace in an instant. Replacing it was a look of surprise. Brother Dragon, I spoke too loudly before. Sorry, I take back what I just said. You are not poor at all. You have obtained the epic grade special item Dragon Skull Pendant. Dragon Skull Pendant. Epic grade special item after use. You will obtain an epic grade mount Undead Bone Dragon. Although the Undead Bone Dragon is not a true dragon, it can fly, you know. Yes, Cactus didn't drop a single piece of equipment. But it dropped something all players dreamed of, a flying mount. Is this really something a level 20 boss should drop? Sumyubai held the Dragon Skull Pendant. His eyes filled not only with joy but also a hint of confusion. An epic grade flying mount didn't seem like something that should exist at the level 20 stage. It must have to do with this guy being severely injured. Sumyubai recalled the panels of the two bosses. They weren't originally bosses of this level, but because of their severe injuries, they were only level 20. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that he now had an epic grade flying mount. Sumyubai suppressed his excitement and moved his mind. Cataclysm. Target. Dragon Skull Pendant. Prompt. Please select the promotion tier. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Click to view details. Promote to Tier 1. Since he couldn't afford a higher upgrade anyway, Sumyubai couldn't be bothered to check the details and made his choice immediately. As Cataclysm took effect, Sumyubai suddenly felt a chill emanate from the Dragon Skull Pendant in his hand. Immediately following this, the Dragon Skull Pendant, wrapped in 5-colored brilliance, slowly transformed into a black-blue horn the size of a palm. The horn radiated bone-chilling cold and an aura of death, giving off a vibe that warned the living to stay away. Yet, Sumyubai felt a strange sense of familiarity with it. You have obtained the legendary grade special item Frost Horn. Frost Horn. Legendary grade special item Blow It. And you will summon a legendary grade mount from the undead realm, the Frost Dragon. As a true high-level undead, its strength is beyond doubt. The joy of getting something for free is something only those who experience it can truly understand. With excitement in his eyes, Sumyubai placed the frost horn to his lips, took a deep breath, and blew into it with all his might. Woo! A shocking and highly penetrating horn blast rang out. The sound seemed to pierce through space, vanishing abruptly after traveling a short distance from Sumyubai. Immediately after, Sumyubai noticed his mana points were being consumed rapidly at a rate of 2.0 points per second. However, he didn't mind, although he no longer had the 20% main attribute boost from soul possession. His current mana pool was close to 70,000 points. Could this horn really be blown for over 30 seconds? Sumyubai was quickly proven wrong. As he watched his mana nearing depletion, a thought crossed his mind: death extraction feedback. Consuming over 170 points of death energy, his mana was instantly restored to full. The horn blast continued. Fortunately, it only required mana consumption and didn't require Sumyubai to actually blow into it. Otherwise, he reckoned he would have been blown breathless. Who would have thought this thing could be blown for 10 minutes? That was a total consumption of 1.2 million mana points. If it weren't for the cursed crown acting as an automatic power bank, Sumyubai wouldn't have known when he would have successfully activated the frost horn. After all, without a boss corpse, he couldn't store much death energy from a single extraction. Fortunately, there were no ifs. The cursed crown had performed a great service this time. As the final 1.0 mana points were injected into the frost horn, the horn in Sumyubai's hand suddenly began to shine. The next moment, a powerful force erupted. The frost horn gradually disintegrated, turning into a terrifying surge of energy that shot toward the high sky 100 meters away. Where the energy vanished, the space suddenly distorted. Following that, a pale gray spatial portal slowly opened, quickly expanding to dozens of meters in length and width. This energy. Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly. From this pale gray spatial portal, he felt the aura of death. It was exactly the same feeling he had when he learned Death Gaze using the Death Codex. But there was clearly a barrier inside the portal, indicating that this was a one-way gateway. Roar! A deep and incredibly resonant roar came from behind the portal, and Sumyubai's eyes lit up. His legendary grade mount had arrived. Chapter 55, The Terrifying Legendary Creature. Bonus Chapter. Roar! A massive black blue head poked out from the portal, followed by 2 dragon claws gripping the edges of the gateway. Immediately after, a frost dragon nearly 100 meters long flew completely out of the portal. Its body was composed of countless black-blue bones, and its entire form exuded a deep chill that caused the surrounding temperature to drop significantly. With its wings spread, it blotted out the sky. The frost dragon's size was several times larger than the undead bone dragon Cacus. Within its roaring maw, terrifying frost energy and the aura of death intertwined, as if ready to be unleashed. The portal behind it slowly closed. The frost dragon's gaze fell upon Sumyubai, and with a beat of its wings, it instantly swooped down. Frost dragon human. To think that the one who summoned me is a weakling like you. The frost dragon's voice carried a hint of disdain, along with uncontrollable anger. But the next moment, the soul fire in its pupils flickered violently. What? You are actually... The next moment, a pillar of light descended from the high sky, completely enveloping the frost dragon. The frost dragon's voice came to an abrupt halt, as if its consciousness had been erased by this inexplicable power. This scene left Sumyubai feeling extremely shocked. So, the mount mentioned by the Myriad Worlds game was summoned from the undead realm like this and then forcibly bound to him by contract. This was simply too overbearing. Sumyubai could feel that this frost dragon was more than just a little bit stronger than him. Yet, under the rules of the Myriad Worlds game, it was like an ant, completely powerless to resist. Wasn't it the same yesterday when all of humanity on Blue Star was transported into the game? Myriad Worlds game. Who exactly is controlling it? Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly. He shook his head with a smile. With his current strength, what right did he have to know these things? Thinking too much would only add to his troubles. At the very least, the Myriad Worlds game had given him a chance at rebirth. That was enough. Thinking of this, a fierce glint flashed in Sumyubai's eyes. Two figures appeared in his mind, and a cold sneer curled his lips. I hope you to manage to walk out of the village soon. At this moment, the pillar of light in midair slowly dissipated. The frost dragon's size shrank by more than half, and then it transformed into a black-blue beam of light, merging into Sumyubai's body. The notification sound of the Myriad Worlds game rang in Sumyubai's ears. Your mount space has been unlocked. You have obtained the legendary grade Mount Frost Dragon. Due to your acquisition of a mount above epic grade, the Blue Star Region Mount Leaderboard has been opened ahead of schedule. Notification. A Blue Star Region announcement is about to be made. Blue Star Region announcement. Congratulations to the Dragon Empire player Bai for obtaining a mount. The Blue Star Region Mount Leaderboard has been opened ahead of schedule. The shock of the first kill of an epic grade boss over 10 minutes ago had not yet subsided when the Blue Star Region announcement rang out once again. And this time, all players were in an uproar. Nani, why is it this Bai again? Have all the experts of our great Sakura Empire died? As expected of our Bangzi Kingdom's Bai Oppa. Once the national borders open, he will definitely return. FCK, is this Bai God's illegitimate son? I'm only level 5. And he's already obtained a mount. Big brother Bai is awesome. Strive to open all the leaderboards soon. When the players open the prematurely unlocked Mount Leaderboard, the chat channels in every novice village stall for several seconds. Blue Star Region Mount Leaderboard first place. Bai Frost Dragon Legendary Mount second place, third place, 100th place. Upon seeing the words legendary grade, everyone gasped. Their eyes filled with disbelief. They had thought Bai was strong and that his mount wouldn't be simple, perhaps even epic grade. After all, he had just soloed an epic grade boss, so that would have been reasonable. But what the hell is legendary grade? Is a mount of this tier something you can possess on the second day of the game? Those top tier players who had already entered the cities had chosen to leave the city to level up the moment the previous region-wide announcement ended. They were all pumped up, wanting to catch up to Bai's pace. However, they didn't expect that before they even stepped out of the city gates. This guy had triggered another region-wide announcement, and he had even unlocked the Mount Leaderboard ahead of schedule. How are they supposed to play now? Should they even bother trying to get on the Mount Leaderboard? If the second place mount is only dark gold or even gold grade, would making the list be a claim to fame or just self-humiliation? This was a problem. The top experts, wearing various expressions, unconsciously quickened their pace out of the city. They had already fallen too far behind Bai. They had to speed up to catch him. However, what these people didn't know was that Sumyubai's game progress was something they would never be able to catch up to. Prompt: please name your mount. Frost. Sumyubai chose a name casually and then hurriedly opened his panel to check Frost's attributes. Mount space. Frost base panel without or legendary Moon Frost Dragon high level undead creature. Level 0 cannot exceed player level by more than 5 loyalty. 100 affected by the Death Sovereign class. Loyalty will never decrease. Movement speed bonus. Ground come 100%. Air come 500% mountable after level 10 HP 12 million mana 10 million at 10 million. Attack power 12,000 spell power 10,000 physical defense 10,000 magic defense elemental resistance ice 60%. Death 50%, Shadow 40%, others 20%. Skill, Frost Dragon Breath will automatically learn more skills when the level reaches a certain point. Frost Dragon Breath deals 200% spell power as ice damage per second to targets within a 3-meter radius, accompanied by Grievous Wound and Burn effects, lasting up to 10 seconds. Attack range and distance are related to body size. Attack distance 30 meters. Cooldown 120 seconds, consumes 1000 mana per second. Although his level had been reset to 0 by the Myriad Worlds game, Frost's luxurious attributes still left Tsumubai dumbfounded. Are legendary grade creatures this exaggerated at level 0? Compared to such a level 0 panel, what is the difference between 0 and the maximum 10 points in the 4 basic attributes that human players have when they first enter the game? No wonder the Myriad Worlds game said that the human race is at a huge disadvantage compared to other races. That statement didn't look down on the human race at all. If anything, it was an understatement. This isn't a disadvantage, it's simply incomparable. Of course, the Frost Dragon is also a very powerful existence among the undead race. The number of such high-level undead creatures shouldn't be very high, just like players with high-level talents. It's just that the latter still needs time to grow. Only by growing in levels, equipment, skills, and class can they truly contend with powerful EXIST and CS. Tsumubai's thoughts stirred, and he summoned Frost from the Mount Space. Chapter 56. My experience was too limited before. The space beside Tsumubai twisted slightly, the Mount Space opened, and a miniature version of the Frost Dragon flew out from the portal. Roar. Compared to before, his roar was clearly a bit immature, yet it carried the majesty of a high-level creature. After being reset by the Myriad Worlds game, the Frost Dragon's size had shrunk significantly. Tsumubai estimated his body length to be around 3 meters. Frost, come here. Tsumubai looked at Frost, who was acting like an unbridled wild horse in midair, and called out softly. The next moment, the little guy landed on the ground, lowered his neck, and stretched out his head to affectionately nuzzle Tsumubai's outstretched palm. He clearly couldn't speak, and could only emit soft hums to express his love for his master. The aura on Tsumubai's body made him want to get close to him instinctively. After Frost shrank, his appearance didn't change much, and he still looked very imposing. The blue-black bones radiated wisps of icy blue cold, making one shudder. Although he was only level 0, his combat power was already far stronger than the Skeleton King Reggie from before. This is the terror of high-level undead creatures. Can only be mounted at level 10. Tsumubai gently stroked Frost's head, a smile on his lips, and muttered, I wonder if I can mount him directly like this. Frost tilted his head in confusion, his eyes filled with bewilderment, clearly not understanding what his master wanted to do. But the next moment, the soul fire in his pupils jumped violently as he felt a massive power suddenly descend. Cataclysm. Target, Frost. Prompt. Please select the promotion tier. Tier 1 tier to click to view details. Option 1. Promote to mythical grade Mount Frost Dragon King, no cost. Option 2. Ascend to Saint Extinction grade Mount Nirvana Dragon Emperor, cost 10,000 soul crystals. Hearing the system prompt, a look of wild joy instantly appeared on Tsumubai's face. It really works. Frost was summoned from the undead realm by the Horn of Frost. Clearly, they were not the same entity. He had only been testing the waters. But it turned out he could truly freeload again. Looking at the 3 characters Saint Extinction and Option 2, Tsumubai's gaze sharpened. Is this a grade that transcends the mythical level, existing on the same tier as an SSS grade talent? However, he hadn't even figured out soul coins yet, let alone the newly appeared soul crystals. This item clearly had a much higher value than soul coins. Tsumubai had anticipated that there would only be 2 options. The third stage of catastrophe was surely the same as when he promoted Death Gaze. It would exceed the restrictions of the Forbidden Godland, making it impossible to undergo catastrophe, promote by one stage. For an existence that already had such a high base grade, Sumyubai had no choice but to freeload. As he made his decision, Frost suddenly felt a terrifying power descend. This power was rapidly enhancing his body. Dense black blue light condensed into a massive cocoon of light, wrapping Frost's entire body within it. Thump thump, thump thump. The cocoon contained terrifying energy that pulsed continuously, the sound resonating throughout the entire Forgotten Land. Even Rode, who had been closing his eyes to sense the soul aura of Franklin, turned his head in shock. The next moment, he witnessed a scene he would never forget. Roar. A roar that struck directly at the soul erupted, and the blue-black light cocoon shattered instantly, immediately following. Frost, whose size had increased to over 5 meters in length, flapped his wings and shot straight into the high sky. His overall appearance hadn't changed much, except that his bones had become deeper and more profound, shimmering with a metallic luster, and the cold air on his body had become increasingly dense. A heart-stopping dragon might radiated outward, causing Rode, a soul entity, to tremble uncontrollably as he stammered in a whisper. Of a Dragon King level Frost Dragon. How on earth did Lord Baiyi manage this? Frost seemed to be adapting to his new body. He dove, plunging straight down, and approached the ground in the blink of an eye. Then, he raised his head, and his entire body became parallel to the ground, flying at extreme speed while skimming the earth. As his bone wings vibrated, the places he flew over were instantly frozen by frost, condensing into a long path of ice. A moment later, Frost excitedly returned to Sumyubai's side, folding his wings to the ground, lowering his head, and slightly opening his giant maw to speak in human language. Thank you, Master, for elevating Frost's life level. Perform well. There will be more such opportunities in the future. Sumyubai nodded slightly, immediately painting a fragrant and round big pie, a grand promise for his first employee. Yes, Master, having just tasted the sweetness. Frost naturally believed this without doubt, his eyes flashing with excitement as he repeatedly expressed his loyalty. His voice sounded young, but the sense of immaturity was gone. Sumyubai opened Frost's panel again, wanting to see just how strong a mythical grade creature truly was. Mount Space. Frost base panel without ores, mythical grade Mount Frost Dragon King, high tier undead creature. Level 0 cannot exceed the player's level by more than 10. Loyalty 100. Affected by the Death Sovereign profession, loyalty will never decrease. Movement speed bonus. Sea, land, and air come 800%. HP 240 million, 240 million. Mana 200 million, 200 million. Attack power 120,000. Spell power 100,000. Physical defense 100,000. Magic defense 80,000. Elemental resistance ice 80%, death 70%, shadow 60%, others 40%. Skills: Frost Dragon Breath, Dragon Might. Size reduction: more skills will be automatically learned as the level increases. Frost Dragon Breath deals 500% spell power as ice-type damage per second to targets within a 5-meter radius, with added heavy injury and burn effects, lasting up to 30 seconds. Attack range 50 meters, cooldown 120 seconds, consumes 2.0 mana per second. Attack range and distance are proportional to body size. Dragon Might, Dragon King level pressure, suppressing all creatures within a 1,000-meter radius, reducing all attributes of creatures with a lower life level than the Frost Dragon King by 10%, 50%. The lower the life level, the stronger the suppression effect. The effect of Dragon Might will weaken if the level gap between the two parties is too large. Size reduction can reduce body size to a certain extent, facilitating combat or entering areas that are otherwise inaccessible. Is this what a mythical grade creature is? Even Sumyubai, a player who was hacking, was shocked by Frost's brand new panel. His attack power and other stats had increased tenfold, and his HP and mana had increased by a full 20 times. Looking at Frost's 240 million HP at level 0, Sumyubai suddenly felt his previous thoughts were laughable. He was just too inexperienced. He had actually thought that having a shared HP bar of 100 million at level 10 was too abnormal. He had even worried about being banned by the Myriad Worlds game. Looking at it now, compared to a mythical great creature like Frost, he was only just getting started. Sumyubai naturally noticed that there was no longer a level restriction for writing. He turned to look at Road and said, "Don't be nervous, continue your sensing." As his voice fell, Sumyubai tapped his toes and leaped directly onto Frost's back. "Little guy, fly a lap and let me see." Chapter 57, The Indestructible Soul Phylactery Master. "Sit tight." As Frost's voice fell, the cold air on his body instantly gathered toward his back. A black blue-ice throne condensed into shape in an instant, complete with armrests carved from bone spurs. "You certainly know how to please your master." Sumyubai raised an eyebrow and sat directly onto the throne. Although it looked like it was overflowing with freezing cold, he felt no chill at all once he sat down, hearing his master's praise. Frost's eyes revealed a hint of joy. Feeling Sumyubai settle in, he suddenly flapped his wings and soared into the sky. Flight had always been a dream for most humans. Riding a giant dragon was a completely different experience from sitting in an airplane. Through the gaps in Frost's skeletal frame, Sumyubai watched the scenery rushing by below and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He wondered if he would ever be able to ride a true divine dragon in the future. Although the frost dragon looked decent enough, this giant lizard couldn't even be compared to a real divine dragon. During the flight, Sumyubai felt a thin protective shield surrounding his body, perfectly insulating him from the effects of the wind. No matter how fast Frost flew, he couldn't feel the wind pressure at all. It was a pity that the land of oblivion had a barrier, preventing Frost from flying beyond its borders. In the various novice villages, players had yet to recover from the shock of the mount leaderboard when they were dealt another blow. "Look quickly, Bai's mount has changed." "What do you mean it changed? We're still in the novice village. And he's already swapped his mount. Am I seeing things? It was just a legendary Great Frost Dragon a moment ago. How did it suddenly become a mythical Great Frost Dragon King? Could his mount have leveled up so quickly? I seriously suspect that we aren't playing the same game as Bai. Exactly. If we're playing on hell difficulty, then Bai is basically playing a cracked version. Hey, it's a pity that hell difficulty and the cracked version are on the same server. Please, stop talking. Can't I just go grind levels now? Don't compare yourself to Bai. Think of something happy. I just saw my former boss earlier. The guy is only level 3 and heard he awakened an F-grade talent. Haha, it killed me. Now that you mention it, I suddenly feel much better. If I can't beat Bai, surely I can at least beat those heartless capitalists. Their money is useless here. Sumyubai was naturally unaware of the players' reactions. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Especially after seeing Frost's brand new status window. His horizons had been greatly broadened. After experiencing a few minutes of flight, Sumyubai set aside his curiosity and ordered Frost to land, back at the original spot. Road was still closing his eyes, trying to sense the soul aura of Franklin. Still haven't sensed it. Sumyubai frowned at the sight. Beside him, the surface of Frost's body shimmered with ice blue light, shrinking down to the size of a palm. He flapped his wings and flew onto Sumyubai's shoulder, tilting his head as he asked, "Master, what is he doing?" "Helping me find a lich's phylactery." "A lich, I can sense it. Where is it?" Sumyubai's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Road also opened his eyes, looking at Frost with a resentful expression. "If you could sense it, why didn't you say so earlier?" Sumyubai hadn't expected Frost to have this ability. He waved his hand to recall the entire skeleton army back into the summoning space. And soon, under Frost's guidance, they found Franklin's phylactery. Current exploration progress, Franklin's phylactery. Epic grade item durability, 1,000,000. This is a life-saving object crafted with all of Franklin's might during his peak. It stores his soul fire, as long as the phylactery remains intact. The lich will not perish. A lich's phylactery is their final means of survival and is usually indestructible. Destroying it will permanently kill the Forsaken Franklin. Good grief, 1,000,000 durability. Sumyubai was somewhat surprised. The durability of this phylactery was simply too high. Legendary grade equipment only had 1,000 points of durability. He had been grinding here for so long, and the few pieces of legendary gear he wore had only lost 1 point of durability. How long would it take to destroy something like this? Moreover, the phylactery was too small. only about 30 centimeters in length and width. The skeleton army couldn't even get a proper strike in. After thinking for a moment, Sumyubai spoke up to Frost. "Can you destroy this thing?" "I'll try." The miniature Frost nodded, condensed frost dragon breath in his mouth, and opened it to spray toward the phylactery. Terrifying cold air intertwined with scorching dragon breath, two opposing forces fused perfectly, washing over Franklin's PHYLACTERY. However, the unassuming phylactery didn't budge, and its durability didn't decrease by even a single point. I refuse to believe it. A flash of anger crossed Frost's face. His miniature body turned into a blue-black bolt of lightning, and he swiped his dragon claws at the phylactery. A dull, heavy thud echoed, but the phylactery remained completely undamaged. Frost shook his slightly numb dragon claws and looked at Sumyubai with a wronged expression. "I'm sorry, Master. My level is too low. I can't destroy it." Failing on his first attempt clearly dealt a blow to his pride. As a mythical grade creature, he was actually helpless against the phylactery of an epic grade lich. It was embarrassing. Oh no, it was dragon shaming. It's that tough. Sumyubai's brows locked tightly. He recalled the dejected Frost and narrowed his eyes. Death gaze, however, the death gaze, which had never failed him before, did not work this time. The phylactery was a sealed container. Although it hid Franklin's soul fire inside, it was just a box itself, so death gaze naturally couldn't take effect. At this moment, Franklin's hoarse, mocking voice rang out from the phylactery. "Human, give up. With your current strength, there is no way you can destroy my phylactery." Franklin's voice was full of confidence. During his peak, although he was only an epic grade creature, his level had reached as high as 200. Though he was shocked by how Sumyubai had managed to sign a contract with a Frost Dragon King. This Dragon King was clearly in a newly born state, and could not yet threaten the phylactery he had painstakingly crafted at his peak. "Lord Baiyi, let me try." Luodi suddenly spoke. He had not uttered a single word since arriving here. It was as if he had finally made a decision. "Just you, a mere wisp of a remnant soul. What could you possibly do?" Franklin's sneering voice echoed. But Sumyubai understood what was happening. This must be a scripted kill, right? No wonder such an indestructible phylactery existed. Sure enough, a flash of determination crossed Luodi's eyes as he said in a deep voice, "You will soon find out what I can do." As the words fell, a ghostly blue light erupted from Luodi's body. The next moment, the phylactery began to shake violently, and Franklin's terrified voice rang out. "And what have you done?" "Hey, I have merely awakened those clansmen you devoured, Franklin. Your time of death has arrived." Luodi's voice was filled with rage, yet it also carried the joy of an impending vengeance. As the light grew increasingly intense, his soul form lost its human shape, transforming into a mass of energy that enveloped the entire phylactery. "Lord Baiyi, Sunset Town thanks you for everything you have done." Following Luodi's final words, the once impenetrable phylactery opened on its own. Inside the phylactery, a ball of soul fire trembled, seemingly trying to find an opportunity to escape. However, before Frost could react, a pale gray light suddenly shone from the back of Sumyubai's left hand, and the Death Codex manifested automatically. "What is this?" "No." Franklin let out a desperate cry before his soul fire was completely absorbed by the Death Codex. Chapter 58. The Picky Frost Bonus Chapter. System Prompt. You have gained 1000 soul points. By killing the soul of the level 20 epic boss the Forgotten Franklin, you receive an additional 70% EXP bonus. EXP come 12.75 million. Congratulations to player Baiyi for reaching level 20. All for attributes come 1. Skill point come 1. Free attribute points come 15. Before Sumyubai and Frost could even react, Franklin's soul fire had been thoroughly devoured by the Death Codex. It wasn't until the golden light flashed that Sumyubai regained his senses. He flipped his hand to put away the Death Codex, a hint of confusion in his eyes. "Doesn't soul extraction only absorb creatures that I kill myself? I hadn't even made a move yet, so why was it absorbed directly? And why wasn't I able to absorb the soul power of that undead bone dragon from before?" Sumyubai rubbed his chin, still unable to figure it out. However, he quickly cast the matter to the back of his mind. His journey through the myriad worlds had only just begun, and he would surely find out eventually. The most important thing now was that he could open the Death Codex once more. Sumyubai did not rush to open the Death Codex, as the system notifications had not yet finished. You have completed the hidden quest LOD's request, gaining 10 million EXP and 1. You have completed the epic quest Shichuji's trial. Please return to East Sea City to find Shichuji and claim your reward. The LOD's request quest could only be considered a side benefit, and the rewards were simple, just EXP and gold. Regardless of whether this quest existed, Franklin was a target Sumyubai had to kill. Getting some extra gains now was a good thing. It was just that LOD's remnant soul had completely dissipated in order to open the phylactery. But for him, death might have been the true release. Most importantly, the culprit who caused Sunset Town to become like this was also dead. LOD and the people of Sunset Town had finally avenged their grievances and could now rest in peace. As the system notifications ended, Sumyubai's newly leveled EXP bar also jumped significantly, reaching 46%. The EXP required to go from level 20 to 21 had only increased by 2 million, totaling 22 million. At the same time, a portal opened beside him, with a 10-minute countdown displayed above it. This was clearly the portal back to East Sea City. 10 minutes. That should be enough. Sumyubai looked at Frost, who was perched on his shoulder. Previously, to reach level 20, he had set his EXP distribution to 100% for himself. Now that he had reached level 20, he didn't know how far ahead he was of other players. But it was time to start leveling this little guy up. A mythical grade creature would become a major combat force once it grew up. However, he was stunned when he saw the XP required for Frost to level up. Frost. Level, EXP 0 tenths. EXP can also be gained by devouring materials of various elements. Ice-type materials have the best conversion efficiency, followed by Death-type, 100 times. He vaguely remembered that when a player went from level 0 to level 1, it only required 100 EXP. But after thinking about Frost's terrifying attributes, Sumyubai suddenly felt that a 100-fold EXP requirement was actually quite low. He had originally planned to distribute EXP evenly in the future, but now it seemed that wouldn't be necessary. Sumyubai decided that he would continue to keep the EXP for himself, while Frost would rely on devouring materials to level up. In any case, he could freeload materials, and with a supply of various high-grade materials, Frost's leveling speed would certainly not be slow. This way, it wouldn't slow down his own leveling speed either. Although he was already far ahead of other players, in Sumyubai's heart, players were never his true opponents. What he needed to do was increase his level as quickly as possible and gain the strength to establish a foothold in this forbidden land of gods as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Sumyubai took out the materials dropped by Reggie from his inventory. Death Chi Bones times 10, Soul Residue times 10. Both were dark gold grade materials that Sumyubai hadn't freeloaded and upgraded yet. Frost merely glanced at the two materials before saying, "Master, these materials are too low grade. They are useless to me. Still a pick eater." Sumyubai raised an eyebrow. The standards of a mythical grade creature were indeed high. Even dark gold grade materials couldn't catch its eye. What about epic grade? Sumyubai's thoughts stirred. Cataclysm. Target. Death Chi Skeleton prompt. Please select the promotion grade. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Click to view details. Sumyubai checked the consumption for the sublimation. Each Death Chi skeleton required 10,000 soul coins, a currency he simply did not possess. Helpless, he decided to freeload them along with the soul remnants. You have obtained epic grade material Bone Dragon Skeleton times 10. You have obtained epic grade material Large Soul Remnant times 10. Not stopping there, Sumyubai took out the 10 Bone Dragon Skeletons dropped by Carcass. Cataclysm. You have obtained legendary grade material Giant Dragon Skeleton times 10. Standing to the side, Bing Shuang watched this miraculous scene. Her pupils dilated to the size of saucers. The soul fire within her eye sockets flickering wildly. Is this the same power the master used to upgrade me earlier? It is simply too amazing. Are these useful? Sumyubai pointed at the pile of materials and asked. Bing Shuang nodded repeatedly. Useful. Master. Are these all for me? Eat to your heart's content. There will be plenty more in the future. No sooner had a smile appeared on Sumyubai's face than he saw Bing Shuang revert to her original size and swallow all the materials in one gulp. The entire process took less than a second. The next moment, Bing Shuang shrank back down, perched on Sumyubai's shoulder, and opened her mouth to let out a satisfied burp. Burp, thank you, master. I need some time to digest this. Isn't your reaction a bit too fast? Sumyubai's mouth twitched. Fine. Take your time digesting. Glancing at Bing Shuang's constantly jumping EXP bar, Sumyubai finally turned his gaze toward the location of the phylactery. After Franklin's soul fire was absorbed by the Death Codex, this phylactery seemed to have lost its power and simply disintegrated. In its place lay a pile of gold coins and various items. These were the spoils dropped by Franklin. At a glance, Sumyubai spotted the pitch-black staff and an exquisite skill book peeking out from the pile of gold coins. Chapter 59, A Bountiful Harvest. You have obtained 1,200 gold coins. You have obtained level 5 attribute gem times 20. You have obtained level 5 critical hit gem times 3. You have obtained level 5 critical damage gem times 3. You have obtained epic grade material Millennium Ice Crystal times 10. You have obtained primary soul stone times 24. Combined, Franklin and Carcass had contributed a total of 2,0 gold coins to Sumyubai. However, gold coins could only be considered the least valuable among their drops, perhaps because Franklin was a magic-type boss. Most of the attribute gems he dropped were spirit-based. To Sumyubai, this was actually good news, but what he cared about most were the items that followed. After the piles of gold were collected, 3 final items remained on the ground. In addition to the pitch-black staff and the exquisite skill book Sumyubai had seen initially, there was also a pair of ice blue trousers. Finally, I can replace these emerald green trousers. Sumyubai felt a slight sense of joy. The pants he was currently wearing were still equipment dropped by low-level mobs in the Misty Forest. That is the downside of leveling up too fast. The equipment cannot keep up with the progress. He had originally planned to find a shop to buy a set after entering the city, and just make do with what he had after the freeloaded promotion. But the trial given by Shichuji had not given Sumyubai any time to prepare. However, it didn't have much of an impact. Low-level equipment didn't provide much of a boost to Sumyubai anyway. His greatest improvements still came from the Death Codex and several pieces of epic grade or higher equipment. Moreover, in the world game, equipment of epic grade or higher would have its base attributes increased every 5 levels as the player leveled up. Therefore, for Sumyubai, epic grade or higher equipment was always more cost-effective. You have obtained epic grade item Ice Blue Magic Trousers. You have obtained epic grade item Forgotten One Staff. You have obtained a grade skill book Summon Shadow Knight. It's a pity that Death Decay didn't drop. Sumyubai felt a slight sense of regret. He had been quite covetous of Franklin's ultimate move. As an AO skill, it looked far more impressive and effective than Advanced Corpse Explosion. However, he was already very satisfied with the harvest from this mission. Carcass had contributed a mount, and he had freeloaded it twice, resulting in a mythic grade mount. Franklin was not bad either, counting the Cursed Crown. This guy had contributed 3 pieces of epic grade equipment. After his death, the equipment requirements for the Cursed Crown had also changed, becoming similar to the Death Speaker's robe. Even the equipment level range had increased from 10,120 to 10,200. The Summon Shadow Knight skill was also quite good, further diversifying the types of troops Sumyubai could summon. This type of unit was much better suited as a tank than the Skeleton Warriors. For some reason, the 2 pieces of equipment dropped by Franklin did not require identification. However, this was not a bad thing, and Sumyubai did not pay too much attention to it. After glancing at the requirements and general attributes of the 2 new pieces of equipment, his thoughts stirred, and he immediately began to freeload. Cataclysm. Target Ice Blue Magic Trousers. Promote to Tier 1. You have obtained legendary grade item Frost Guard. Frost Guard Trousers, Cloth Armor. Level 10 to 100 legendary grade item durability. 1,000 equipment requirements. Necromancer type class. Spirit 300. Base attributes. Level 20 physical defense come to 140 magic defense come 440 health points come to 1,400. Mana points come 5,600. 2. Ice element resistance come 30%. 3. Enemies attacking you with melee attacks have their movement speed reduced by 30% skill. Frost Guard, active skill, condenses the power of frost to encase the user in ice, entering a state of relative invincibility for a short duration. Instant cast, lasts up to 10 seconds. With a 10-minute cooldown, Frost Guard, reliable and trustworthy. Looking at the luxurious attributes of Frost Guard, a flash of joy couldn't help but cross Sumyubai's eyes. Although this legendary grade equipment only came with one skill, it was an extremely rare invincibility skill. Even though it was only relative invincibility, it could still save his life at a critical moment. According to the information provided by the World Game, there were no truly absolute invincibility skills in the Forbidden Land of Gods. The limit of the Frost Guard invincibility skill was that it could perfectly withstand the full force attack of a level 200 legendary creature. If an attack far exceeded this limit, Frost Guard would risk being shattered. The more it exceeded the limit, the faster it would break. However, Sumyubai was only level 20, so this skill was more than enough for the short term. Replacing his emerald trousers with Frost Guard directly, Sumyubai then turned his gaze to the Staff of the Forgotten. This was a weapon used by a lich, so it was certainly more suitable for Sumyubai than the Withered Wood Staff. Cataclysm. Target, Staff of the Forgotten, promote by 1 tier. You have obtained the legendary grade item Sorrow of the Forgotten. Sorrow of the Forgotten. Level, 10,200 legendary grade item durability, 1,000 equipment requirement. High tier hidden class for Necromancers, Spirit 500. Base attributes, level 20 spell power Kung 2,400. Spell critical hit Kung 10% critical damage Kung 20% all attributes Kung 100 affixes: 1. Spirit Kung 10%. 2. Casting speed increased by 20%. 3. Summoning space Kung 50 attached skill. Sorrow of the Forgotten, active skill. Deals 1000% spell power as mixed frost death and shadow elemental damage to targets within a 100-meter radius, and forces all enemies in the area to forget their skills for the next 5 seconds. Cast time 3 seconds, cooldown 10 minutes. To forget is the most thorough form of liberation. Summoning space Kung 50. Sumyubai's gaze was immediately drawn to this affix, his excitement evident. In the World Game, addition and subtraction are calculated before percentages. In other words, this single attribute alone would increase the size of Sumyubai's skeleton army by 1,000. With this affix, the other attributes were no longer important. Even if this staff provided nothing else, Sumyubai would still equip it without hesitation. The only thing worth noting was the equipment requirement for Sorrow of the Forgotten. High-tier hidden class. This was another brand new term, and Sumyubai couldn't help but stroke his chin. It seemed that hidden classes also had tiers. He just didn't know how they were specifically classified. Was his exclusive hidden class Death Sovereign, the highest tier? When the World Game descended, although it provided a massive amount of basic data and information, there was still a lot of content that players needed to discover for themselves within the game. Sumyubai noted this information down and then equipped the staff that was better suited for him. As for the Withered Wood Staff, it could naturally retire. Finally, it's your turn. His gaze fell upon the skill book, and a sharp glint flashed in Sumyubai's eyes. Compared to equipment, the value of high-tier skills was clearly higher. Cataclysm. Target, Summon Shadow Knight. Chapter 60. Summon Headless Knight. Hint: please select the promotion tier. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Click to view details. Just as he was about to view the details, Sumyubai suddenly remembered something and immediately said, "Cancel. Almost forgot about this." He opened his status window and checked his remaining skill points. It's a pity that neither Kakis nor Franklin dropped intermediate skill books. Sumyubai curled his lip. He had originally thought he would be able to harvest some skill points from these two bosses. However, adding the 50 points rewarded for the solo first kill of an epic grade boss, he currently had a total of 60 skill points. That was enough. If he used them to upgrade Death Siphon feedback, he could raise it by 6 levels, whereas Death Gaze could only be raised by 1. Clearly, it was more cost-effective to upgrade Summon Shadow Knight. After promoting from an A-grade skill to an S-grade skill, the skill points required for leveling up would increase. Upgrading first and then promoting would allow the skill level to be retained. That was the perfect choice. Your class far exceeds the learning requirements for this skill. You have learned the new skill Summon Shadow Knight. Sumyubai couldn't be bothered to check the skill details and directly leveled the skill to its maximum in one go. Cataclysm. Target, Summon Shadow Knight. Hint: please select the promotion tier. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Click to view details. Option 1. Promote to S grade skill Summon Headless Knight. No cost. Option 2. Sublime it to SS grade skill Summon Abyss Knight. Consumes 100 million soul coins. Option 3. Cataclysm to SSS grade skill Summon Death Knight. Consumes 100,000 years of lifespan. Although he was very tempted by the SS grade Abyss Knight and the SSS grade Death Knight, Sumyubai ultimately had no choice but to make the selection. Promote by one tier. Who could understand the pain of being able to see something but not being able to obtain it? Forced to choose the free ride every single time. Your grade skill Summon Shadow Knight has been promoted to S grade skill Summon Headless Knight before he even had time to check the attributes of the new skill. An unexpected system notification sounded immediately after. Hint: the Headless Knight is a high-tier commander unit. Your summoning space branch has been unlocked. Initial commander space, commander unit. Unlocked a branch. Commander space, a short notification. Yet it contained a massive amount of information. Sumyubai was slightly stunned, then opened his status window and looked at the summoning space column. He saw that beneath the original summoning space, another summoning space had appeared. Though the suffixes for the two differed, summoning space 341,340th normal summoning space 020th commander isn't the initial value 1. Looking at the newly added commander summoning space, Sumyubai's eyes were filled with confusion. The normal summoning space had increased by 1,000 due to the forgotten affix, but the commander space was because of death conscription. Sumyubai immediately recalled the SS rank skill attached to this class. He checked his equipment and skills that could increase summoning space. Sure enough, with the branching of the summoning space, the descriptions of these items and skills had changed slightly. The summoning space expansion and of the forgotten affixes now both included the word normal. Only the death conscription skill remained unchanged. Death conscription, SS passive skill, no level. Skill effects. 1. Casting time for summoning skills reduced by 75%. 2. Cooldown time for summoning skills reduced by 75%. 3. Summon creature attributes increased by 100%. 4. Summoning space cap increased by 10 times. It was precisely the fourth effect of death conscription, combined with Sumyubai's class catastrophe trait, that granted him 20 commander summoning spaces, as expected of an SS rank skill. Having found the reason, Sumyubai then examined his newly learned skill. Commander type units. The name alone sounded far more formidable than normal units. Summon Headless Knight S level 905th, active skill. Summons a Headless Knight to fight for you. Casting time to 5 seconds, cooldown 10 minutes. Mana cost, 5,000 points. Headless Knight stats are boosted by the player's spirit attribute. I want to see exactly what makes a commander type unit different. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow and waved his staff. Summon Headless Knight. A pale gray portal opened beside Sumyubai. Frost, who was busy digesting materials on his shoulder, glanced up before closing its eyes again. Clack, clack, clack. Two Headless Knights appeared side by side. They were clad in heavy black armor, the plating covered in the marks of erosion and battle scars. In one hand, they gripped the reins tightly. In the other, they held a conical knight's lance. Their skeletal war horses were tall and imposing, also clad in heavy armor. The horses' hooves burned with green flames, and ghostly fire flickered in their eyes, exuding a chilling aura of death. Despite being called Headless Knights, they wore metal helmets on their necks. It was only when the two knights nonchalantly removed their helmets to bow respectfully to Sumyubai that he realized there was nothing beneath them but two wisps of flickering soul fire, not even a skull. This presence is indeed much stronger than a normal skeleton. Looking at the majestic and imposing Headless Knights, Sumyubai nodded in satisfaction. However, he didn't rush to check their stats. Instead, he focused his mind. Catastrophe target. Headless Knight. Prompt. Do you wish to overwrite the previous effect and re-promote the skill Summon Shadow Knight? Cancel. Receiving the same answer as when he tried to nest the skeletons, Sumyubai frowned and turned to look at Frost, He was still eyes closed and digesting. They were all summoned creatures. So why could Frost be freeloaded into a second promotion, while the skeletons and headless knights could not? Could it be because the latter two were summoned via skills, or perhaps those summoned by skills were not truly living beings? Thinking of this, Sumyubai had a vague suspicion. This could be seen from the status windows of the three. Frost had a life level, while the skeletons and headless knights did not. No matter how strong their attributes were, they were merely summoned objects, just like the Shadow Knights and Skeleton Legions summoned by Franklin previously. The panel always displayed them as summoned creatures, and killing them yielded no EXP, although he failed to freeload this time. Sumyubai's understanding of the world game had taken a step forward. Why can it be upgraded again? Sumyubai suddenly noticed that after the Summon Headless Knight skill was promoted, it could actually be leveled up further. Glancing at the Headless Knight's attribute panel, Sumyubai spent 5 skill points to raise the skill to level 10. However, the skill level could still be increased. Comparing the changes after the upgrade, Sumyubai's expression turned to one of realization, and he poured all his remaining skill points into this skill. Summon Headless Knight LV17. Chapter 61. Commander Type Units Bonus Chapter. Headless Knight No or Attributes Strength, Constitution, Agility, Spirit. HP 1,655,600. Death Charge LV9. Headless Immunity LV9. Death Charge, IS Level 9. Charges at the target at 900% speed, dealing 900% damage to all enemies along the path during the charge. Strength effect is increased by 900%, unstoppable, and immune to crowd control effects. Charge distance, 10,200 meters, cooldown, 60 seconds. Headless Immunity. S immunizes against all negative effects targeting the head, such as blindness, stun, etc. Legion. Summons Shadow Knights to join the Legion. The maximum number of summons is equal to 42. 5% of the player's commander summoning space decimals discarded, with a minimum of 2 summons. Command Defense, or LV, 17, within a 340-meter radius. All friendly units receive a 17% increase in both physical and magical defense. This effect does not stack. No head, so naturally, they cannot be stunned. So, this is what a commander type unit is. Sumyubai looked at the Headless Knight's attribute panel in shock. As a summoned unit, the Headless Knight received a higher bonus from his spirit attribute than the skeletons did. After reaching level 20, Sumyubai's high-tier equipment had all been upgraded, and his spirit had now reached a staggering 1,533 points. Skeletons received a 0.6 bonus, while the Headless Knight received a 1.0 bonus. Every time the skill leveled up, it increased the summoned unit's attributes by 10%. However, once the skill exceeded level 9, adding points would no longer increase the Headless Knights for dimensional attributes or the skill level itself. Instead, it would increase the number of Legion members and the level of the command aura. For every level gained, the former increased the summon count by 5%, and the latter increased the dual defense boost by 1%. Good heavens! It even comes with its own Shadow Knight squad. Sumyubai hadn't expected this skill to have a nesting effect. He had originally assumed that the first summonable unit capable of such a thing would be the Necromancer. Getting 160 Shadow Knights for free, not bad. Nodding in satisfaction, Sumyubai glanced at the portal's countdown and waved his hand to begin summoning in succession. Soon, 20 Headless Knights stood in formation before Sumyubai. Behind them, a perfectly aligned group of 160 Shadow Knights stood at attention. Although these Shadow Knights only possessed half the attributes of the Headless Knights and lacked elemental resistance and the 2 major S-rank skills, they were equipped with a B-rank skill instead. Shadow Charge, P level 9, charges toward the target at 300% speed, dealing 300% damage to all enemies along the path during the charge. Strength effects are increased by 300%. Charge distance, 100 meters. Cooldown, 60 seconds. I wonder what level Summon Headless Knight can reach. Sumyubai looked at his own Knight Legion, waved his hand, and stored them all into the commander space. Shadow Knights existed as followers of the Headless Knights and did not occupy space in the commander space. While summoning the Headless Knights, Sumyubai also took the opportunity to refill his summoning space. With the cursed crown acting as a power bank, he barely had to worry about his mana levels. 1,340 skeletons in total, 540 skeleton warriors, and 400 archers and mages each. Sumyubai planned to keep 40 of the skeleton warriors in the summoning space indefinitely until he could resolve the flaw in life sharing. It's starting to look more and more like a Scourge Legion. Looking at the dense army before him, a flash of excitement crossed Sumyubai's eyes. However, he quickly controlled his emotions and, with a thought, recalled the army back into the summoning space. The entire Forgotten Land was suddenly left with only Sumyubai and Frost, and the surroundings fell into a deathly silence. Sumyubai turned to look at Frost and smiled slightly. "Little guy, you're digesting pretty fast, aren't you?" "I am a Dragon King." Frost proudly raised his head. In these few minutes, his level had already risen to 6. "Master, can I have that Millennium Ice Crystal from earlier too?" As he spoke, a look of longing flashed in Frost's eyes. Ice-type materials were his absolute favorite. "No problem, but wait a moment." Sumyubai nodded slightly and used Cataclysm to scan the epic grade Millennium Ice Crystal into a legendary grade 10,000-year Ice Crystal. A dense chill immediately radiated outward. Frost's eyes lit up like a shark smelling blood. "I want it." Hearing this, Sumyubai couldn't help but shiver, and he quickly tossed the 10,000-year Ice Crystal to Frost. The latter impatiently swallowed it in one gulp and then closed his eyes again. Sumyubai moved his mind, recalled Frost to the Mount Space, and turned to walk into the portal. "You have returned to East Sea City." A white light flashed, and Sumyubai stepped onto the land of East Sea City once again. It was the same teleportation plaza, and even the coordinates were exactly the same as when he left. On the empty plaza, he was still the only one there. Fujiixianxia was still located in Novice Village now. If even that guy hadn't managed to reach level 10, there was no need to mention other players. With no players around, whose money was he supposed to earn? He wondered if he could trade directly with the locals of the God-forbidden land now. This guy wouldn't be getting penalized with interest just because he can't leave the Novice Village, would he? Thinking of the contract Fujiixianxia had signed with him so solemnly, Sumyubai couldn't help but chuckle. However, after his trip to the Forgotten Land, Sumyubai's next plans wouldn't need to wait for those 500 gold coins to arrive. Looking at the 160 gold coins lying in his inventory, Sumyubai waved his hand to summon Frost. The latter immediately regained his full size, and an ice throne condensed on his back once again. By now, his level had risen to 7. Roar, accompanied by a roar, Frost carried Sumyubai and soared into the sky. Chapter 62. Even the God-forbidden land requires social savvy quiet. Sumyubai gently stomped his foot and opened the East Sea City map, preparing to find the nearest jewelry processing shop. He still had a pile of gems in his inventory waiting to be socketed. In the world-bound game, gold grade and dark gold grade equipment could be socketed with 1 gem, epic grade with 2, legendary grade with 3, and mythic grade with 4. The 2 bosses, Undead Bone Dragon Cacus and the Forgotten Franklin, had provided Sumyubai with a total of 40 level 5 gems. Spirit attribute gems alone accounted for nearly half of them, totaling 18. However, Sumyubai was in no rush to scan these gems into higher grades. He planned to go to the jewelry shop to assess the situation first. Yet, things did not go as planned. As soon as Frost took flight, he encountered an obstacle. In the distance, a squad of griffins flew over at high speed, each carrying a rider. Seeing their standardized equipment, Sumyubai immediately understood. He had run into the East Sea City Guard, but he hadn't done anything wrong. Could it be that Shichuji sensed the teleportation fluctuations and sent them specifically to pick me up? Sumyubai muttered to himself, signaling Frost to stop. However, the very next moment, Sumyubai was dumbfounded. The leading captain made a gesture for him to stop and barked sharply. "Don't you know that private flight is prohibited in East Sea City?" "There's a rule like that." Sumyubai frowned, but he obediently controlled Frost to descend to the ground. There was no helping it. Who told this guy's level to be 3 question marks? It wasn't just the leading captain. Sumyubai couldn't see the levels of the 5 subordinates behind him either. In the world of 10,000 realms, whether one could inspect a target's status window depended entirely on strength. If the strengths were similar, even with a 20-level gap, one could still inspect the other's panel. Conversely, the greater the gap in strength between the two sides, the less information could be retrieved. Sumyubai could only see the names of these guards, which showed that Ecchi City, as one of the 10 major first-tier cities, was indeed quite powerful. The squad leader followed Sumyubai down, jumped off his griffin, and walked quickly to Sumyubai. He didn't notice that after his griffin landed, it immediately lowered its head. The griffins that hadn't landed in midair also became restless. The confused city guards tightened the reins in their hands to soothe the griffins' emotions. Although these griffins were high level and their overall strength was not weak, they were still suppressed when facing Frost. This was the terror of a Dragon King level dragon's might. However, the gap in strength between the two sides was indeed large. So, these griffins soon adapted. Although there was still fear in their hearts, their bodies no longer trembled. A frost dragon, glancing at Frost beside Sumyubai with surprise. A flash of shock crossed the squad leader's eyes, but remembering his duty, he still handed Sumyubai a ticket. By you, right? Considering you are an adventurer and aren't familiar with the rules of Ecchi City, I'll only fine you 100 gold coins this time. If you offend again, it won't be as simple as a fine. Perhaps due to Frost's presence, the squad leader added a special reminder after speaking. If you want to fly within Ecchi City, you must first obtain a flight certificate. A flight certificate was clearly not something just anyone could get. But since this adventurer possessed a frost dragon, he naturally had the qualifications. However, even if a frost dragon came to Ecchi City, it still had to follow the rules here. 100 gold coins. Why don't you just go rob someone? Sumyubai rolled his eyes, took the ticket, and asked, "May I ask, where is City Lord Shichuji right now?" How could a newly arrived adventurer know the City Lord's name? A flash of shock crossed the squad leader's eyes. Only then did he notice that this adventurer in front of him was already level 20. If he remembered correctly, the adventurers only arrived yesterday. The leveling speed of this adventurer was simply mind-boggling. And he even possessed a frost dragon. It was no wonder someone like this could have a connection with the City Lord. The squad leader thought through many things in an instant, then quietly withdrew the ticket, a smile appearing on his face. "Little brother, you should have said earlier that you know the City Lord. Isn't this just a case of the family not recognizing their own kin? May I ask what business you have with the City Lord?" The City Lord gave me a trial, and now that I've completed it, I naturally have to turn in the quest. Sumyubai smiled slightly. It seemed that even in the land of divine prohibition, one could not escape the ways of the world. The squad leader's expression shifted, and he took a deep look at Sumyubai. "I'll take you to the City Lord's mansion right now." As he spoke, the squad leader reached out to summon his griffin and swung himself onto it. "Little brother, follow me. Can I fly now? Look at you. This is a special case for special circumstances. We can't keep the City Lord waiting." After the squad leader finished speaking, he prepared to take off, only to find that the griffin beneath him was acting strangely. "You beast, is that all the courage you have? You're scared like this by a young, underage dragon?" He smiled at Sumyubai with some embarrassment. "Little brother, please excuse me." Seeing this, Sumyubai quickly signaled Frost to retract its dragon's might, and only then did the griffin soar into the sky. Frost followed closely behind, and the two soon arrived at the Ecchi City Lord's mansion. Plans couldn't keep up with changes. The jewelry processing shop he originally wanted to visit would have to be postponed. However, this place was urgently one of Sumyubai's destinations anyway. "Little brother, this is the City Lord's mansion. Let's get tea." Before the squad leader could finish his sentence, a powerful energy instantly enveloped them both. Space distorted in midair, and Shichuji stepped out holding a staff, standing directly in the air. "Why is it you?" The moment he saw Sumyubai, a flash of astonishment clearly crossed Shichuji's face. He had come out to investigate personally because he sensed a mythical level creature approaching, but the aura was very weak. He hadn't expected to see Sumyubai again, but soon, his gaze fell upon Frost, a Dragon King level frost dragon. Dragon King. The squad leader's pupils dilated instantly, and for a moment, he even forgot that he hadn't greeted the City Lord yet. Only then did Shichuji notice the squad leader he had ignored, waving his hand and saying, "All right, you go about your business." The latter immediately rode his griffin away upon hearing this. He knew very well that what followed was not something a squad leader like him should know. "Little fellow, your strength far exceeds my expectations." Shichuji looked Sumyubai over carefully. In his view, the other party should still be in the Forgotten Land at this moment. Such speed was not something that should be achievable before a class advancement. "City Lord." Sumyubai had just started to speak when Shichuji waved his hand to interrupt him. "Follow me. This is not the place to talk." As he spoke, he flicked his staff, opened a portal, and stepped inside. "Remember to have that little fellow shrink down. My reception hall cannot withstand his tossing and turning." Chapter 63 Profession, Advancement, and the Requirements of the Divine Dragon Palace. Bing Xuan bared his teeth upon hearing this, but he did not make a sound. He could sense that this old man was terrifyingly strong. "Master, you go in first." Bing Xuan's voice rang out. He stretched his head outside the portal, and Sumyubai nodded slightly before stepping inside, immediately following. An icy blue light flickered over Bing Xuan's body. His size shrank rapidly, and he followed closely behind Sumyubai into the hall. The portal closed instantly, and the sky above the city lord's mansion returned to calm. Inside the city lord's mansion reception hall, Shichuji sat in the main seat, his gaze fixed on Bing Xuan, who was perched on Sumyubai's shoulder. He did not speak, simply staring for a full 10 minutes. Even Bing Xuan's level had risen to level 8 during this time of digestion. "Old man, have you seen enough in the end?" Bing Xuan couldn't help but snap at Shichuji. Sumyubai patted Bing Xuan's head upon hearing this and asked with a puzzled expression, "City Lord, is there a problem with Bing Xuan?" "No problem." Shichuji shook his head, withdrew his gaze, and picked up the teacup on the table to take a sip before speaking and hurriedly. "That you could emerge from the land of oblivion so quickly truly amazes me. It seems your profession is not as simple as just being a sovereign profession." Hearing this, Sumyubai's heart tightened. He had always been aware that as long as he came into contact with the powerhouses of the God-forbidden land, his secrets would inevitably be seen through. But if he didn't make contact, he wouldn't be able to grow rapidly. The land of oblivion had provided him with exceptionally significant improvements. If not for this quest, he would never have reached level 20 by now, let alone obtain those high-tier equipment, skills, and Bing Xuan, a mythical grade mount. Therefore, this was an insolvable problem. Even if he didn't enter the city, he might still encounter powerhouses in the wild, such as Huijian. Despite the myriad of thoughts racing through his mind, Sumyubai did not show it on his face. Instead, he feigned confusion and asked, "Are there differences among sovereign professions?" Shichuji gave Sumyubai a meaningful look, then shook his head. "I am not clear on that point either. Do not be nervous, I bear you no ill will. Since you have completed the trial, I will naturally answer some of your questions." As his voice fell, a system notification sounded in Sumyubai's ears. "You have completed the epic grade quest Shichuji's trial. That's it. What about the quest rewards?" The system notification stopped abruptly there, and Sumyubai glanced at Shichuji. "So, you said you would give me information regarding the Death Sovereign, and it really is just information. Forget about top-tier equipment or skills, at least give me some EXP and money." Sumyubai complained internally, but his face remained in an expression of earnest listening. There was no help for it. He really did want to know this information. "Let us start with professions." Shichuji set down his teacup and began to explain slowly to Sumyubai. After listening to him, Sumyubai's understanding of the Myriad Worlds game and the God-forbidden land deepened significantly. In the Myriad Worlds game, professions are also divided by grade. However, unlike equipment which has multiple grades, there are only 4 grades of professions in total. 1. Common profession. 2. Hidden profession. High-tier hidden profession. 3. Unique hidden profession. 4. Exclusive hidden profession. Sumyubai's profession, Death Sovereign, was the highest tier exclusive hidden profession. Normally, this was not something that could be changed into at the current stage. Even for hidden professions, players could only access them after advancing at level 30. Even Shichuji could not understand how Sumyubai was able to change into the Death Sovereign profession at the very beginning. Of course, he was unaware that this profession was something Sumyubai had obtained by exploiting a bug. "City Lord, What do you mean by advancement? Sumyubai keenly grasped the information in Shichuji's words and directly voiced his confusion. Advancement is breaking through limits to make oneself more compatible with the profession. In reality, even for common professions, low-tier descenders cannot unleash their full capabilities. Level 29 is a bottleneck. Only by breaking through can one continue to raise their level and unleash the profession's abilities to a greater extent. And this is what we call advancement. Speaking of this, Shichuji paused, looked at Sumyubai, and continued. The power of a sovereign profession is far beyond your imagination. Only after advancement will its true power slowly reveal itself. What you control now is merely the tip of the iceberg. Sumyubai's gaze sharpened upon hearing this. Triple attribute bonuses, triple free stat point growth, and this was just the tip of the iceberg. To what heaven-defying degree would the Death Sovereign reach after advancement? Little fellow, don't be happy too soon. Shichuji looked at Sumyubai and took a sip of his tea. For a common profession to advance to the second tier, there is almost no difficulty, but you are different. The more powerful the profession, the more difficult it is to break through. Please, City Lord, give me some guidance. Sumyubai knew that the information to follow was the key point. Guidance is too strong a word. Shichuji waved his hand. I do indeed know some information regarding the Death Sovereign. At this point, he glanced at Bing Shuang, who was lying on Sumyubai's shoulder, and smiled. Before breaking the limits of the God-forbidden land, I believe advancement will not be a problem for you. What I want to talk about is the method of advancement for the Death Sovereign. Sumyubai became even more attentive, staring unblinkingly at Shichuji, waiting for the rest. For the Death Sovereign profession to advance, one must experience enough death. Experience enough death. Sumyubai was stunned. Was this asking him to die a lot? Shichuji saw through his confusion at a glance and shook his head. It is not asking you to die, but to kill a large number of people. And they must be people. Those monsters created by the Myriad Worlds game that can be respawned after death are of no help to your advancement. As soon as these words were spoken, Sumyubai suddenly felt the temperature in the reception hall plummet. Shichuji looked at Sumyubai earnestly, saying word by word, I hope you can agree to a request from this old man. Please speak. City Lord, this is a request made to you by the elders of the Divine Dragon Hall. Shichuji shook his head and explained. The purpose of the Divine Dragon Hall's existence is to protect the entire Divine Dragon Empire. As he spoke, he raised his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the ceiling. In the near future, a great war is destined to break out in the Forbidden Land of Gods. Only by unifying first will the human race have the qualifications to truly step into the Myriad Worlds. At this point, Shichuji withdrew his gaze and looked at Sumyubai. The Divine Dragon Hall hopes that you will go to other countries to advance. Given that Shichuji could make such a request, one could imagine just how many people the Death Sovereign class needed to kill to advance. Although Sumyubai understood the reasoning, he was already level 20 and would soon be able to undergo his first advancement. If he agreed to this request, how would he be able to advance? Besides, the national borders were not yet open. Shichuji noticed Sumyubai's dilemma and gently waved his palm. A dense concentration of elemental energy coalesced into a human figure before him. This person possesses a treasure capable of crossing national borders. All you need to do is find him. Though even the Divine Dragon Hall is unaware of this fellow's whereabouts. As he spoke, Shichuji flipped his wrist, and a letter and a piece of parchment appeared in his palm. After finding him, hand this letter to him, and he will naturally agree to give you that treasure. Of course, that guy will likely ask you to help him find some things. In exchange, you will receive this piece of parchment. It contains clues to a piece of the Death Sovereign class set. Placing the envelope and the parchment on the table, Shichuji looked at Sumyubai and said sternly, Bai, are you willing to sign a contract with the Divine Dragon Hall? You may consider it. Currently, the Myriad Worlds game still imposes restrictions on us. But if you sign this contract, once you breach it, the Divine Dragon Hall will be able to take action against you without any restrictions. Should he advance quickly within the Divine Dragon Empire but offend the Divine Dragon Hall? Or should he agree to Shichuji's request, befriend the Divine Dragon Hall, and trade for the clues to the class set? In reality, agreeing was the best choice. The only thing troubling Sumyubai now was how to find this person. as the Divine Dragon Hall couldn't even provide a single clue. If he couldn't find him, wouldn't he be unable to advance indefinitely? Sumyubai frowned as he looked at the figure, his expression suddenly turning strange. Now, the only problem was gone. As a citizen of the Divine Dragon Empire, does this even need consideration? I'll sign Chapter 64, EC Token. New Home Bonus Chapter. You're not going to reconsider. Shichuji looked at Sumyubai in surprise. He knew very well that this request was not simple for an adventurer. That guy's whereabouts were erratic, and he often lost contact. Even he wasn't confident in finding him within a short period. No need to consider it. As it happens, I also wanted to take a trip to the Sakura Kingdom. Sumyubai smiled slightly, his eyes firm. Isn't this figure just Wei Jian? He was still waiting for him to collect 10,000 ancient gold coins. And there was even a way to contact him. Did he really need to find him? It was the perfect opportunity to go and open that treasure chest. Ha ha ha, good. Shichuji hadn't expected Sumyubai to agree so readily, and he laughed heartily. This old man didn't misjudge you. As his voice fell, a Myriad Worlds game contract appeared before Sumyubai. He glanced at the contents and decisively signed his name. Notification. You have signed a contract with the Divine Dragon Hall. In the future, you may only advance in other countries. If you breach the contract, you will be hunted by the Divine Dragon Hall. If the Divine Dragon Empire unifies the Forbidden Land of Gods, this contract will be voided. Don't worry. We will also help you look for Wei Jian. We will notify you the moment we have any information. After signing the contract, Shichuji was in high spirits and patted Sumyubai on the shoulder with a smile. Notification. Shichuji has added you as a friend. Once you reach the 3rd rank, I will recommend you join the Divine Dragon Hall. Thank you, City Lord. Sumyubai put away the envelope and the parchment, expressing his gratitude to Shichuji. Since you have made concessions for the Divine Dragon Empire, we old fellows naturally cannot let you feel disheartened. Shichuji picked up his teacup and drained it in one gulp, then casually tossed a token to Sumyubai, laughing. Take this. With it, you will be able to move through East Sea City without any obstruction. East Sea Token 007, a special item. A token personally crafted by City Lord Shichuji. Extremely rare. Possessing it makes you the owner of Courtyard No. 7 in East Sea City. Exclusive to Baiyi. Taking the unassuming East Sea Token, Sumyubai expressed his thanks once more. He wondered what this thing would become if upgraded. However, Sumyubai did not intend to upgrade it. This was a symbol of status, usually issued by those in power, and the owner would certainly be recorded in official files. Upgrading the East Sea Token would bring him no benefits at this time. Being able to get a courtyard for free was something that surprised Sumyubai a little. The Myriad Worlds game had no concept of logging off. Players had to find a place to rest at night on their own. The cheapest way was to buy a tent and survive in the wild, but that was accompanied by great danger. To be safe, one had to stay in a city while resting. One could buy a house or rent a room, but all of this required money. Therefore, it was impossible for ordinary players to slack off in the Myriad Worlds game, unless one became a full-time life skill player. One had to leave the city to grind monsters every day. With Courtyard No. 7, Sumyubai finally had a foothold in East Sea City. A courtyard gifted by the City Lord would clearly not be cheap. However, what Sumyubai cared about more was just how far this unobstructed access granted by Shichuji really went. Putting away the token, Sumyubai asked tentatively, with this, I can fly in East Sea City, right? Forget about flying. Even if you killed someone in the city, it wouldn't be a problem. Really? Sumyubai's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Shichuji choked on his breath. Cough, cough. But you can't kill too many. Don't worry. I'm only going to kill a few enemies. Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly. If he could kill people within the city, then Jiaozu and Liu Ryan would have nowhere left to hide. That's good then. Shichuji breathed a sigh of relief. He slowly stood up, raised the staff in his hand, and two portals opened simultaneously. I need to head to the Divine Dragon Hall headquarters. You should go and take a look at your new home as well. As his voice faded, Shichuji stepped into one of the portals, and his figure vanished. Sumyubai watched with envy for a moment before stepping into the other portal. I wonder if I can learn this skill that lets you go wherever you want. Stepping through the portal, Sumyubai's figure appeared outside a courtyard. The courtyard occupied a vast area, surrounded by tall, sturdy walls. At the entrance stood a majestic metal gate, adorned with mysterious patterns. On both sides of the gate stood 2 guards holding long spears. Sumyubai's sudden appearance naturally caught the guards' attention. Clang, 2 long spears crossed, blocking Sumyubai's path. This is a private residence. Entry is prohibited. The city lord is quite generous. Sumyubai looked at his new home with satisfaction and tossed the ecchi token to the guards. This courtyard was much larger than the villa he had back on Blue Star. So it is Lord Bai. After the guard took the token, a look of obvious shock flashed in his eyes. He immediately returned the token to Sumyubai with great respect. At this moment, the other guard also took out a deed and handed it over. Lord Bai, this will be your private territory from now on. If you have any trouble, please notify us at any time. You have obtained deed now. Watching the 2 guards walk away, Sumyubai finally pushed the gate open and entered the courtyard. With the deed, he could enter and exit at will, while others would require his permission. Would you like to rename the courtyard? Just as he stepped into the courtyard, the system prompt rang in Sumyubai's ears. He thought for a moment and said, Bai Court. Respected master of Bai Court, welcome home. Would you like to set Bai Court as your teleportation point and resurrection point in ecchi City? Replace. After finishing all this, Sumyubai went to the pavilion in the courtyard. A faint light flickered on the back of his hand, and the death grimoire materialized. Franklin had given him a full 1,000 soul points. Time to flip the book again. Chapter 65. A new SSS rank skill. This time, when he opened the death grimoire, Sumyubai clearly felt resistance. As the 1,000 soul points were rapidly consumed, this resistance became weaker and weaker, until the soul points hit 0. Sumyubai suddenly felt his hand lighten. The death grimoire had been opened for the 2nd time. It was still filled with ancient and mysterious inscriptions that Sumyubai couldn't read a single word of. That heart-palpitating power of death descended once again, and the inscriptions transformed into a stream of information that poured into Sumyubai's mind. After a long while, the death grimoire closed again, transforming into a mark on the back of Sumyubai's hand. Sumyubai suddenly felt a sense of enlightenment, and the extra information in his mind brought a look of joy to his face. At the same time, the system prompt rang in his ears. You have learned the new skill Death Domain Shift. Death Domain Shift. SSS level 1050th. Active skill. Traverse the death domain. Body follows the will. Skill effects. 1. Use the death domain as a springboard to instantly shift to the target location and clear all negative effects from yourself. 2. After shifting, you are protected by the power of death, becoming immune to all damage and negative effects for 3 seconds. 3. Open a death curtain at 2 coordinate locations. You and your designated allies can travel back and forth at will. Non-designated units cannot touch the death curtain, and attacks will pass directly through it. 4. The size and position of the death curtain change according to your will. While the death curtain exists, allies passing through it will not die, even if their health reaches 0. They can continue to fight. Instant cast. Shift cooldown 15 seconds. Consumes 1% of maximum mana. Casting range 0 to 100 meters. Death curtain cooldown 120 seconds. Consumes 1% of maximum mana per second. Can last up to 30 seconds. Casting range 500 meters. Where your mind points, the Legion arrives in an instant. Another SSS rank skill. And it was the mobility skill Sumyubai currently lacked the most. When he first changed classes, he had only awakened a rank skill and an S rank skill. After the Book of Death was upgraded to the Death Grimoire for free, he had actually learned 2 SSS rank skills in a row. Even Sumyubai was surprised by this level of improvement. Thinking of Shichuji's previous words, Sumyubai guessed that it might be related to the advancement. A rank and S rank skills clearly didn't fit the prestige of the Death Sovereign class. With a Death Domain shift every 15 seconds, his agility would be greatly enhanced. Moreover, there would be a 3-second invincibility effect after the shift. This was invincibility granted by an SSS rank skill. It was definitely much stronger than Frost Guard. As for the Death Curtain, It could greatly enhance the mobility of his undead legion. However, this skill still needed to be studied to better master its usage. SSS rank skills had already reached the limit of the God-forbidden land, so there was no way to upgrade them for free for the time being. After carefully studying the skill, Sumyubai slowly stood up. The next moment, his figure instantly vanished from where he stood and appeared in front of the gate more than 100 meters away. At the same time, a pale gray light curtain the size of a palm unfolded on Sumyubai's shoulder and instantly pressed downward. Frost, who was still digesting materials, felt her body sink and suddenly began to fall in freefall. She opened her eyes abruptly, only to realize that she had already appeared high in the air. After passing through the death veil, his body was shrouded in a pale gray aura of death. This must be the energy that allowed him to remain alive even when his health reached zero. Confused, Frost hurriedly flapped his wings, his body size reflexively returning to its true form. A frost dragon king nearly 5 meters long suddenly appeared above the white night courtyard. Master, Frost looked at Sumyubai from a distance of 500 meters, looking somewhat puzzled. He understood that the reason he was in this state must be due to his master's doing. Don't be nervous. Accompany me to test a skill. Sumyubai's voice appeared directly in his mind. Before he could react, Frost suddenly felt the surrounding environment change once again. He saw the pale gray veil above him, which had originally been the size of a palm, suddenly expand and instantly sweep across his body. At the same time, a death veil manifested in front of the pavilion, and Frost's figure was instantly transported there. Is this the master's ability, controlling space? Frost looked up at the high altitude where he had been just a moment ago, his heart filled with immense shock. Immediately after, the soul fire within his pupils flickered violently. He saw the death veil suddenly expand more than tenfold, sweeping across the small courtyard in front of the pavilion with near teleportation speed. The undead army descended instantly. 20 headless knights holding conical lances stood in formation, followed by 160 shadow knights, 500 skeleton warriors, 400 skeleton archers, and 400 skeleton mages stood in neat, orderly rows. This skill is even stronger than I imagined. A flash of brilliance crossed Sumyubai's eyes. He had just been experimenting, trying to connect a death veil to his own summoning space. He hadn't expected it to actually work. As the number of undead in his army grew, the time required to release them all from the summoning space had become increasingly long. Now, with the death veil, as long as Sumyubai willed it, he could instantly deploy the undead army to any location within 500 meters. As the skill level increased, this distance would only grow further. And there is still the advancement. Sumyubai recalled the words of Shichuji. Only after advancement would the true power of the Death Sovereign profession be revealed. However, advancement would still take some time. For now, the most important thing was to become familiar with the Death Domain Shift skill. Following that, Frost witnessed a series of demonstrations. The Death Veil changed direction and size at the whim of Sumyubai's thoughts. The undead army would sometimes actively pass through it, and at other times be passively transported. They constantly disappeared and reappeared within the White Night courtyard. Sumyubai also gradually mastered the usage of the Death Veil. With a thought, his figure vanished from in front of the gate. Death Domain Shift. Frost looked at his master, who had suddenly appeared sitting inside the pavilion, and hurriedly shrank his body size. 29, 30. As Sumyubai finished his silent count, he waved his hand gently, and the pale gray light veil swept across the courtyard once more, instantly recalling the entire undead army back into the summoning space. In truth, the gesture of waving his hand was entirely unnecessary. As the death veil moved according to Sumyubai's will, he just felt like making a gesture. Master, you are too amazing. Frost flew to the table, wagging his tail incessantly while flattering Sumyubai, looking exactly like a lapdog. That's enough for now. Don't embarrass me like this when we're outside. Sumyubai patted his forehead. How could a dignified Frost Dragon King be such a dog? Don't worry, I understand. Frost nodded, putting on an expression that suggested he understood everything. Only then did Sumyubai notice that this guy's experience bar had stopped flickering. Finished digesting the materials? Yes, master. With my current strength, I will definitely be able to help you. Frost grinned, full of confidence. Oh, Let me see how much your strength has improved. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow and opened Frost's attribute panel. The next moment, he was stunned. Is the attribute growth of a mythical grade creature really this exaggerated? Chapter 66. No comparison, no harm. Frost base attributes without or mythical grade Mount Frost Dragon King high level undead creature. Level EXP 1.2% 1.2 million 100 million loyalty. 100 influenced by the Death Sovereign profession, loyalty will never decrease. Movement speed bonus. Land, sea, and air Kung 800% health. 2.6 for billion, 2.6 for billion mana, 2.2 billion he2. 2 billion attack power, 1.3 to million spell power, 1.1 million physical defense, 1.1 million. Magic defense, 880,000 elemental resistance, ice 80%, death 70%, shadow 60%, others 40%. Skills. Frost Dragon Breath, Dragon Might, size reduction, basic ice spells, Frost Freeze. Passive effect. Doubles the chance and effect of all ice-type spells, 10 times. The base attributes had increased by a full 10 times. Such growth far exceeded Sumyubai's imagination. He had originally thought that if Frost's base attributes increased by 10% to 20% per level, that would be quite good. After all, his initial attributes were already monstrous enough. But he never expected that for every level this guy gained, he would directly add an entire base attribute value, coupled with the 60% bonus from his own high-level undead aura. Frost's maximum health had directly increased to 4.22 per billion. Compared to a mythical grade creature like Frost, his own 15 free attribute points per level and triple profession bonus were simply not worth mentioning. He wondered how much of an improvement the second tier would bring. Why hasn't your size increased? Closing the panel, Sumyubai patted Frost's head. So what if he was a mythical grade creature? He was still just his mount. Master, I am currently in the newborn stage. My size will only change once I reach level 30 and enter the juvenile stage. Is that so? Sumyubai nodded slightly. Level 30. The same level as a player's advancement. Could it be that these powerful creatures also experience improvements at the same levels as players? Sumyubai frowned. What about after the juvenile stage? Levels 60 to 180 are the growth stage. After level 180, they reach adulthood. Hearing this, Sumyubai breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that these powerful races did not have as many advancement milestones as the human race. According to Shichuji, humans could advance once every 30 levels until they broke through level 240 and stepped into the 9th tier. This was the growth potential of the human race. Although their foundation was poor, they could step by step catch up to the most powerful races in the myriad worlds. However, those capable of breaking through to the 9th tier were clearly only a tiny minority. To truly contend with those powerful races, the road for humanity was still very long. This was also the significance of the existence of the God-forbidden land. God forbidden, it forbade those who could be called gods. By the way, what basic ice-type spells do you know? After Sumyubai asked this question, he quickly felt the gap once again. To many, things like Ice Arrow, Ice Spike, Ice Armor, Ice Shield, Blizzard, and so on, I know them all. Bing Shuang proudly held her head high. After listing a string of skills, she concluded, there should be nearly 100 spells in total. Without comparison, there is no pain. Sumyubai was momentarily speechless. Why do players only have 20 skill slots? Compared to these powerful races, the human race was simply weak beyond measure. Only by advancing step by step could humanity continuously narrow the gap with the powerful races. Thinking of this, Sumyubai couldn't help but look forward to his upcoming advancement even more. However, he did not contact Huijian immediately. After all, he did not yet have 10,000 ancient gold coins. When asking others for favors, one naturally had to prepare the necessary items first. Moreover, judging by Shichuji's implication, Sumyubai estimated that Huijian would ultimately still make him find ancient gold coins to trade for that treasure. Therefore, before seeking out Huijian, he had to earn a large sum of money first. Once I have the money, my summon skeleton and corpse explosion can also be upgraded. But before that, let's reload this thing first. Sumyubai looked at his lifespan and took out the 58 primary soul stones from his inventory. 10 of them came from Fujiuchanjia, and the other 48 were contributed by the 2 epic grade bosses. Catastrophe. Promote to Tier 1. You have obtained 58 intermediate soul stones. However, Sumyubai did not use these soul stones, instead putting them directly back into his inventory. Having previously absorbed 50 high-grade soul stones, his current lifespan exceeded 52 years, so he had no need to worry about sudden death. Since entering the Myriad Worlds game, Sumyubai had never fought such a wealthy battle. 52 years of lifespan, enough to die 5 times. Although he didn't think he would die easily, having this much lifespan gave Sumyubai a much stronger sense of confidence. As for those 58 intermediate soul stones, he intended to use them to verify some ideas. He hadn't slept for nearly 2 days, yet Sumyubai didn't feel the slightest bit sleepy. He could only attribute this to having slept too much during his time as a vegetable. Signaling for Bingxuan to grow larger, Sumyubai sat on the throne and soared into the sky. This time, no guards came to block him. It was likely that Shichuji had notified them of the news that he possessed the East Sea Order. Many locals in the city saw Bingxuan, but they didn't show much shock, merely whispering for a while before losing interest. Looking down from high above, Sumyubai finally realized how vast East Sea City was. He couldn't see the edge of the city at a glance. The teleportation plaza was located in the central area of the city. If ordinary players came here, it would take at least several hours to walk out of the city. Of course, the teleportation plaza also had teleportation arrays. One only needed to pay a small fee to teleport to any city gate. Teleporting within the city wasn't expensive, and the vast majority of people could afford it. To move around the city, one could also pay to ride a temporary mount or call a carriage directly. In short, as long as you have money, everything becomes much more convenient. Soon, Bingxuan arrived above the nearest jewelry processing shop. Dead zone shift. Before they even landed, Sumyubai's figure had already vanished from the throne, appearing directly at the entrance of the jewelry shop. Bingxuan was also retracted into the mount space. Dear customer, please come in. You've come to the right place. The jewelry master at our Jade Pavilion is famous throughout the city. Just as he reached the door, a plump, beautiful young woman greeted him. Her gaze swept over the equipment on Sumyubai's body, and the smile on her face grew noticeably brighter. An adventurer who had entered the city so quickly, and with such luxurious equipment to boot, this was a big client. Even if he wasn't one now, he certainly would be in the future. Do you buy gemstones here? Sumyubai flipped his wrist, and a level 5 strength gemstone appeared in his palm. This was dropped by the undead bone dragon, Cacus. He hadn't rushed to promote it. After promotion, not only would the synthesis cost become more expensive, but the success rate of synthesis would also decrease. Clearly, it was more cost-effective to synthesize first and then promote. Of course we do. The beautiful young woman's eyes lit up, her voice becoming a bit sweeter. Honored guest, please come inside. Let me introduce them to you. Sumyubai nodded slightly and followed the woman into the Jade Pavilion. If his idea worked, he would never be short of gold coins again. Chapter 67, Sudden Wealth Bonus Chapter. It was somewhat different from what Sumyubai had imagined. The attribute gemstones sold at the Jade Pavilion only went up to level 5. In fact, this was the case for all jewelry processing shops in East Sea City. Sumyubai had never freeloaded the promotion of these level 5 gemstones, so he only now learned that the maximum level for ordinary attribute gemstones was level 5. A level 1 attribute gemstone added 10 points to the corresponding attribute. For every level increased, the attribute would double. A level 5 gemstone added 160 points. However, synthesis required 3 gemstones of the same level. Level 1 to level 2 synthesis has a success rate of nearly 100%, but from then on, the success rate drops lower and lower. Even for a master jeweler at the Jade Pavilion, the success rate of synthesizing a level 5 gem from 3 level 4 gems is only around 70%. This is only because he possesses extensive experience and uses special materials to increase the success rate. Gems above level 5 are known as radiant gems and are divided into 3 tiers, with each tier increasing the corresponding attribute by 1%, unless that specific attribute exceeds 16,000 points. The cost-effectiveness of a level 1 radiant gem is not even as high as a standard level 5 gem. The most critical point is that standard gems cannot be synthesized into radiant gems, aside from drops from legendary grade or higher creatures. Only a Grandmaster jeweler can craft them. Of course, this is not a problem for Sumyu, as he can obtain them through freeloading via promotion just the same. Mr. Bai, I can offer 500 gold coins for the level 5 strength gem in your hand. After the beautiful young woman finished her introduction, she looked at Sumyu with a smile and added, "This is the industry standard, and it is also the highest price I can offer." Sumyu did not speak, his gaze sweeping over the price list on the counter. Level 1 attribute gem, 8 gold coins each. Level 2 attribute gem, 30 gold coins each. Level 3 attribute gem, 120 gold coins each. Level 4 attribute gem, 500 gold coins each. Level 5 attribute gem, 3,000 gold coins each. These are just the prices for attribute gems. Special gems like critical hit or critical damage gems cost 5 times as much. The acquisition price offered by the other party was only 50% of the market value. However, Sumyu did not care. As long as they were buying, it was a zero-cost business for him. Buying level 4 gems and freeloading them to level 5 before selling them still yielded a profit of 10 gold coins per gem. The only thing limiting his money-making was the quantity of gems the Jade Pavilion had in stock. After thinking for a moment, Sumyu looked at the beautiful young woman. "What about level 1 radiant gems? What price can you offer for those?" "Sir, you are really putting me in a difficult spot." The beautiful young woman gave Sumyu a charming, sidelong glance and laughed. "Radiant gems are rare resources of the Empire. I wouldn't dare trade them privately. If you truly have any, I suggest sending them directly to the auction house. I believe you will certainly have a good harvest. I was just asking." Sumyu smiled slightly and waved his hand to take out all the gems. "Calculate how much this comes to. I'll sell all of these to you." "Oh my. I didn't expect Mr. Bai to have such a large stash." Seeing so many level 5 gems, the smile on the beautiful young woman's face grew wider, and she began calculating immediately. "Here we have 40 level 5 attribute gems, 6 level 5 special gems, 16 level 2 attribute gems, and 3 level 2 special gems. Is that correct?" After finishing the count, the beautiful young woman confirmed with Sumyu. "That's correct. Very well. The total is 105,465 gold coins." The beautiful young woman immediately initiated the trade, looking as if she were afraid he might change his mind. Sumyu smiled slightly and confirmed the trade. "You have received 105,465 gold coins. Current balance, 108,625 gold coins." Though Sumyu appeared calm on the surface, his heart was soaring with excitement. 100,000 gold coins, why wait for players? Isn't trading with the locals much better? However, he suppressed his inner excitement and continued, "I need a batch of level 4 gems. How many do you have here?" Although the beautiful young woman didn't understand why Sumyu would sell level 5 gems only to buy level 4 ones, there was no reason to refuse business when it came knocking. She gave a charming smile and said, "The shop currently has 100 level 4 attribute gems and 10 level 4 special gems. I wonder how many more. Bai needs." "Only these," Sumyu frowned. For such a large jewelry processing shop, the inventory was far too low. "Sir, you may not know this, but gems are in short supply. The amount we acquire daily is limited, so we don't have much in stock. Besides, our main business is jewelry processing." Sumyu then remembered that the Jade Pavilion primarily made money through synthesizing, inlaying, and extracting gems, rather than simple buying and selling. "Fine, I'll take all the level 4 gems." Sumyu waved his hand, and just as he was about to pay, a thought occurred to him. He took out the ecchi token and gave it a shake. "Can I get a discount with this? Oh my. So you are an honored guest of the city, Lord." The beautiful young woman covered her red lips, her eyes filled with shock, and even her form of address changed. "Lord Bai, with your status, you can enjoy a 20% discount at almost any shop in East Sea City." An unexpected surprise. Sumyu raised an eyebrow, put away the ecchi token, and traded all the money to her, saying, "I'll take all the level 4 gems." and exchanged the rest for level 3 gems. 10 minutes later, Sumyubai put away a large pile of gems and was escorted to the door of the Jade Pavilion by the beautiful young woman. Fortunately, gems could be stacked, otherwise, his current inventory space wouldn't have been able to hold them. Not until Bing Xuan took off into the sky did the beautiful young woman turn back into the shop, muttering to herself, "It seems another big shot is about to emerge in East Sea City. Go to the next jewelry processing shop." Sumyubai sat on his throne, full of excitement, and pointed out the direction to Bing Xuan. Afterward, he looked at the gems in his inventory and focused his mind. Catastrophe. Promote by 1 tier. Over the next 2 hours, Sumyubai visited every jewelry processing shop in East Sea City. By now, his equipment was fully inlaid with level 5 gems. Even more exaggerated was that the gold coins in his inventory had reached a terrifying 980. He was just a little bit away from breaking the million mark in every shop. The inventory gap between level 3 and level 4 gems was not large. Using his initial capital of over 100,000 gold coins, he bought from one shop and sold to the next, earning an average of over 200 gold coins from each store. If it weren't for the fact that these shops could only handle so much, he could have freeloaded even more level 1 and 2 gems, but that would have been too eye-catching. The only slight regret was that he could not buy back the gems he had already sold to repeat the process. After all, no matter how many times they changed hands, they remained the same items. If he wanted to exploit this loophole again, he would have to wait until these jewelry shops had sold out of the gems he had upgraded. Aside from the gems socketed into his full set of equipment and his 980 gold coins, Sumyubai still had over 40 unupgraded level 5 attribute gems in his inventory. This was the entire stock of several jewelry shops, including the ones he had previously sold to the Jade Pavilion, all of which Sumyubai had bought back. Ignoring the puzzled gaze of the beautiful young woman, Sumyubai turned and walked out of the Jade Pavilion. After turning all these gems into level 1 radiant gems through his exploit, Bing Xuan had already arrived at the next destination, Donghai Auction House. Chapter 68. Donghai Auction House, Soul Coins. This was a magnificent building, resembling an ancient castle. The outer walls were constructed from massive golden stones, and the bronze gates were engraved with patterns Sumyubai could not decipher. 5 large characters were inscribed on the plaque above the door, Donghai Auction House. Putting away Bing Xuan, Sumyubai stepped into the lobby on the first floor. Inside the lobby, crystal chandeliers shone brilliantly. The marble floor was polished and clean, and the walls were adorned with famous paintings and introductions to auction items. The air was filled with the scent of spices and the sound of conversation. Although the army of players had not yet entered the city, there were still many locals patronizing the place. The first floor lobby was very spacious. Sumyubai scanned the area and saw dozens of service windows. These windows were where items could be consigned and purchased. Here, players could list items for sale and set a starting bid. Typically, items were consigned for 24 hours, and the Donghai Auction House would charge a 5% fee. Of course, one could also pay to extend the consignment time. For every additional day, the fee would increase by 1%. In addition to a starting bid, a buyout price could also be set. If someone was willing, they could purchase the item immediately at the buyout price without waiting for the consignment period to end. However, after Sumyubai looked into it, he discovered that the descenders and the locals did not actually use the same auction system. In other words, players could not buy items consigned by locals, and locals could not bid on items listed by descenders. It was said that this was a rule set by the Myriad Worlds game to protect the interests of descenders in the early stages of the game, preventing them from being outbid by the locals of the God-forbidden land. After all, the players had only just descended into this world, and their financial resources were far inferior. From the staff, he learned that the 2 auction systems would only merge once a certain number of players had broken through to the second rank. For players looking to buy items, this was actually a good thing. But for a seller like Sumyubai, it was not good news at all. The items he wanted to sell were far too expensive for any player to afford at this stage. Even someone like Fujia Changxia, who possessed the SSS grade god of wealth talent, appeared to be a poor man in the eyes of the current Sumyubai. "Sir, Have you decided what items you would like to consign? Seeing Sumyubai silent, the staff member at the window spoke softly to remind him. I heard that an auction is held here. Sumyubai answered with a question of his own. The staff member was not annoyed. He smiled and said, yes, our Donghai auction house holds an auction every month. In addition to that, we hold a large-scale auction once a year. This month's auction happens to start tomorrow. Having said that, the staff member pointed to the right and continued. If you wish to attend, go up to the second floor from there and purchase a ticket first. Thanks. Sumyubai nodded and turned to walk toward the location indicated, where a staircase was situated. A descender actually wants to attend the auction. I bet he'll be scared off by the price of the ticket. Just as Sumyubai left, a thin, short young man standing behind him curled his lips and muttered under his breath. In his view, even a descender who could enter the city so quickly could never afford an auction ticket. You are underestimating that gentleman, the staff member smiled. Having dealt with auctions for years, he could tell at a glance that the equipment Sumyubai wore was extraordinary. Several pieces were of epic grade or higher. How could such a person be scared off by a ticket price? Stepping onto the second floor, Sumyubai was indeed taken aback by the price of the tickets. The cheapest seats in the back row cost a full 1,000 gold coins. The most expensive private boxes cost as much as 100. And that was just for the ticket. How expensive must the items being auctioned be? Looking at the nearly 1 million gold coins in his inventory, Sumyubai suddenly felt that he wasn't as rich as he had imagined. At these ticket prices, this amount of money would certainly not be enough to participate in the auction. Sir, which type of ticket would you like to buy? I must remind you that they are almost sold out. The young lady at the ticket counter winked at Sumyubai. Can I get a discount on this? Only a fool would pass up a chance to save money. Sumyubai decisively took out the Donghai token. The next moment, the young lady's expression sharpened. She quickly stood up and handed him a golden card with both hands. So you are a distinguished guest of the city, Lord, Mr. Bai. This is your VIP card. Please keep it safe. VIP card no. 7. Every time an auction at the Donghai auction house begins, you will receive a notification. Using the VIP card allows you to teleport directly into VIP box now. Possessing this makes you a VIP of the Donghai auction house. It's free. Sumyubai was slightly stunned. The benefits of the Donghai token were even greater than he had imagined. Of course, the Donghai auction house is an enterprise of the city lord. Naturally, you will receive VIP treatment when you visit. VIP treatment. Sumyubai felt a surge of joy as he took the card. The service fees for consigning and auctioning items with us will be discounted by 50%. In addition, if you find yourself short on funds during the auction, we can provide you with an interest-free loan of up to 10,000 soul coins. Sumyubai's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He had finally heard the name. He quickly asked, what is the exchange rate between soul coins and gold coins, generally speaking? 1 soul coin is worth 10,000 gold coins. But very few people would use soul coins to exchange for gold coins. The young lady at the front desk shook her head and explained patiently. Every soul coin contains a sliver of temporal energy, equivalent to 1 hour of lifespan. However, the temporal energy within a soul coin cannot be absorbed directly. It requires special methods to extract. Life soul stones are forged by powerful individuals who extract this temporal energy from soul coins. Mr. Bai, how much do you think a lifespan is worth? Hearing this, Sumyubai suddenly realized. Lifespan, to different people, naturally carries a different price. To someone on the verge of death, an hour of life is a priceless treasure, but for many others, an hour counts for nothing. It might just be wasted while daydreaming. Sumyubai also understood that in the forbidden land of gods, soul coins were the only currency with true value. As for gold, silver, and copper coins, they were merely for meeting daily expenses. Perhaps they could buy some equipment or items in the early stages, but the truly good things could only be purchased with soul coins. He couldn't help but think of the god of wealth talent belonging to Fujiichanjia. It was obvious that the other party had hidden the vast majority of information. Otherwise, such a talent would absolutely not be classified as SSS rank. But this was understandable. After all, the two were not close. Putting away the VIP card, Sumyubai took out all his level 1 radiant gems and placed them on the front desk. Are these gems qualified to be auctioned? Radiant gems are naturally qualified. The young lady at the front desk nodded. I wonder if Mr. Bai would like to trade in gold coins or soul coins. Soul coins. Very well. We suggest a starting bid of 5 soul coins per gem, based on past experience. The final transaction price should be between 9 and 10 soul coins. The auction house will charge a 10% commission on the total auction amount. Of course, given your status, you only need to pay 5%, Mr. Bai. Does that sound acceptable to you? No problem. Sumyubai nodded slightly, then thought for a moment and asked, can the value of the items I put up for auction be used as credit when I participate in bidding? He was worried that if a good item appeared later, he wouldn't have enough money in his inventory and would be ineligible to participate in the bidding. For others, certainly not, but for you, it is possible. Is that so? Sumyubai felt a surge of joy and waved his hand to take out all his intermediate life soul stones. Put these up for auction as well, all to be traded in soul coins. Chapter 69. Good things from Fujiuchanjio. Right, there's also these. After some thought, Sumyubai took out 3 pieces of equipment and 1 skill book and handed them to her. These items were naturally dropped by the Skeleton King, Reggie. The equipment was originally only dark gold grade, but after being upgraded by Sumyubai, they had all become epic grade equipment for levels 1060. The B rank Thunderstrike had also been upgraded to the rank skill book Thunderstorm Annihilation. Such equipment and skill books were clearly not something players at the current stage could afford. Even Fujiuchanjia could not offer a suitable price. Therefore, Sumyubai decided to auction them here as well. After hearing the starting prices from the young lady at the front desk, Sumyubai hurried out of the EC auction house. He suddenly remembered something. The jewelry processing shop in EC City was out of stock, but other cities still had some. If he ran a circuit through them, wouldn't he be able to make a huge profit? Thinking of this, his heart, which had just calmed down, became excited once again. Frost soared into the sky, heading toward the teleportation plaza. Beside the plaza was the teleportation hall of EC City. From there, one could teleport to other cities. During the time on the road, the now wealthy Sumyubai took the opportunity to sublime it 2 of his skills. Notification. Do you confirm the consumption of 10 gold coins to overwrite the previous upgrade effect and sublime it the skill summon high-level skeleton to a higher grade? Confirm. Your C-rank skill summon high-level skeleton has successfully sublimated into the rank skill summon elite skeleton. Summon elite skeleton, a level 9 max, active skill. Summons 3 elite skeletons to fight for you. Elite skeleton warrior, elite skeleton archer, elite skeleton mage. Casting time, 3 seconds. Cooldown 30 seconds. Mana cost 3000 points. Cataclysm trait. 1. Elite Skeleton Warrior's maximum HP increased by 500%. Attack power increased by 100%. Point 2. Not unlocked. 3. Not unlocked. Elite Skeleton stats are boosted by the player's spirit attribute. The word elite had been added before the names of the 3 unit types, though the specific improvements were not yet clear. However, since he was in midair, Sumyubai didn't rush to summon them, but instead continued to sublime at the next skill. Notification. Do you confirm the consumption of 10 gold coins to overwrite the previous upgrade effect and sublime at the skill corpse explosion to a higher grade? Confirm. Your C-rank skill corpse explosion has successfully sublimated into the rank skill chain corpse explosion. Chain corpse explosion, a level 11 max, active skill. Can chain detonate up to 3 corpses or remains, dealing magic damage to all enemies within a 20-meter radius of each corpse or remain. Cannot be used on boss corpses. Damage. 20% of the target's life before death. Come to 100% spell power. Casting range, 200 meters. Instant cast. Cooldown 30 seconds. Mana cost, 6000 points. Chain corpse explosion had been improved in every aspect, becoming several times stronger than before. Sumyubai was very satisfied with this. Only then did he notice that he had already used 11 of his skill slots. And this was without having learned any low-level skills. With only 20 skill slots, he was really starting to feel the pinch. I wonder if the slots will expand after advancing. He muttered to himself as the teleportation plaza appeared in his field of vision. Beep, beep, beep. Just as he was about to control Frost to land, Sumyubai's communicator suddenly rang. It was Fujiya-chan Xia. At the same time, 5 beams of white light lit up one after another on the teleportation plaza. Have you finally left the novice village? Sumyubai raised an eyebrow and answered the voice call from Fujiya-chan Xia. Brother Bai, are you free right now? I've come to deliver your money. Fujiya-chan Xia's voice came through the communicator. It was clear that he had contacted Sumyubai the moment he left the novice village. I'll come to find you. Sumyubai smiled slightly and controlled Frost to lower its flight altitude. You're coming to find me. Fujiya-chan Xia was stunned. That works too. I just... Before he could finish his sentence, he was suddenly interrupted by a way. Look over there. Everyone, is that a dragon? The group followed the direction of his finger, and their eyes widened in unison. They saw a ferocious-looking frost dragon flying rapidly toward the teleportation plaza. Holy crap! There's actually a frost dragon in East Sea City. The fire element mage, Chichuan Kananhu, exclaimed in surprise. Beside him, Feng Xiaoxiao looked at the two of them helplessly and said, Have you forgotten what Bai's mount is? Oh right, this must be that frost dragon king of Bai's? Cotton Candy's eyes lit up. Look, there's actually someone sitting on that dragon. As Frost lowered its altitude, the group finally saw Sumyubai sitting upon the throne. A sense of envy welled up within them. When will we be able to have such a powerful mount? Awei and Chichuan Kananhu exchanged glances, their eyes filled with longing. Brother Bai's mount is mythical grade. You'd better stop dreaming. Fujiya-chan Xia shook his head. Even for me, I don't know when I'll be able to afford one. As he spoke, he stepped forward to meet Sumyubai, who had just landed. Sumyubai waved his hand to dismiss Frost, took the 500 gold coins handed over by Fujiya-chan Xia, and smiled. Not bad. You leveled up even faster than Hontabei. Hontabei's talent provided a 20% EXP boost to guild members. That Fujiya-chan Xia's team could step out of the novice village ahead of them was indeed unexpected. That is all thanks to the equipment Brother Bai sold us. Fujiya-chan Xia looked at Sumyubai deeply. Later on, relying on those dark gold grade items, they had managed to clear the hell grade Misty Land ahead of the Bay Guild. However, the final boss had only been gold grade. This meant that unless a disaster grade hidden dungeon was triggered, dark gold grade equipment would never appear in the novice village. It was precisely because of this that they were able to leave the novice village just a little bit ahead of the others. The rest of the group was even more shocked as they looked at Sumyubai, because they discovered that, aside from the name Bai, they couldn't even see the other party's level. Had the gap in strength already reached this point? Feng Xiaoxiao looked at her own S-grade talent, lost in thought. Equipment is just an aid. The key still lies with the person. You all should explore East Sea City well. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll be going first. Sumyubai waved his hand with a smile and turned to leave. The equipment and skill books he had originally intended to sell to them were now all listed for auction at the East Sea Auction House. Compared to the locals of the God-forbidden land, Fujiya-chan Xia's financial resources had no advantage at all in the early stages. Brother Bai, don't be in such a hurry. Take a look at this first. Seeing this, Fujiya-chan Xia hurriedly called out to stop Sumyubai and took out a piece of parchment, smiling. This was just shaken out of the money tree today. I believe you should be interested in it. Upon seeing the description of the parchment, Sumyubai felt a slight shock and looked at Fujiya-chan Xia with surprise. An SSS grade talent was truly not to be underestimated. It was only the second day, and he had already shaken out such a good item. My patrons, I apologize, but there will only be 2 chapters today. I'm suffering from such a bad case of writer's block that my head is spinning. Rest assured, the extra chapters will not be missed, but they will come a bit later. Chapter 70. The Special Nature of the Death Sovereign Extra Chapter. Fate Parchment Legendary Grade Item. After use, you will gain 1 chance to roll the dice of fate. Roll a 1. A terrible fate. Roll a 2. Nothing happens. Roll a 3. 6. Favored by good fortune. The higher the number, the more generous the reward. Gambler. Are you sure you won't roll a 1? A legendary grade item. With a 1 in 6 chance of punishment. A 1 in 6 chance of nothing happening. and the rest being rewards. In the eyes of a gambler, what difference did these odds have from a 100% win rate? However, Sumubai was not a gambler, he was a cheater. Once this scroll reached his hands, it would become a mythical great item. Perhaps the punishment points would simply vanish. Therefore, when Fujiya Qiangxia brought out the parchment, Sumubai stopped in his tracks. He was very interested in this fate parchment. How much are you selling it for? I'm not selling it. Fujiya Qiangxia smiled and shook his head. I'm giving it away. Giving it away. Sumubai looked at the other party deeply, remaining non-committal, waiting for what was to come. He understood that free things were often the most expensive. Giving away a legendary great item for free meant the other party wanted something even greater. Brother Bai, I don't mean anything else by this. I just want to take this opportunity to reach a deep level of cooperation with you. Fujiya Qiangxia explained. Initially, he had wanted to bring Bai under his command, but ever since that trade in the novice village, he realized that someone like Bai could never work for others. They could only cooperate. It was just that back then, Fujiya Qiangxia still placed himself on the same level as Bai, but the subsequent series of system announcements had caused him to change his mind once again. Solo killing an epic grade boss, opening the mount leaderboard ahead of schedule, obtaining a mythical grade mount on the first day of the game. Every single point was rewriting his worldview. He had to find a way to build a relationship with such a person, even if he had to suffer a little loss himself. With his own financial resources combined with the other party's strength, they could absolutely establish a firm foothold in the God-forbidden land quickly. And so, this scene had come to pass. Deep cooperation. Sumubai said with interest, tell me first, how do you want to cooperate? A sudden thought occurred to him. Why not recruit Fujiya Qiangxia? Although he didn't need a team, having such a god of wealth to earn money for him seemed like a pretty good idea. This isn't the place to talk. How about we find a restaurant, sit down, and discuss this in detail? Fujiya Qiangxia rubbed his stomach as he spoke. I haven't eaten anything decent all day. I might as well take this opportunity to satisfy my cravings. Finally, I can have a real meal. Steamed buns might lower the hunger bar, but they taste terrible. Away, standing to the side, brightened up at these words and muttered softly, Haha, I haven't eaten a steamed bun in a long time just to save up for this feast. My hunger bar is already at 60 points. I'm going to eat my fill later. Cotton Candy clenched her fists, her eyes filled with anticipation for the food. Sumubai, however, was slightly stunned. Hunger bar? Does the World of Worlds game actually have this attribute? It was only then that he realized with a jolt that ever since he entered the game, he had never eaten anything, yet he had never felt hungry. In a realistic game world, this was highly illogical. The reason Sumubai hadn't noticed this issue until now was that, before entering the game, he hadn't eaten for a very long time. As a vegetative patient, how could he eat? He hurriedly opened his status window and examined it carefully. However, the hunger bar attribute was completely absent from his panel. Is it because of the Death Sovereign class? A faint suspicion began to form in Sumubai's mind. It wasn't just the hunger bar, there should also be attributes like fatigue. In the early stages of the game, players with low stats still needed to sleep and rest. This was evident from Fujiya Qiangxia and his companions, who couldn't hide their exhaustion. To get out of the novice village as quickly as possible, they definitely hadn't rested. But Sumubai didn't feel even a hint of fatigue. Seeing that Sumubai hadn't replied for a long time, Fujiya Qiangxia couldn't help but prompt him. I wonder what you think, Brother Bai. Sumubai snapped back to reality, closed his panel, and said, we can discuss a partnership, but it will have to wait until I'm done with some business. No problem. I'm not in a rush. I'll keep this parchment for you, Brother Bai. Just let me know when you're finished. Fujiya Qiangxia smiled slightly, indicating his understanding. All right. Sumubai nodded slightly and was about to leave when his footsteps suddenly faltered. Not far away, 5 more flashes of white light appeared. More people had emerged from the novice village. It was the team led by Hong Tabai. Hong Tabai had originally intended to walk over, but upon seeing Sumubai, his pupils visibly constricted. He couldn't even see his level. How on earth does this guy level up? For a moment, Hong Tabai's expression was uncertain. After a moment of thought, He stopped in his tracks, turned around, and prepared to leave immediately. Until his own talent grew. It was better to stay away from this freak. Now that they had entered the city, the development speed of the Bai Guild would increase exponentially. When his own strength expanded, he would surely be no worse than Bai. The reason Sumobai had stopped wasn't because of Bai and his group. It was because he had suddenly thought of something. At this point in time, teams possessing S-rank players should be entering the city one after another. Could that pair of scumbags, Liu Yuyan and Zhaozu, be among them? Regardless, he had to wait and see if they were indeed in this batch of players. It would save him a lot of trouble. Thinking of this, Sumubai's gaze gradually turned cold. Compared to revenge, the matter of making money could wait. Sure enough, white lights began to flash one after another as players appeared on the Donghai City Teleportation Plaza. Almost every player with an S-rank talent had established their own team in the novice village. The members they chose were naturally also holders of A-rank talents. Even so, there were only a few dozen players who had arrived in Donghai City from various novice villages in this batch. However, these people were scattered across the vast teleportation plaza, making it impossible for Sumobai to see everyone at once. Seeing that players were already beginning to leave in all directions, Sumobai had an idea. Coordinating with the Shroud of Death, his undead army descended in scattered positions, quickly surrounding the teleportation plaza. The years of deception, the tragedy of the car accident, the helplessness of being a vegetative patient, and the suffocating despair he felt before entering the game, all of it was still fresh in his memory. The fire of hatred surged to his head, causing Sumobai to completely ignore the feelings of the other players. His immense strength was the capital that allowed him to do whatever he pleased. The existence of the Donghai Decree allowed him to surround the teleportation plaza without any fear of consequences. They could leave, but only after he confirmed whether those scumbags were among them. Chapter 71. Mubai, I finally found you. What's happening? Why did so many skeletons suddenly appear? I just left the novice village. Don't tell me I've run into a monster siege already. What are you thinking? This is one of the 10 major Tier 1 main cities of the Shenlong Empire. How could it possibly be breached? But look at these skeletons other than their names. Everything else is just question marks. Elite skeleton warrior. And there's a tag in parentheses, Bai Yi. My god. Were all these skeletons summoned by Bai Yi? Are you kidding me? Didn't Bai Yi just leave the novice village not long ago? How could he summon so many skeletons at once? They're everywhere. There must be at least 1,000 of them, right? And those knights that look so intimidating. What exactly is Bai Yi trying to do? The sudden appearance of the undead army immediately sparked intense discussion. The dozens of players who had just stepped out of the novice village stopped in their tracks, not daring to move any further, because they had already seen quite a few people being blocked by the skeletons. Whether it was the giant swords of the skeleton warriors or the long spears of the shadow knights and headless knights, the sight made their scalps tingle. On the outermost perimeter, skeleton mages and archers stood watch, eyeing them hungrily. A single question flashed through everyone's mind. What exactly does Bai Yi want? Does he intend to kill them all? This is the main city. Even initiating an attack here results in being arrested. How does he dare to do this? Looking at the elite skeleton warriors blocking his path, Hantabei's expression instantly turned ugly. Fine, Bai Yi. I chose to avoid your edge. Yet you insist on making things difficult for me, don't you? In Hantabei's eyes, this move by Bai Yi was clearly targeted at him. Hantabei turned around with a fluctuating expression, only to discover that Bai Yi hadn't even glanced at him once. While he felt a sense of relief, a sudden feeling of humiliation welled up inside him. So, I've been treating you as my imaginary rival all this time. But it turns out you didn't even take me seriously. Fujiya Qiangxia and the others, who were just about to go grab a meal, also halted their steps, looking at the suddenly appearing undead legion with suspicion and unease. Even Fujiya Qiangxia, a person with an SSS grade talent, was stunned. Is this the strength of Bai Yi? It's simply outrageously boundless. Feng Xiaoxiao clenched his fists, then powerlessly let them go. A flash of confusion crossing his eyes. His own combat power, which he was so proud of, compared to Bai Yi. No, he wasn't even qualified to compare with Bai Yi. he wasn't even a match for a single skeleton summoned by the other party. Facing the imposing elite skeleton warriors, a thick sense of powerlessness rose in Feng Xiaoxiu's heart. He had a faint feeling that he wouldn't even be able to withstand a single sword strike from this skeleton. And yet, Bai Yi had summoned thousands of such skeletons with a mere wave of his hand. Just how strong is he? Fujiu Tianxiu was the first to recover, looking at Sumyu Bai with confusion. Brother Bai Yi, what are you doing? Nothing. Just looking for two people. After Sumyu Bai finished speaking, he leaped lightly, and Frost flew out from his mount, spaced out this time. He did not sit on the throne on Frost's back, but stood directly between the two horns on the dragon's head. The appearance of the Frost Dragon immediately attracted everyone's gaze. Looking at this myth-grade mount, the eyes of these expert players were filled with envy. Everyone, there is no need to be nervous. You only need to cooperate with me on one thing, and I absolutely guarantee your safety. Frost was not flying high, but it was enough for everyone to see Sumyu Bai and hear his voice clearly. As soon as these words were spoken, people began to whisper, "Quiet." Sumyu Bai let out a cold snort, and Frost immediately cooperated by exhaling a puff of breath. Everyone instantly felt the surrounding temperature plummet, and a terrifying pressure descended upon them. Damn it! All my attributes dropped by 50%. Is this a myth-grade mount? This is too broken. As Sumyu Bai's gaze swept across, the whispering stopped abruptly. The Dragon King level dragon aura was more than enough to suppress these players who had just reached level 10. Listen well. Sumyu Bai scanned the crowd, and only after everyone had quieted down did he continue, "You may leave, but you must pass through me." As his voice fell, a troublemaker in the crowd became dissatisfied. "Who do you think you are? So what if you've surrounded us? This is the main city. If you dare to make a move, what are you putting on airs for? If you have the guts, do it to me right here." Before the first two people who jumped out could finish their sentences, their bodies were pierced by arrows. Two 5-digit damage numbers popped up, and the two instantly fell to the ground dead, dropping to pieces of equipment and dozens of silver coins. Gulp! The people around swallowed their saliva in unison, looking at Sumyu Bai in shock. No one dared to step forward to pick up the items dropped by the two, just for saying two sentences. 10 years of life were gone. This is the main city. Has Bai Yi gone mad? At the same time, Hantabei broke out in a cold sweat, feeling incredibly fearful. Good thing I was slow to speak. Otherwise I would have been killed too. Killing someone in the main city. How does Bai Yi dare to do this? Is he not afraid of being arrested by the city guard? It is better not to provoke this person. He is simply a lunatic. Does anyone else have an opinion? Sumyu Bai's gaze swept across everyone one by one. No one dared to meet his eyes. The suppression of the dragon aura, combined with his decisive killing and the terrifying undead legion, made these people feel fear. However, Sumyu Bai was not looking at them. He was trying to find Liu Ryan and Zhaozu. Yet, among this group, there was no sign of the two. Did they fail to awaken NS great talent? Sumyu Bai frowned, but he did not immediately withdraw the undead legion. Scattered players were still appearing as white lights flashed from time to time. Perhaps the dog man and woman were just a step behind. The reason he forced everyone to leave from this direction was to avoid chaos and ensure he didn't miss them. Forced by Sumyu Bai's threat, those present had no choice but to cooperate with him. At this moment, two flashes of white light appeared. A man and a woman appeared on the teleportation plaza. The two were clearly bewildered by the situation, their heads full of question marks. Zhaozu hurriedly grabbed a player passing by and asked, "Buddy, what's going on here? Can't you see for yourself if you have eyes?" The man glared at Zhaozu, venting his anger on him, but the next moment, this player's footsteps faltered. It was because he saw Liu Ryan, who was wearing a pale purple slim-fit dress, holding a staff. With exquisite features and an incredibly stunning figure. "Beautiful lady, hurry and follow me this way. Be careful not to anger Bai Yi and get killed." Zhaozu's face turned livid with anger. For a moment, he didn't even notice the other person mentioning the name Bai Yi. Only Liu Ryan saw Sumyu Bai standing proudly on the head of the frost dragon not far away at a glance. It really is him. Liu Ryan's beautiful eyes widened, and she reached out to cover her small mouth. Besides shock, there was a hint of joy in her voice. At this moment, Zhaozu also reacted. immediately taking a step back to distance himself from Liu Ryan, a flash of excitement deep in his eyes. In order not to ruin things, he didn't even open his mouth, directly sending a text message to Liu Ryan via his communicator. Zuri Dongsheng, Ryan, whether we can continue to enjoy ourselves in the world game depends on you. Hongchen Yanyu. Hey, this girl only needs to make a slight move to easily handle things. Tonight, I'll let you see the latest video. Liu Ryan raised the corner of her mouth in a confident smile, ignoring the players who were trying to strike up a conversation, and walked straight towards Sumyubai. Sumyubai also saw the two of them. With a thought, he instantly vanished from the frost-covered head. When he reappeared, he was already standing right in front of Liu Ryan. Liu Ryan was startled, but she quickly regained her composure, and the smile on her face instantly switched to an expression of grievance. Even tears began to well up in her eyes. Her current state gave off the impression of someone who wanted to embrace Sumyubai but was also feeling somewhat at a loss. Mubai, I finally found you. It was this Oscar-level performance that had once fooled Sumyubai into being a fool, but now, Sumyubai wasn't buying it. When truly facing Liu Ryan, Sumyubai's angry heart actually calmed down. In the past, when he was kept in the dark, Liu Ryan was the most perfect woman in the world in Sumyubai's eyes. Whether it was her personality or her perfectly timed compliance, everything made Sumyubai feel very comfortable. But now that he knew her true colors, Sumyubai suddenly felt a sense of nausea. Fake. It was all to fake. To think he had been so bewitched back then that he was deceived by this woman for so long. Watching Liu Ryan, who was pouring her heart and soul into her performance, with a mocking gaze, Sumyubai's lips curled upward. What a coincidence. Me to. Chapter 72. Brother Bai. Run. The city guards are coming. At this moment, Zhou also hurried over, assisting with the act. President Su, you have no idea. Miss Liu has practically turned the entire novice village upside down looking for you. Oh, is that so? Sumyubai raised an eyebrow. How would I dare to lie? Zhou wore a fawning smile, but unfortunately, before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly looked as if he had seen something terrifying, his face instantly turning as pale as paper. This indescribable sense of fear threw Zhaozu's mind into chaos. While letting out a shriek like a slaughtered pig, he lifted his legs, desperate to run away. But the shrill scream had only just begun before it suddenly came to an abrupt halt. Facing Sumyubai's death gaze, Zhaozu couldn't even hold on for a second before collapsing to the ground. Dead? A piece of equipment dropped from his corpse. He killed someone again. This Bai Yi is truly a madman. Why haven't the city guards arrived yet? It looks like the reason Bai Yi surrounded this place was specifically to find these two people. That must be it. Look, the Undead Legion isn't stopping people from leaving anymore. How on earth did they offend Bai Yi? Let's go. What are we waiting for? If we die, that's 10 years of lifespan gone. No rush. Let's watch the show first. I didn't say anything. Why would Bai Yi kill me? Still wanting to watch the show. Be careful you don't become the show yourself. I'm slipping out first. Zhaozu's dying scream attracted everyone's attention, and the Skeleton Legion also opened up the encirclement, allowing everyone to leave freely. However, some people still remained, watching the spectacle from afar while whispering to each other. Zhaozu's sudden, miserable death, combined with the ferocious and twisted expression on his face before he died, caused Liu Ryan to shriek, "Ah, Mubai, you! Why did you kill him?" If it weren't for the fact that they were in a party and Sumyubai's active attack would trigger a system notification, Liu Ryan wouldn't have been able to tell that it was Sumyubai who had done it. Even now, her head was still buzzing. What happened? Sumyubai clearly hadn't done anything. So, why did Zhou suddenly die? And he died so miserably. That half-finished scream from just a moment ago made Liu Ryan's hair stand on end. What kind of heaven-defying skill was this? He could kill someone just by looking at them. The more critical question was, why did Sumyubai suddenly attack Zhaozu? Thinking of this, a look of terror flashed in Liu Ryan's eyes, and her heart sank to the bottom. It's over. He must know something. Liu Ryan reflexively wanted to back away, but she was grabbed by Sumyubai. What? Didn't you just say you finally found me? Why are you running now? Sumyubai sneered as he looked at Liu Ryan. The reason he didn't kill both of them at once was that he wanted this pair of scumbags to watch each other die miserably every time. And for the method of killing them, Sumyubai would only choose death gaze. Only in this way could he make them properly experience fear and despair, and completely vent the rage in his heart. No. I was just startled. Ryan spoke tremblingly, forcing herself to calm down as she frantically thought in her mind. How much does he actually know? If he only knows about the relationship between her and Jiaozu, there might still be a chance to turn things around. But what if he knows everything? How can she survive? Damn it. She had calculated everything, but she hadn't accounted for Sumyubai suddenly turning hostile. He had become a vegetable. So how on earth did he find out? Just as Liu Ryan was in a state of panic, the voice of Fujiya Qiangxia suddenly rang out. Brother Baiyi, run, the city guards are coming. A team of griffins could be seen flying in from the horizon, and on the back of each mighty and strong griffin sat a powerful city guard. They were there to handle emergency situations, so their arrival speed was much faster than the city guards on the ground. In his urgency, Fujiya Qiangxia didn't have time to send a message and shouted it out directly. The players around him immediately looked as if they had seen a ghost and hurriedly moved away, openly tipping off Baiyi like that was he not afraid of being implicated. In an instant, only his original 4 teammates remained by Fujiya Qiangxia's side. Feng Xiaoxiao and the others had grave expressions, but they didn't leave. Continuing to stand with Fujiya Qiangxia, Baiyi is finished. He killed 3 people. I wonder how long he'll be locked up. Yeah, only a madman like him would dare to kill in the main city. So what if he's strong? Can he really resist the city guards? By the time he gets out of jail, we'll probably all be dozens of levels higher. He loves to put on a show. Let's see how he handles this now. Seeing the city guard arrive, the spectating players immediately began to gloat. However, having learned from the previous incident, they kept their voices very low, terrified that Sumyubai might hear them. Sumyubai, upon hearing this, remained completely unperturbed. He didn't even turn around, merely waving his hand dismissively. It's fine. Go back to whatever you were doing. I'll contact you when I'm finished. He showed no intention of running, simply holding Liu Ryan with one hand while quietly watching Jiaozu's corpse. It wasn't until Jiaozu's body turned into a beam of white light and vanished that Sumyubai dragged Liu Ryan along and leaped onto the head of the frost dragon. After a player dies, if the corpse does not disappear, it means they have not yet chosen to resurrect in the city. This allows them to lie on the ground as a corpse, waiting for teammates to use resurrection spells to revive them. At this moment, the city guard squad arrived at the teleportation plaza. The griffins they were riding were immediately disturbed by the frost dragon's draconic aura, becoming restless and agitated. Frost. Sumyubai tapped his toes lightly, signaling Frost to retract its draconic aura, and offered a faint smile to the leader of the group. We meet again. Lord Baiyi, you've certainly caused quite a stir this time. The captain leading the group was the very person who had issued Sumyubai a ticket earlier. He gave Sumyubai a wry smile, his gaze sweeping over the undead legion. He had already received notification that the descender before him held the East Sea Order No. 7 and was a guest of the city lord. For someone like this, let alone killing a few descenders, even killing a few locals wouldn't be considered a major issue. The only reason he had come was to remind the other party not to escalate things too far. For instance, things like summoning an undead legion to surround the teleportation plaza were best kept to a minimum. My apologies, I've caused you trouble. Sumyubai waved his hand, retracting the undead legion, and offered the captain an apologetic smile. Rest assured, I will handle this quickly. As his voice faded, Frost soared into the sky. Left behind on the ground were dozens of expert players, stunned into silence. No way, buddy. You're just going to fly away like that. They couldn't fathom it even if they racked their brains. It was only the second day of the game. So how had Baiyi already become someone the city guard addressed as Lord? The captain watched the direction in which Frost flew, sighing helplessly as he rubbed his forehead. Great. It looks like this little ancestor is going to stir up trouble at the Resurrection Hall as well. Chapter 73. Camping the Resurrection Hall for kills. Bonus chapter. Frost's speed was immense, and in the blink of an eye, it had vanished from everyone's sight. The captain sighed helplessly, took out his communicator, and reported the incident. since it concerned a guest of the city lord. He couldn't make the decision on his own. Soon, the voice of the squad leader came through the communicator. Maintain order. Don't worry about the rest. Upon hearing this, the captain put away his communicator and led his squad into the sky. The resurrection hall was not like the teleportation plaza. It was located in a bustling area with many people walking the streets. So they needed to get there as quickly as possible. Back at the teleportation plaza, the dozens of expert players who had been the first to leave the novice village were completely dumbfounded. They never could have imagined that Baiyu would be this incredibly powerful, killing people in the main city and facing absolutely no consequences. Many felt lucky that they hadn't spoken loudly earlier. If they had died, who would they even go to for justice? A sharp glint flashed in the depths of Fujiichiron-shia's eyes as he turned and picked up the items dropped by Sumyubai's victim. The others had all heard him conversing with Bai earlier, so naturally, they didn't dare to interfere. With the spectacle over, the crowd soon dispersed, beginning to explore this brand new city. War, accompanied by a dragon's roar, Frost landed outside the resurrection hall. Pedestrians on the street looked over one after another. In a nearby corner, 2 players were trembling with fear. Seeing that Sumyubai ignored them, they let out a long sigh of relief and ran in the opposite direction without looking back. If they could do it all over again, they would never dare to provoke this madman. It was just a bit of trash talk, yet he killed them without hesitation. And to be able to swagger around the city after killing people, was this even right? What terrified them most was that after being killed by Bai, they had actually lost 20 years of their lifespan. From now on, they couldn't afford to provoke anyone, especially not Bai, or they wouldn't even know how they died. Sumyubai waved his hand to dismiss Frost and walked straight into the resurrection hall. At this moment, Jozu had already resurrected, but he appeared extremely weak, his eyes still dazed, as if he hadn't yet recovered from the extreme terror of the death gaze. Thud! Sumyubai tossed Liu Ryan right next to Jozu, the impact finally snapping him out of his stupor. The moment he looked up and saw Sumyubai, Jiaozu's already pale face turned even whiter. Su, President Su. Before he could finish a complete sentence, the disheveled Liu Ryan suddenly spoke up first. Muyubai, he forced me. My heart has always only belonged to you. You have to believe me. Our 5 years of history. Have you forgotten it all? Please forgive me. I promise, I always use protection. From now on I go. As she said this, the cooldown for death gaze ended, and Sumyubai glanced at Liu Ryan without a moment's hesitation. The next moment, she collapsed to the ground, screaming. Before she died, her facial expression was hideously twisted, and her entire body was convulsing. Soul extraction effective, soul points con 0. The system notification rang in Sumyubai's ears, and he frowned slightly. When he killed Jiaozu earlier, it had only added 0.1 as well. This number was far lower than he had imagined. The 1,000 soul points provided by Franklin had been reduced to 0 after he used them to open the Death Codex. The soul points required to open it the next time had jumped directly to 5. This was something Sumyubai hadn't anticipated. 0.1 per person. Wouldn't that mean he had to kill 50 people to get 5,000 points? No wonder the Divine Dragon Temple wanted him to go to other countries to advance. If he kept killing like this, which country could withstand it? Only the Sakura country should be the one to enjoy this gift first. Seeing the twisted, lifeless form of Liu Ryan, Jiaozu was completely paralyzed with terror. He collapsed to his knees in front of Sumyubai with a thud. He opened his mouth, but found he had no idea what to say. Since Sumyubai could kill Liu Ryan without the slightest hesitation, it meant he already knew everything. It was over. Everything was over. Facing such a terrifying Sumyubai, he couldn't even fathom how to find a glimmer of hope for survival. That last death had cost him 20 years of his lifespan. Now, he only had 56 years left. In other words, if he were killed 3 more times, he would be truly dead. What he resisted even more than death itself was the extreme sense of dread brought on by that skill of Sumyubai's. Su, President Su, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Please, I beg you. Before he could finish his plea for mercy, Sumyubai stepped forward and pinned him under his foot. Jiaozu's entire face was pressed hard against the floor. His nose flattened and distorted. He kept making muffled, whimpering sounds. But he could no longer utter a coherent word. For a person like this, Sumyubai didn't want to waste a single word. He turned his head to look at Liu Ryan's corpse, his eyes narrowing slightly. After a player dies, before they choose to resurrect, they can use a third-person perspective to observe everything happening around them. Though they cannot hear sounds, speak, or send messages, Liu Ryan's corpse had not yet vanished, which meant she had not chosen to resurrect. This state could only be maintained for a maximum of 30 minutes. After 30 minutes, she would automatically resurrect at the nearest main city. Sumyubai was in no rush at all. A mere 30 minutes he could afford to wait. Today, he had to completely finish off this pair of scumbags. And Liu Ryan's corpse remained. Sumyubai sneered and looked down at Jiaozu. Death gaze, woo. The next moment, Jiaozu began to struggle violently. But it lasted less than a second before he went completely still. Soul extraction effective. Soul points Kung 0. An hour later, Liu Ryan had been killed 2 more times. And Jiaozu had died at Sumyubai's hands for the 4th time. This time, he didn't even leave a corpse behind. His entire body disintegrated right before Sumyubai's eyes. Liu Ryan, who had been stalling for time, saw this and was so terrified that she immediately chose to resurrect. She knelt before Sumyubai, tears streaming down her face, and said in a trembling voice, "Yubai, please, spare my life. I only have 8 years of lifespan left. If you kill me again, I'll really be dead. Please, let me go." "Okay, I haven't lived enough yet, woo." Liu Ryan's sobbing echoed through the resurrection hall. But Sumyubai paid her no mind at all. His attention was currently focused entirely on the system notification that had just chimed. Chapter 74 Vengeance Served, preparing to shop soul extraction effective, soul points Kung 1. Killing Jiaozu this time had granted a full point. Sumyubai's eyes narrowed slightly. Is killing someone completely the fastest way to extract soul points? He wondered what the specific value was tied to. Was it level or rank? Yubai, please say something. Liu Ryan, kneeling on the ground with disheveled hair and a tear-stained face, saw that Sumyubai was ignoring her and began to crawl toward him, trying to grab his leg. Having been killed 3 times in a row by Death Gaze, her mind was on the verge of collapse. As long as she could survive, she was willing to do anything right now. "You are the least qualified to live, you bitch." Sumyubai let out a cold snort and kicked Liu Ryan away, speaking his first words since entering the resurrection hall. But his icy words made Liu Ryan feel as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. At this moment, Liu Ryan fell into complete despair. She understood that there was no way Sumyubai would let her go. She looked up at Sumyubai, her pitiful appearance truly enough to break one's heart. Her tear-filled eyes were a mix of various emotions: regret, fear, despair. But none of that mattered to Sumyubai anymore. Before Liu Ryan could speak again, a gray light flashed in his eyes. Death Gaze. The terrifying energy of death descended, and the extreme fear struck once more. Liu Ryan let out another shrill scream. No matter how many times she endured it, this sense of dread was something she could not control. As the damage numbers popped up, the Donghai City Resurrection Hall fell into absolute silence. Liu Ryan's corpse, just like Jiaozu's before her, completely disintegrated before Sumyubai's eyes, leaving not a single trace behind. Soul extraction effective, soul points Kung 1. Sumyubai waved his hand to collect all the items dropped by the two, then turned and walked out of the resurrection hall without a word. Utiled. Looking up at the bright sky, Sumyubai let out a long, heavy breath. The vengeance he had been longing for was finally achieved. Although it had only been 2 days since he learned the truth until he personally dealt with them. But before the revenge was complete, Sumyubai had always felt a lingering, indescribable weight. Only when Liu Ryan truly died did he suddenly feel much lighter. His entire being felt clear and unburdened. Next, it's time to properly enjoy the Myriad Worlds game, he murmured to himself and stretched. The resentment he felt when he first entered the game had completely vanished. His initial goal had been accomplished. From now on, what he needed to do was climb, step by step, to the pinnacle of the Myriad Worlds game. In this world where strength is supreme, only by being strong enough can one truly control their own destiny. Lord Bai, are you finished? The squad leader poked his head in to look at the resurrection hall. Yes, sorry for the trouble this time. Sumyubai offered an apologetic smile. Hey, it's no big deal. The squad leader waved his hand. The city lord had personally ordered them not to interfere. So, he was just following orders. All right, everyone disperse. There's nothing left to see. The city guards cleared away the onlookers, and Sumyubai summoned Frost to depart. Soon, he returned to the teleportation plaza once again. More than an hour had passed, and the teleportation plaza was no longer as bustling as it had been before. The batch of players emerging from the novice village had basically all come out. The number was not large. There were only a few dozen people in the entire East Sea City. Sumyubai estimated that it would take some time for the next batch of players to emerge. By that time, the number of players in East Sea City would increase rapidly. After all, there were far more players who awakened a rank and B rank talents than those with S rank or higher. Although there was only a 1 rank difference between S rank and A rank, the probability of awakening them was worlds apart. According to the information provided by the Myriad Worlds game, the probability of awakening an S rank talent was only 1 in 10 million. For the even higher SS rank and SSS rank, the probability decreased tenfold for each tier. However, the probability of awakening an A rank talent jumped directly to 1 in 1,000. Calculating based on Blue Star's population of 8 billion, that meant there were a full 8 million players with A rank talents. A tribute to the 8 million warriors. The probability of awakening a B rank talent was as high as 10%, and the ones with the highest awakening probability were not E rank or F rank talents, but C rank and D rank combined. The two had an awakening probability of up to 70%. In other words, the awakening probability for E rank and F rank talents was actually about the same as for B rank. However, for Sumyubai, the only thing that could pique his interest was the extremely rare SSS rank talent players. As for the rest, they made no real difference to him. Riding Frost to the teleportation hall next to the teleportation plaza, Sumyubai moved his mind, and as he put Frost away, his figure vanished. Death Domain Leap. The next moment, he appeared in front of the teleportation hall. Unlike the deserted teleportation plaza, there were many locals coming and going here. They used these teleportation arrays to travel to different cities. The hall was vast, and Sumyubai couldn't even see the end of it at a glance. It was divided into many different zones. In the center stood a massive stone pillar, with nearly 100 indicator signs scattered across it. Each sign had a text description, and the direction they pointed to was where the corresponding teleportation array was located. The teleportation array to the due north was the largest, and the guards nearby clearly possessed a more imposing aura. This was the teleportation array leading to the imperial capital. After Sumyubai stepped forward to inquire, he shook his head in disappointment. For descenders to enter the imperial capital via the teleportation array, they had to reach the 5th order. In other words, the minimum level requirement to enter the imperial capital was level 120. Given the difficulty of leveling up in the Myriad Worlds game, no one would be able to enter the imperial capital through the teleportation array for a very long time. Even with Sumyubai possessing the EC token, it was impossible. Of course, if one had the strength, they could also travel to the imperial capital from the wilderness. However, the high-level wild monsters along the route would certainly not be polite to players. Besides the imperial capital teleportation array, there were 9 slightly larger teleportation arrays. These led to the other 9 major Tier 1 cities. The remaining small teleportation arrays corresponded to the 81 Tier 2 major cities. This place could be considered the teleportation hub for the entire East Sea City. Sumyubai walked straight to the nearest Tier 1 city teleportation array. The guard glanced at him indifferently and said, "The teleportation fee is 100 gold coins. We wait until we have 100 people to teleport once. You are the 82nd person, pay the fee, and go wait over there." Beside the teleportation array was a rest area, where several dozen people were currently sitting and resting. Sumyubai was speechless for a moment. Not only was the teleportation fee expensive, but he actually had to wait for a full group to teleport. This thing was definitely controlled by capitalists. Seeing that Sumyubai didn't move, the guard smiled and continued, "If you don't want to wait, you can also spend 2,000 gold coins to use this single-person teleportation array." Only then did Sumyubai notice that next to the large teleportation array, there was a much smaller, Exquisite one. Hey, 20 times the teleportation fee to enjoy the privilege of a solo teleport. How incredibly reasonable. Sumyubai's mouth twitched. He flipped his wrist and took out the EC token. Discount. The guard was startled, then quickly said, "My lord, you jest. There is no charge for you to use the teleportation array." That was more like it. Sumyubai smiled slightly and stepped onto the single-person teleportation array. Destination Phoenix Feather City. Chapter 75, The Chosen Worker. You have entered the Tier 1 major city Phoenix Feather City. Your respawn point has been switched to the Phoenix Feather City respawn hall. A white light flashed, and Sumyubai appeared in the Phoenix Feather City teleportation plaza. Just like in East Sea City, there were no other players in the vicinity. Looking round, as the Tier 1 major city closest to East Sea City, there wasn't much difference in the architectural style between the two cities. It was just that the buildings in Phoenix Feather City preferred to use red as an accent, which was completely different from the sea blue favored by East Sea City. Having learned from the previous experience of being intercepted, Sumyubai did not summon Frost directly. Instead, he obediently held a carriage to go and register for a flight certificate first. Quite expensive. Walking out of the flight registration office, Sumyubai waved his hand to summon Frost and headed straight for the nearest jewelry processing shop. Just to get a flight certificate, it cost 3,000 gold coins. However, this price wasn't outrageous. After all, who with a flying mount would be short of this amount? Frost flying through Phoenix Feather City naturally attracted the attention of the players in the city. Due to the existence of the mount leaderboard, everyone knew this was Bai's mount. Consequently, the news that Bai Yi was in Phoenix Feather City spread rapidly throughout the city. Sumyubai didn't care about this at all. He hadn't even opened the Phoenix Feather City chat channel. His only purpose for coming here was to make money. In East Sea City, wasn't it better to do whatever he wanted with the East Sea token? Spending over an hour, Sumyubai swept through the jewelry processing shops in Phoenix Feather City. The inventory here was similar to the Jade Pavilion, and Sumyubai's inventory gained another 60 plus level 5 gems. This time, he had already socketed gems on his gear, so his haul was slightly larger than in East Sea City. Stepping out of the last jewelry processing shop, Sumyubai did not rush to leave, but instead turned to look at the shop next door. After wandering inside for a while, Sumyubai walked out in disappointment. This shop primarily dealt in tailoring services, with various cloth armor and backpack-type items for sale on the counter. However, the quality of these items was very low, with the highest being only bronze grade. Their main business was actually charging crafting fees to help people make high-level items, but one had to provide the materials themselves. After checking several different types of shops in succession, he found that they basically all operated on this model. For Sumyubai, the cost-effectiveness of promoting and reselling these items was too low. Not to mention the waste of time. The total profit from one shop didn't even compare to a single level 5 gemstone. No longer lingering, Sumyubai directly rode Frost to the teleportation hall to head to the next stop. He had roughly figured out the arrangements of the Myriad Worlds game. If players wanted to buy high-level items from the locals, they would have to wait until the auction house data was synchronized. Other than that, the only way was to buy a ticket to attend an auction. But apart from the exorbitant ticket prices, the treasures qualified to be auctioned were clearly not something players could afford at the current stage. For a long time to come, the only ones attending the auctions would be the locals of the God-forbidden land. In the early stages of the game, apart from a bug player like Sumyubai, only Fujiya Changxia had the potential to participate. It wasn't until the moon hung high and the night grew deep that Sumyubai returned to East Sea City. Looking at the 580 level 5 gemstones added to his inventory, he didn't feel the excitement he had imagined. Instead, he let out a soft sigh. It seems I need to have a good talk with Fujiya Changxia. If I can bring this guy under my command, things would be much easier. This time, just gathering these gemstones had taken half a day. For Sumyubai, this was truly a waste of time. Even so, he had only managed to run through the 10 major level 1 main cities, and the vast territory of the Divine Dragon Empire still had 81 level 2 main cities and 180 level 3 cities. He couldn't possibly run through them all himself, could he? But money was an indispensable thing. Top-tier equipment, props, and even lifespan could all be bought with soul coins. And resources and lifespan were necessities for Sumyubai to significantly increase his strength. Therefore, besides leveling up, making money was also a must-do task. But if he had to do everything himself, it would inevitably compress a large portion of his leveling time. Thus, Sumyubai was now in urgent need of an agent to handle these types of commercial affairs for him. Just like before he became a vegetable, his company had been managed by professional managers. He only needed to control the fundamental financial power and personnel management. There was no need to handle every trivial matter personally. Now in the Myriad Worlds game, Fujiya Changxia, who possessed the God of Wealth talent, was naturally the best choice. Moreover, here, the binding power of the system contract far exceeded that of the Blue Star continent. As long as everything was set in advance, there was no need to worry about Fujiya Changxia lining his own pockets. What's more, as long as Sumyubai maintained his far-reaching lead in strength, who would dare to risk their life to plot against him? This was the confidence Sumyubai had in being able to bring Fujiya Changxia under his command. It was also something more reliable than a system contract. Thinking of this, Sumyubai had already made up his mind. As he walked out of the teleportation hall, he dialed Fujiya Changxia's communication. But before he could speak, Fujiya Changxia's voice came through the communicator first. "Brother Bai, are you done with your business?" It was evident how urgent the other party was to cooperate deeply with Sumyubai. This point likely had something to do with Sumyubai's ability to kill people in the main city without any restraint. Before this, although Fujiya Changxia had this idea, he hadn't appeared so impatient. As a businessman, he knew very well that doing so would put him at a disadvantage in the upcoming negotiations. But facing an existence like Sumyubai, who far surpassed all other players, Fujiya Changxia couldn't care about that anymore. He had weighed the pros and cons. As long as he could reach a deep cooperation with the other party, even if he suffered some losses in profit distribution, the benefits he would gain would definitely be beyond imagination. This was an intuition. This kind of intuition had appeared twice in Fujiya Changxia's past life. The first time was 20 years ago, when he unhesitatingly invested his entire net worth into the real estate market and kept rolling the snowball through mortgage loans. That time, it allowed him to leap across social classes from an ordinary person in one go. The second time this intuition appeared, it led him to sell off the vast majority of his real estate projects in advance, successfully dodging a property market disaster. And now, it was the third time. Sumyubai smiled slightly upon hearing this. As the former CEO Su, he could naturally tell that the other party's behavior meant he had already handed the initiative over to him. Waiting silently for 2 seconds, Sumyubai said indifferently, "I'm done. Let's find a place to talk." I've been waiting for these words for a long time. How about the Fenghua restaurant? Fine." Ending the call, Sumyubai had just found the location of the Fenghua restaurant on the map when a message from Fujiya Changxia arrived. "Fujiya Changxia, Fenghua restaurant, private room no. 1, awaiting Brother Bai's arrival." Sumyubai raised an eyebrow, a curve forming at the corner of his mouth. As a chosen worker, aren't you a bit too proactive? Chapter 76. Who cuts the main artery in one stroke? Bonus chapter. Although the Fenghua restaurant was not the best restaurant in East Sea City, it occupied a considerable area, spanning 7 floors. Stepping into the restaurant, the luxurious decor made it clear at a glance that the consumption here was not low. Led by a waiter, Sumyubai took the elevator directly to the top floor. Inside private room no. 1, there was only Fujiya Changxia. For an occasion like this, he hadn't brought any other teammates. Seeing Sumyubai push the door and enter the room, Fujiya Changxia hurriedly stood up to welcome him, while simultaneously saying to the service staff, "You may serve the dishes. Brother Bai, you must properly taste the delicacies of this forbidden land of the gods later. They will absolutely open your eyes." Inviting Sumyubai to the seat of honor with a hearty laugh, Fujiya Changxia still had a hint of lingering aftertaste in his eyes. Clearly, after they had parted ways during the day, he had already tasted the food here with his team members. "Oh, then I must give it a good try." Sumyubai smiled slightly, not in a hurry to bring up serious business. "Haha, don't worry. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Fujiya Changxia picked up the wine pot, poured a cup directly for Sumyubai, and then lowered his voice. It is said that there are even higher grade foods that can grant status effects or boost attributes after consumption, though they aren't being sold to the public yet. As he spoke, he raised his wine cup. Next time, I will find a way to arrange for some high grade food. Please forgive me for this time, Brother Bai. You've put in the effort. Sumyubai clinked his glass lightly against his and downed the fine wine in one gulp. Although he did not have a hunger attribute, he was still able to enjoy the delicacies. Following this, neither of them took the initiative to mention cooperation, instead just exchanging toasts. It wasn't until all 10 or so dishes were served and all the waiters had exited the private room that Fujiya Qiangxia set down his cup and got to the main point. Brother Bai, let me be blunt. You know my talent. I'm not much for combat, but when it comes to making money, surely no one can compare to me. To be honest, I am planning to establish a merchant guild. What are your thoughts on a deep partnership? With your strength combined with my financial resources, we will absolutely be able to rise in this forbidden land of the gods in no time. As he spoke, a vibrant glow appeared in Fujiya Qiangxia's eyes, as if he had already envisioned the future. Sumyubai, however, shook his head slowly upon hearing this. Let's skip the partnership. As soon as these words were spoken, the smile on Fujiya Qiangxia's face stiffened slightly, but immediately after, Sumyubai continued, how about we try a different approach? Speak your mind. Fujiya Qiangxia's eyes lit up, his interest piqued. However, the next moment, he was stunned. I don't need a partner, I need an agent. Sumyubai toyed with the exquisite wine cup in his hand. His gaze locked directly onto Fujiya Qiangxia. I think you are very suitable. Fujiya Qiangxia was momentarily unable to react. Weren't they supposed to be discussing a partnership? How did this turn into a job interview? Even if you are strong, you can't be this overbearing, right? Fujiya Qiangxia's brow twitched slightly. This time, he had considered giving up a portion of the profits, and even taking a loss would have been fine. But he never expected that Bai Yu would want to go straight to the end goal and make him work for him. Are you kidding me? He possessed an SSS-grade talent. After all, although he was indeed inferior in strength, wasn't this bullying him a bit too much? Haha, Brother Bai, you really know how to joke. Fujiya Qiangxia quickly regained control of his emotions, using the excuse of a joke to politely decline Sumyubai's proposal. But Sumyubai shook his head very seriously. I am not joking. Fujiya Qiangxia looked at Sumyubai in surprise. From their first meeting, he understood that this young man was no simple person. Even without the Myriad Worlds game, he would certainly not be an ordinary person on Blue Star. But at this moment, he didn't understand why the other party was acting like this. Could he not hear the rejection in his tone? Frowning, Fujiya Qiangxia was just about to speak when he saw Sumyubai wave his hand, taking out a thumb-sized gemstone and placing it on the table. A level 5 gemstone. Fujiya Qiangxia's pupils constricted. A single one added 160 points to an attribute. For early-stage players, the boost was massive. This must be what that epic grade boss dropped to what? Before he could finish his sentence, Fujiya Qiangxia stood up in shock. He even reached out to rub his eyes, clearly finding the scene that had just occurred unbelievable. 1 second, that gemstone was clearly level 5, and the next, it had turned into a level 1 radiant gemstone. The description had also changed from Kung 160 strength to Kung 1% strength. A percentage bonus was, without a doubt, something of a higher grade. This is my talent. By consuming some resources, I can upgrade an item by 1 level. Sumyubai smiled slightly, describing it roughly according to the original upgrade introduction. Be my agent, and it will only make you earn more. There is actually such a talent. Fujiya Qiangxia slowly sat back down, the shock on his face yet to fade. For the first time, he considered Sumyubai's proposal. To be honest, after seeing the effect of Sumyubai's talent, he was somewhat tempted. The only question now was, if he were to act as the other party's agent, how much profit could he obtain? Thinking of this, Fujiya Qiangxia steadied his mind, looked at Sumyubai, and asked, if I handle these affairs for you with full authority, how much profit do you intend to share? Since Sumyubai was straightforward, he didn't intend to beat around the bush either. Profit was what mattered, everything else was nonsense. The fish has taken the bait. Sumyubai's lips curled slightly as he slowly raised an index finger. 10%. Fujio Qiangxia narrowed his eyes slightly, beginning to weigh the options in his heart. However, he didn't need to weigh them for long, because Sumyubai shook his head again and said softly, not 10%, but 1%. Is he trying to brush off a beggar? Even with Fujio Qiangxia's superior emotional control, he was so angered by Sumyubai's words that he could barely keep his composure. Brother Bai, isn't this going a bit too far? Fujio Qiangxia was silent for a moment before speaking. Who starts a negotiation by cutting straight to the carotid artery? He still chose to trust his intuition that he must cooperate with Bai no matter what. Oh no, now it was working for him. It was just that he had to try his best to secure more benefits. Thinking of this, Fujio Qiangxia took a deep breath and said, 1% is too low. How about we look at this first, and then talk? As his voice fell, he displayed his full talent for the first time. Chapter 77, the game officially begins. Fujio Qiangxia's decision. Seeing the complete version of the God of Wealth talent, Sumyubai couldn't help but take a deep look at Fujio Qiangxia. This old fox. The talent information he shared last time had clearly hidden quite a lot. God of Wealth. SSS rank exclusive talent skill effects. 1. Money tree. You can shake the money tree once a day to randomly obtain 1 to 999 gold coins. Additionally, there is a certain chance to obtain special treasures. When your wealth is below 10,000 gold coins, you will receive a minimum of 500 gold coins. When your wealth exceeds 10 million gold coins, the currency shaken from the money tree will be upgraded to soul coins. 2. Flourishing wealth. The currency you carry on your person increases by 1% daily. When leveling up, there is a certain chance to increase it by 5%. The higher the level, the higher the probability. 3. Only in, never out. You will not drop any gold coins or items upon death. At the moment of death, you can use currency to offset the loss of lifespan caused by death. 4. Prosperous fortune. Every real transaction you make has a certain chance to yield extra gains. The larger the proportion of the transaction amount relative to your total assets, the higher the probability. 5. Path of the God of Wealth. When your wealth exceeds 10 million gold coins for the first time, you will change your class to the unique hidden profession God of Wealth. Although players cannot modify the content of the talent, equipment, or item information they share, they can hide a portion of the details. Fujio Qiangxia had previously hidden the vast majority of it. Even the 3 lines he sent to Sumyubai were only half the story. Sumyubai had anticipated this, but what he hadn't expected was that the SSS rank talent God of Wealth truly provided 0 combat power enhancement. All its effects were merely for increasing wealth and obtaining treasures. Only the final line might potentially grant Fujio Qiangxia combat power far exceeding that of an ordinary person. After all, a unique hidden profession is already second only to an exclusive hidden profession. Even a God of Wealth, which is clearly biased toward commerce, would definitely possess many powerful abilities. However, if Fujio Qiangxia wanted to change his class, he had to earn 10 million gold coins first. After reading the complete God of Wealth talent, a trace of doubt flashed in Sumyubai's eyes. Could it be that every SSS rank talent comes with a unique hidden profession? Or was God of Wealth just particularly special? Thinking of this, Sumyubai couldn't help but look at his own talent. Catastrophe. Unique forbidden rank exclusive talent skill effects. 1. Promotion. Can permanently promote any object by 1 grade, with no cost. 2. Sublimation. Consuming a certain amount of resources can permanently promote any object by 2 grades. 3. Catastrophe. Consuming a certain amount of lifespan can permanently promote any object by 3 grades and attach a catastrophe trait to it. Usage restrictions. Cannot be applied to the talent itself. Cannot be applied to the player's own body. Cannot be applied to catastrophe traits. Repeated use on the same target will overwrite the previous enhancement effect. Grade exceeds limits. Cannot be inspected, cannot be copied, cannot be plundered. Disappears after player Bai dies completely. Compared to God of Wealth, although Catastrophe only has 3 effects, each one is powerful enough. The promotion effect alone could allow Sumyubai to earn money even faster than the God of Wealth. And the catastrophe trait is what makes this talent worthy of its unique forbidden rank status. Currently, the 3 catastrophe traits he possesses are each considered monstrous, and he has only unlocked one of the profession-specific catastrophe traits so far. As long as he has enough lifespan, he could absolutely imbue all his items with terrifying catastrophe traits. Most importantly, the God of Wealth talent did not have the cannot be inspected, cannot be copied, cannot be plundered clauses. Seeing Sumyubai remain silent, Fujiishi smiled slightly, assuming the other party was shocked by his complete talent effects. Brother Bai, do you really think the 1% price is appropriate? Sumyubai smiled without speaking, simply displaying the amount of gold coins in his inventory. Fujiishi abruptly stood up from his seat again, his expression shifting several times in an instant. Shock, doubt, confusion. At this moment, he could no longer hide his emotions and exclaimed, 10 million gold coins. How is this possible? Fujiishi even began to wonder who between himself and Bai was the real god of wealth. Even if one could consume resources to upgrade items, there is still a cost. In such a short time, how on earth did the other party earn so much money? He naturally understood that the meaning behind the other party showing so many gold coins was to tell him that as long as he agreed, he could immediately change his class to the god of wealth. This was also the reason why Fujiishi was so eager to cooperate with Bai. He knew that only by cooperating with Bai, the strongest player, could he change his class at the fastest speed and officially possess the capital to establish a foothold in the Myriad Worlds game. But he never expected that only 2 days into the game, Bai would be able to produce 10 million gold coins. In that instant, Fujiishi suddenly had the urge to agree immediately. But thinking that he would be responsible for all matters while only receiving 1% of the profits, he hesitated again for a moment. Sumyubai did not urge him, simply smiling faintly as he poured himself a glass of wine and sipped it slowly. This money was, naturally, earned today. Aside from the level 5 gems, for every level 1 main city, he could earn about 1 million gold coins by freeloading and reselling level 3 and 4 gems. Added to the profits from Donghai City, his total gold coin count had just exceeded 10 million, and like Sumyubai's indifference, Fujiishi was currently very conflicted. He already had the intention to agree, but deep down, he was still somewhat unwilling. 1% was simply too low. For a time, the private room fell silent. Just as Fujiishi was caught in an internal struggle, a sudden series of system announcements completely made up his mind. Blue Star Region announcement. The number of players who have entered cities in the entire region has exceeded 10,000. The Myriad Worlds game has officially begun. After 24 hours, the requirement to leave the novice village will be lowered to level 5. In 3 days, all novice villages will be closed, at which point the remaining players will be teleported to their corresponding cities. Blue Star Region announcement. The Blue Star Region level leaderboard, equipment leaderboard, and wealth leaderboard have officially opened. At the same time, Sumyubai also received a series of system notifications. Notification: you have topped the Blue Star Region level leaderboard, ranking first. Your total XP exceeds the sum of everyone else's, and the effect of your title far ahead has been enhanced. Notification: you have 6 pieces of equipment that meet the leaderboard requirements, occupying the top 5 spots. The effect of your title far ahead has been enhanced. Notification: you have topped the Blue Star Region Wealth Leaderboard, ranking first. You are the only person on the entire list, and the effect of your title far ahead has been enhanced. You are simultaneously ranked first on the Blue Star Region level, equipment, wealth, and mount leaderboards. Your title far ahead has been upgraded to unrivaled and peerless. Sumyubai had just finished reading the notifications and hadn't even had the chance to check his new title or the 3 major leaderboards when he saw Fujiishi, as if having made a firm decision, suddenly speak up. 5%? I only want 5%. Raising the price at a time like this. And he only wants 5%. Sumyubai frowned, looking at Fujiishi with confusion. He couldn't quite understand why the other party would propose this specific percentage, especially at a moment when he had just topped every single leaderboard. Facing Sumyubai's scrutinizing gaze, Fujiishi took a deep breath and continued. 5% not to be your agent, but to sign a soul contract directly with you. As long as you hand over all commercial affairs to me for full management, 95% of everything I possess in the future will belong to you. At this moment, his eyes were as determined as if he were pledging his life to a cause. Sumyubai was momentarily stunned. So the 5% you mentioned wasn't me giving you 5%, but you only keeping 5% for yourself. I just wanted you to work for me, and you've chosen to sell your soul. Fujiya Tiangxia's decision was truly beyond Sumyubai's expectations. A soul contract, if one were to breach it, it wouldn't just be a simple matter of paying a penalty. The world game would directly erase the person from the soul level. It had to be said. Fujiya Tiangxia was bold enough and smart enough. This was a massive gamble. Once the soul contract was signed and he became one of Bai's own, even if he only kept 5% of the wealth, there was a high probability that it would be more than the 100% he had before. More importantly, doing this was equivalent to having a powerful backer in the world game. Chapter 78. There has to be a limit to cheating, right? Seeing that Sumyubai didn't reply, Fujiya Tiangxia's heart sank down. No way. He won't even give me 5%. But soon, his lifted heart settled back down. Are you serious? Never been more serious. Fujiya Tiangxia nodded without hesitation. His gaze was profound, as if he could see the future through Sumyubai. Then, happy cooperation. Sumyubai smiled as he stood up and extended his right hand toward Fujiya Tiangxia. He knew that the other party was betting on his ability to stay this far ahead indefinitely. But so what? For Sumyubai, there were no downsides to this. Once the soul contract was signed through the world game, he could safely hand over all commercial matters to Fujiya Tiangxia. With the god of wealth talent, the other party would only perform better. Not to mention, he would soon be able to transition into a true god of wealth himself. Boss, I'll start drafting the soul contract right now. A smile finally appeared on Fujiya Tiangxia's face as he gripped Sumyubai's hand with both of his. While the two were signing the contract, all the Blue Star players were in an uproar because of the previous system announcement. Countless chat channels in the novice villages were being spammed, with messages scrolling by at lightning speed. What does this mean? The game is only officially starting now. Then what was all that before? Consider yourself lucky that you were given time to adapt to the digitization. I was wondering why leveling up was so hard. So, we can leave once the experts clear the village. And we can leave at level 5. We can enter the cities tomorrow. Awesome, awesome my foot. You can't even handle the novice village. What are you going to do out there? I'm afraid you won't even find a place to sleep. The world game is forcing us to find ways to improve our strength. I have an early morning class. I was already planning to slack off in the novice village. And now you're telling me it's mandatory to leave in 3 days. Damn it. Refund my money. Buddy, are you running a fever? If you want a refund, you can only refund your life. Hey, once your lifespan is gone, you won't need to play anymore. No way. I have to hurry up and clear the misty forest. This region-wide announcement completely disrupted the rhythm of the vast majority of players. No one had expected the existence of a mandatory village exit setting. In the novice village, at least free lodging was provided. Once they entered the cities, everything would cost money. Even if they wanted to slack off, there was no way to do so. The appearance of this announcement forced many low-talent players who had originally planned to lie flat to start making plans for the future. If they were too afraid of dying while grinding monsters for money, they would have no choice but to become full-time life skill players. Of course, there were also many who were full of longing for the future. After all, entering the city meant more opportunities. Besides this, players also opened the 3 newly revealed leaderboards. Although they had some mental preparation for Baiyi topping the lists, seeing the actual rankings still left them shocked. Blue Star Region Level Leaderboard First Place, Baiyi. Level 20, Shenlong Empire Second Place. Sanchi King Feng. Level 11, Shenlong Empire Third Place. Felix. Level 11, Sanctuary Empire 4th Place. Brune. Level 11, Beiyu Empire 5th Place. Indra. Level 11, White Elephant Kingdom 6th Place. Tsukuyomi. Level 11, Sakura Kingdom 7th Place. Soars. Level 11, Illumination Federation 8th Place. Descendant of the Sun. Level 11, Korea Kingdom 9th Place. Kiangsha. Level 10, Shenlong Empire. 10th place, Venus, level 10, Illumination Federation. The level leaderboard. Bai's name stood like an insurmountable mountain, hanging at the top with a glaring level 20. From 2nd place all the way to 8th. Everyone else was level 11. The reason these 7 were able to reach level 11 so quickly was entirely due to their SSS grade talents. Yet, Fujiu, who also possessed an SSS grade talent, hadn't even managed to make it onto the leaderboard. There was no helping that, who told him that the God of Wealth talent didn't increase combat power. Although these players with SSS grade talents appeared to be only 9 levels behind Sumubai, the reality was a vast chasm. Since entering the game, the total EXP they had farmed to reach level 11 was less than 2 million. Meanwhile, the EXP Sumubai had farmed exceeded 66 million. In terms of total EXP, those 9 levels represented a gap of more than 30 times. And this was even with Sumubai not leveling up continuously, to say nothing else. He had wasted over 10 hours just scavenging and reselling gemstones. This was also the reason he wanted to find an agent, although he wasn't afraid of anyone catching up. Sumubai's goal had never been the other players. He didn't want to waste time on money matters. The Forbidden Land of Gods was just the beginning, and the Myriad Worlds was the true journey. For that, increasing his strength as quickly as possible was the most important thing. Among the 3 newly opened leaderboards, the level leaderboard was still considered decent. The next 2 leaderboards were what truly made everyone's eyes widen. Blue Star District Equipment Leaderboard Minimum Requirement Epic Grade Item 1st place. Dylan's Crystal Ball Legendary Grade Item by Yi 2nd place. Cursed Crown Legendary Grade Item by Yi 3rd place. Sorrow of the Forgotten Legendary Grade Item by Yi 4th place. Frostguard Legendary Grade Item by Yi 5th place. Death Speaker's Robe Legendary Grade Item by Yi 6th place. King Ming Epic Grade Item Sankai King Feng 7th place. Necklace of Undead Will Epic Grade Item by Yi. The equipment leaderboard stopped abruptly after the 7th place. To qualify for the leaderboard, an item had to be at least epic grade. Except for Senkai King Feng, who barely managed to take 6th place with epic grade King Ming. All the other equipment belonged to Bai Yi. Moreover, the top 5 were all exclusively legendary grade items. Outside the city of Jubai, in a level 15 map, Sankai King Feng stroked the Cyan longsword in his hand, lost in thought. This sword was a growth-type piece of equipment that came with his talent. Other than this, the best equipment on his body was merely a level 5 gold grade item dropped by Reggie in the Hell difficulty Mist Forest. Where on earth did Bai Yi get so many legendary grade items? There hadn't even been any server-wide announcements for a legendary grade boss first kill. When the other players with SSS grade talents saw this leaderboard, they were completely broken. Are you kidding me? We are still feeling smug about a few pieces of gold grade equipment. And you've already started wholesaling legendary grade items. Is this reasonable? However, no matter what they thought, this was an established fact. And unreasonable things didn't end there. Blue Star District Wealth Leaderboard first place, Bai Yi, 10.23 million gold coins. That was it. Like the Mount Leaderboard, the Wealth Leaderboard only had a single, only name on it. Seeing the 8-digit gold coin count behind Bai Yi's name, the players across the entire Forbidden Land of Gods fell into silence. If they could, everyone would want to call the police right now. Leading in levels, invincible in strength. Wholesaling legendary grade equipment, a mythical grade mount, over 10 million gold coins. Even all the server-wide announcements were triggered by you. Big brother, the 3rd day of the Myriad Worlds game has only just begun. How can there be a hexagonal warrior like you, even if you're cheating? There should be a limit, right? Chapter 79. Leaving everyone in the dust. Trading contract bonus chapter. East Sea City, Manhwa Restaurant. Private room now. The shock from the outside world did not affect the signing of the contract between the two in the slightest. After confirming the contents, the Myriad Worlds game sent down a purple beam of light, and a faint, shimmering contract condensed into existence. Fujiu did not hesitate at all and signed his name directly on the contract. Sumobai did the same. The next moment, the soul contract transformed into 2 beams of light, which merged into the space between their brows. Notification: you have signed a soul contract with Fujiu. From this moment on, the other party will handle all commercial matters for both sides. 95% of his future wealth will belong to you. Violators of the contract will have their souls erased. As the system notification sounded, Fujiichionji opened his eyes and looked at Sumubai with a smile. Boss, please take care of me from now on. Go ahead and change your class first. Sumubai nodded slightly. A hint of a smile on his face as well. From now on, the only god of wealth in the Myriad Worlds game was his own employee. After the contract was successfully signed, Sumubai directly traded 10 million gold coins to Fujiichionji. Golden light immediately erupted from the latter's body. Clearly, he had begun his class advancement. The golden light was very dense, and it didn't look like it would dissipate anytime soon. Sumubai glanced at it twice before losing interest, turning his attention instead to his title, which had been upgraded several times and had even changed its name, leaving everyone in the dust when wearing this title. -1 EXP gained from all channels is increased by 100%. It was as simple, unadorned, and practical as ever. The name leaving everyone in the dust is truly fitting. After re-equipping the title, Sumubai curled the corner of his lips, following the continuous upgrades. The XP boost effect had increased directly from 20% to 100%. With this title, Sumubai's already monstrous leveling speed was destined to leave other players trailing in his wake. 5 minutes later, Fujiichionji's class advancement finally concluded. The golden light dissipated. His appearance didn't seem to have changed much, but Sumubai clearly felt that his temperament had undergone a massive transformation. How is it? Did you learn any skills? Only 2 skills. Fujiichionji shook his head with some disappointment and shared the skills he had just learned. Money Shieldo, passive skill, no level. For every gold coin in your inventory, you gain 1 point of shield. The cap is level times 100. 0. If you do not take damage for 10 minutes, the shield will refresh. Trade contract to level 10 halves, active skill. You can sign a trade contract with a target. Once signed, as long as both parties are within the same kingdom, they can trade at any time, ignoring spatial distance. Current number of contracts that can be signed, instant cast, cooldown 24 hours. Consumes 10% of mana. After displaying the skills, a massive gold ingot suddenly appeared in Fujiichionji's hand. Other skills have to be bought from this thing with money. God of Wealth Ingot. Class exclusive Fujiichionji offhand item cannot be dropped, cannot be traded. Level 10 scales with character attributes. All attributes come 50 HP, come to 1000 mana, come to 1000 special effect. Level insufficient, not unlocked. This is the God of Wealth's ingot. You can learn the God of Wealth's class skills through it, though the price is not cheap. The God of Wealth ingot is a class-exclusive item similar to the Book of Death, but its base attributes are only comparable to a level 10 epic grade item. It is far inferior to the upgraded Sacred Codex of Death. I just checked, and the second skill can only be learned after advancing. Fujiichionji sighed, feeling that the unique hidden class, God of Wealth, was not as powerful as he had imagined. He had thought he would have combat power after changing classes, but he didn't expect to only have 2 skills, one of which was defensive and the other non-combat oriented. However, Sumubai smiled. He had learned from Shichiji that only by continuously advancing could one truly bring out the full potential of a class. A Tier 1 player simply could not unleash the true power of a powerful class. It was already quite good for the God of Wealth to have to upgrade skills right after changing classes. After all, he himself had only started with 1 A grade and 1 S grade skill. Although the 2 parties' skills were of different types and had no basis for comparison, the trade contract skill could be of great use to Sumubai. However, it would need to be upgraded first. I'll help you upgrade them. With a thought, Sumubai used Catastrophe to upgrade both skills and the God of Wealth ingot for free. Since they had signed a soul contract, upgrading Fujiichionji was equivalent to upgrading his own business empire. So Sumubai naturally had no reason to hold back. The only thing he regretted was that the God of Wealth class itself could not be upgraded via Catastrophe. The system prompt was the same as before, stating that it exceeded the restrictions of the Forbidden Land of Gods. Sumubai couldn't help but frown. He hadn't received this prompt when he had used Catastrophe on his Necromancer class. Could it be that this was also a bug that had since been fixed? Or did the Starry Hall where one chooses their class not belong to the Forbidden Land of Gods? But that didn't seem right either, judging by what Shichuji had implied. There should be other sovereign classes in the Forbidden Land of Gods. Shaking his head, Sumubai stopped dwelling on the issue. He couldn't figure it out anyway. And he would know eventually. What he cared about was whether the trade contract skill would meet his requirements after being upgraded. If it did, he wouldn't need to make any further preparations and could directly find Huijin to head to the Sakura Kingdom. Boss, your talent is too broken. Fujiya Tianjia looked at the suddenly upgraded exclusive item and skills, looking at Sumubai with envy. Although this talent didn't directly increase combat power, it held infinite possibilities. Alright, there will be more times for you to be shocked in the future. First, take a look at the effect of trade contract after the upgrade. Sumubai waved his hand, and Fujiya Tianjia hurriedly shared the skill attributes. The corners of Sumubai's mouth curled up slightly. It worked. Little Sakura, are you ready to experience the undead calamity in advance? Chapter 80. God of Wealth Contract. Soul Crystal. God of Wealth Contract S. Level 105. Active skill. You can sign a God of Wealth contract with a target. 1. As long as both parties are on the same planet, they can trade at any time, ignoring spatial distance. 2. After conducting a valid trade with the target of the God of Wealth contract, you will gain a certain amount of EXP based on the transaction amount. Current number of contracts that can be signed, instant cast, cooldown 24 hours, consumes 20% of mana. It worked. Looking at the brand new God of Wealth contract, a sharp glint flashed in Sumubai's eyes. He immediately had Fujiya Tianjia sign the God of Wealth contract with him. With this contract, he no longer had any worries about heading to the Sakura Kingdom. After all, he was going there to kill people and would likely be wanted by the Sakura Kingdom. At that point, he definitely wouldn't be able to enter cities, and his loot wouldn't be able to be exchanged for the things he wanted. Now with Fujiya Tianjia, Sumubai could play with the Sakura Kingdom without any distractions. He could just leave the rest of the matters to him to handle. After the God of Wealth ingot was upgraded, its base attributes were now equivalent to legendary grade equipment of the same level, though the special effect still hadn't unlocked. What puzzled Sumubai, however, was that neither the God of Wealth ingot nor the Sacred Codex of Death had appeared on the equipment leaderboard. As for the money shield, after being upgraded to an S-grade skill, it had received a certain degree of enhancement in all aspects. With this skill, it would be very difficult for Fujiya Tianjia to be killed by other players. Closing his panel, Fujiya Tianjia rubbed his hands together and looked at Sumubai with a grin. Boss, about that, can my talent also be? Sumubai rolled his eyes and cut him off directly. He wanted to upgrade an SSS grade talent, upgrade his head. I know it's unlikely. I was just asking. Fujiya Tianjia coughed twice and immediately skipped the topic. I haven't shaken the money tree today. I wonder if I'll get a lucky start now that I've changed my class to God of Wealth. Sumubai became interested immediately upon hearing this. He watched as a burst of golden light surged from Fujiya Tianjia's hands. The next moment, a phantom money tree, over 2 meters tall, condensed out of the golden light. Oh, it's grown quite a bit. A glimmer of joy flashed in Fujiya Tianjia's eyes as he grabbed the trunk and gave it a shake. In truth, he didn't necessarily need to manifest the money tree to use his talent. He was simply doing it now to demonstrate it to his boss. Clatter, clatter. The money tree swayed slightly. Even though the entire tree was golden, it shed individual purple-black coins. This process didn't last long. Sumubai took a rough glance, and his pupils constricted slightly. The number of purple-black coins was definitely over 500. One had to know that Fujiya Tianjia's current wealth exceeded 10 million gold coins. In other words, these purple-black coins were soul coins. In terms of value, the worth of so many soul coins might even exceed 10 million gold coins. This was the result of the two being closely bound together. If Fujiya Tianjia hadn't proactively offered to sign a soul contract, Sumubai would never have given him those 10 million gold coins directly. If that were the case, who knows how long he would have had to wait to shake soul coins from the money tree. The same applied to Sumubai. In just a few minutes, his wealth had nearly doubled. Combined, The effect was far greater than 1:1. The efficiency of making money had increased by an unknown margin. However, it wasn't over yet. After the soul coins scattered, the money tree erupted with a blinding golden light once more. A crisp sound rang out as a purple-black stone, the size of an infant's fist, fell into the pile of soul coins. Only then did the money tree slowly dissipate. Fujiya Qiangxia waved his hand to collect everything, a look of delight appearing on his face. A total of 680 soul coins, plus 1 high-grade soul fate stone. As he spoke, he placed all the spoils on the table and looked at Sumyubai excitedly. Boss, hurry and try to upgrade it. Hearing high-grade soul fate stone, Sumyubai's eyes lit up as well, and he immediately focused his mind. Catastrophe target. High-grade soul fate stone. Prompt. Please select the promotion grade. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Click to view details. Option 1. Promote to soul fate crystal, no cost. Option 2. Sublime it to soul fate essence, consumes 100 soul crystals. Option 3. Catastrophize to soul fate source crystal, consumes 10,000 years of lifespan. Promote to Tier 1. As Sumyubai made his choice, the high-grade soul fate stone on the table flashed with light. The stone skin on its surface gradually faded, slowly transforming into a purple-black crystal. Soul fate crystal, rare special treasure. Absorbing it will increase lifespan by 100 years. Note: whether you keep the soul fate crystal in your inventory or warehouse, you will lose 1/10 of it upon death, with a minimum loss of 10 years. 100 times. The effect had increased by a full 100 times. Gulp times 2. The two looked at the attributes of the soul fate crystal in astonishment, unable to stop themselves from swallowing hard in unison. This was a full 100 years of lifespan. A tiny crystal could more than double a human's lifespan. For the two of them, who had only recently come into contact with the world game, this was simply a heaven-defying treasure. Sumyubai took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to use the soul fate crystal immediately, and turned his gaze toward the pile of soul coins. However, with the experience of promoting copper and gold coins, Sumyubai only selected 1 soul coin this time. Catastrophe. Target. Soul coin. Prompt. Please select the promotion grade. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Click to view details. Option 1. Promote to ancient soul coin, no cost. Option 2. Sublime it to primordial soul coin, consumes 10,000 soul coins. Option 3. Catastrophize to archaic soul coin, consumes 100 years of lifespan. As expected, soul coins could not be directly upgraded into higher value soul crystals. Sumyubai shook his head with regret and cancelled the promotion. The name Ancient Soul Coin sounded similar to Ancient Gold Coin. It wouldn't be too late to promote them when the need arose. Aside from those who specifically needed them, no one else would accept this stuff. When he was scavenging for gems earlier, he had tried it once on a whim, and the result was just another Ancient Gold Coin in his inventory. Sumyubai did not intend to use this money, including the Soul Fate Crystal. He hadn't known about the existence of the auction house before and had used 50 high-grade soul fate stones directly, which still pained him a bit, but at least it had solved the problem of insufficient lifespan. So, he didn't have to worry about being forced to delete his account if he died accidentally. But now, things were different. Absorbing the soul fate crystal would only increase his lifespan by 100 years. But if he used these items as startup capital for Fujiya Qiangxia, the two of them could build a massive commercial empire at a much faster rate. Players didn't have soul fate stones, but the locals of the God-forbidden land did. And the upcoming auction in East Sea City was an opportunity to make their wealth skyrocket. Moreover, besides East Sea City, other Tier 1 main cities would also have auctions. Now that he had Fujiya Qiangxia, Sumyubai wouldn't have to do everything himself. If he left these matters to the God of Wealth, they would only earn more. Chapter 81. The favor of the Goddess of Fate put it all away. After promotion, soul coins become ancient soul coins. They don't have much use for now. A look of disappointment flashed in Fujiya Qiangxia's eyes upon hearing this. He had thought that White Knight could directly increase the value of the soul coins. However, it didn't make much of a difference. It just meant they would have to sell the promoted items once. If he could really increase the value of currency, he probably wouldn't be needed anymore. Thinking of this, Fujiya Qiangxia suddenly felt that this was actually a good thing. He waved his hand to store the items in his inventory, then took out several pieces of equipment and a piece of parchment.